Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy Awaken Zoan fruit earlier? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A sharp elbow to his side woke him from sleep, and Ace groaned as he batted the offending limb away. What? He grunted into his makeshift pillow. Where is Lou? Sabo asked in turn. Ace bolted upright, the sleep leaving him as he patted around on the floor for the body he hoped would be there but was not. There wasn't even warmth in the blankets that would imply that he had been there not long ago. They were cold. Maybe he went out to find food? Without us? Sabo quirked a brow, fumbling in the dark to find a match and the lantern they kept on hand. Once the light flooded their little treehouse, they could definitely see that their little brother was not in the treehouse. It was more common than they liked for the little ball of energy they called a brother to move around in his sleep and end up in all sorts of weird positions in the morning. Ace glanced out the little window that faced the fire pit on the floor below them. I don't smell any food, and the fire isn't stoked. A pit of uneasiness formed in Ace's stomach. It wasn't like Luffy to suddenly disappear like this, especially this late at night? Early in the morning? Even when hungry, Luffy usually dragged one, if not both, of the brothers with him to go hunting. So for him to suddenly up and disappear like this, without waking either of them up to at least tell them where he was going, was worrying. Climbing down the ladder to the clearing below, the two brothers searched the immediate area to see if their third somehow ended up sleepwalking or something. When they both came up empty, they glanced towards the small trail that led higher into the mountains. Sighing, Sabo started making his way towards the trail. Let's go to Dayton's. Maybe he went there? Luffy always got himself into trouble, or trouble would find him. The three of them knew this. Hell, even Dayton and the bandits knew this. But what kind of trouble would cause Luffy to go to the bandits instead of them? What if he wasn't even with the bandits? What then? The pit in Ace's stomach grew along with the questions as he followed Sabo into the darkness of the forest. It being just the two of them made the forest feel just that much bigger, especially seeing as Luffy's larger-than-life presence wasn't with them. Yet, as they walked down the trail, just the two of them, Ace couldn't help but feel that Luffy was still with them, regardless of him not actually being there in person. Dayton was good at pretending. Good at showing a strong front when all she felt was vulnerability. She couldn't let Ace and Sabo see that. They already had too much on their plate at such a young age. They shouldn't have to shoulder her emotions as well. But it's been 2 weeks since anyone on Dawn Island had last seen Luffy. 2 long, miserable weeks since 2 of her brats had come to her house in the mountains in the middle of the night and asked her if Luffy was there. 2 weeks of searching for the 7-year-old with no end in sight. And it was with a heavy heart and a fake show of strength that made her get both her men and the brats to actually sit down for more than 2 minutes to eat something and rest in Makino's bar. Half the villagers of Fusha who had joined their search parties were with them, scattered about at the many tables, while the others had gone back to their homes to rest. Everyone had banded together to search the whole island, a display of unity and love for one child who had wormed his way into every single one of their hearts. Yet not even a single trace of Luffy had been found. No clues. No information. It was as if the boy had just vanished. Ace and Sabo were definitely taking it the hardest. The normally bottomless pits hardly ate anything now, their stomachs more consumed with worry than any actual sustenance. And while Dayton understood how they felt, she could hardly stomach her own meal. She still forced them to eat. She would not let them starve. Not on her watch. She sighs as she watches the two push their food around their plates on their bar stools next to her. Remembering the call from last night made her sigh again. The two boys looked at her with vague curiosity. I got a phone call from Dragon Luffy's father last night, Dayton answered their unspoken question, voice breaking the silence that had built in the bar. 2 pairs of eager, hopeful eyes gazed up at her, and it took everything in her to not break down in tears. She hated being the bearer of bad news. Nothing. They found nothing. Sabo's lips wobble as he pushes his plate away before burying his face into his arms. Ace's fists clench and he glares at the floor. Both their shoulders shake. Dayton's heart breaks a bit. They won't give up. Dragon promised. Was she trying to give them hope, or herself? Her hand clenches around her fork and she whispers, Garp's searching too. In the grand line. He won't give up either. It was moments like these where her care for those 3 boys showed itself for all to see. And while she had only known Sabo and Luffy for a few months, they had wormed their way into her heart and were part of her family now. They were important to her. She loved them as if they were her own sons. She wondered if this was how a mother felt when her children were in pain. The feeling of despondency when she watches the brothers collapse into bed after a long day of searching and pushing themselves to the absolute limits just to find their brother. The anguish when seeing them cry in front of her for the first time. The hopelessness when she heard them blaming themselves for his disappearance. Luffy is their little brother, they said. It's their responsibility to protect him. Yes, Dayton understood those thoughts. But Luffy going missing wasn't their fault. She and Makino had been quick to drive that point home when they first heard it. What else can we do? Dayton glanced up at Mayor Whoopslap, who had asked the question. His own eyes met every other person's before they landed on Dayton's. She briefly noticed that he looked older and more tired than usual. We can't stop looking, Makino demanded. Looking at her, Dayton notes that she didn't look like she used to either. Worry lines were seemingly etched onto her forehead, and dark bags had taken up permanent residence under her eyes. Seeing as Makino had been so close to Luffy, having practically raised him, it was understandable, if still not worrying. She wonders if she also looked different. It's hard to say if Luffy is still on the island or not, Magra says. The bandits will try gathering more information. From around Goa Kingdom. Whoop Slap sighed, a hand coming up to rub at his eyes. I hope Garp or Dragon find something soon. Sabo knew that Dragon, Luffy's father, was on Dawn Island. He came to see if there was anything they had missed and to use something called Haki to see if Luffy was even on the island. Hell, he had been saved by the man just a few days ago from his ship blowing up. He knew that he was a decent man, and was putting all his resources into searching for Luffy, but Sabo just couldn't stop himself from eavesdropping on his conversation with Dayton. 2 months had passed since Sabo had woken up randomly in the night and had seen that Luffy wasn't safely in between himself and Ace in their treehouse. 2 months of near non-stop searching both this island and others. 2 months of worry and fear of what they would, or wouldn't, find. And if the look on Dragon's face was anything to go by, at least from what Sabo could see of it from the bush he was hiding in, they still hadn't found anything. His next words just confirmed it. He's not here. I can't sense his presence on the island at all. If Sabo had been standing, he's sure his knees would be shaking, maybe even giving out, at the confirmation. Dayton didn't seem to be much better, her breathing shaky and fists clenched. Where is he then? It's been 2 months and we still don't even have a lead. Was he kidnapped? Is he Dayton started, but at the last word she chokes off a sob. If he was kidnapped, especially if it was because he was my son, there'd have been something to let us know. A ransom or even a threat. But there's been nothing. Dragon doesn't even mention the other possibility, and Sabo is secretly glad he didn't. Dragon pats Dayton on the shoulder, and declares, we will find him. I will not stop until my son is found. Sabo can't help but believe the man, and it looks like Dayton believes him too. He sounded genuine, heartfelt, and unquestionable. Like a leader. But after 2 months of nothing, Sabo doesn't want to give himself false hope. Hugging his knees close to his chest, paying no attention to how his bandages and wounds pull and ache, he wills the tears threatening to spill to stay away, at least until he is alone. I heard you're Luffy's brother? Sabo JRKS at the sudden voice so close to him and slowly looks up. Standing over his hiding spot is Dragon, red tattoo a stark contrast to his pallid, lined features. Seeing as his hiding spot was compromised, and that he had been caught, Sabo stands and dusts off his clothing with shaky hands. Why yes. I'm Sabo, Luffy's sworn brother. Remembering his manners, he bows. Thank you for saving my life the other day. It was nothing. I'm glad you are okay. As Sabo straightens up, he sees Dragon look around. I heard my son had 2 brothers. A corner of Sabo's lip twitches. Ace doesn't want to meet you. Sorry. Dragon just raises an eyebrow, thankfully not questioning him further. Instead, his face becomes almost melancholic. Dayton said both of you care a lot about Luffy. Thank you for being a good brother to my son. Sabo's head drops, hair hiding how his lips wobble and tears threaten to spill once more. Bandaged hands clenching to stop them from shaking. It's probably obvious to anyone who were to look at Sabo at that moment just how much Luffy's disappearance affected him. Just how close his defenses he had built were crumbling. Dragon crouches down in front of him, calloused hands gently prying his hands open so he doesn't worsen his injuries. Once that was done, one of those hands landed ever so gently on his blonde head, careful of the bandages that circle around his left side. Please find Luffy, Sabo whispers. I will. Dragon promised. So you and your brother better take care of yourselves so you'll be healthy when Luffy gets back. Especially you, since you're still recovering. Don't push yourself too hard. Luffy. I believe that he's out there, somewhere, alive. You feel it too? Sabo weakly nods. It's like, he's still here. Next to me. Dragon gives a soft smile, something that completely changes his face into something younger, happier. Just for a moment. Keep believing and having faith in him. My son will be back. And with that, Dragon is gone. Sabo blinked in shock, head whipping around to see where the man could have gone. It was like he disappeared on a gust of wind. Shrugging, Sabo shuffles his way back in the direction of the bandit's house, where he and Ace had been staying since this whole thing started. He finds Ace right where he left him, sitting on top of the wood pile on the side of the house. After climbing carefully up and sitting next to Ace, Sabo curls up once more, resting his chin on his knees. Is he gone? Sabo hums an affirmative. Good. And with that, they devolve into silence, both lost to their own thoughts. What Dragon had said still rang clearly in his head. Especially about taking care of themselves until Luffy came back. Glancing at Ace, Sabo finally notices just how much weight he had lost and how dark the bags under his eyes had gotten. He probably doesn't look much better himself, perhaps even worse if he's honest, what with him being covered in bandages and wounds that will most definitely scar. If Luffy were to see them now, he would not be happy. The thought just makes him sad, the crushing weight he feels on his chest pressing down a bit harder. Do you think they will find Luffy? Sabo asks after a moment. Ace scowls. I thought you were the smart one of us three. Don't ask such stupid questions. Of course Luffy will be back. He's our brother, and he's Luffy. Keep believing and having faith in him. Sabo lets out a shaky chuckle and leans against Ace's side. You're right. He's Luffy. Our brother. He will be back. Ace tenses under the sudden touch, but he doesn't push Sabo off, which Sabo takes as a win. But he does flick Sabo in the forehead. Don't think shit like that again. Rubbing his forehead, Sabo whines, I'm sorry. You better be, you bstrd. I know you're desperate to find Lu. We all are. Ace glances at all the bandages covering his body. But you're stupid but almost got yourself killed in your desperation, Sabo. Sabo goes to say something, but Ace holds his hand up to stop him. The vulnerable look on Ace's face, one he had never seen before, made him close his mouth. I was scared, scared I would lose you too. And I nearly did, when you didn't remember me right away. Sabo slips a hand into Ace's and looks him in the eyes. Tries to portray his remorse, sorriness, and care through his eyes. Ace sighs and bumps his forehead gently against Sabo's, a soft forgiveness and reminder that they are still brothers. The moment is broken by Sabo's stomach growling. Take care of yourselves so you'll be healthy when Luffy gets back. It was an unusually calm day on the Red Force, no storms in sight, no rival pirate crews to be seen, no marine ship off the port bow. Yasopp yells from the crow's nest. Shanks groans and gets up from where he was playing a card game with a few of his crewmates. Walking to the railing, Shanks shades his eyes with his hand and peers out across the ocean. Yep, that was definitely a marine ship. There goes his relaxing day. Any identifying information, Yasopp? Ben Beckman, first mate, calls up the mast. It's Garp's ship. A lot goes through Shanks' mind at that revelation. What was he doing in the area? Was he looking for a fight? Was he just passing by? No, Garp was definitely not passing by. Garp wouldn't pass by any pirate ship, let alone his. Could Garp finally be making good on his promise of flaying him when he heard that Shanks had been on Dawn Island all those months ago? A shiver travels down his spine. Hopefully not. Captain? Your orders. Ben gazes at him, eyebrow partially raised. Well, one way to find out what the old man wants. In any regards, Shanks was not one to back down from anything. Not even Anchor's scary bulldog of a grandfather. Let's see what he wants. What's the worst that can happen? Shanks laughs. Before the ship can even begin turning to meet the other ship halfway, a loud thud is heard on the deck behind the crew. Shanks looks over his shoulder before freezing. Hero of the Marines Garp the Fist stood on the deck, the familiar white marine coat billowing off his shoulders. But that wasn't what surprised him. No, what surprised him was something way worse. Garp wasn't smiling. And he looked serious. A pit forms in Shanks' stomach. 1,000,001 fears and worries flit through his mind as he tries to get his mouth working. When he does get his mouth working, it comes out as an uneven, what happened? Garp sighs and looks down, suddenly looking his age and then some. Luffy is missing. Shanks sits down roughly on a barrel, heart in his throat. What? Luffy has been missing for 3 months. Disappeared right out of that Dmed treehouse he and his brothers live in. And wow, that just unloaded even more questions for Shanks. Anchor had brothers? And they live in a treehouse. And why is he only hearing about his son's disappearance now? Was it the government? Ben asks. I originally thought that Senny was behind it, but he didn't know anything. Not the 5 elders either. Garp shakes his head, crossing his arms over his massive chest. He sees the question Ben is about to ask next and replies before he does, no one knows about his parentage. No ransom or threats. Random kidnapping? The Revs have searched every ship in all Blues and Grand Line, but there was no trace of him. That brat of mine even snuck into Mariewa thinking a slaver got to him. Not even a clue was found. It's like Luffy just vanished. Shanks rubs his face. F dash. How is this possible? How does a kid just vanish? He's just 7. Garp meets his eyes for the first time since stepping on the Red Force's deck. I need your help, brat. He might be in the New World and you have more pull there than I do. Shanks nods once, determined frown on his forehead. I know he's alive. I can feel it. And now that Garp mentions it, Shanks can feel it too. Like Anchor is right there next to him. Makino hung up the den with a heavy heart. Another day, another call to Garp to ask if Luffy was found. And the same answer was given. She couldn't be mad that the answer hadn't changed. She knew Garp was trying his best and was working himself just as hard as everyone else. He had even asked for help. From Shanks no less. But it still didn't stop the crushing weight on her chest or the sleepless nights. Where are you, Luffy? Makino asks the air softly. Dayton looks up from her drink. After the initial first searches of Dawn Island together, the villagers of Fusha grew to no longer be afraid of Dayton's group of bandits. Nothing like searching an island top to bottom to bring people together. They were all now regulars of Party Bar, and more frequently made the trek down the mountain into Fusha village. He's alive, Dayton states before chugging down the rest of her cup of alcohol. You feel it too, right? Makino leans an elbow on the bar, resting her cheek on her palm. I do. Garp-san says he does, too. We all feel it, that he's with us even without being here. But that's just a feeling. He's still missing, Dayton-san. Has been for 4 months. Dayton shoves her bottle of alcohol to Makino after refilling her own cup. Makino takes a swig straight from the bottle. Deciding to switch the topic before the atmosphere grows even more somber, Makino asks, what did the doctor say about Sabo's eye? Dayton glances over at her 2 charges, sitting together at a table in the corner of the bar. Both had plates of food in front of them, and while they were mostly pushing it around with their forks, they were at least eating little bits here and there. It's healing nicely, most likely thanks to Ivankov. Dayton shakes her head and steals her bottle back. As long as he keeps it clean, puts on the ointment, and changes the bandages, he will be fine. Makino nods, grateful that at least something had gone somewhat right in these past few months. Ace followed Sabo down the trail towards their treehouse, somewhere they hadn't been at all since that fateful day 5 months ago. They couldn't bear the sight of their little brother's things scattered about on the floor. Hell, the 2 couldn't even bear to sleep in there when they were missing a third of their trio, so they had taken to sleeping in the living room of the bandits' house. Dayton had made it her job to walk to the treehouse each day to see if anything had changed. Nothing ever changed. But today they would be going back themselves. All because a nasty storm had blown through last night and Sabo wanted to personally make sure that their flag was still where it should be. When they finally reached the clearing, the 2 took in the disarray that had happened in their absence. One of the shutters was completely torn off, the rope they sometimes used to climb up was tangled in some of the branches of the tree, and more than a few of their things were in the nearby trees, most likely from the wind. Thankfully, one of the few untouched things was their flag, though it would definitely be needing a fresh coat of paint soon. And then the wind blows a sound to their ears. The sound of familiar snores. Ace takes off before he can even think, Sabo hot on his heels. They clamber up the ladder, and burst through the doorway. The sight that greets them makes their tears fall and hearts sing. Because laying on the pile of blankets in the middle of the floor is their little brother. Luffy. Lou. Then they register the blood. Sabo bolts to his side to start checking for injuries, Ace crouching down into a familiar fighting stance as he roves his eyes through the treehouse and then the surrounding clearing. Ace, there's too much blood, I can't tell dash. Seeing as there was no immediate danger that popped out to him, Ace turned his eyes to his 2 brothers. Wrap him in a blanket then tie him to my back. We gotta bring him to Makino, now. Ace bit his lip as the body of his 2 light, bloody brother was deposited and then tied to his back using one of their blankets. He could feel the weak breathing against his neck and the blood already soaking through his shirt. As soon as the last knot was tied, Ace and Sabo took off towards Fusha village. Neither spoke about the tears that streaked down their cheeks. Garp answered the den immediately but sighed in disappointment upon hearing the familiar voice on the other side. Garp dash. I already said I'm on vacation, Senny. That's enough vacation for you, Garp. You have been gone for 5 months. I don't have the energy to hear this right now, I'm cut dash. Don't you dare. You know something, don't you? Red-haired Shanks suddenly became active after they reported your meeting with him 2 months ago. The revolutionaries have also gone wild ever since you left for vacation. What is the meaning of this? Senny, they didn't cause any trouble for the Marines, right? What's the point of getting worked up over this? Garp said tiredly. This is a family matter. And the Marines don't need me that much anymore, you guys can handle things on your own. Garp knew he had just made a mistake by cutting off Sengoku like that, but he seriously didn't have time for the yelling right now. He is mentally and physically exhausted. Puperu puperu puperu. Garp glared at the den on his desk, then sighed before answering the call. Garp-san. Makino? What's wrong? Garp immediately straightened up, hoping for good news. Luffy. He's here. He's back. I'm heading there now. Ace could only stare at his baby brother on the bed. Luffy was found days ago, and yet he was still unconscious. The doctor had told them that his injury was bad, but due to his devil fruit power, he was healing faster than they expected. When Ace and Sabo arrived in Fusha with Luffy covered in a blanket, almost the whole village saw them. Dayton and Makino were still in the bar. The brothers wouldn't forget how terrified both women looked when they saw Luffy on Ace's back. Brats, go eat. Dayton entered the room and sat next to Luffy's bed. I will look after him, go eat. Both started to protest, but Dayton was quick to give them a glare, and, of course, it wouldn't be enough. What if Luffy wakes up when we are not here? I'm gonna eat later. Not hungry. Dayton swore she was going to hit them so hard one of these days. Luffy wouldn't like it if you guys kept doing this to yourselves. The brats pouted, and Dayton just rolled her eyes at that. Makino is waiting, go eat. And they stood up and left. Dayton let out a tired sigh. She then looked at Luffy, and a deep frown appeared again on her face ever since the brats had found the boy. The doctor had told them that the boy was starved and beaten. Luffy's injuries were so bad. It was as if he had been badly beaten, and it also looked like an intense fight. Makino had called Garp to tell him the news. It was the first time Dayton had ever heard Garp break down. The doctor had given them a week. If Luffy was still not awake, he would need to go to the hospital. Garp would arrive in a month, and Dragon was still on his way. How is he? Makino asked, as she sat next to Dayton. The same. Makino's lips pursed, hugging her knees as she stared at Luffy on the bed. He will wake up, right? He's Luffy, Garp's grandson, and Dragon's son, of course, he will. Makino smiled, yet it couldn't hide the worried frown on her face. Ace and Sabo stared at Luffy. Luffy stared back at them with confusion on his face. And then he smiled, smiling so big that it almost blinded them. Shishishi. Ace, Sabo, I had a very weird long dream. Luffy threw himself at them, and both were ready to catch him in their arms. Luffy laughed again, and he sounded so happy. Ace and Sabo couldn't help but feel so relieved. They gently hugged Luffy's bandaged body as their baby brother happily wrapped his arms around them. Oh, I missed you guys so much. Luffy whispered to them and pulled away to look at their faces. He stared long at Sabo, gently touching his big brother's burnt, scarred eyes. His head tilted to the side as he kept staring. Sabo, what happened? Sabo only smiled, shaking his head. An incident happened, I'm fine now. Ace snorted at him, and Sabo elbowed him for that. It then quickly turned into a fight. Luffy's worried face turned back to a big grin. Shishishi, you guys are still the same. Their argument stopped when they heard Luffy's voice, and Luffy was again hugging them. They returned the hug and stayed, for they didn't even care how long. Having their little brother back in their arms felt so good, and they really missed him. But the guilt was still there, burning painfully from inside. Lou, you got everyone worried, Ace whispered. We are really worried. Eh? Is that because I slept too long? Luffy asked. It's a shame I don't remember my dream. Ace and Sabo glanced at each other. You don't remember? Sabo asked. Luffy pulled away again, and both groaned at that, feeling not enough of the hug. I don't remember anything, and it felt like a dream but Luffy looked down at his body, pouting. Ace, Sabo, it hurts everywhere. They were quick to comfort him, pulling him into their arms again, gently caressing and patting his head. Dayton and Makino were actually there, watching them. They heard Ace scream to them that Luffy's awake, but none of them dared to disturb them at the moment, so both just watched in silence with Makino quietly crying beside Dayton. Luffy almost fell asleep in his brother's comforting arms but was fully awake when his stomach growled loudly. He pouted again and just in seconds, his body fell completely limp. Hungry, he whined. Ace and Sabo glanced at the door and met eyes with Makino and Dayton. Makino was quick to leave and immediately ordered the bandits in her bar to help her deliver the food to Luffy's room. In just 5 minutes, the room was already filled with variations of food, especially meat. Luffy immediately stuffed his face, thanking Makino and everyone for the food. Slow down, Luffy, Makino smiled, watching the boy take another bite and then another without stopping. It's all yours. Luffy beamed. Really? Thanks, Makino. Sabo thought Ace looked weird when he was smiling softly, but he wouldn't tease him for that, of course. Luffy's finally back, and it felt so right and complete now. Right? Dragon arrived just a day after and immediately went to his son's room, only to find Luffy sleeping with his brothers by his side. Makino was there too, on the floor with her head resting on the bed, also sleeping. He doesn't remember, Dayton told him. Dragon scowled. Doesn't remember? Dayton nodded. He said he had a long, weird dream, but he also doesn't remember what he was dreaming about. What's the doctor saying? Dayton whipped out the piece of paper. Dissociative amnesia, likely that's what the doctor said. Stress reaction experiences resulting in denial and an impaired memory. The doctor said he might suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder too. He still needs to be treated and will be under doctor's care for another few weeks. Luffy. Dragon rubbed his face. When will father arrive? Less than a week from now, Dayton looked at the man. You're gonna stay? Dragon nodded. I will wait until Luffy wakes up, then leave. I can't overstay or it will lead to another disaster. Alright. There's a room already prepared by Makino. You can stay there. Don't stop me, Sabo. We can't leave them alone in their dash. Sabo punched Ace's head hard enough that it almost sent Ace to the hard floor. He glared at his so-called big brother, and Ace glared back at him. What was that for? Ace barked, ready to attack, but Sabo was quick to dodge. Calm the F down, will you, Sabo hissed. Dragon is Luffy's dad. A dad that dash, Sabo hit him on the head again, not as hard as before. Shut up, Ace, and follow me. Luffy chuckled as he listened to Ace and Sabo behind the door. Ace, of course, would act like that. Luffy laughed again. Dragon stared at his son, who was sitting on the bed and laughing happily. He was glad to see Luffy smiling like this, but it was still concerning how his son acted like nothing happened to him in the past 5 months. Was he really in denial? Dad. Luffy called, now gazing up at his tall father. Shishishi, we don't look the same at all. Dragon was taken aback when Luffy suddenly launched at him and wrapped an arm around his neck. He hesitantly placed his hand on his son's back. It was already surprising when Luffy called him dad. Son, Dragon let out a shaky breath. I'm so happy that you're fine. Shishishi. Sabo told me that you also searched for me. Thank you, Luffy said softly. I don't remember what happened, though. But I believe I had a good dream, but I can't remember the dream anymore. It's good, Dragon said, pulling away as he stared back at the big adorable brown eyes staring back at him. As long as you're safe now, it's fine. Luffy giggled, cupping Dragon's big face in his small palm. You're gonna leave? Dragon slowly nodded. I'm sorry. I can't stay for too long. I just came to see you. It's okay. Luffy hugged him back, now tighter than before. I'm happy to know that I actually have a dad. Shishishi. We will meet again, one day, son. Right. Dragon smiled, sitting on the bed with Luffy placed comfortably on his lap. Luffy, is there anything that you want? What do you aim for, son? Shishishi, of course, I do. But can we eat now? I'm hungry, he whined, and Dragon could only softly laugh at that. I will tell Makino. Yosh. Garp came to dawn fully prepared. He brought lots of meat, snacks, shirts, and toys from the last island for his grandsons. Garp was beyond glad to see that Luffy was almost completely healed, but the brat acted so normal and odd at the same time, it concerned him. He received the doctor's report from Dayton after spending time and dropping off all his gifts to his grandsons. They were so happy when they received the unexpected gifts. Shanks wanted to come here after I told him that Luffy is back, Garp smirked. I'm glad that he made a promise with Luffy. It's such joyful music when I heard his defeated whine to Beckman. Makino laughed while Dayton and Whoop Slap snorted. Captain Shanks can call Luffy. I'm sure Luffy is happy to hear his voice again, Makino suggested. I will give Luffy a den then, Garp said. Shanks had helped, and he knew the brat cared for Luffy. He deserved to hear his grandson's voice, at least. Anyway, about Sabo, Garp's face turned serious. Those celestial assholes, Dayton huffed, annoyed. They almost killed him, and Dragon saved him. Garp let out a sigh. I heard a noble ordered a bunch of pirates to burn down Grey Terminal. Dragon told me he managed to save most of the people. Dayton nodded. He was here to see me, but that happened. The noble is Sabo's father, Makino said. Dayton's men told us, and Sabo still didn't know. Those stupid noble parents definitely believed that their son was dead on that day, Whoop Slap muttered. Garp sighed again. The boys are not allowed to go to Grey Terminal and the towns anymore. Look after them for me. Don't worry, Garp-san. After what happened, they won't go there for at least a few years. Right. I hope so. Shanks. Anchor. Luffy. Shishishi, Shanks, everyone. I missed you guys. Luffy laughed even more when he heard a few more cries on the other side. Everyone sounded happy and talked at the same time, making it hard to know who was talking. How are you, Anchor? I'm good. Luffy cheered happily. But I'm already hungry. Da ha ha ha, that is so you. Luffy. Lucky Roo. I missed you. Miss you too, Luffy. Luffy, how are you? Beckman. Shishishi, I'm fine. I'm stronger now too. Oh really, Shanks teased. So tell us how strong you are now. Shishishi, I can. After hours of calling. Is Luffy serious? Yasop asked. Luffy can't lie for sheet, Hango stated, bewildered. And that's why this is very concerning. Knowing Luffy, he would call it mystery power or any silly name like that. But he clearly knew the name and even admitted he was good at it, Lucky Roo added. What happened to Anchor? Shanks rubbed his face. Ben could only sigh. Let's ask Garp later. Luffy even knows Conqueror Haki. And he's just barely 8. Luffy was 8. Ace and Sabo were 11. How did you do that? Ace asked, watching how Luffy's hand turned from black to normal again. Shishishi. It's called Haki. Luffy stated, grinning widely. I don't know, but I somehow can do it. Luffy, you're stronger, Sabo whispered, but his brothers could hear him. You can even dodge us easily like you can read our minds. Right. It somehow looks familiar, you know, Ace frowned as he tried to remember something. Like Gramps. Sabo shouted, and Ace immediately agreed. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy immediately looked at their grandpa who was sitting on the log, observing them. Garp had a deep frown on his face. He looked up at Luffy. How do you know Haki, Luffy? Luffy made a thinking pose. They watched him as his face turned red, then smoke came out from his ears. Ace and Sabo would think it was adorable if they didn't worry for their little brother's poor brain. After a while, Luffy smiled as if he had already gotten an answer. Yup. I don't know. Garp facepalmed, and his brothers burst out laughing. That's our Luffy, Sabo said with a fond smile as he shared a glance with Ace. However, even if he and Ace didn't show it, they were actually worried about Luffy. After all, none of them knew what actually happened to Luffy in those 5 months. For Luffy to suddenly get stronger really concerned the 3 of them. Luffy was 10, while Ace and Sabo were 13. Garp was watching them training with Dragon by his side. Ace and Sabo were very good at Haki after a year and a half of training, while Luffy. He was beyond great, it was crazy for a kid of such age. He not only mastered 3 types of Haki but also advanced forms of them. They are very strong. I can't stay here anymore, Garp sighed. Knowing these brats, I'm sure they will start sailing anytime soon. Dragon snorted. Luffy told me they made a promise to set sail when they are finally 17. But I guess you're right. Sabo came to me to ask if he could join the revolutionary early. Garp rubbed his face, feeling headaches coming. After what happened to his 3 grandsons, Garp didn't have the heart to tell them to join the Marines anymore, so he just let them chase their dream, and that meant letting them be criminals. Why don't you take them with you? Garp suggested. I believe you won't give them a dangerous mission, and from what we see right now, these 3 are strong enough for the Grand Line. Dragon frowned at that. It's dangerous for them. Yes, they used Haki, but they are still kids, and Luffy is just 10. I don't mean now, Garp huffed, half glaring at his son. But, what's wrong with that? They can handle themselves. Dragon groaned. Seriously, you're crazy. Bwahahaha. Garp smirked. Luffy told me to ask you that. Guess he was getting bored here. And it seems like they heard us. Dragon snapped his head to the 3 who, in fact, were listening to them. They had big grins with pleading eyes, and Dragon immediately felt a headache coming. DMN, old man. Makino had threatened Dragon when she found out what Dragon promised the boys. She was not happy with it, especially when Luffy was still very young. Apparently, Dragon had promised the boys to take them to the revolutionary base when Luffy turned 12. When Luffy's age hit 12, Dragon wondered why the time was moving so fast, and he honestly half regretted it. The boys were with him now, on his ship that was hidden inside the storm, heading to the Revolutionary Army's base. Makino cried so much when she had to be separated from the boys. Dayton looked sad, despite her best efforts to hide it. Guess they both really were fond of them after what had happened. How are you guys training so far? Dragon asked them during lunchtime. It's great. Ace and Sabo are very good now with their Haki. Luffy answered from on his lap. His son was currently on his lap, eating his lunch. I see, Dragon nodded. Then his face turned very serious. Listen, boys, the Grand Line is very dangerous, especially the second half. I understand you 3 are stronger now, but be careful. Ace, Sabo, I trust both of you to look after Luffy. The older brothers nodded, their faces serious. Well, they don't look that promising with their faces covered with food like that. Dragon sighed. We will protect Luffy. Luffy is our #1 priority, so don't worry about that, Dragon-san. Dragon nodded, aware that the older brothers were not just talk but action. Luffy, still on his lap, cheered proudly saying how cool and amazing his older brothers are. They really love each other, and Dragon's so proud to see their bond. His son is not lonely, and that's what is important for him. When the 3 new recruits were introduced, Koala immediately noticed how the commanders and veteran revolutionaries seemed unusually interested in them, especially the teenager in the straw hat. At first, she didn't think much of it. That is, until she saw how the 3 ate. Lacking in manners and devouring their food like wild jungle kids, they somehow managed to turn the entire eating hall into a lively, chaotic scene. Koala thought that would be the extent of it. Then the universe proved her wrong. The revolutionaries were training, and the 3 joined for the first time. She already knew they were strong from the moment she saw them, but this was beyond her expectations. Ace and Sabo fought like seasoned warriors, their movements far too smooth for 15-year-olds. Their Haki was exceptional, both observation and armament honed to a degree that suggested years of mastery. They couldn't quite defeat the likes of Kuma or Ivankov, but they tore through dozens of stronger revolutionaries with ease. What impressed Koala even more was how they never slacked off, listening intently to every word the commanders said, absorbing every lesson like sponges. And then there was Luffy. Koala wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. At 12 years old, not only had he mastered all 3 forms of Haki, but he had also unlocked their advanced applications. That alone was enough to shake her. But what completely floored her was how close he came to actually defeating Kuma and Ivankov. He's literally still a kid. Koala had underestimated the youngest. He looked small, almost scrawny compared to his brothers, but the sheer power he wielded was terrifying. It left her with a lot of questions. Especially about Luffy. A 12-year-old didn't just become that strong out of nowhere. Possessing Conqueror's Haki meant something, it always did. There had to be a story behind it, one she wasn't sure she wanted to know. She never got the chance to ask. Weeks later, the revelation came crashing down on her in the most unexpected way. "Dad." Koala blinked. Luffy ran straight to Dragon. She blinked again. Luffy dragged Dragon to a seat and promptly settled himself on the man's lap. She blinked harder. Then she snapped. "Dad? Dragon-san is your dad?" She pointed at them, momentarily forgetting that she was yelling at her own boss. "Yup." Luffy grinned, his signature shishishi laughter making it all the more infuriating. Koala slumped into her chair, absolutely reeling. She wasn't the only one. Half the eating hall looked like their brains had short-circuited. It suddenly made sense why the commanders had known Luffy from the start. They definitely knew about this. Wait. Her eyes snapped to the other 2 brothers across from her. They were still eating. Surprisingly, they had become much calmer compared to when they first arrived. Ace caught her staring and smirked. He knew exactly what she was thinking. Koala had never wanted to punch someone so badly in her life. "We're not brothers by blood," Sabo spoke up, and the entire room fell silent. "We're sworn brothers. Luffy is Dragon-san's biological son." Koala exhaled sharply. Truthfully, she had doubted their relation before. Ace and Sabo looked nothing alike. But both of them resembled Luffy so much that she had eventually stopped questioning it. Her gaze drifted back to Luffy and Dragon. For the first time in her years with the Revolutionary Army, Koala saw an expression she never thought she'd witness. Dragon was smiling. It wasn't his usual smirk or restrained amusement. It was soft, warm, and unmistakably fond as he looked at Luffy. Koala sat back, completely blown away. Dragon-san really made that kind of face at someone. Luffy was really his son. Fing great. Luffy was 13, and Ace and Sabo were 16. Koala had been assigned to the same group as the trio, and after months of working with them, she had come to a clear conclusion: this was the worst thing that had ever happened to her since joining the Revolutionary Army. But, as always, the universe loved proving her wrong. It wasn't the worst at all. In fact, against all logic, every mission went unexpectedly well. "A, we're leaving. Take L with you. K and I will wait on our ship." "What? We're leaving already? But I'm still not done with them," saw S. "Right. We still haven't burned their whole base yet." Sabo sighed, while Koala chuckled beside him. The two never changed, even after completing dozens of missions together. "Fine. Just hurry up before we get caught." "Shishishi. Hey, let's bring hell to them." "They never change," Koala remarked, amused. Sabo shot her a sharp look. "You're getting used to this, K." "Well, I guess I am," Koala admitted, shrugging. "No point worrying. What's important is that we finish the mission." Sabo smirked at that. "You just haven't seen how reckless and crazy A and L can be. I've had to bribe them with mountains of meat, especially L, to keep them from doing anything too reckless." Koala blinked. "They're that bad?" Sabo just laughed. "Lucky you, don't you think?" Before Koala could respond. "Shishishi, we're back." "What the F dash?" "Ah?" Koala nearly fell over as she and Sabo turned pale with shock. Standing there, grinning like maniacs, were Ace and Luffy. "This ain't FING right, we are still on a mission." Ace smirked, looking far too amused at their reactions. "What are you guys talking about?" Luffy asked as he jumped over the railing, Ace right behind him. Sabo sighed, rubbing his temple. "I thought you two were still busy destroying the base." "We're done," Ace replied, immediately moving to lift the anchor while Sabo took the helm. "They sent warships this way. I heard from someone hiding in the basement, so we hurried out." "Warships? Again?" Koala, who had finally calmed down, glanced between the brothers. "They sent 2 admirals this time," Ace smirked. "Looks like the Marines have really had enough of us. We've become their biggest threat now." As their ship began to move, Koala took her position at the helm while Ace and Sabo worked on the sails. "Location?" she asked. "Right to our base," Sabo confirmed. Then, "Guys," Luffy called, instantly drawing their attention. "They don't know, right?" Sabo jumped down and ruffled Luffy's hair. "Don't worry, L. They don't know our names, and more importantly, we used masks." "Why the sudden question?" Luffy frowned slightly. "Marines wouldn't send both warships and admirals just because we raided and destroyed their base. Are they planning a buster call?" A heavy silence settled over them. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances. Koala noticed it immediately, the way their eyes sharpened, the way their postures tensed. Because Luffy shouldn't have known that term. He never paid attention in their classes. Ever. The only reason he even passed lessons was because Ace and Sabo drilled things into his head when necessary. Yet here he was, bringing up something he shouldn't have known. And he had said it so easily. Ace casually draped an arm over Luffy's shoulder. "That's why we need to leave right away. If we're gone, they won't risk it." "A is right," Sabo added with a smile, though his eyes still held a hint of something else. "Anyway, L, how do you know about Buster Call?" Luffy tilted his head, his face blank with confusion. "I think I heard about it long ago." Silence. Ace and Sabo frowned, their expressions darkening in an instant. Koala didn't even realize she was frowning too. What did he mean by long ago? A strange wave of sadness washed over her, but she pushed it away before she could dwell on it. "I'm hungry," Luffy suddenly pouted, effectively shattering the tension. "Right. Of course you are," Sabo chuckled, shaking his head. "I'll prepare food. Hey, go help K." "I know, you don't have to remind me," Ace grumbled, only to get a smack to the head from Sabo. "Shishishi. You guys are funny." Sengoku rubbed his temple, feeling a headache coming on. It had been months since he started receiving the same reports over and over. Revolutionaries raiding marine bases across Paradise and the New World. And to make matters worse, the reports always contained the same details. What was stolen? What was destroyed? And, most frustrating of all, who was responsible? The problem was, they didn't know the real identities of the 4 masked revolutionaries. All they had were vague descriptions: 4 new recruits, teenagers, ridiculously strong for their age. If it were just that, the 5 elders wouldn't have paid much attention. But 2 months ago, one of them, Red Mask, caught their interest. Sengoku himself had to admit that the boy was dangerous. No, frightening. It was his Haki. Possessing Conqueror's Haki at such a young age was already enough to put them on high alert, though, admittedly, they didn't even know his real age. More importantly, he was in the Revolutionary Army. Meaning, in just a few years, he could become a major threat. And the other 2, Orange Mask and Blue Mask, weren't much better. They were strong enough to rival high-ranking Marines, maybe even vice-admirals. But what confused Sengoku the most was why the 5 elders were so fixated on Red Mask. For him, it was the kid's Haki. But for them, it was something else, something about the devil fruit he supposedly possessed. A devil fruit Sengoku had never even heard about. There had been no reports of Red Mask using any abilities connected to a devil fruit, and yet, somehow, the 5 elders knew he had one. And that was troubling. Stole our important documents that were supposed to be sent to Marineford by tomorrow. Sengoku scowled, waving off the Marine captain as soon as the report ended. Then, "Bwahahaha. They did it again. Those brats are unstoppable." Sengoku glared at Garp. That old BSTRD was doing nothing to help and everything to worsen his stress. "You sent Sakazuki and Borsalino, and yet both came back empty-handed," Garp said, still grinning as he munched on his rice cracker. "Orange Mask, Blue Mask, Red Mask, Pink Mask. A.S.L.K. The dragon sure knew how and where to find these monsters." Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk. "Your monster son is a headache, Garp. The 5 elders are demanding we capture Red Mask, and I don't even know the real reason." Garp raised an eyebrow at that, then grinned even wider. "You know I'm not helping with the revs, Senny. And besides," he laughed. What's the point of stressing over something you know is impossible? Sengoku let out a long, tired sigh, slumping back in his chair. DMN it. Garp was right. The Revolutionary Army was an enigma. They had spent years just trying to confirm Dragon's identity, let alone the others, and now, just when they thought they had a grasp on things, 4 teenagers appeared out of nowhere, shaking the entire world. Capture them? Sengoku knew better. It wasn't going to happen. What's wrong, Dad? Luffy walked over to Dragon's desk, plopping down in front of him. His straw hat was back on his head, something he had put on the moment he returned from his mission. Something was bothering his father. The air in the office was tense, heavy in a way that made Luffy uncomfortable. But instead of leaving, he stayed, choosing to wait until Dragon calmed down. Dragon finally exhaled, leaning back in his chair. Your grandfather called me this morning. His sharp eyes met Luffy's softer ones. It's about you. Luffy hummed in acknowledgement, resting his head on his folded arms atop the desk. You're worried? Of course, son. Why wouldn't I be? Luffy grinned. Right. He sat up, reaching out to hold his father's hand. So, what do I do? Dragon frowned. What? I know, Dad. I'm getting their attention because of all the missions I did, right? If they find out I'm your son, it'll be dangerous for me. Dragon stiffened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had spent years trying to understand Luffy, and yet, moments like these made him feel like he knew nothing about his own son. For Luffy to bluntly say something like that, it was so in character, yet at the same time, it wasn't. For FS' sake, Luffy was still 13. And somehow, Dragon knew he could feel that his son understood far too much. Luffy was never stupid. But he wasn't supposed to be this aware. And the way he said it? As if he had experienced it before. Dad? Dragon snapped out of his thoughts and sighed, tightening his grip on Luffy's hand. Lu, I'm sorry. Luffy blinked. For what? To answer your question, there's nothing for you to do. Just keep going as you are. Your life is in danger now, but... Dragon exhaled sharply, his voice turning firm. I know you wouldn't want me to control your life. So, please, Lu, be careful. Take care of yourself. Luffy's lips curled into a bright, confident smile. Of course. After all, I'm Luffy, your son. Dragon huffed a quiet laugh. Right. My stubborn son just like his father. Shishishi. Luffy was 14. Ace had finally set sail, starting his journey as a pirate from Fusha village. His mask safely stored in his room back at the revolutionary base. Sabo had officially become a Revolutionary Army commander. He no longer went on missions under the guise of his mask. Luffy, however, chose a different path. He began traveling from island to island alone, sometimes assisting in revolutionary missions, but always keeping his identity hidden beneath his mask. Shanks immediately sobered up the moment Yasopp mentioned seeing Luffy on the same island where the Red Hair pirates were staying. Where? Where's Anchor? Shanks frantically spun around, eyes darting across the bustling port as if expecting to see a small figure in a straw hat. Forgetting, completely, that he could just use observation Haki to find Luffy. Ben sighed as he approached. He left a few minutes ago. What? But I wanted to see Anchor. Shanks dropped to his knees, wailing dramatically. Captain, you brought this on yourself, Lucky Roo huffed, clearly disappointed as well. You made a promise, remember? Now he doesn't want to see us until he's a great pirate. Shanks sobbed into his hands, mumbling anchor, anchor, like a man mourning a lost treasure. Ben could already feel the headache creeping in. That was close. Luffy sighed in relief as he rowed his small boat farther away from the island. No wonder I felt a familiar Haki, it was them, after all. He let the oars rest, lying back with a wide grin. Well then, let's see where you take me, he muttered, watching the sky as his boat rocked gently with the waves. Marco strode toward his father, newspaper in hand. Whitebeard raised a brow at his son's expression. Whatever it was, it must have been serious. Speak, son. I won't know what's bothering you if you don't. Tell me. Marco huffed and placed the newspaper down. Remember the masked revs we've been seeing in the papers, Yua? That got Whitebeard's attention immediately. It wasn't often that something intrigued him, especially if it wasn't about pirates. But those revolutionaries, especially Red Masked, had caught his eye. It wasn't just because of their feats. It was the Haki. The Red Masked Rev was too young to have Conqueror's Haki. And even stranger, why was someone that young in the Revolutionary Army to begin with? They appeared again? Whitebeard asked. Marco shook his head. Not exactly, Yua. But a few weeks ago, some reporters caught glimpses of Red Mask, not on a mission, just wandering around islands. Alone. That is strange, Thatch mused, appearing beside them with Haruta. They all disappeared for a while, and when we finally hear about them again, it's only him. Whitebeard frowned, deep in thought. Something wasn't right. Pops. Namor suddenly dashed toward them, looking stressed. What is it, son? It's about Fire Fist Ace. The rookie who wants to challenge you. Luffy was enjoying the view way too much. This place had so much food, and everything was delicious too. He never thought he'd find another place like this. It was like a paradise for pirates. But something felt wrong. He was on a mission, right? Then why was he alone? His dad and Sabo would never let him go on a mission by himself, especially to a land owned by a warlord. Luffy walked down the street, blending in with the crowd. He was in disguise as an innocent-looking kid, something he knew for sure he wouldn't have done on his own. Someone must have helped him dress up. Before he could think more about it, his den mushy rang in his pocket. Lu here. Luffy. Sabo's voice came through, tense and urgent. Where are you right now? Dress, Ruba. Luffy tilted his head, struggling to remember the name. It's Dressrosa, Lu, Sabo corrected, then paused. Please tell me you're not alone. I am. Luffy replied cheerfully. It's odd, though. Why am I alone? Exactly. We would never send you on a mission alone. Sabo sounded beyond stressed now. Anyway, did you find anything? Nope. Everything looks fine and fun. There are lots of toys on the street, it's cool. You should come here, Sabo. Of course you'd find it cool. The Den let out a soft chuckle, and Luffy grinned. We'll be escorting another team there to investigate. You don't have to take part in this mission anymore if you don't want to. There really doesn't seem to be anything happening here. Then, I'm just gonna enjoy myself before leaving. Okay, but don't forget to contact us like our older brother. Shishishi. Okay, Sabo. Shanks. Anchor. Shishishi. Already missing me, Shanks? Shanks huffed, and Luffy could see the Den mushy rolling its eyes. I can't believe you ran away from us a month ago. It's already hard enough to get through to your Den, so you should know how I'm feeling, Anchor. Shanks sounded like he was sulking. Luffy Shishishi yet again, finding Shanks funny. We made a promise. I won't see you until I become the great pirate. And it's not my fault that I landed on an island with no connection. It's your fault. Why would you go to an island with no connection? The last time we spoke was, like, 3 months ago. Luffy could see the Den snail making pouty lips, and he couldn't help but laugh again. Don't laugh. Shanks is acting like Ace and Sabo. So funny. Luffy kept laughing until tears formed at the corners of his eyes. Wow, Shanks seriously made that face. Grandpa would love it if I tell him this. Shanks gasped. Don't tell Garp. And stop laughing, Anchor. Despite his words, he was smiling fondly. Hearing that laugh was enough to brighten his days. Shanks tried to ignore his crew, especially Ben, who was obviously eavesdropping. His crew's laughter mixed with Luffy's, and he just sighed. Is Shanks free right now? If you do something, you might be able to forget about me, you know. What does that mean? I will never forget you, you know that. Right. Shanks is just like Dad. But seriously, what are you up to now, Shanks? Shanks hummed, leaning comfortably against the railing. Nothing much. Just planning to scare some Marines, then claim a few islands. Is that so? Then could I ask Shanks a favor? You know I'll do anything for you, Anchor. Luffy giggled at that before his voice and face turned serious. There's an island in danger because of the celestial BSTRDS. They're very poor. I could just ask Dad, but the revolutionaries are dealing with 2 islands right now, possibly a target of a buster call. Shanks tensed. The entire deck went silent. Buster call? Why? I just figured out the reason. One of the 2 islands has rich minerals, but the world government doesn't want the world to know about it, so a buster call was ordered. The other one, it's mainly because of me. What do you mean by that, Luffy? Shanks rarely called him by name unless he was angry. Luffy realized it immediately. He had done the same when Luffy told him he was joining the revolutionaries. Shanks had been against it, saying Luffy was too young for the work. They argued, and in the end, Shanks admitted defeat. Why would you blame yourself? Luffy sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. He looked around, nothing but the vast sea. I helped the people there before, and now they treat me like I'm their god. The world government found out? Shanks sighed on the other end. You do know that's not your fault. I know, but if we revolutionaries hadn't found out about the buster call. Luffy. Sorry. Luffy smiled. Anyway, Shanks, about the island I told you about, can you put it under your protection? Well, if you remember the island's name or its coordinates. No, I don't remember either. Anchor, how am I supposed to claim that island now? Shishishi. Don't worry, I already asked one of the revs to deliver you the eternal pose for it. There was a brief pause before Shanks burst into laughter. Becoming a revolutionary really made you smart, huh? Luffy frowned. Is that an insult? Nope, I'm proud of you. Luffy blinked, then grinned widely. They ended up talking for hours, only stopping when Shanks heard soft snores coming from the den mushi in his hand. Luffy had just gotten scolded by Sabo, and now he was hungry. He'd forgotten to take off his mask and hide under his cloak after his mission. Now, thanks to that, the Marines were trying to track him down again. Sabo was furious. Sabo worries too much, Luffy pouted, walking down the street, following the scent of food. Food, oh. Found you, food. He entered a small restaurant, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Welcome, sir. I want a secluded table. Sir, do you have money? Luffy grinned under his mask and pulled out a noble's pendant that Sabo had given him, showing it to the owner. Oh, my, it's so rude of me. Welcome, sir. I will show you to the table. The owner hurriedly led the way, and Luffy followed. I'm sorry, sir, but the people of this island are poor, so we don't have much to serve. Shishishi. It's fine. I just want food. A few moments later. He's gone, the waitress shouted, staring at the now empty table. Wait, no way. The owner collapsed onto the floor, face pale. Their supplies were nearly gone, all to serve this noble. He'd found it odd that a noble would visit such a poor island, but he hadn't questioned it since they needed the money. You said he's a noble, boss. Oh, wait. What is it? He left something. Holy shit, boss, this is a bar of gold. No, there's two. Luffy was about to leave when Kuma suddenly appeared on his small boat. Kuma-san, you scared me. Sorry, Lou, Kuma chuckled. Luffy tilted his head, confused. What are you doing here, Kuma-san? Did Dad and Sabo send you? Kuma laughed. No, of course not. Luffy pouted but quickly brightened. Are you here to see me? Kuma smiled, nodding. I couldn't help but worry about you. Oh, please. You're just like Dad, Ace, and Sabo. I'm not a kid anymore. Luffy huffed, crossing his arms. You're important to me, Lou, Kuma said softly. I was actually on my way to the base after visiting my daughter. You have a daughter? Yes, I do, Kuma chuckled. Don't tell anyone, okay? Okay. Shishishi. Kuma gazed at the boy in front of him, the kid he had grown fond of, the kid he wanted to protect. He sighed, remembering he had business with Dragon after this. Luffy, I know you say you'll be fine, but please take care of yourself, Kuma said. I have to go. Dragon is waiting. Okay. You take care too, Kuma-san. Kuma smiled, patting the teen's head. As he disappeared, Luffy's usual smile faded, replaced by a scowl. Luffy sat with Sabo in a restaurant, devouring his food. They had just wrapped up a mission. Wanna come back to base with me? Sabo asked between bites of meat. Luffy shook his head, his cheeks full. Was planning to, but Dad came to see me yesterday, so I think not. Sabo hummed in acknowledgement. The others miss you, you know. Even Koala really wants to see you. Shishishi, I miss them too. I miss Kochan. Then come with me? Just for a few days? To Sabo's surprise, Luffy nodded. Well, I'm done with my travels. Gonna stay at the base until I'm ready to set sail. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Sabo narrowed his eyes. Lou, what exactly have you been doing on your travels, besides your missions with the Revs? Shishishi. Nothing. Just an adventure. Sabo knows how much I hate staying in one place. Right, of course, I know. I just want to make sure, you know. Luffy tilted his head playfully. Is Sabo worried about me? Sabo gasped dramatically, pressing a hand to his chest. Of course. You're my precious baby brother. Luffy giggled. He almost wanted to tell Sabo the truth, that he had been searching for someone named Nico Robin. He had overheard Dad mention her before and decided to track her down himself. But even after nearly a year, he hadn't found a single trace of her. Searching for Nico Robin meant exposing himself to the world government, and if Sabo knew, he'd be freaking out. Everyone in the Revs knew that the Marines always found a way to track Robin. That was exactly why they wanted to protect her and why they wouldn't want Luffy anywhere near her. Even after all these years, Ace and Sabo were still ridiculously protective of him. They knew he was strong, very strong, but it didn't stop them from worrying. Lou, you little sheet. Get back here. Shishishi, the hair looks good on you, Max. You brat. What do you mean it looks good on me? Pink is the ugliest color ever. Hey now, pink is cute. Koala suddenly appeared, pouting at the insult to her favorite color. And Luffy's right. Pink looks good on you. Max looked guilty for a second under Koala's pout, but then he blinked before beaming. Really? It looks good, hey. No way. He scowled. I'm a revolutionary, Koala-san. I can't have pink hair. Eh? But Iva-chan's hair is purple, and he's a revolutionary. That's different, Lou. Max barked. Come down here right this instant. Luffy somehow ended up on top of the base's roof. No. Max is scary when he's angry. Koala sighed, rubbing her forehead while Max glared daggers at the boy. The audacity. You always prank me the most. Shishishi, that's because Max is the funniest when he's angry. Koala. No, Max. Please. No. Just one time. Sabo will kill you. Max dramatically flopped to the ground, groaning. He's a menace. You're lucky Sabo's the scariest, Lou. And you're lucky I love you. Otherwise, I'd actually kill your butt. Shishishi. Max is so funny. Max's hair is pink. Did Lou prank him again? Koala chuckled. He was bored, and everyone else was busy, so he decided to prank a few people. Sabo blinked. Max wasn't the only one. Yeah, but luckily, the color will fade in a day. The others gave up chasing him. They'd never catch Lou anyway. Right. It had been 6 months since they lost contact with Ace. Then, at last, they got word. Ace was on Whitebeard's ship. Sabo insisted on coming along, despite having work to do. Luffy ended up scolding him for it. Don't be sad, big brother. Luffy hugged him, feeling Sabo flinch, probably surprised that Luffy called him big brother instead of just Sabo. I know Ace is fine, but I still want to check. I'm sorry, Lou. It's just hard for me. Sabo rubbed his face. Yes, I admit I'm worried about letting you go alone. But Whitebeard is a pirate. He's not like those scum pirates, but he's still a pirate, a Yonko, at that. You think he'll hurt me? Yes, no, I don't know. We don't know what happened to Ace, and now you want to go there alone. This. Shishishi. I'll be okay. Luffy hugged him again before walking out of the base. He'll be okay, came Dragon's voice. Sabo barely turned. He's Luffy. He knows what he's doing. Sabo let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. I'm pathetic. I know Ace is fine. That idiot can take care of himself. But Luffy, it's just hard. Not to worry about him. I understand. Yes. Dragon understood. Whitebeard stared down at the brat standing before him. The brat stared right back. Not a single one of his sons or commanders had noticed the boy sneaking onto the ship. That alone was shocking. But what struck Whitebeard more was how cheeky the brat was. Old man. You're so big. The boy's eyes sparkled. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. Why do they call you Whitebeard when you don't even have a beard? Why not White Mustache? Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a name, brat. There's no meaning behind it. That's stupid. The brat plopped down on the deck. Anyway, you look so cool, giant old man. Gurarara. Is that so? Yes. Shishishi. Whitebeard leaned forward, studying him. This kid wasn't ordinary. Even though he was trying to suppress it, Whitebeard could feel the absurdly strong aura rolling off him. Something about it made him pause. What's your name, brat? Shishishi. They told me not to say it until I set sail next year, but whatever, the boy grinned up at him. His smile was so bright, so innocent that it almost hurt to look at. You already saw my face, so there's no point hiding it. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Whitebeard laughed. What an interesting brat. And he's a D. What brought you here, brat? Luffy frowned. I already told you my name. Whitebeard smirked. You're still a brat. Now answer my question. I'm here to see my brother. He was last seen on this ship. Oh? A brother, you say? Where is he? Whitebeard relaxed, taking a swig from his sake jug. Which one is your brother? What's his name? Whitebeard had already guessed, but he wanted confirmation. Portgas D. Ace. Whitebeard smiled. He's fine. Luffy studied him for a moment, then nodded. Is that so? He grinned. I was wondering why he didn't contact us, but you said he's fine, so I believe you, Giant Asen. Whitebeard blinked, caught off guard. This brat, trusted too easily. Wait. He was Ace's brother. That meant he was already family, right? Pops. Both Whitebeard and Luffy turned. Marco was walking toward them, frowning. I was wondering who you were talking to. Who's this, you are? He's been on the ship for a while now. Didn't feel his presence at all. Marco shook his head, eyeing the cloaked kid up and down. Chubby cheeks, a crescent scar under one eye. Young. Not dangerous. But still. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I will become the king of the pirates. Marco's jaw dropped. Oh. He was loud. And he had just gotten everyone's attention. Ace had just finished eating lunch when he noticed something unusual. Almost no one was around. He frowned, sensing that something was happening, but before he could think too much about it, he stopped in his tracks. A very familiar Haki had washed over him. His frown deepened as he continued walking toward the upper deck. Marco didn't know how to handle this situation. There was a stranger on deck, talking casually with their pops, as if he belonged there. If it weren't for the fact that Whitebeard was smiling laughing, Marco was certain the entire crew would be on edge. After all, someone had broken into their ship without any of them noticing, not even the commanders. Marco could tell Pops was enjoying the conversation, maybe even considering inviting this stranger onto the crew. And honestly, Marco wouldn't mind, except he had no idea who this person was. He had only learned the kid's name, 10 minutes ago? Is he a lost child? Thatch whispered beside him, but his voice was loud enough that almost everyone, including Whitebeard and the kid Luffy, could hear. Luffy turned toward them, eyes sparkling. Whoa! Your hair looks so cool. Marco, Thatch, and the others blinked in surprise, while Pops chuckled in amusement, still watching Luffy with keen interest. How did you make your hair like that? Sees, Marco blinked even more. This kid, he looked so innocent. Just how old was he? You know. Nope. I don't know. Luffy interrupted with a bright grin. Marco and his brothers couldn't help but chuckle, but Thatch scowled at the kid for cutting him off so bluntly. Then, a loud thud. Everyone turned toward the source of the noise. The door to the deck had been thrown open, and there, standing in the doorway, was Ace. Marco frowned. Ace looked pale. Which was shocking in itself. Ace? Pale? That was unheard of. Something was wrong. Ace. Oh. Now everyone frowned. How did this kid know Ace? And why did he sound so DMN happy? Lou. Before Ace could finish his sentence, Luffy's arm stretched far beyond what should be normal, and suddenly, he was flying through the air toward Ace. Marco swore his brain short-circuited. Because Ace, who was usually so hot-headed, so guarded, had his arms wide open, ready to catch Luffy. Marco wasn't the only one confused. But Pops? Pops was laughing. And now the two of them, Ace and this Luffy kid, were hugging. Their jaws collectively hit the deck. Their hot-tempered, reckless new brother was hugging someone so DMN affectionately, too. Marco swore this was the first time he had ever seen Ace smile so softly. Okay. Who the hell was this kid to Ace? It took forever for them to let go of each other, and beside Marco, Thatch huffed in jealousy. And to be fair, it was understandable. It had taken the Whitebeard pirates months to get Ace to finally lower his walls and accept them as family. And yet, here was this kid, waltzing in and hugging him like it was the most natural thing in the world. Ace's face was still pale, though. Actually, if anything, he looked even paler now. Marco raised an eyebrow at that. He still wanted answers. And also, how old was this kid? Lou. Ace. Shishishi. Thatch cooed beside him. DMN, that kid's adorable. Which, again, reminded Marco how old was this kid. Sheet, Lou. What are you doing here? And alone? Ace had both hands on Luffy's shoulders now, his face shifting between worry and frustration, the same look he got when one of their brothers got hurt in a fight. Yes. We're worried about you, know. Wait, we're not really that worried because Ace can take care of himself. Luffy grinned up at Ace, looking proud. And holy shit, were Ace's ears turning red? I'm just here to see you, Luffy continued. Kinda to make sure of something. You shouldn't have come. Like you said, I'll be fine. Giant old man told me you tried to kill him. What? Ace is stupid. If Sabo knows about this. Ace blinked. Because Luffy, adorable little Luffy, looked annoyed. Arms crossed, brows furrowed, lips pouting. And DMN it, he still looked so cute that Ace wanted to either squeeze his cheeks or bite them. Ace sighed, hands tightening slightly on Luffy's shoulders. Look, I'm really fine, he said. Don't you trust me anymore, Lou? Luffy frowned. Of course I trust you. But he was still frowning. Ace was about to say something else when Izo appeared beside them. Ace, who is this? Ace blinked. Oh, right, I forgot. This is my. He stopped. Because Luffy was staring. Not at him. At Izo. Izo stared back. You're pretty. Hey, what's your name? Ace, Izo, and the entire crew choked at the sudden outburst. And somehow Izo ended up snatching Luffy into his arms, hugging him like a lifeline. Ace scowled. Now all his brothers were staring at him, demanding answers. Vista broke the silence. Who is that? My brother. My little brother. A wave of murmurs swept across the deck. Ace barely noticed. He was too busy glaring at Izo for stealing his brother. Izo! Don't hog Lou by yourself. Ace stomped toward them, pushing Izo away and reclaiming Luffy. Luffy giggled. Shishishi. Ace is jealous. Ace gasped, looking at him with mock betrayal. Of course I am. You're my baby brother. Luffy laughed, but then his happy face turned into a frown. Ace immediately panicked. Lu, don't think I've forgiven you. What? Why? What did I do? Luffy just rolled his eyes and turned back to Whitebeard. Ace gawked after him, while his brothers laughed at his expense. I came here just to see my big brother, Luffy said. I'll be leaving now. The disappointment across the deck was almost tangible. Even Pops looked displeased. What's the rush, brat? Don't you want to spend more time with Ace? He looks like he's about to cry. Luffy turned back to Ace, who did look like he was about to cry. Luffy blinked. The crew's jaws collectively hit the floor again. Was this really their Ace? So Ace is your son now? Luffy tilted his head at Whitebeard. Before Whitebeard could respond, Luffy turned to Ace, face serious. Are you happy here, Ace? Ace immediately rushed to his side, nodding eagerly. Of course I am. Luffy stared at him for a long moment before breaking into a grin. Then it's fine. Ace exhaled in relief. So you're not angry anymore? I wasn't angry, Luffy grumbled. Just annoyed that you followed the giant old man instead of me. Ace blinked. When did I? Wait, you are, Marco cut in. How old are you exactly? Luffy's 16, Ace answered. He'll be 17 in a few months. Silence. Then, Marco pinched the bridge of his nose. You're telling me this brat is underage and already sailing alone in the new world? Hey, I'm strong. I can protect myself. Luffy huffed, crossing his arms in frustration. Hey, why are you agreeing with them, Ace? Ace sighed. No, I mean, Marco is right. You're underage, and the seas are dangerous. Luffy's face turned red, steam practically rising from his skin. You know how strong I am. And stop treating me like a kid. Ace giggled, reaching out to ruffle Luffy's soft, unruly hair. Don't be mad. It's normal for a big brother to worry about his baby brother. Marco and the others blinked more times than they could count that day as they watched Luffy's skin return to normal. But the kid was still angry. Adorably angry. I'm leaving. Ace only nodded, letting his younger brother storm off, though it caused quite a commotion on deck. Even their father didn't look pleased. Wait, Luffy. Thatch quickly ran after him, gently grabbing his arm. Why don't you have dinner with us? Luffy's pout immediately disappeared, his face lighting up. Dinner? Food? Meat? Yes. Of course. Thatch beamed. I'm a chef. I can cook whatever you want. Luffy's eyes sparkled. You really can? Of course. Thatch's smile widened as he very gently led Luffy toward the galley. And while I cook, you can have a snack before dinner. Without hesitation, Luffy happily followed, disappearing through the doors with Thatch. A brief silence fell over the deck. Then Ace, with all the intelligence of a man who had just watched his little brother get lured away with food, asked the stupidest question possible. What is Thatch doing? Seriously, Ace? Izo was the first to snap. Aren't you the one who didn't want him to leave early? That's because he was angry at me. I can't let him leave like that. Ace deadpanned. But Luffy still can't stay here long. Why not, Ace? Pops rumbled. He just can't. Ace sighed, running a hand through his hair. You're a Yonko, Pops. The Marines always have their eyes on you. It's dangerous for Luffy. That's even more confusing, Ace, you are. Ace stared at Marco in disbelief. What even Marco, you've gotta be kidding me. Luffy's 16. He's underage. And he's not wearing a mask right now. The crew frowned at that. Even Pop's expression darkened slightly. To be honest, only the revolutionaries knew the full truth that Luffy already had a bounty. His first wanted poster had been issued when he was 13. Ace had 2 different bounties himself, one as Portgast Ace, the Fire Fist, and one from before back when he still wore a mask. Thankfully, no one had ever connected him to the Orange Masked. To this day, that bounty still existed. What's the problem, son? Pops asked. He's family now. Huh? When even? Pops cut him off without hesitation. Me and your brothers will protect him. Ace groaned, rubbing his palms against his face. You don't understand, Pops. The world government can't know about Luffy yet. Not until he finally sets sail. And that's not even the only problem here. Suddenly, Ace paused, blinking. Wait, Pops. Did you just adopt Luffy without him knowing? Pops merely shrugged, grinning as he chugged down another bottle. But his expression wasn't entirely carefree. There was a slight furrow in his brow. Mask. The world government. Ace sighed, face-palming. Great. This is just great. Marco, still frowning, crossed his arms. Anyway, you are. Why is he even in the new world? No, why is he sailing the seas alone? And what did you mean by mask just now? Ace flinched slightly at the direct question. That's hard to explain, he muttered. And, please forget the mask part. It was understandable why Luffy had the entire crew, even their pops, wrapped around his little finger. That was just so Luffy. A very Luffy-like thing to do. Somehow, Pops had managed to convince him to stay after dinner, and the crew had spent the night eagerly learning more about the kid. Luffy agreed to leave after lunch the next day, and for the night, he stayed in Ace's cabin. But time moved too fast. Luffy couldn't afford to linger. It was dangerous for him. When they gathered on deck after lunch, everyone wore a sour expression, even Pops. I wish you could stay another day, Lou. Haruta pouted. I've already stayed too long. It's dangerous, Luffy reminded her, finding the gloomy atmosphere on deck entirely unnecessary. What's wrong with you guys? And why are you sad, Ace? They only shook their heads, offering him small, reluctant smiles. Whatever, Luffy huffed, choosing to ignore it. All right, giant old man, I'm leaving. Pops let out a sigh, making Luffy roll his eyes in exasperation. What is wrong with you guys? Never mind, I'm leaving. Why is my boat destroyed? Oh my, what to do, Izo started, but his words died in his throat when he saw Luffy floating in midair. His eyes widened. What the F dash? You guys are hopeless. Luffy crossed his arms, unimpressed. I already told you, I can't stay too long. I'm leaving. And just like that, he was gone. He shot into the sky, disappearing like a streak of light. He can fly? The crew was beyond shocked, mouths agape, while Pops looked both amused and amazed until his expression soured again. Ace, what the F dash, you are? Was that Jeppo? Vista asked, baffled. No, obviously not. King Du spluttered. It's part of his devil fruit power, Ace replied, yawning. But, isn't it a rubber fruit? Blenheim pointed out. Yeah? Even Ace hesitated, suddenly questioning everything. Ace, please tell Pops to stop shaking his leg, you are. Ace frowned. Why me? You're the eldest. Because he's been like that since Luffy left. Do something about it, Marco said. Ace sighed, still unmoving from his spot on the ship's figurehead. I'll talk to him later. Let him be for now. He's obviously annoyed. Everyone is annoyed, you are. Yeah. Ace waved him off. Anyway, are you training your observation haki? I thought you were already good at it. I'm not training. Ace scratched his head. Luffy told me to keep it active. Marco furrowed his brows. He told me to tell the commanders and even Pops to do the same. I don't know why, Ace lied. Luffy had explained everything to him last night. Ace, you. Marco's voice dropped, suddenly serious. We're family. I know. Ace sighed again. Luffy's intuition is always right. It's crazy sometimes. It's not that I don't trust you guys, but why not listen to my brother this time? What if it's actually a warning? What if we're about to be attacked by the Marines or something? Marco scowled but ultimately sighed. Ace, I like Luffy. I won't lie about it. He's charming, adorable, and impossible to dislike. But it's obvious he doesn't trust us. Ace sighed for what felt like the 100th time. He does trust Pops and the commanders. Listen. It's dangerous for me to tell you this, so don't ever repeat it. Marco's expression darkened. What? Luffy's with the revolutionaries. That's why he's sailing alone at such a young age. Doesn't it make sense now? Marco blinked, his face unreadable. Are you serious? He's waiting until he's 17 to set sail as a pirate. That means next year. Marco groaned, running a hand down his face. Oh, sees, I need coffee. That kid still looks too innocent to be a pirate, DMN it. Right? Ace exclaimed. Yeah, Luffy's strong, but he's still innocent, and look at that face. He's too adorable. Marco barely registered that he was nodding in agreement. There was just too much to process. But, why did Ace suddenly feel like Brokon? And more importantly, was Ace always like this, or was it just with his baby brother? You know, the others aren't gonna take this well, you are. Ace shrugged. Doesn't matter. I'll handle it. Oh, right, I need to talk to Pops about this. He hoped Pops would understand. Because what Luffy had told him last night, it was concerning. Marco, still trying to digest everything, narrowed his eyes. Wait, Luffy's revolutionaries? Yeah, why? You did mention him wearing a mask, you are. Ace, is Luffy one of the masked revs? Ace's face drained of color. F dash dot. Marco's sharp gaze locked onto him. Ace, what the F dash, you are? Please don't tell anyone. Which one is he? Marco asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. Marco, please. Ace's heart was racing. Just answer me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Ace hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't trust Marco, but this was too dangerous. No one outside of the revolutionaries could ever know Luffy's identity. He was already targeted by the world government. If pirates found out, it would only paint an even bigger target on his back. Please, Marco. His voice was almost pleading. Luffy's life is in danger if this gets out. Marco exhaled sharply, rubbing his face. Sheet. Luffy. He was 13 when his first bounty came out. What the F is this? This was insane. Pops had told him before that Red Mask seemed too young to be using the advanced forms of observation and armament Haki, far too young to already possess Conqueror's Haki. Marco had dismissed it at the time. But now? Now that he knew who Red Mask really was, he felt like he was losing his mind. He was too young. Marco muttered. Ace hummed, resting his face in his palm as he gazed at the horizon. Luffy was 7. What? He was just 7, Marco. The blood drained from Marco's face. There were a million questions on the tip of his tongue. But for some reason, it felt like his voice had completely disappeared. Son. Dad. How are you? I should be the one asking you that. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Ace is part of the Whitebeard Pirates now. He said he lost his den, so he couldn't contact us. He got the whole Revs worried. Luffy laughed. Shishishi, Dad, you should have seen Ace's face when I told him everyone was worried about him. I can already imagine it. Shishishi. He looked so silly. There was a brief pause before Luffy continued, his voice turning serious. Anyway, Dad. Do you remember the pirate I told you about? The one you've been keeping an eye on? Yeah. I just found out he's part of the Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy pouted. Shanks should have told me that. That's important info. Knowing you, he probably didn't want you to chase him down or fight him head-on. His dad sighed heavily. Luffy, listen. Shanks only told you about him because you asked about the scars. I know you're strong, but if Shanks himself said he's dangerous, then you should know what to do. I know, Dad. I won't confront him by myself. But Luffy's voice held determination. Still, I'm going to keep an eye on him. A pause. I have a request. Speak, son. I'll do what I can for you. I need 2 spies from the Revs. The Den Mushi frowned. Luffy grinned. You're making that face again, Dad. His dad was definitely thinking he was onto something again. I won't do anything dangerous, don't worry. A long sigh came from the other end. I trust you, son. But there was definitely doubt in that. Luffy was 17. He was ready to set sail, to start his journey as a pirate. He had returned to Dawn Island a week ago, but now it was time to leave again. Standing on his small boat, he gazed at the people gathered on the dock, watching him. It was just like 3 years ago when Ace had finally set out on his own journey. Back then, everyone had been there to see him off, just like they were now for Luffy. Luffy's eyes swept across the familiar faces on the dock. Makino, Mayor Whoopslap, Dayton and her bandits, the villagers, everyone had come to see him begin his journey. This time, as a pirate. Luffy grinned. Makino, Whoopslap, everyone. Thank you for everything. He bowed deeply. Makino, who had sworn she wouldn't cry, ended up sniffling, tears slipping down her cheeks. Whoopslap shook his head but smiled fondly. The villagers and bandits cheered, shouting, "Take care. Don't forget us." Luffy giggled happily, then his eyes landed on Dayton. "Dayton," he called out. Dayton snorted. "Just get going already, brat." Luffy grinned. "Shishishi. Dayton, I told you, I hate mountain bandits." "Shut up, you little brat." Luffy raised his hands in mock surrender, his smile so bright it was almost blinding. "But I like you guys. You're the best family, Shishishi. Thank you for everything." Dayton's breath hitched. She hastily pulled a handkerchief from her blouse, dabbing at her eyes as she sniffled. "Don't say dumb things like that and get lost already, DMNU." The bandits smiled, some of them wiping at their own eyes. Makino, Whoopslap, and the villagers watched with warm expressions as Luffy's little boat slowly drifted away from the island. He waved at them, grinning ear to ear, and they all waved back. And then, something massive erupted from the sea. The people on the dock screamed in alarm. "Luffy, come back!" A chorus of shouts rang out, their voices filled with worry, but Luffy remained unfazed. Instead, he simply grinned sharp, feral, thrilled. "So there you are, Lord of the Coast." The frantic yelling died instantly. Then, in one swift motion, Luffy punched the Sea King. Silence. And then, cheers erupted from the dock. Luffy only grinned wider, watching the massive beast retreat beneath the waves before turning his gaze forward. "First, I gotta gather a crew." His small boat continued drifting as he spoke aloud to himself. "I'd like to have about 10 people. And then a pirate flag." He beamed at the thought. "All right. Here I come." Luffy punched the air, his heart soaring. "Dad, Grandpa, Ace, Sabo, look at me. And then, at the top of his lungs, he roared. I'm gonna be the king of the pirates. A sudden frown crossed his face. I feel like I forgot something. Kobe didn't know what to make of this. First, a teen, named Monkey D. Luffy, had suddenly burst out of a barrel. Second, he had declared, without hesitation, that he would become the Pirate King. Third, he had defeated Alvida with a single punch. And now? Now, he was casually sitting in a small boat, steering straight toward the marine base where pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro was being held. Kobe clutched his hands together, his nerves fraying. Are you sure about this, Luffy-san? Luffy grinned at him, wide and carefree. I want to see him myself. Kobe whimpered. Luffy just giggled, leaning back against the side of the boat as he gazed up at the sky. I'm looking for a strong crew member, and it sounds like he's strong. Kobe swallowed hard. That's not the point. Luffy suddenly tilted his head, frowning slightly. Anyway, why would he be in prison? If he hunts pirates, wouldn't the Marines want him out there catching them? It'd make things easier for them. Kobe flinched. Well, that's because, he stuttered, scrambling for an answer. Then he froze. I don't actually know, and it doesn't matter. I think you should just forget about it. A beat of silence. Kobe looked down, feeling helpless. Then, you're weird, Shishishi. Luffy's voice was light, amused. Well, whatever. I still want to see this Zoro guy. His grin remained unfazed. And then, suddenly. Oh, we've arrived. Luffy shot forward, eyes bright as he spotted the island ahead. Zoro was having a nap when he felt someone land in front of him again. He frowned, cracking one eye open, only to see the same straw hat-wearing teen standing there, grinning at him. What now? Join my crew. Zoro groaned. You're still at it? I already told you, I don't want to. Yeah, I know. Luffy pouted, folding his arms and looking off to the side. But I've already decided that you're gonna be in my crew. Don't just decide that yourself. Zoro snapped, irritation clear on his face. Luffy kept pouting but now focused his gaze back on him. I heard you're one of the best swordsmen around. But I don't see your sword. Zoro clicked his tongue. I am. That BSTRD captain's son took mine away. Luffy immediately perked up. All right, I'm gonna take it back for you. Wha? So if you want your sword, you'll just have to join my crew. Zoro's eye twitched. Now you're really pissing me off. Shishishi. Zoro was said. The pink-haired kid, Kobe, if he remembered correctly, had just filled him in on what really happened. That BSTRD captain's son lied to him. But before Kobe could untie him, the Marines had surrounded them, guns already drawn. And before the bullets could hit, Luffy appeared out of nowhere, shielding them both. Hey! Zoro shouted, panic flashing through him. Luffy! Kobe screamed, tears already strkng down his face. Luffy just laughed, stretching his arms wide as the bullets bounced off his skin and ricocheted back at the Marines. Shishishi. Made it in time. The Marines screamed in terror, eyes bugging out of their heads. This won't work on me. Luffy grinned. Zoro's panic shifted into pure bewilderment as he stared at Luffy, now standing in front of him, his sword strapped to his back. What are you? Luffy beamed. I'm the man who's gonna be king of the pirates. That's not what I'm asking. Luffy ignored him, pulling the swords from his back. Here's what I promised you. There were 3. I couldn't tell which one was yours, so I just took them all. Zoro blinked before scoffing. They're all mine. I use Santoryu, 3-sword style. Luffy's eyes sparkled. That's so cool. Then his grin turned sharp. So, Zoro, it's either you join me and become an outlaw, or stay here and die. What's your answer? Zoro snorted. What a stubborn and insane kid. What are you, the son of the devil? Luffy's grin widened. Shishishi. You can say that. Zoro exhaled through his nose. Well, whatever. If I'm gonna die here otherwise, I'll be a pirate. Luffy cheered, bouncing on his feet. Yay! I finally got a crewmate. This is amazing. Hey, will you untie me now? Luffy hummed, looking at the ropes, then at the swords in his hand. Without hesitation, he unsheathed one, and in a heartbeat, Zoro was free. Zoro blinked. What the? You know how to use a sword? Luffy tilted his head. Not really. Before Zoro could even process that, the Marines rushed forward. He didn't hesitate, moving to his new captain's side, cutting down anyone who got too close. As he fought, he spoke. I've officially become a criminal by fighting these Marines. But listen, I have my own goal. Oh? What is it? Luffy asked, watching him curiously. Zoro didn't hesitate. I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. If, at any point, following you makes me abandon that goal, then I want you to take responsibility, and apologize to me at the end of my sword. Luffy's grin stretched wide. Shishishi. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? That's perfect. Anything else would make the future Pirate King look bad. Zoro smirked, but just as he was about to respond, a sudden shockwave burst through the area. Zoro stumbled, barely keeping his balance as every single marine around them collapsed, their eyes rolling back into their heads. What's happening? Captain Morgan's voice shook with horror. What was that? What the F have you done? His wide, frantic eyes locked onto Luffy. Zoro felt a shiver run down his spine. It was confusing, but at the same time, terrifying. How the hell was Luffy knocking them out without even touching them? And seriously, what was that? Shishishi. Zoro snapped his head to Luffy, finding his new captain whom he really hoped he wouldn't regret following, grinning ferally at the marine captain. Captain. Zoro called hesitantly. Luffy's grin softened into something more casual. They're nothing but pests. Not worth our time to fight. Then he tilted his head slightly, looking at Zoro with something almost expectant. Now, why don't you show me your strength, Zoro? Zoro gulped. Ignoring the sweat running down his forehead, he smirked, gripping his swords tightly as his eyes zeroed in on the marine captain. Yeah. He was ready to take this BSTRD down. Kobe, still sitting on the ground, had actually seen this before, back when Luffy fought Alvida's crew. He turned his head slightly and spotted Helmeppo lying motionless nearby. Slowly, he rubbed at his wet face, staring at the back of the Straw Hat captain. The same captain who had just called him his friend. The fight was over quickly. Captain Morgan wasn't much of a challenge, honestly, it was a boring fight, but Zoro was exhausted nonetheless. Before his body could hit the ground, Luffy was suddenly there, catching him with ease. On his other side, Kobe appeared, reaching out to help. Kobe the crybaby, cowardly pink-haired kid now looked more serious than Luffy had ever seen him. Luffy grinned at that. You okay, Zoro? Zoro huffed. Yeah. They took a step forward. And the next thing Zoro knew, the Marines had regained consciousness. Only this time. They were cheering. Luffy was still eating next to Kobe when Zoro finally sat down with them, now freshly cleaned and dressed in new clothes. He took a moment to stretch, enjoying the simple pleasure of not being tied up and starving. Then he glanced at the table. There was a mountain of empty plates. Zoro blinked. Then blinked again when the little girl Rika, if he remembered correctly, came back with even more food. How are you this hungry? I asked that before, Kobe muttered, looking utterly exhausted. Luffy grinned between bites. The food is yummy. Zoro just sighed. Well, after being tied up for nearly a month, he supposed he deserved a decent meal. The bar owner had been kind enough to feed them for free in gratitude for getting rid of that BSTRD Marine captain, but Luffy. His captain looked determined to empty the entire bar. That's all we can do for you guys, Ririka, the bar owner, said with a soft smile. Zoro nodded in appreciation. When Luffy finally finished eating, he sat back, his stomach now twice the size it should be. Zoro stared. Kobe stared. Everyone in the bar, including those peeking through the windows, stared. Then, right before their eyes, Luffy deflated back to his normal size. Zoro's jaw dropped. How the F? No, never mind. I don't want to know. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol and chugged it, leaning back in his chair. Luffy just laughed. Zoro sighed, shaking his head. He should be concerned, but he found himself smiling. Oh, right. Luffy suddenly turned to Kobe. You said you want to be a Marine, right? Kobe sat up straighter. Why yeah. Luffy grinned. Shishishi, this is your chance now. Kobe hesitated, looking down. His confidence wavered. Zoro noticed the way Luffy was staring at Kobe, sharp, focused. It reminded him of the way Luffy had looked at him earlier. A shiver ran down Zoro's spine. What is it with his eyes? It was like Luffy could read people like an open book. These Marines here, Luffy began, but before he could finish, the bar door creaked open. A girl entered, hesitating before stepping toward them. Luffy immediately perked up. Oh, it's you. Zoro raised an eyebrow, glancing between his captain and the girl, who looked mildly annoyed by him. Who? He asked, eyeing her warily. Nami really didn't want to do this. The moment that Straw Hat Teen introduced himself as a pirate, she had already hated him. But somehow, they had ended up working together. And because of his help, she had managed to get her hands on a chest, one she thought contained the Grand Line map. Only to find out that Buggy the Clown had already taken it. Nami had seen how the teen fought. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. He had knocked down an entire group of Marines without even touching them. Seriously, what the heck is he? Whatever he was, Nami couldn't think of another way but to team up with him. She could use him to get the Grand Line map and, more importantly, rob him blind when the time came. Her name is Mommy? Nanny? Mani? The Straw Hat teen scrunched his face, clearly struggling to remember her name. Nami rolled her eyes before taking a seat next to him. I'm Nami. Ah, right. Nami. He grinned at her, completely unfazed. What are you doing here? I thought you already got what you wanted. I don't, Nami sighed. Buggy already took it, and now I have to find him to get the map back. Luffy frowned, and the three around him noticed immediately. Oh, Buggy? Nami bit her bottom lip, glancing at the Straw Hat. She didn't know how to start this. Hey, I was thinking, do you want to team up? Why would we? I thought you hated pirates. I do. Nami sighed again. But you're different, aren't you? You said it yourself before. And, you look kind. Am I? Nami frowned. He didn't look interested at all. She sighed, shifting her gaze and immediately froze when her eyes met his. Roronoa Zoro. She almost jumped. She knew this guy. He was famous. A pirate hunter. And now he was a pirate? That didn't make any sense. She quickly turned back to Luffy. I can help you guys navigate to your next location? The teen perked up instantly, eyes lighting up. Gotcha. You can navigate? That's cool. We need a navigator in our crew. Nami frowned. I won't join your crew, just an alliance, that's it. Ah, that's too bad, Luffy said, tilting his head. Fine, let's work together. He paused, staring at her with that same wide smile. Are you sure you don't want to join me? No, Nami sighed. We're a team now. They shook hands, and Nami ignored the pouty look the Straw Hat captain was giving her. The green-haired swordsman, on the other hand, somehow looked displeased. Not that she cared. Just seconds later, the Marines from before entered the bar. They looked confident, but Zoro could tell they were trembling in fear. Sorry for interrupting, but we are here to make sure if you're really a pirate. Yes, we are, Zoro's captain answered immediately, standing up and grinning at the Marines. This guy here is not in my crew, but he's my friend, and we're leaving. He walked over to the counter and, to everyone's shock, casually placed 3 bars of gold in front of Ririka. The entire bar gasped. Nami, standing beside Zoro, was freaking out. He wanted to be a Marine. Train him well, will you? Luffy continued as he walked past the Marines. The Marine in the front, the one Zoro assumed was in charge now, was obviously shaking. The way Luffy's voice dropped, the coldness in his eyes, it left them frozen on the spot. Wait. Ririka rushed in front of Luffy, gripping the gold bars tightly in her hands. What is this? Why are you giving me this? Luffy gave her an "Are you serious" look. For the food we ate, of course. No, I can't take this. This is too much and the food was free for our hero. Luffy's glare made her immediately shut her mouth and step back. Don't call me that, he said firmly. I don't want to be a hero. I'm a pirate. Zoro snorted, then stepped closer. Pirates don't give gold to others, and I don't think pirates pay for their food either. It was free, why would you, a pirate, pay for it? Luffy looked at him, frowning. Dad said I should pay after eating. Zoro blinked. Did he really just say that? Was his captain really a pirate? Or just a kid playing at being one? And more importantly, who the hell pays with actual gold? Dad? Luffy pouted, scratching the back of his head before looking at the gold in Ririka's hands. I know how hard life can get. This world is very unfair to people like you guys. The bar fell completely silent. I can't just leave without paying. This town isn't in good condition either, with poor and starving people everywhere. So just use that to help or whatever. I don't care. Zoro stared at his captain, bewildered. Beside him, Nami was frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. The Marines were staring at Luffy like they had just been struck by lightning. The world is very unfair to people like you guys. Ririka let out a quiet breath, a soft smile forming on her lips. You're very kind, Captain Straw Hat. You sound like you know a lot about this world. She hesitated, then continued. On the other side of this island, there are indeed poor and starving people we couldn't help. Yes, this world is very unfair, and everyone is just trying to survive. Luffy smiled. What are you going to do with it? I will help them, Ririka said with quiet determination. It won't fix everything, but I'll try. With this much, we can start a business that might help everyone on land. We will help. The Marines in front spoke up, their faces now serious and determined. We've caused so much suffering to this town, and to pay for that, we'll do whatever we can to help. Luffy nodded, saying nothing more as he walked out the bar and far down toward their small boat. Zoro blinked at the sight. Even Nami, standing beside him, looked completely thrown off. This. Luffy turned back to Zoro with a bright grin. You're my first crewmate, Zoro. We're gonna find more crew and get our own ship. How long have you been a pirate? Luffy pet his head, thinking. A day? 2? 3? Zoro deadpanned. What the F dashed a? I'm gonna use my own boat, Nami announced, sprinting toward another boat nearby. As they set sail, Kobe and the Marines saluted them from the dock, while the townspeople waved them off. Hey, Captain. Back at the bar, there was something you wanted to say to Kobe, right? What was it? Am I? Luffy's back was facing Zoro, his eyes fixed on the horizon since they had set sail. But Zoro could imagine that dumb, adorable, confused look on his captain's face, the way he'd tilt his head, finger resting under his chin. Oh, yeah? Those Marines are good. Kobe is in a good place to be a good Marine. That's it? Yup. And again, Zoro knew his captain was smiling widely. Zoro had a lot of questions, honestly, but he didn't even know where to start. Finally, he settled on one. Why did you do that? Do what? Help them like that. You're a pirate, aren't you? But the way you helped them, it's like you're not a pirate at all. Luffy chuckled. Shishishi, does Zoro think every pirate is bad? Are there any pirates that are good? No. There aren't. Luffy turned to look at him, that ever-present grin still in place. Zoro was beginning to think his captain just loved to smile like that. I've met a few who are kind. Some became pirates for adventure, to be free. Just a few of them, though. Hard to believe there are good pirates out there. Because there weren't. Pirates were criminals, and all they did was cause trouble. Luffy's smile didn't waver. Right. Pirates mean criminals, and dealing with them is hard. Dad once said the chance of betrayal among pirates is always high. His eyes were hidden under the rim of his straw hat. But his grin, still big yet oddly soft, remained. But, I don't want to be that kind of pirate. I want to be the king of the pirates? Luffy laughed hard at that, and Zoro smirked. I want to be the freest man on the seas, Zoro. That's what being the pirate king means. Then he turned back to the horizon, and silence settled between them once more. Both of you are weird, Nami called from her own boat, looking unimpressed. And where the heck did you get that much gold? I've never seen a pirate just give away gold like that. Luffy blinked. What do you mean? I always pay for my food with that. What the F dash? Zoro turned to him, frowning. Is my captain actually that rich? That's crazy. Nami barked, looking absolutely outraged. 1 bar of gold is worth 50 million berry at least. Are you telling me you paid that much just for food? Shishishi. That's why I only eat at small bars or small restaurants. Or places on the poorest islands. Zoro narrowed his eyes. Why? It was weird. Especially after seeing how much his captain ate. Taking food from starving people and just paying them in gold? Sounds like robbery in a different way. Luffy pouted. That's not it. I'm not that evil. Then he smiled again. It's just one of the ways I can help them. Zoro frowned. I don't understand. And why would a pirate want to help people? Luffy didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly turned to Zoro with a deep frown. Zoro immediately tensed. What? Is something wrong? Luffy's expression was serious. I think I forgot something. But I don't know what it is. Zoro raised a brow. Is it important? I guess so. Then he shivered. There was silence on their boats. Nami was minding her own business, keeping their boats on the right track, while the other two lay sprawled out, one staring at the sky, the other fast asleep. She liked the peacefulness, humming her favorite melody as she steered. It wasn't that the two were particularly noisy, actually, they were quiet most of the time, aside from the occasional idiotic conversation. It was just that Nami was used to being alone, and for once, she felt comfortable in their presence. Their next island, the one where Buggy was last spotted, was still far away. It would take another day to reach it from their current location. Nami glanced at Luffy when he suddenly sat up and yawned. Their eyes met for a brief moment before the captain turned to Zoro and nudged him awake. Nami raised a brow. What are they planning now? I'm bored. Wanna spar with me? Nami's jaw dropped. Is he crazy? They're still in the middle of the ocean. Here? Zoro sat up, looking at Luffy in confusion. It's too small to spar here. I know, but small spaces shouldn't be an excuse in a real fight. What if you have to fight in a tight spot someday? Luffy grinned. Wanna see if you can beat me without either of us moving our feet? Zoro frowned. It was obvious his captain wanted to test him. And if that was the case, then the answer was yes. Zoro was sweating and breathing heavily, while Luffy sat untouched, laughing happily in front of him. At first, Zoro thought it would be a simple spar, just a way to kill time. But the moment it began, the tension shifted. No matter what he did, he couldn't land a single blow on Luffy, while Luffy had already landed plenty on him. And the worst part? Luffy hadn't even moved his lower body. He only used his upper body to dodge, twisting and weaving around Zoro's attacks with ridiculous ease. It was like he could see the strikes coming before they even happened. On the other boat, Nami had spent the first few minutes yelling at them for being idiots, but now, she had gone silent, watching just as intently. Zoro sat up, still catching his breath. How did you do that? What? Luffy tilted his head, looking genuinely confused. Dodging. You saw my attacks before I even made them. It's like you were reading me. Luffy grinned. It's called Haki. Observation Haki. Haki? Aha. It's useful in combat. Is that your power? Is that even normal? Luffy just laughed. Nope. Not everyone has it. And just like that, he turned away, facing the open sea again like the conversation wasn't even important. Where are we going next, Nami? Zoro frowned. That's it? That's all he's going to say? Nami blinked, just as baffled. Did they really just drop the conversation like that? She sighed, shaking her head. Buggy was last seen in Orange Town, so we're heading there. Luffy hummed. It's weird for him to be in East Blue. Why? He turned to her, eyes glinting with interest. Do you think Buggy's strong, Nami? He has one of the highest bounties in East Blue. Of course he's strong. Luffy's grin stretched wider. Shishishi. I've been wanting to meet him. They arrived in Orange Town, and the sight before them was nothing like they had expected. Buildings were damaged, streets were eerily empty, and there was an uneasy silence hanging over the town. Luffy, however, seemed unfazed. He stared ahead, then suddenly pointed toward a certain direction. We should go there. Zoro followed his gaze. What's over there? There's just a forest, isn't there? Nami raised an eyebrow. Luffy grinned. Yeah, but… There are a lot of people gathered there. Nami frowned. She couldn't see anything like that, but before she could question him, Luffy continued. And I'm hungry, Zoro. Zoro sighed, already used to this. Yeah. Zoro opened his eyes just in time to see Nami walking away from them. He had been taking a nap while the townspeople talked about what had happened to their town. Luffy seemed to be paying full attention, or maybe not, and Zoro honestly didn't care too much, so he had decided to rest. If his captain said they were going to fight, he would fight, even if he didn't know what for. But just by looking at the state of the town, Zoro had already figured out what had happened. Where's she going? Stealing the map? Luffy answered between bites of food. Zoro nodded, then turned his eyes to his captain, who was still eating without a care in the world. Hey! Luffy. Can we really trust her? She looks suspicious, and it's obvious she's using you. Luffy only grinned. Shishishi, there's no point in worrying about that. She's a good navigator, don't you think? Zoro sighed. I don't trust her. We still have plenty of time. Zoro will accept her. Zoro only snorted at that. Luffy's gotta be kidding me. Sabo pulled at his hair, glaring daggers at the mini den mushi in his hand. Why hasn't he contacted us? Seize, Sabo, give him time. He must be busy right now. Sabo shot a glare at Koala, who had just walked into his room. Busy with what? He's in East Blue. What could possibly be keeping him busy there? You're seriously pathetic, Koala said, crossing her arms and staring down at him. If you're that worried, then no, we have an important mission to prepare for. You are not allowed to leave. Sabo groaned and tugged at his hair even harder. I'm really worried. He promised he would call me when he set sail. You know Luffy. He probably forgot, Koala said, patting the blonde man's shoulder. Anyway, I heard he made the same promise to Dragon-san. I guess now I know why Dragon-san has been looking kind of annoyed lately. Luffy, Sabo sighed and slipped the den mushi back into his pocket. I know he can protect himself, but I just can't help but worry. Koala studied Sabo for a moment, a small frown appearing on her face. It wasn't anything new. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army knew how overprotective the two older brothers were when it came to their little brother. In fact, Koala was convinced they had a serious brother complex. And was she wrong? No, not at all. Dragon wasn't much different either. He didn't show it as openly as Ace and Sabo, but it was obvious that he worried about his son. After all, Luffy was infamous in the Revolutionary Army, mostly because he had a habit of getting himself into dangerous situations. The number of times he had ended up in trouble during missions was nothing short of ridiculous. But there was something else, something Koala knew they weren't telling her. Their protectiveness wasn't just about being older brothers. It felt like fear. No, terror. Whatever had happened in the past had left scars, ones they still carried. She wanted to ask. She really did. But she knew her limits as a friend. Shaking her head, she decided to change the subject. Is there any update from Ace? Sabo sighed, rubbing his temples. The Whitebeard pirates haven't made any moves to go after Teach, probably because of Luffy's warning. If not, that idiot brother of mine would have already gone on a solo mission to capture Teach. Koala raised an eyebrow. It's crazy that Luffy knew about Teach. Didn't he say he only found out Teach was part of Whitebeard's crew after visiting Ace months ago? How did he know Teach was dangerous? Shanks, Sabo replied, frowning. Apparently, 2 years ago, Luffy asked Shanks how he got the scar on his face, and Shanks just told him. Ever since then, Luffy's been keeping an eye on Teach, even before knowing he was part of Whitebeard's crew. Koala nodded, processing the information. Now what? The Revs aren't getting involved, right? The spies Luffy sent returned after the betrayal happened. Dragon-san made it clear that we shouldn't get involved with pirates. But if it's Luffy and Ace, I'm the only one allowed to step in, Sabo smirked. Of course. You're his brother. Even as chief of staff, Dragon-san doesn't control you too much. Koala sighed, rubbing her face. And Kuma-san? Are we just going to let it happen to him? Do you know what happened to him? Not really, but I heard he became a warlord. Sabo bit his lip, lost in thought. He left and then became a warlord. And Dragon-san is just letting him do whatever he wants. Just what the hell is going on? He wasn't entirely abandoned, Koala trailed off, unsure of her own words. Anyway, back to business. Dragon-san wants you to take part in the Alabasta mission. Luffy might get involved once he enters the Grand Line. At the mention of Luffy, Sabo groaned. Right, Luffy. I should send Max to East Blue. You can't do that. It's a mission, okay? East Blue might be the most peaceful and weakest sea, but that doesn't mean we can just take our eyes off it. Are you sure about this? It's dangerous. Yes. I'm strong. Luffy grinned at the mayor of Orange Town. Don't worry about us. But Luffy, Zoro grabbed his captain's arm, halting him before he could follow the mayor. Is it safe to bring these people with us? He gestured toward the townspeople gathered behind them. Yup. This is their town. They have to protect it themselves. He's right, kid, the mayor said with a firm nod. We built this town with our own hands, so it's our duty to defend it. The townspeople immediately voiced their agreement. Zoro exhaled, glancing around at the wreckage. No matter how he looked at it, this was dangerous. The town was in ruins, and the pirates they were about to face outnumbered them by far. But Zoro also knew just how strong his captain was. He had witnessed it firsthand. That strange power Luffy used before, it was still a mystery to him, but just from experiencing it once, he could tell how dangerously powerful it was. I'll handle their captain, Luffy declared with a confident grin. And Zoro will cover my back, right? Of course, Captain. Luffy's smile widened as they resumed their march toward Buggy's crew. However, they came to a sudden stop when Luffy spotted a dog sitting in front of a shop. What's the dog doing? Luffy asked, skipping toward it and attempting to play, despite being completely ignored. His amusement was cut short when the dog bit his face. You stupid dog. The entire group stared, dumbfounded. For a moment, they seriously reconsidered whether this was the right man to take on Buggy's crew. Seriously, Luffy, what the hell are you doing? Zoro asked, exasperated. Zoro. Luffy whined, rubbing his face. The stupid dog bit me. What did you expect? The mayor stepped forward. His name is Shushu. He's the guardian of this shop, and it's his only treasure left. He then explained Shushu's story, his previous owner, the loss, and why he remained here, guarding the store. Luffy listened intently before reaching out to pat the dog's head. Treasure, huh? I get it. You did a great job, Shushu. Before anyone could react, a deep roar echoed through the streets. Luffy's head snapped in one direction, his posture shifting slightly. Zoro was already moving, stepping in front of the group. As he discreetly instructed the townspeople to stay back. Luffy remained still, eyes locked on the approaching figures. What is it, Captain? Zoro asked. Buggy's crew, Luffy answered. Only 2 of them, though. I want you to handle one, Zoro. Zoro nodded, stepping forward as Luffy moved to stand beside him, both staring at the advancing enemies. It's the beast tamer, Moji, the mayor shouted in alarm. A massive lion appeared, causing the townspeople to recoil in fear. Luffy narrowed his eyes at the sight before blinking at the man riding the lion. There's a weird-looking guy in an animal suit on top of it, Luffy remarked, sounding almost impressed. How rude. Moji barked. This is my hair. That's even weirder. You brat. Moji seethed, eyes burning with rage. You must be that thief's accomplice. I'll kill you and everyone here, then bring your head to Captain Buggy. Oh? Luffy smirked, his gaze turning sharp and challenging. I'd like to see you try, hairy guy. Truthfully, Luffy hadn't been looking for a fight with Buggy's crew, but the townspeople had asked for his help. He couldn't just ignore them. Zoro, Nami, and he had found them hiding in the forest, and in return for their kindness in sharing food, Luffy had promised to drive Buggy out of the town. He had heard about Buggy before. Shanks had talked about him often and always with a laugh. Luffy had always wanted to meet him. But not like this. He hadn't wanted to meet Shanks's friend as an enemy. Good luck, Zoro. And oh, I'll handle the big cat. It's a lion, Zoro huffed. Zoro blinked hard, trying to process the sight before him. The massive lion, once a terrifying beast, was now purring like a house cat, rubbing its head affectionately against their captain. Meanwhile, Moji lay on the ground, tied up with rope and bleeding from a fresh cut. No, seriously, how the hell had Luffy tamed the lion just like that? Who the F are you? Moji shouted, panic lacing his voice. His fear was obvious. How did you tame him so easily? Shishishi. Luffy grinned, eyes gleaming with amusement. That's a secret. Zoro's attention snapped to his captain when he suddenly looked off into the distance, his expression shifting. Immediately, Zoro's instincts flared, and he stepped closer, expecting another enemy. Nami's back, Luffy said casually. And she brought company. Can you beat them up, Zoro? I want to play with the big kitty. It's a lion, Zoro cut himself off, exhaling sharply. What's even the point of telling you that? Nami had left them with the townspeople after hearing what had happened to the town. She was said no, beyond said at those pirates. She had planned to steal the map on her own, thinking it would be easier that way. But things had taken a turn for the worse when she got caught, and now here she was, running toward Luffy and Zoro, only to stop dead in her tracks. Why the heck were the townspeople gathered here? And, was that a lion? Why are they with us? Nami demanded, looking past them at the group of armed townspeople, their faces set with determination. It's their home, Luffy answered easily, while sitting on top of the freaking lion. They want to protect it themselves. You're insane. They could get themselves killed. The buggy pirates are strong. Luffy simply tilted his head. Just their captain, though. I won't let any of them die, don't worry. Buggy didn't know how to react when some no-name rookie burst into his circus and started knocking out his crew one by one. The kid was strong. That was Buggy's first thought the moment he witnessed the Conqueror's Haki. He knew that power all too well. Hell, his old captain, his old crewmates, his teacher, and even his childhood best friend had possessed the same terrifying willpower. Haki was different from devil fruits. It was something far more frightening. And this brat had it. The moment the kid unleashed his Haki, Buggy knew, this wasn't someone to underestimate. That level of power in the East Blue? It was absurd. Impossible. And yet, more than fear, what Buggy felt was rage. For a no-name rookie in the weakest sea to possess Conqueror's Haki? It didn't make sense. And worst of all, something about him reminded Buggy of that BSTRD. Buggy hated him for that. Why the hell does a brat like you have that? Buggy screeched, seething. You should be in the New World, not some backwater sea. And what the F is that on your head? Is that Shanks' hat? So you do remember Shanks. Luffy grinned. Shanks always talks about you, you know. That BSTRD talks about EH? So that stupid straw hat is his? Yup. He gave it to me. We made a promise. Buggy's face twitched violently, a thick vein bulging on his forehead. His rage was practically radiating off of him. The moment I saw that stupid hat and that Haki, I knew something was off. No wonder I hate you so much. Luffy ped his head to the side, unbothered. Is that so? I don't hate you, but you really PSS me off too. His gaze sharpened slightly. What are you even doing here, Buggy? Shouldn't you be in paradise or the New World by now? That's none of your DMN business. I go wherever the hell I want. It is my business when they ask me for help. Luffy took a step forward, his smile unwavering. Sounds like you want to fight. That's perfect. I was wondering how strong Shanks' friend really is. You set me off so much. You really remind me of him. Buggy barked, his body scattered across the ground, unable to move. His limbs twitched uselessly, the fight already lost. Luffy tilted his head. Shanks said you're strong. Buggy blinked up at him. He said that? Luffy nodded. Yeah. That's why I thought you'd be hard to beat. Honestly, I found it kinda weird that you weren't in the Grand Line. Buggy huffed, his expression unreadable. TCH. Did he really always talk about me? Yup. He said you're his best friend and that he misses you. Buggy's face immediately turned red with fury. Why? He bellowed. We're not even friends anymore after F-. He suddenly stopped, realizing what he was about to say. His rage flared even hotter. You dumb shit. Is this your way of getting me to talk about that BSTRD? Luffy blinked, confused. How is that my fault? You. Luffy. Nami's voice cut in, sharp and urgent. She had just finished helping the townspeople chase off the remaining buggy pirates. Their captain? Luffy turned back to Buggy, grinning. Yash. You shouldn't be here, Buggy. Go back to the Grand Line. What ahhhhhh? You fuckers, I'll kill you. Buggy's scream echoed as Luffy sent him flying with a powerful kick. Luffy stood proudly, dusting off his hands. But then his gaze fell on the ground on his damaged straw hat. His grin instantly faded. He pouted. How do you have that many gold bars with you? No, I mean, where do you even hide it? Not telling you. You'll steal it if you know. Nami glared at him, then let out a frustrated sigh. Seriously, where do you even get that many gold bars? Marine bases. Both Zoro and Nami blinked. What? I stole them from marine bases in the Grand Line. You've been to the Grand Line before? Nami nearly shrieked. Then she paused, frowning. Wait, no. I shouldn't be surprised. Your conversation with Buggy was already weird. What the hell are Paradise and the New World? Zoro, who had been quiet, crossed his arms. Were you from the Grand Line, Luffy? I'm from East Blue, Luffy answered easily. But I moved to the Grand Line when I was 12. Why? Dawn Island was too boring for me. And East Blue was too weak for me. That shut them both up. After spending time with Luffy, they couldn't deny that his strength was unreal. He was far stronger than anyone they'd met in the sea. But as Nami processed his words, a new thought struck her. Can Luffy beat Arlong? As if unaware of their stares, Luffy turned back to the ocean. Oh, and your question, Nami. Grand Line has two parts, Paradise and the New World. And just like that, he was done talking. Nami twitched. That's it? I dunno how to explain it. Don't worry, you'll find the right answers as we go. I won't be staying long with you too, Nami huffed, crossing her arms. Luffy just laughed. Is that so? She scowled but then sighed, her gaze landing on the straw hat in Luffy's hands, battered and damaged. Give that to me. Luffy blinked. What? That straw hat. It's important to you, right? I'll fix it. Shishishi. You're so kind, Nami. Thank you. It would be a lie if Nami said she didn't enjoy their company. Both pirates were absolute idiots but interesting in their own way. That being said, how the hell did one manage to drown in completely calm waters? Nami was sure that idiot had jumped into the sea himself because he was bored. She facepalmed for what felt like the 100th time as Zoro dived into the water again because Luffy had somehow fallen in again. Shishishi. Thanks, Zoro. Zoro glared at his captain. He had just started drying off, only to get soaked again, saving his dumbass captain. You do it on purpose, don't you? What? No. I didn't. He was definitely lying. Zoro let out a long-suffering sigh and sat down next to Luffy, both of them still half-naked from the water. Stay here and don't move, or I'll beat you myself. Luffy pouted, attempting his best puppy dog eyes, but Zoro was too annoyed to fall for it this time. He refused to look. On the other boat, Nami just chuckled as she watched Zoro physically trap Luffy with his legs, preventing him from moving. Zoro's a meanie. Luffy whined. At first glance, it was easy to assume Luffy was just some dumb kid because, well, he looked dumb. But after spending time with him, Nami had realized something shocking. Luffy was actually pretty smart. And he was way stronger than he looked. She shook off the thought and got back to business. Where are we going next? She asked as their temporary navigator. We still need to find a ship, right? We can't just head straight for the Grand Line like this. Exactly, Luffy nodded. I still have gold bars on me. Guess that's enough? It's more than enough. Nami barked. We could buy a massive ship with one of those bars. That's no fun, Luffy huffed. We don't need a big ship. We just need a ship that feels like a nakama. Zoro, ignoring their conversation, leaned back and mumbled, I need alcohol. I'm hungry, Luffy added before suddenly perking up. Oh. There's an island ahead. He immediately started squirming against Zoro's hold, trying to break free. Nami frowned, glancing at the horizon. What? How did you know? We're still too far to. Shishishi. Guess it's just my habit. Huh? What does that even? Hey, Captain, Zoro cut in, ignoring Nami's glare. That Haki thing, can anyone learn it? Luffy grinned. Anyone can. Are you interested, Zoro? If it's useful in combat, I want to learn it. It is. You should totally train in Haki. It usually takes 1 or 2 years to master, but if you really work at it, you might get it in just a few months. Sounds useful, Zoro mused. Oh. I see the island now. Luffy cheered, wriggling furiously. Zoro, let go already. Not until we arrive. Stupid Zoro. Let me go. The face he was staring at was so familiar that Luffy had to blink twice, just to make sure. He was sure he had seen that long nose somewhere before, but why couldn't he remember? Luffy, what's wrong? Zoro asked, eyeing his captain with concern. Luffy was making his rare thinking face, finger tapping his chin, brows furrowed deep as he continued staring at the long-nosed guy. What the hell? You're turning red. He's gonna damage that poor brain, Nami muttered, raising an eyebrow. What happened to him? The long-nosed guy stammered, taking a hesitant step back. He's thinking, Zoro replied, debating whether to shake his captain out of it or just let him suffer. But before Zoro could decide, the long-nosed guy suddenly raised his weapon, a slingshot, and pointed it at them. Listen. This is your last warning, he stuttered. Leave this island right now. I'm Captain Usopp, a proud man. And I won't just let pirates like you step onto my homeland. And just like that, Luffy's eyes lit up with recognition. A big grin stretched across his face, his eyes darkening under the shadow of his hat. It was still a smile, but, in Zoro's eyes, it almost looked sinister. Risk your life on it. What? Usopp stammered. Now that you've drawn your weapon, Luffy said, risk your life on it. This isn't a child's game, you know. Zoro's shock quickly morphed into a smirk. He unsheathed his sword just a little, letting the blade catch the light. Might as well have some fun with the liar. We're real pirates, Zoro added smoothly. Better think carefully about your next move, Nami blinked. The sudden shift in their energy sent shivers down her spine. Usopp trembled, his hands shaking so much that his slingshot nearly slipped from his grasp. His face was pale, and yet. Real pirates definitely have more punch behind their words, his voice wavered. Then, suddenly, his expression lit up. That's so cool. Nami nearly fell over in disbelief. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro burst into laughter. Unbelievable, Nami muttered. I stole those words from a great pirate, Luffy said, grinning at Usopp. I stole them from Shanks. Usopp's eyes widened. Shanks? Red-haired Shanks? He sputtered. You gotta be lying. How do you know him? Shishishi, yup. Shanks is my friend, Luffy answered. Then he tilted his head. You're Yasopp's son, aren't you? Usopp froze. His knees buckled, his eyes blown wide. In his shock, he accidentally leaned too far back and promptly rolled down the slope, crashing face first into the ground in front of them. Zoro winced. Are you okay, man? Why yeah, Usopp mumbled from the dirt. He looked up at Luffy, swallowing hard. How did you know my old man? He's part of Shanks' crew, Luffy replied cheerfully. Hey, do you know a good place for some meat? Nami sighed loudly. He was supposed to be asking about the ship first. They needed one if they wanted to go to the Grand Line. And more than that. Who was this Shanks guy? Luffy had mentioned that name way too many times already. The others had gone ahead to Usopp's friend's mansion after the three kids told them where Usopp was. Luffy would have followed. He wanted to ask for a free pirate ship, after all, but the moment he set foot in the village, he felt it. A very familiar presence. Silently, he slipped away from the group, making his way toward the source. And there, waiting for him, was a tall, lean figure cloaked in a familiar uniform. The same gray, curly hair Luffy used to prank endlessly. The same emerald eyes, sharp yet warm. And the same soft smile. It was Max. 2 years older than Luffy, his partner on missions apart from Sabo and Koala. They had worked together constantly after Ace left the revolutionaries 3 years ago. I can't believe you made me wait an hour, Max sighed. Max! Luffy beamed, launching himself at him in a tight hug. What are you doing here? Max chuckled, hugging him back before sighing dramatically. He pulled away slightly, resting his hands on Luffy's shoulders. I was sent here because a certain someone forgot to contact his family. Luffy tilted his head. Was Xavier scolded by his mom through Den again? Max blinked. Then, his mouth fell open in disbelief. You're not this stupid, Luffy. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Seriously, haven't you figured it out yet? Now Luffy just looked annoyed. What is it? I can't believe this. Max groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Koala-san was right. You definitely forgot. Luffy blinked. Forgot what? Max shot him a deadpan look. You haven't contacted your family. Luffy froze. Sabo and Dragon-san are said because you vanished without a word. Luffy's face paled. Max snorted. This brat. How could he forget something so important? This didn't happen when he was traveling alone before. I'm so dead, aren't I? Max shrugged, taking a seat on a dead log nearby. Not my problem. Luffy groaned and plopped onto the ground. I didn't lose my den. It's just... F dash dot. He sighed, rubbing his face. I left it in my old house in Fusha. Expected that. Max nodded, unsurprised. Well, everyone expected that. You either forgot or lost it. He reached into his cloak and tossed a small white den mushie to Luffy. Here. Sabo gave me this in case you lost your old one. Luffy caught it, inspecting the small snail. Better contact them soon, Max warned. Before Ace decides to personally hunt you down in East Blue. Luffy sighed, then grinned. Then, see ya, Max. I have a pirate ship to claim. He jumped to his feet, ready to dash off. Luffy. Luffy paused, glancing back. Max sighed, motioning for him to sit back down. Don't go yet. I need to talk to you. No way. Luffy crossed his arms, looking so done that Max actually chuckled. Trouble always finds you, huh? Max smirked. You're seriously a trouble magnet. Luffy groaned, dramatically flopping back onto the ground. This feels like a curse. Can't I chill on one island without fighting someone? He wasn't actually upset about it, this was just part of the journey to becoming Pirate King, but still. Come on. Speak, Luffy finally said. Max didn't waste time. Luffy wasn't one for long conversations, but since joining the revolutionaries, he had learned to sit and listen. He was supposed to absorb information like this. But Luffy was Luffy. If it wasn't important to him, he wouldn't care. And as Max continued explaining, Luffy quickly decided. This? Max could handle this alone. Max had come to East Blue under Sabo's orders to gather information and keep an eye on marine and noble movements. But Max rolled his eyes at that. He knew the real reason he was sent here. Check on Luffy. Not that he minded. He'd been a little worried about the youngest anyway. After landing in Syrup Village, he quickly picked up on some interesting information about a certain individual. He had been tailing the guy for a while now, already forming a plan to take him down. And then Luffy showed up. The revolutionaries weren't supposed to involve themselves with pirate affairs. But Max wasn't about to sit back and let a scumbag pirate destroy an innocent village. Stupid marines don't even do their DMN jobs, Luffy muttered. Max blinked, caught off guard by the sharp irritation in his voice. You know something? Max asked. Luffy scoffed. You said Morgan captured him? Bullshit. Kuro faked it. And now he's here because the marines didn't do their DMN jobs right. Luffy snorted, shaking his head. I just took care of that BSTRD Morgan a few days ago. He's in prison now. Max hummed. That explained a lot. I've been spying on this, Captain Kuro. Here's what I got. Max started explaining his findings, listing out the details and his planned approach. Luffy, of course, looked completely uninterested. Not that Max was surprised. They both came to the same conclusion, Max would handle it. Luffy would go find a pirate ship. Max seriously wanted to kick this kid. But then again, he really didn't need Luffy's help. Luffy walked down the path leading back to where Zoro and the others were waiting. Max had just finished explaining everything. It wasn't exactly a mission, but since both of them were here, Max figured they might as well deal with it. But Luffy? Luffy really didn't feel like dealing with this right now. It wasn't urgent. Nobody was in immediate danger. Max could handle it. Right now, Luffy just wanted one thing. His first pirate ship. When he arrived at the gathering spot, he immediately noticed the gloomy atmosphere. Nami's sharp eyes landed on him. Where were you? Luffy grinned and held out his hand, revealing a giant beetle he'd picked up along the way. Nami face-bombed so hard she nearly hurt herself. Zoro just snorted. Yo, Captain. Yo. Luffy looked around. The three kids hanging around looked upset, like they'd just gotten some bad news. And more importantly, where's Usopp? Nami and Zoro exchanged glances. Finally, Nami sighed and started explaining what had happened at the mansion. Luffy listened quietly. Then, without another word, I'll find him. And just like that, he was gone, leaving Nami and Zoro standing there. Nami huffed. That butler was suspicious as hell. Zoro frowned, deep in thought. He looked familiar. Usopp nearly jumped when Luffy suddenly plopped down next to him. The Straw Hat didn't say anything at first. Just sat there, staring at the sky, letting the wind ruffle his already messy hair. Then, I heard what happened, Luffy said, voice light but firm. He smiled, soft and lopsided. I haven't met that Claradu guy, but I already hate him. Usopp blinked. It's Klahadore. He said bad things about Yasopp. Luffy's nose scrunched up in displeasure. I hate it when people make fun of my friend. Usopp froze. Your friend? Yup. Luffy grinned. Shanks and his crew are all my friends. Usopp's breath hitched. It still felt so unreal that this scrawny-looking kid, with his silly straw hat and carefree grin, was friends with his old man. With red-haired Shanks. Luffy tilted his head. Yasopp talked about you a lot. He pouted. He always sounded so proud, and I got really tired of it. Usopp's heart stuttered. Luffy continued, oblivious. Even after years, he still talks about you on the Denver. Especially when he's drunk. Usopp snapped to attention. Wait, you have my old man's number? Luffy blinked. Usopp stared at him. You talk to him? On Den? Oh, that. Luffy laughed. Shishishi. I don't have Yasopp's number. Usopp let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Oh. I have Shanks' number. Usopp choked. Shanks' Den is everyone's Den, Luffy continued like it was the most normal thing in the world. So I could talk to everyone through him. Usopp's jaw hit the floor. That's insane. You've got a great pirate's number. Luffy grinned, eyes sparkling. Shishishi, yeah. Shanks is strong. Something about the way Luffy said it soft, full of admiration made Usopp pause. It was the kind of voice that only came from someone who truly looked up to someone else. Usopp swallowed. He didn't know much about red-haired Shanks. But he did know that his old man had left to join his crew. That meant something. A quiet moment passed. Then, hey, Usopp rubbed the back of his neck. Can you tell me more about my old man? Luffy's whole face lit up. Sure. There was this one time. And just like that, Usopp was hooked. He listened, he hung on to every word, imagining every scenario in his head, laughing along with Luffy as he described the absurd antics of the red-haired pirates. And yet, why the hell was Luffy holding that beetle so delicately? Before he could ask. There was this one time, Shanks and Yasopp were drunk. What? Why'd you stop? Shoo, Luffy's expression shifted, suddenly serious. There are people down there. Usopp frowned and followed Luffy's gaze. Klahadore was standing below, speaking to a man in strange clothes, red-lensed heart-shaped glasses perched on his nose. Luffy narrowed his eyes. Fingers tapped under his chin. Trying to remember. Where are you going? Luffy asked, tilting his head in confusion as Usopp suddenly jumped to his feet, his face drained of color. Don't you hear what they just said? Usopp was already freaking out, his hands trembling as he gripped the strap of his bag. I need to warn the villagers. I need to warn Kaya. Her life is in danger. Without another word, Usopp took off running, disappearing down the hill in a blur. Luffy just watched him go. Then, with a sigh, he flopped onto his back, arms stretched out, staring up at the sky. The beetle he'd been holding had finally made its escape, scuttling away into the grass. Luffy watched it go. Max. Almost immediately, Max appeared beside him. Yeah? Did you hear everything? Luffy asked lazily, still staring at the clouds. Max hummed. Followed Kuro from the start, so yeah. I heard. Luffy exhaled through his nose. This just got annoying. Max smirked. So? What's the plan? Luffy turned his head, looking up at him with unfairly big, pleading eyes. Can you handle Kuro, please? Max raised an eyebrow. I'll take care of the rest, Luffy promised. A pause. Then Max chuckled, shaking his head. Fine. I'll take care of Kuro. He smiled. See you when it's over. With that, Max disappeared again, melting into the shadows. Luffy groaned, rubbing his face. I just want a pirate ship. Luffy lay sprawled on the grass, staring up at the darkening sky. Zoro was beside him, arms crossed behind his head, looking equally worn out. They had just finished sparring. Zoro, as expected, looked set about losing. Don't worry, Zoro. Luffy grinned, hands resting on his stomach. You'll get the hang of it in no time. Zoro groaned, rolling his eyes, but he still nodded. Aye, Captain. Before either could say more, a voice cut through the quiet. There you guys are. Both turned to see Nami marching toward them, supporting a very wounded Usopp. I've been searching for hours, she huffed. Luffy blinked. I told you we were on the other side. Like I heard you, Nami shot back, annoyed. She had been too busy planning ways to sneak into Kaya's mansion until she spotted Usopp getting chased by angry villagers. Zoro's gaze dropped to Usopp, who groaned and flopped onto the ground. What happened to him? As Nami knelt to treat Usopp's wounds, she started explaining. Luffy, meanwhile, simply sat cross-legged, watching. Anyway, Nami said as she worked, are you sure they're coming from this side? Luffy nodded, smiling. I can sense a lot of people at sea, not far from here. That made Zoro and Nami pause. They exchanged looks before turning to Luffy with questioning expressions. Usopp, still wincing, was the one to ask, what do you mean by that? Luffy tilted his head. Haki. Eh, what now? Usopp sat up despite the pain, curiosity sparking in his eyes. He noticed how Zoro and Nami didn't even blink at Luffy's words, as if they already understood. But Luffy, as expected, looked completely uninterested in explaining further. And judging by Zoro and Nami's reactions, they'd already expected that. The night was quiet. Waves crashed softly in the distance, and his friend's snores filled the air. Normally, Luffy would smile at a time like this. But not tonight. His mind was in chaos. You're running away, it's no fun. We're supposed to have fun like before. Why are you not using me? Luffy stared into the darkness, gripping the grass beneath him. It was a dream. A weird one. It felt like something or someone was trying to take over his body. To possess him. Luffy never had dreams like this before. Nightmares? Sure. He had plenty of those, especially as a kid. But this? This was different. We're free. We're the freest and happiest in the world. It should just stay that way. Don't ignore me, or I'll be so mad. Luffy clenched his jaw, shaking his head. It's annoying. It's so annoying. It wasn't him, but it sounded like him. Stupid voice. Stupid dream. Luffy growled, frustration bubbling up inside him. If his family knew about this, they'd probably make a huge deal out of it. Ace, Sabo, and Dragon especially. Luffy already knew he had a weird power. He first noticed it when he went to Fishman Island a year ago. The Sea Kings called it the voice of all things. But honestly? Luffy didn't see what was so special about it. Yeah, talking to giant sea monsters was cool, but that was it. This wasn't that. It had nothing to do with the voice of all things. This was something else. You can't ignore me. I'm part of you. I am so angry now. Use me. Don't ignore me. Luffy grabbed his hair, his breathing uneven. Then, darkness. The next thing he knew, he was staring up at Zoro, Nami, and Usopp's concerned faces. His chest heaved, his heart pounding like crazy. What happened? His voice came out rough. The three frowned. You were screaming, Zoro said, gripping Luffy's shoulder. His face was serious. Are you okay, Captain? You scared us, Nami muttered, eyes sharp with worry. I thought you were possessed by demons, Usopp said, attempting a joke but his voice wavered. He was genuinely worried. Luffy blinked, then sighed. He rubbed his face, forcing a grin. I had a bad dream. Zoro's grip didn't loosen. Neither did the tense expressions on their faces. Go back to sleep, Luffy said, shutting his eyes. We have important things to do tomorrow. The three exchanged glances. Zoro and Nami sighed before lying back down. Usopp hesitated. But after a few moments, he settled back into his sleeping position. Luffy lay still, his face unreadable. But even with his eyes closed, he knew sleep wouldn't come easily tonight. Oh no, look away! Look away! Nami shouted as she realized what the heart-shaped glasses guy was doing. Zoro and Usopp immediately averted their eyes, but Luffy staring straight at the man with a confused expression did not. What is he doing? Luffy asked. Luffy. Zoro swore, grabbing his captain's shoulder and forcing him to turn away. But it was too late. You idiot. Down below, the pirate crew suddenly roared, their once defeated bodies jerking upright as if possessed. Their eyes, now a milky white, stared blankly ahead. Moments ago, they had been battered and bruised, barely able to stand. Now, they moved with terrifying force, destroying everything in their path like rabid beasts. Nami and Usopp trembled, fear gripping their chests. Their gazes darted toward Luffy and Zoro, only to see their captain frozen in place, eyes distant, as Zoro shook him. Down below, Django the man responsible grinned wickedly. Charge ahead. Destroy everything in your path, he commanded, and the Black Cat pirates obeyed without hesitation. Zoro cursed under his breath. Both of you move, I'll handle them. He turned toward the enemy, unsheathing his swords, ready to cut them down. But suddenly. Shishishi. That laugh. It was Luffy's, but at the same time, it wasn't. Zoro's breath hitched. Usopp and Nami turned, their expressions shifting from fear to outright horror. Something was wrong with Luffy. Luffy is so mean for trapping me for so long. His voice deeper, laced with something unnatural, sent a chill down their spines. One of his hands rested against his stomach, while the other covered his eyes. But through the gaps between his fingers, a pair of glowing red irises peeked through. Now, what is this? Are we gonna have fun? Luffy's body began to change. His clothes, his hair, everything turned a brilliant shade of white. A strange cloud formed above his head, floating like an ethereal halo. And when he finally removed his hand from his face, his grin was too wide, too sharp. Zoro's breath caught in his throat. Nami and Usopp collapsed to the ground, their limbs trembling. Down below, the pirates who had been in a frenzy just moments ago fell silent, frozen in fear at the figure before them. The air had grown thick, heavy, almost suffocating. The sky once blue had darkened ominously. Luffy suddenly can't control this body. What did you do? The voice boomed like thunder, shaking them to their cores. What a funny human, Shishishi. Are you trying to hurt my Luffy? Zoro's grip on his swords tightened. This was not his captain. Before anyone could react, the figure bounced. The ground itself rippled beneath his feet like rubber before launching himself into the air. He landed right in the middle of the enemy forces. And then he laughed. It was manic, wild, echoing like a crack of lightning in a storm. Then, with a terrifying ease, he grabbed the ground itself and flipped it. The pirates were thrown helplessly into the air before crashing back down, some landing with sickening thuds. Then, he turned to their ship. His arm stretched out, growing massive, impossibly large before crashing down onto the vessel. With a single strike, the ship was obliterated. Zoro could do nothing but stare. Nami and Usopp clung to each other, their faces pale as death. The battlefield, once filled with roaring enemies, was now eerily silent. Even Django lay motionless. Two figures floated among the wreckage, seemingly unconscious. This is so boring. The being turned, still grinning, and faced them. Zoro felt his stomach twist. That wasn't Luffy. That was something else entirely. Oh, hey there. What's with those faces, Shishishi? You guys look so funny. Nami and Usopp flinched. Even now, they couldn't shake the sheer wrongness of the entity before them. Who are you? Zoro demanded, stepping forward. The figure tilted his head, still smiling. Where's my captain? Shishishi, he's fine. Just unconscious after whatever that stupid human did. Zoro's fists clenched. Who are you? The figure's grin widened, too wide, unnatural, unsettling. I'm Luffy. I'm part of him. He tapped his temple. Oh, right. You guys don't know because Luffy hasn't told you yet. He chuckled. My name is Nika. Zoro stiffened. Nika? The grin stretched even further. You don't want to say my name aloud. His voice dropped, almost playful, almost deadly. Your whole existence could be erased. His eyes gleamed, sharp and knowing. Your freedom would be taken. A suffocating silence followed. Zoro, Nami, and Usopp went pale. Before anyone could speak, a loud thud sounded behind them. A weak, gasping voice followed. Lu. Usopp was telling the truth. Kaya collapsed to her knees, pressing a trembling hand over her mouth as sobs racked her body. Nearby, Mary lay injured, receiving first aid from a man who had introduced himself to Kaya as Max. His hands moved with practiced precision, doing his best to stabilize the wounded butler. A short distance away, Klahadore no Kuro lay unconscious, bound tightly with rope. Max glanced at Kaya, his expression firm yet understanding. We need a doctor. He looked back down at Mary before turning to Kaya once more. I know this is a lot for you right now, but he won't last without proper treatment. Please, help me. Kaya sniffled, wiping her tears away as she forced herself to her feet. She nodded, determination outweighing her grief, then rushed off to the other room where the Den Mushi was kept. Once she disappeared, Max turned his attention to Kuro. Without hesitation, he bent down, hoisted the unconscious man over his shoulder, and straightened. Your friend is at the North Shore, Max said, looking back toward the doorway where Kaya had appeared again. I'll bring this one there. Stay here and take care of him until the doctor arrives. Kaya hesitated, clearly wanting to protest. But when she met Max's unwavering gaze, she faltered. He was right. She couldn't leave Mary alone. Swallowing her worries, she watched as Max strode off with Kuro slung over his shoulder. Then, she turned back to the injured butler and sank to her knees beside him. Gently, she lifted Mary's head onto her lap, stroking his hair as fresh tears welled in her eyes. Usopp, I'm sorry. Please be careful. Her voice trembled, barely above a whisper. Mary, hold on. Don't die on me now. I still need you. Max frowned. Something was wrong at the North Shore. The air was thick with a dangerous, powerful aura, sending an eerie chill down his spine. And the sky, only this part of the island, was dark, suffocating. It felt familiar. And yet, strange. As he approached, the first thing he saw was three persons. Two of them sat huddled on the ground, clinging to each other, shaking. The third stood stiffly beside them, unmoving. Max's frown deepened. Where was Luffy? He stepped closer and froze. A figure stood before the three, staring down at them. An otherworldly sight. His breath hitched when he saw the figure's face. There was no mistake, it was Luffy. The scar under his eye. The straw hat hanging from his back. And yet it wasn't him. Something felt wrong. Max's grip tightened on Kuro's unconscious body as his mind tried to process what he was seeing. Then, blinking in shock, he let out a breath. Lu! Luffy is unconscious now, Nika said, his voice light and amused, yet carrying an undeniable weight. The man approaching him froze, eyes widening in shock, concern, and something close to fear. Who are you? Nika laughed, a carefree, almost taunting sound. You're a revolutionary. You should know who I am. Max swallowed hard. If it's really you, then I don't want to say the name. His voice was quiet, uncertain. But, is this real? Nika's grin widened, stretching impossibly large. Shishishi, yes, I'm real. He yawned, stretching lazily, before turning his sharp gaze toward the group behind Max. Luffy suddenly doesn't want to use my power, and it's annoying. His tone turned almost petulant. I think I made him upset last night. Max's jaw tightened. It's dangerous for Luffy to use his devil fruit power openly now that he's a pirate. I know, and it's annoying. Nika's laughter vanished, his expression darkening. His glowing red eyes narrowed in irritation. I chose him because he's perfect. His voice was sharp, filled with something old and absolute. But right now, he's annoying me so much. We're supposed to be free. Nothing should stop us from doing whatever we want. Max swallowed again, unsure how to respond. He understood what Nika meant. Luffy was holding himself back. He had clearly refrained from using his devil fruit power because he knew the risks for himself and for the crew he would gather. Nika, on the other hand, didn't care about risks. He tilted his head, then his smile returned wide and blinding. I'm mad at Luffy, but I love him. He's my precious. Max stiffened as Nika suddenly glanced at the unconscious pirates littering the ground. These humans tried to hurt Luffy while he was unconscious. His voice was light, almost playful. And they've seen me. His grin stretched wider. You know what to do now, don't you? Max held back a shudder and gave a slow, reluctant nod. Nika's smile beamed even brighter, before his entire body began to shift. The white hair darkened. The cloud above his head disappeared. In mere seconds, Nika was gone. And Luffy collapsed forward. Max lunged, catching him before he hit the ground. The moment he had Luffy in his arms, he let out a long, shaky breath, his pulse still pounding in his ears. What the hell was that? Max barely had time to react before the demand rang in his ears. Zoro stood over him, his eyes sharp and demanding as he lowered Luffy onto the grassy ground. Usopp and Nami rushed to Luffy's side, their faces pale, eyes flickering between concern and lingering fear. They had seen what happened. And they didn't understand. Max rubbed a hand down his face, exhaling. This wasn't what he had expected at all. Luffy is fine, he assured them. He's just unconscious. See? He gestured to the peacefully sleeping captain in front of them. Now, can any of you tell me exactly what happened? Zoro's gaze remained suspicious, his jaw tight. But after a long pause, he sat down next to Luffy and muttered, he got hypnotized. And so, with a serious expression, Zoro explained everything. Max listened carefully. And when the swordsman finally finished, Max exhaled. I see. He scanned the area. The unconscious enemies, the two unfamiliar figures floating on the wreckage, the terrified expression still lingering in Usopp and Nami's eyes. This was complicated. Far more than he expected. This would be fine if all three of you were Luffy's crewmates, Max muttered, rubbing his temple, but only Roronoa is. Usopp and Nami stiffened at his words, but Max paid them no mind. Instead, he sighed one last time, then looked back at them. Anyway. His voice was firm again. Help me tie up these pirates while we wait for Luffy to wake up. Living in the revolutionary base since he was 12, Luffy had heard all kinds of stories from his dad, Kuma, and even Ivankov. Stories of the world, its hidden truths, the forgotten past, and even an unknown adventure tale of Pirate King Roger. But there was one story that stood out. Kuma had once told him the legend of Nika, the sun god. Luffy hadn't cared much at the time. He liked stories about adventure, but gods? That wasn't really his thing. Still, he had listened. And more importantly, he remembered. So when Nika introduced himself in his unconscious state, Luffy's first thought was, that's so cool. His second thought was, I can't wait to tell Kuma that Nika is real. But that was it. That was the only conversation he ever had with Nika. He knew the name, but nothing else. Luffy pouted, crossing his arms in his unconscious state, glaring at Nika who only laughed, his grin as wide as ever. You're so boring. Luffy huffed. Nika giggled. You wouldn't want me to spoil anything, little Lou. His golden eyes sparkled with mirth, as if he were enjoying a joke Luffy didn't understand. Don't be angry. Nika grinned. Your adventure has restarted. You should enjoy it to the fullest. And then, Luffy woke up. His eyes fluttered open, his vision adjusting, and the first thing he saw was Nami. Her eyes were soft, filled with concern, and as soon as she noticed he was awake, her breath hitched. Luffy. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she gently ran her fingers through his hair. Luffy blinked. Why was she acting so soft? Before he could ask, her voice grew stronger. Guys. He's awake. Luffy sat up slowly, with Nami's help. His head throbbed, a dull pain spreading through his skull. He groaned, touching the sore spot as he looked around. Zoro, Usopp, Max, and a girl he didn't recognize were all staring at him. The moment the bright sunlight hit his eyes, he winced. What happened? He muttered, trying to steady himself. His body still felt weak. Before he could topple over, a strong arm caught him. Zoro. Thanks, Zoro. The swordsman grunted, keeping his shoulders steady. You don't remember? Usopp asked, watching him closely. How do you feel? Terrible. You were unconscious, Nami explained, but then you just fell asleep for an hour. She glanced at the shore. We're still here, by the way. Luffy blinked again, his brain still foggy. Lu. Max crouched in front of him, his hands firm on Luffy's shoulders. The pirates are tied up. His voice was serious. But we can't send them to the Marines. And we sure as hell can't send them to him. Luffy frowned. That sounded bad. Max sighed. I don't think this is the right time to tell you everything that happened. He squeezed Luffy's shoulders lightly. You need to get some proper rest first. You look out of it. Luffy did feel out of it. His whole body felt heavy. His head was still a mess. Max stood up, looking at the others. I'll handle things here for now. His voice was steady. Please, take care of Luffy. They nodded. Zoro sighed, crouching slightly. Oi, come on. You're getting a piggyback ride. Luffy blinked at him. Eh? But before he could protest, Zoro had already hauled him onto his back. Luffy groaned, but he didn't resist. He let himself be carried. And as he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifted back to Nika's voice, echoing in his mind. Your adventure has restarted. Zoro chugged down another drink, glancing his captain's way. Luffy was fully healed after a whole day of rest, but the moment he woke up, he'd been eating nonstop. The image of what had happened a day ago wasn't something Zoro could just forget. No matter how much he tried to push it aside, the memory stayed. It gnawed at him. He still didn't understand what the hell had happened to Luffy. And it frustrated him even more that Max had refused to tell them anything. And then after they parted ways, Zoro never saw him again. Luffy looked just as confused, as if he truly had no memory of what had happened to him. Zoro couldn't blame him for that. He'd been unconscious when it all went down. But did it make sense for Luffy to not know about this Nika at all? Nika himself had said that he and Luffy were one. Usopp and Nami didn't seem eager to talk about it either, probably because of what Max had told them. Knowing about Nika's existence meant risking your own life. But Zoro knew them well enough. Even if they weren't talking about it, they still wanted to know. And yet since he was the only official crewmate, the weight of this truth fell solely on him. Zoro sighed, rubbing his temple. He hadn't expected joining Luffy's crew to come with this many DMN headaches. With another sigh, he glanced at his captain again only to find Luffy already staring at him. Zoro blinked. Luffy merely smiled. And without a word he turned and walked out of the mansion. A real caravel. Are you actually giving it to us? Luffy's eyes shone with excitement. This is awesome. Yes, this is my token of appreciation. I wouldn't know what would have happened if not for all of you, Kaya said, smiling softly. It's a slightly old model, but I personally designed it, and she sails like a dream, Mary added with a proud smile. He then began explaining some of her features. She's a fine ship, and her name is, the Going Merry. Yay! Luffy bounced on his feet. I finally got my own pirate ship. We're glad you like it. Oh no, it's Usopp? Kaya gasped in alarm as she spotted Usopp rolling toward them in a full tumble. What's that idiot doing? Zoro muttered. Shishishi, that looks fun. Luffy grinned. Well, we better stop him, Captain, or he's gonna crash into our new ship, Zoro sighed. Both Luffy and Zoro casually stuck out their feet and effortlessly stopped Usopp in his tracks. On his face. That looked like it hurt, Nami remarked. Ow, hey, thanks, guys. Shishishi, anytime. Usopp dusted himself off before turning to Kaya, exchanging words of farewell and making a promise to her. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami watched from the deck, smiling. When Usopp was done, he spun around, facing the three of them. You guys. Take care, Usopp yelled. I hope we meet again one day. Luffy blinked. Huh? What's he saying? Zoro rolled his eyes. What do you think? Get on already. He gestured at their new ship. Huh? We're friends, right? So get on, Luffy said, now looking mildly annoyed. Usopp froze in place, blinking. But then, his face broke into a wide grin. He leapt aboard, punching the air with excitement. I'm a pirate captain now. Don't be stupid, Usopp. I'm the captain. Luffy yelled. The others laughed as the Going Merry finally set sail. It's been so long, Captain. It's nice to be joining you on your adventure again. Luffy blinked. He immediately turned, looking behind him and saw a spirit smiling at him, bowing. When Max gracefully landed on Merry, Luffy wasn't surprised at all, but the other three certainly were. You again? What do you want? Zoro asked, his tone serious as he placed a hand on his sword. Nami and Usopp tensed, instinctively moving behind him. Luffy, he's a revolutionary, and you both clearly know each other, but what does a revolutionary want with us now? Nami's sharp gaze flickered between Luffy and Max. Explain everything. This whole thing is so confusing. Wait. He saved Kaya. We should thank him, Usopp interjected hesitantly. Max held up a hand. No need. I just did what I felt was right. Luffy stepped between them, grinning. It's okay, guys. Max is my partner. A heavy silence fell. And then. What? He's your what? Luffy scratched the back of his head. This is hard. Then, he turned to the older man beside him. I need an explanation too. What happened back then? Fleet Admiral Sengoku won't like this at all, Bogard remarked as he followed the marine hero toward the ship. Wahaha. Senny can't stop me, Garp replied, munching on his crackers as he leaped aboard. Luffy just set sail, and he's already making everyone nervous. I should at least check on him. Understood, Bogard said with a resigned nod. Then we'll inform the Fleet Admiral that you're visiting your grandson. But perhaps, omit the pirate part? What are you saying? Garp grinned, watching as his crew scrambled to prepare for departure. Senny already knows Luffy's a pirate. I accidentally told him yesterday. Bogard let out a slow, measured sigh. Accidentally, he really should have expected this. To the East Blue? Yes, and at full speed. Garp barked, his laughter echoing across the deck. It would be a lie to say that the Whitebeard pirates could simply forget the betrayal and move on. The weight of that night lingered over them, a grim presence they couldn't shake, no matter how hard they tried to mask it. Marco was no exception. But to say he was sad would be inaccurate because all he felt was pure, unrelenting rage. He was beyond sad at the traitor, the man he had once called a brother for decades. That night changed everything. Thatch had narrowly escaped death, only surviving because of his quick reflexes and observation haki. Almost every commander had rushed to the deck, only to find Teach standing over him, blade in hand. But even with all of them there, they had failed to stop him. In the end, Teach devoured the devil fruit and vanished into the storm, slipping away like a phantom into the night. Marco had always known Teach was strong, smart, even. But never had he imagined him capable of such cold-blooded treachery. His escape had been meticulously planned, using the raging storm to cover his tracks. But what truly shook Marco to his core wasn't Teach's cunning. It was the look on Pop's face. For the first time since joining the crew, Marco saw Whitebeard wear an expression so grave it sent a chill down his spine. Ace's reaction was just as bad. His shock was palpable, his fury barely contained. Marco knew Luffy hadn't told him everything, hadn't warned him about Teach. And that hurt Ace even more. The bond Ace had with Teach, their long time as comrades, only made the betrayal cut deeper. Marco could see the fire in his eyes, the rage threatening to consume him whole. And yet, Ace did not chase after Teach. Pops had forbidden it. No one was allowed to go after him alone. That was the real surprise. Ace listened. Despite his burning need for vengeance, despite the way his hands shook with restrained fury, he held himself back. And Marco knew exactly why. Because of Luffy. Ace had made a promise to his little brother. And no matter how much it tore at him, he would not break it. He felt off, was all Pop said about Teach. No explanation, no elaboration. Just those 3 words. And so, they waited. Instead of reckless pursuit, they secured their territories, strengthened their alliances, and sent out spies to track Teach's movements. It was an uncharacteristically careful strategy for pirates, but that was the way of the Whitebeard pirates. And, surprisingly, it had been Ace's suggestion. Marco had to admit, it was a good plan. 3 months had passed. Can someone tell me what the F is wrong with Ace? Fossa grumbled, slumping into Pop's chair. Is he still sulking over what happened 3 months ago? Rakuyo yawned, lazily stretching. I thought he'd calmed down by now. Pops, you need to talk to him, Jozu added, rubbing his temples. He's not just in a bad mood, he's about ready to set the whole ship on fire. No one wants to go near him. Ace had another narcolepsy attack, Thatch chimed in, his frown deepening. Right in the middle of breakfast. But this isn't just about that, he's been off for over a week now. And he won't let go of his den mushi. Whitebeard chuckled, smiling despite the complaints. Whatever is bothering him, he'll be fine. Marco sighed, sipping his coffee as he approached. Still, we can't help if he doesn't talk, Yua. I agree, Fasa muttered, then pointed at Marco with a tired expression. You go ask him. Every commander immediately turned to Marco, nodding in agreement, giving him a thumbs up. Marco exhaled slowly, already regretting coming over. Pops just laughed. Ace grumbled under his breath as he stormed out of the mess hall, his foul mood practically radiating off him. He was this close to leaving the ship and heading straight for East Blue to check on Luffy himself, but he knew DMN well that Pops would never let him go alone. Ace, son, come here. Ace halted in his tracks, tilting his head in confusion. He didn't remember doing anything particularly wrong today, aside from almost burning down the hallway. But that wasn't entirely his fault. He had woken up in a bad mood, tripped, and hit the floor hard. So, really, it was the DMN floor's fault. Still, he made his way toward Pops, noticing that all the commanders and even half the crew were gathered there. That only confused him more. Did something happen? He scowled. Got news about that BSTRD? Not that, Yua. Everyone's just curious. About what? About you, Haruta answered, and the others immediately nodded. Ace raised a brow, arms crossed over his chest, before looking up at Pops. What's this about? What's wrong with you, Yua? Marco asked, drawing Ace's gaze to him. You've been acting off. What is it, Yua? And what's with the Den Den Mushi? Ace frowned, glancing down at the snail in his hand before realization dawned on him. Oh, this. What's been bothering you, son? Whitebeard asked, his voice calm but firm. Ace sighed, plopping down on the deck with a tiny pout, causing everyone to blink in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes, making sure they weren't seeing things. Luffy, Ace whined. He hasn't contacted me or answered my calls. What if something happened to him and no one was there to help? A heavy silence followed before Marco finally spoke. That's the reason behind your behavior this past week? Ace shrugged, still pouting. I just can't help but worry. Luffy's my little brother, and Ace bit his lip, scowling even more. The crew exchanged glances, then sighed in understanding. They were all brothers here. Worrying for each other was second nature, especially when one of them might be in danger. Have you tried calling him again today? Haruta asked, now looking genuinely concerned. The others shared the same expression. After all, they had grown fond of Luffy despite only meeting him once. Just now. Still no answer, Ace muttered. Luffy's not usually like this. The longest he's gone without contact was 3 days, and that was only when he ended up on an island with no signal. He's fine, Deuce said, leaning against the railing with a calm expression. He's Luffy. You know that. Ace glanced at Deuce, who met his gaze evenly. He wasn't wrong. Luffy was strong, more than capable of handling himself. But as an older brother who had already lost his little brother once, Ace couldn't help but worry. And it wasn't just him. Sabo and Dragon hadn't been able to reach Luffy either. Even Shanks admitted that he hadn't heard from him in a month. Their grandpa, who always somehow knew everything, hadn't received any updates since Luffy set sail. Luffy would be mad if he saw you like this, Deuce added. As Ace's longest companion and ex-first mate, he had seen this side of him before. He had also met Luffy long before Ace joined Whitebeard, so he knew firsthand how strong Luffy was, and how ridiculously protective Ace was over him. And weren't you just fine when you didn't contact Luffy for months before? You didn't act like this then. Ace frowned at Deuce, scowling. That's different. I knew he was safe. What's the difference now? He just started sailing. It's normal for him to forget to contact you guys. You think he forgot? Deuce sighed. He's Luffy, Ace. I've heard you talk about him a million times, for your information. Ace blinked before sighing again, staring down at the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Deuce is right, Yua, Marco said. Let's wait a little longer. If Luffy still doesn't contact you, we'll gather information and track him down. That brat's my son too, Whitebeard rumbled. Ace looked up, raising an eyebrow. Pops had unilaterally decided to adopt Luffy, without Luffy even knowing. If something happens to him, we will move. That's not fair. Haruta suddenly stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Ace. What? We've been family for over a year, yet you never told us anything about Lu. We deserve to know about our little brother. It's not fair that only Deuce knew about him. Little brother? He's not your guy's brother. He's mine. Ace barked. Ouch, that really hurts. Possessive, aren't you? Thatch smirked. Pop's already decided he's part of the family, so he's ours too. No. Ace glared up at Thatch. Marco groaned, rubbing his temples as the argument escalated, while Whitebeard simply laughed, chugging down another bottle he had hidden under his seat. There were a lot of things Zoro didn't know about his captain. They had only met barely a week ago, so it was understandable, but it was also insane how much trust they already had in each other. Zoro hadn't even realized it until now. Luffy trusted him, and he trusted Luffy. Zoro wasn't the type to overthink things like this. To him, Luffy was Luffy, and that was enough. But what had happened 2 days ago wasn't something he could easily forget. It was obvious that Luffy had secrets. Zoro wasn't about to force him to spill everything, but he couldn't stop wondering about that day. And now, standing in front of them, was Luffy and a revolutionary. There was no doubt that they knew each other, but that didn't stop Zoro from wanting to protect his captain. Nami shifted her gaze between Luffy and the man standing beside him. He was a revolutionary, one who seemed oddly friendly with Luffy. But more importantly, she could never forget what had happened when Luffy was possessed. And this man, he knew exactly what had possessed him. And what the actual hell did she just hear? They were partners? What kind of partner? There was too much to unpack here. She felt like she was going crazy with how much information she had been hit with in just 2 days. Luffy grinned at them. Max will be joining us for a bit. Max is kind, so no need to be afraid of him. WWY? Usopp stammered, legs shaking. Why would a revolutionary join us? Why yeah. The revolutionary army is dangerous. Their leader is the most wanted man in the world. Nami exclaimed, still trying to wrap her head around the situation. How the hell does Luffy even know a revolutionary? And partner? Seriously, what kind of partner? The revolutionaries aren't dangerous, Luffy pouted. Yeah, they do dangerous things, but they're all kind. Max looked down, hiding the smirk tugging at his lips. It was understandable that they were wary after all. The world government had spent years spreading lies about the revolutionary army, painting them as villains that needed to be eliminated. How exactly do you know him, Luffy? Zoro finally spoke, his sharp gaze locking onto Max. You two seem to know each other well. Like I said before, Max was my partner. Zoro raised a brow. Nami and Usopp exchanged confused looks. Partner? You mean like, a boyfriend? And was? You guys broke up? Usopp asked. Max nearly choked on air, coughing violently, while Luffy blinked in confusion before frowning. Max is still my boyfriend. No, Lou, that's not, Max groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Luffy obviously had no idea what boyfriend actually meant. Luffy glared at him. What? What's wrong with you? We're still friends, and you're a boy, so. No. That's not how it works, and that's not even what he meant. Max sighed, rubbing his temple. If Ace and Sabo heard this, they'd kill him on the spot. He shuddered at the thought before turning to face the others. What we meant was that we worked together. I was assigned to be his partner. I'm not his boyfriend. Luffy's an idiot, so he doesn't understand things like that. And please, never bring this up again. The three nodded, barely holding back their amusement at the stressed expression on Max's face, while Luffy remained completely oblivious. You worked with a revolutionary, Luffy? Zoro asked, brows furrowed. Max turned to Luffy, silently leaving the choice to him. If Luffy wanted to tell them, that was up to him. His crew deserved to know, at the very least, that their captain had once been a revolutionary. Luffy raised an eyebrow at Max before grinning widely. I was a revolutionary. A heavy silence followed before the three exploded at the same time. You what? Was? Shishishi, Luffy laughed. I left because I wanted to be a pirate. Max was my partner when I was a revolutionary. He paused, tilting his head at Max before his grin widened. Yep. Max is still my partner, right? Max exhaled, then gave a small smile. Well, yeah. You left, but to everyone in the Revs, you're still one of us, even if you're a pirate now. And since I was assigned to team up with you and that hasn't changed, yeah, we're still partners. Yosh! Hold on. Nami stepped forward, staring at Luffy with an unsatisfied expression. It was clear she wanted more of an explanation. You were a revolutionary before becoming a pirate? Yes. I wanted to be a pirate. Luffy grinned. Nami blinked, then shook her head. No, why? What? Confusion flickered across Luffy's face before his grin widened, as if he had finally realized what was bothering her. Remember when I said I went to the Grand Line when I was 12? I became a revolutionary because I couldn't be a pirate until I turned 17. Why revolutionary? Luffy tilted his head. What's wrong, Nami? Revolutionaries aren't that bad. I could attack marine bases whenever I wanted. Nami groaned. Why did she even ask? Of course, Luffy would say something like that. His dream was to become a great pirate, so naturally, attacking marine bases was nothing unusual for him. This guy was born to be a criminal. First a revolutionary, then a pirate. Great. Wait. Nami's head snapped up, her eyes widening in realization. You became a revolutionary when you were 12? 13. Shishishi. Nami swallowed hard. Too young, Luffy. And I'm strong. Nami frowned and turned to Max, only to see him shrug in response. She glanced at Zoro and Usopp, noting that they wore the same expression as her, equal parts shock and unease. Ahem, Usopp cleared his throat, shifting his attention to Luffy and Max. Is there anything else we should know about you, Luffy? I mean, we're crewmates, so. Oh, right. This is my big secret, so don't tell anyone. Luffy beamed. I'm a rubber man. I ate a devil fruit. You're a devil fruit user? Nami and Usopp shouted in unison, staring at him in disbelief. No way. Devil fruits are just a myth. There's no way they actually exist. Nami exclaimed. But I really am. Look. Luffy stretched his cheeks, causing Nami and Usopp to shriek. See? I'm a rubber man. I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Why didn't you tell me before? Zoro asked, his brows furrowing. What else are you hiding from me? Luffy glanced at Max before turning back to the three, particularly Zoro. There's a reason I didn't tell you. His expression turned slightly serious. I can't use my devil fruit power openly. The three exchanged glances, their thoughts drifting back to when Nika had taken over Luffy's body. They remembered how he had mentioned Luffy not using his power. Was this what he meant? Was there a connection between Luffy's devil fruit and Nika? Is it because of, Usopp gulped, that godlike creature? Luffy arched an eyebrow in confusion. Max noticed and stepped forward to explain. Luffy still doesn't know about that. And it's complicated to explain everything right now. He then turned to Nami. Are you going to join Luffy's crew? Nami stiffened. She had almost forgotten about that. Spending time with them had made her forget what she was supposed to be doing. She had been away too long. This isn't right. I can't join you. I won't be a pirate. Nami lowered her gaze, her hands trembling slightly, but she refused to let them see her vulnerability. That's too bad, Lu. She's already seen him, Max said, his tone turning serious. Luffy, however, only gave him a confused look. I don't think Nami would go around telling anyone. She's not like that. Nami's breath caught in her throat. She stared at Luffy, stunned. They had barely known each other for days, and yet, he trusted her. Just like that. The way he believed in her, without hesitation, without suspicion, made her heart ache. She didn't deserve that trust. She had approached him with the intention of using him. She was going to betray him. Are you sure? Max asked, eyes narrowing slightly. This is dangerous, you know. She's not your crewmate, Lu. His voice carried a quiet warning. Lu, listen. You're strong, but you're not ready yet to face them. Luffy sighed, clearly aware that Max didn't trust Nami. Zoro, Usopp, and Nami exchanged confused glances. They had no idea what Max and Luffy were talking about, but one thing was clear, whatever it was serious. And Nami could tell that, to Max, she was a liability. Not that she blamed him. She didn't trust him either. Luffy pouted up at Max. I still don't know what happened to me back then. Max exhaled. Let's go inside the galley. It's not safe to talk about this out here. He cast a glance at the other three. I'd like to speak with Lu alone. No way. Did I really change? Luffy asked excitedly, eyes shining with curiosity. Lu, this is serious, Max groaned, dragging a hand down his face. I know, but it's just too amazing. I wish I could have seen myself. I wonder if I looked like him. Him? Yep. I saw Nika in my dream. His face looks like mine, but he has white hair and wears white clothes. Max's expression darkened. That's exactly how you looked when you changed. Really? Luffy grinned, absolutely thrilled. Awesome. Max facepalmed. You're lucky I handled things smoothly, or else you'd already have admirals coming after you, when your crew isn't ready to face them. He exhaled heavily, rubbing his temples. Lu, I already told Dragon-san about this. Luffy's excitement disappeared in an instant. Panic flashed across his face. Oh no! What did Dad say? Not much, Max admitted, though his frown deepened slightly. He recalled the brief flicker of shock on Dragon's face through the den just for a second, before his usual composed expression returned. Then, Max turned to Luffy, his gaze serious. What are you going to do next? Luffy blinked, pressing a finger to his chin in thought. Since the 5 elders know about my devil fruit, it's too dangerous to use my gum powers openly. I don't want to put my crew in danger either. We know, Max said. So, what about him? He said he chose you. He's the devil fruit you ate, and now he's awake. He can control your body. I talked to Nika when I was unconscious, Luffy grinned, plopping down onto a barrel. What? Nika only took over because I lost consciousness and was in danger. Luffy stretched his arms lazily, his grin unwavering. I can feel Nika's power. I could use it if I wanted to. But for now, not until my crew is ready. Until then, I won't. Max studied Luffy's expression, searching for any sign of uncertainty, but his eyes were unwavering. Determined. Okay. Max sighed, shaking his head as a quiet chuckle escaped him. This kid. Luffy was strong, incredibly strong, but despite that, the entire Revolutionary Army had always worried about him. The day they found out the 5 elders were after Luffy, wanting him captured alive because of his devil fruit, it sent the revolutionaries into a frenzy. They knew something was wrong with Luffy's devil fruit. And now, after learning the truth, Max felt a new kind of fear settle in his chest. Yes, Luffy was strong. But even at his current level, he wouldn't stand a chance against the 5 elders alone. Unless Nika was far stronger than they imagined. I'm done. Look, it's cool, right? Luffy exclaimed proudly, startling everyone on the ship as he held up the flag he had been working on. Max and Nami blinked at the sight. Luffy, Zoro called hesitantly, eyeing the drawing with mild concern. Is that really going to be our mark? Yup. What do you think? Nice, huh? Luffy grinned, looking expectantly at his crew. Nami groaned, dragging a hand down her face, while Max let out an amused chuckle. I forgot you were terrible at drawing. Luffy frowned, ready to argue, but before he could, Zoro cut in. Our mark should be scary. It should strike fear into our enemies' hearts. Usopp stepped forward, puffing out his chest. You guys should have told me about this sooner. Clearly, none of you realize that I'm an artist. Luffy's eyes widened in awe. Really? Of course. Usopp smirked. When it comes to painting, I'm in a league of my own. I've been drawing graffiti for 50 years straight. Whoa! 50 years? Luffy gasped, completely buying the lie. That's so cool. Nami facepalmed, again. Max stared at Luffy in disbelief. Lu, you're not this stupid. That would make him an old man by now, Zoro deadpanned, unimpressed by Luffy's gullibility. Behold. Usopp dramatically unveiled his version of a Jolly Roger, looking very proud of himself. A priceless work of pirate art. Luffy and Zoro took one look at it, then simultaneously punched Usopp on the head. What is that? They yelled. Usopp pouted while Max and Nami stared at him in silence. Then, rubbing his head, he sighed and got back to work. After a moment, he held up another drawing. So, how about this one? Nami's eyes lit up. That's actually pretty good. Yes. That's the one. Luffy grinned. Hey, Usopp, draw it on the sail too. Aye, Captain. Usopp saluted, grinning as he got to work. Max stared in Luffy's direction, his expression grim. He had just received a call from one of the revolutionaries who had accompanied him to East Blue, and he really didn't like what he'd just heard. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, he wasn't supposed to get involved with pirates. But how could he ignore this, when innocent lives were in danger? And what angered him the most? The Marines were involved in it too. Taking a deep breath, Max made his way toward Luffy. Where are we going next, Lu? He asked. The teen stood behind a smoking cannon, clear evidence that he had just fired. I don't know. That's Nami's job as our navigator, Luffy answered, frowning as he looked out at the sea. That was way off the mark. Max rubbed the back of his head. Lu, I just received some information. Hey, what's with all the noise? Zoro's irritated voice came from above. Clearly, his nap had been disturbed. Max frowned as he was cut off, but Luffy answered without a care. Cannon practice. But it's not going very well. Then he turned back to Max. You were saying something? Yes, I just got. You should let the expert handle this, Usopp interrupted, walking over and firmly pushing Luffy aside. He squinted at the cannon, tilting it slightly to the left as he muttered calculations under his breath. This should do it. When he fired, the cannonball hit dead center. The rock they had been aiming at exploded into tiny pieces. Aha! That's Captain Usopp for why. Usopp's victory speech died in his throat as he turned to look at the two standing beside him. Both Max and Luffy had identical wide-eyed, horrified expressions. The next thing Usopp knew, the two of them had launched themselves into the air. No, not launched. They were flying. Or rather, walking on air as if it was solid ground. You guys can fly? Huh? Nami emerged from the galley, rubbing her temples after all the commotion. What the hell is going on now? Usopp, still trembling, pointed at the two figures in the sky. They can fly. What are you? Nami's sentence trailed off as her eyes landed on Max and Luffy, who were quite literally walking through the air. And, were they carrying people? Her eye twitched. What the hell? No, I shouldn't be surprised anymore, she muttered, rubbing her face. Who are you carrying? Max and Luffy landed lightly on the deck, placing two new figures. Down. One was awake but completely bewildered, while the other was unconscious and alarmingly pale. This one has scurvy, Max said, looking at Nami. Do we have any vitamin C on board? Without hesitation, Nami spun on her heel, disappeared into the galley, and returned seconds later with a handful of lemons. My hawk, where are you? The Den Den Mushy's expression morphed into an unimpressed frown. Vice Admiral Garp. Is this about Luffy again? Bwahaha. Of course it is. I heard you're causing chaos in East Blue, where my grandson should still be. But by now, he should be heading to the Grand Line. Find him for me. A sigh came from the other end before the call abruptly disconnected. Bogard, standing behind Garp, crossed his arms. Hawkeye knowing about Luffy was supposed to be a secret, Garp-san. If the higher-ups find out, it'll bring suspicion on your grandson. Garp just grinned. Don't worry. That brat Mihawk's already making a mess in East Blue. If anyone asks, they'll just think they met by chance. The grin disappeared as he turned to Bogard. And now Senny suddenly ordered me to go to Shell Town. How does he already know that I'm here? Kuzan told him. That brat can't even keep a secret. Well, he takes after you. Garp laughed. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat pirates were en route to Baratai, following Johnny's recommendation. The rock Usopp had blasted with the cannon had landed near the two pirate hunters, and now Yasaku was resting in the galley while Johnny had taken up lookout duty in the crow's nest. Lou. We need to talk. Luffy raised an eyebrow. The other three on deck briefly glanced their way before returning to their tasks. Max, I don't want to do revolutionary missions. I'm a pirate now. Max sighed. He wouldn't force Luffy, he never had. But after 3 years of working together, it was hard not to talk to him about the mission. I thought you were here for me. Luffy added, pouting. Guess that's what happens when you're a revolutionary and work under Sabo's command. Max scratched his head. Well, yeah, I was sent to check on you. But Sabo also ordered some of us to assess the situation in East Blue. He paused, expression darkening. I got some disturbing news about the Arlong pirates. The Marines are involved with them. At the mention of that name, Nami stiffened. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears, her face draining of color. But none of the others on deck noticed her reaction. Marines? Arlong? Luffy tilted his head. What's a fishman doing in East Blue? That's way too far from their island. Max folded his arms. I looked into it. Jinbe, one of the warlords, freed him. Somehow, Arlong broke away from the Sun Pirates and came to East Blue. He hesitated, finally noticing the way Nami was trembling. I guess he picked East Blue because it's the weakest sea. The Marines know what he's doing there, but he paid them off to keep quiet. Luffy scowled. Ji-chan doesn't know about this, he cursed under his breath. Of course he doesn't. If he did, Arlong wouldn't still be in East Blue. Exactly. Max's gaze flickered toward Nami again. Sabo only sent 6 of us to East Blue. 2 of us already returned to base with Kuro and his crew in custody. The other 3 can handle Arlong. Right? Max's expression darkened. Lou, hate to break it to you, but no. They're not strong enough to take down a fishman. The Arlong pirates have too many men and they are just 3-person. He sighed. If you don't want to get involved, I'll go alone. I can handle most of them. Luffy huffed. Of course you can. Shishishi. You're strong. His grin faded slightly. But Arlong is Jinbe's brother. Trailing off, Luffy followed Max's gaze, finally noticing Nami. She was trembling, her hands clenched into fists, her face pale. His eyes narrowed. Nami. What's wrong? She flinched. And when she looked up, she saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at her. You knew Arlong, didn't you? Max asked. What? Max glanced at Luffy, who was watching Nami with an unreadable expression. He could tell that Luffy had already figured out why she was reacting this way. Luffy had always been good at reading people. Before any of them could say another word, Johnny suddenly appeared, shouting that they had arrived. All eyes turned forward, where a brightly colored ship floated on the sea, shaped like a massive fish with multiple levels. Bold letters on the front spelled out Baratai. Their earlier conversation was forgotten in an instant. That's a big fish. This is the coolest ship ever. Usopp exclaimed. Johnny stepped up beside them, his face serious. This place is great, but consider yourself warned. It's close to the Grand Line, and I've heard a lot of rumors lately. About a certain Hawkeye man. The one you're looking for. He turned his gaze toward Zoro. Zoro snapped his head toward Johnny before locking eyes with his captain. Luffy was smiling at him, but something about it made Zoro unsure if it was really a smile at all. You're looking for Hawkeye, Lou? Why? Max asked, genuinely curious. Nah, not me. Luffy's casual response only made Max even more curious. As their ship neared the floating restaurant, loud bells and honking noises blared behind them. Everyone turned to see a large marine ship approaching fast. "This is not good," Max mumbled. Nami fidgeted, anxiously looking around. She was waiting for Luffy outside the restaurant owner's office, where the cannon had accidentally crashed. Her mind was a mess. Ever since Luffy and Max mentioned Arlong's name, her heart hadn't stopped hammering. Questions swirled in her head, doubts she didn't know how to voice. She wanted answers. She wanted confirmation. But she just didn't know what to do. She admitted, begrudgingly, that she truly enjoyed traveling with these idiots. Even though she'd only known Usopp for a few days, he already felt like the kind of friend she'd always wanted but never had. And Luffy and Zoro, they already called her their friend. Even Zoro, despite his lingering doubts about her. Could she really blame him for that? "Nami?" She flinched at the sudden voice and turned to see Luffy closing the door behind him. "That was fast. How's it going?" Luffy grinned. "I paid with gold bars." Nami sighed, shaking her head. "Of course. Have you been waiting for me?" She hesitated before nodding. She wasn't even sure why she was so nervous. "Do you want to talk?" Another nod. She let her hair fall over her face to hide how uneasy she felt. Then, Luffy simply walked past her. When she looked up, he was heading toward the door leading outside. "Let's talk outside." Nami swallowed and followed. The second floor was empty, just a few tables scattered around. Luffy was already sitting at one near the railings, waiting for her. "I asked the owner to let us be alone. No interruptions." Luffy gestured for her to sit. "Now you can say whatever you want. I'm listening." Nami gulped. She didn't know how to start. Asking for help wasn't something she was used to. Not for years. But Luffy was strong. And Luffy was her friend. If Luffy said he could defeat Arlong, she would believe him in a heartbeat. She took a shaky breath. "Do you really think of me as your friend?" Her voice wavered, and she didn't dare look at him. Luffy chuckled softly. "This might sound crazy, but you're like a big sister to me." Nami's breath hitched. "You're my friend. My crew. My navigator. Even though you keep saying you won't join my crew, you're already part of it. I don't want anyone else as my navigator. Just you." She didn't even notice when the tears started falling. She bit her lip hard, her chest aching. Happiness. Gratefulness. A quiet sob escaped her lips. Luffy giggled at that. Then, warmth. Luffy's arms wrapped around her, holding her close. It was the kind of embrace she hadn't felt in years. "I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me, Nami," Luffy murmured, voice gentle. "You're such a crybaby." He giggled again, but it was soft, warm. "DMNU," Nami muttered with a wet laugh, wiping at her face. Luffy pulled back, watching her. That smile. That DMN smile. She could feel the tears welling up again. "Tell me. Hey, is Luffy gonna be okay?" Zoro asked. Max didn't take his eyes off Full Body, who was sitting not far from them. "He's Luffy. He'll be fine." Zoro and Usopp exchanged a look, both frowning at Max's nonchalant response. But just a few minutes later, Luffy came bounding toward them with his usual wide grin, instantly dissolving any tension in their bodies. Nami followed closely behind him. "Have you guys ordered anything?" Luffy asked. "What happened?" Usopp questioned, eyeing Luffy suspiciously. He knew full well that Luffy had accidentally blown a hole in the restaurant roof with a cannon meant for their ship. That kind of destruction had to cost a lot. "I paid them with the gold bars," Luffy said simply, sliding into the seat between Max and Zoro. Usopp blinked. "Gold bars? Oh, right. You don't know," Nami sighed, crossing her arms. "Our captain here is super rich. I'll explain later." "Our captain?" Zoro raised an eyebrow at her before glancing at Luffy. Nami flashed them a peace sign, grinning widely. Before anyone could question her further, Luffy groaned dramatically, slumping onto the table. "What did you guys order?" "I'm hungry." "We ordered lots of food," Max said, ruffling Luffy's hair. At that, Luffy immediately perked up, tongue out, stars in his eyes. But then, a sudden commotion broke out. Full Body had started a fight with a blonde waiter. The entire restaurant fell silent as the Marine captain was sent flying, slammed down hard by the waiter's powerful kick. "What just happened?" Usopp muttered, staring in disbelief. The once cocky Marine captain was now sprawled out, beaten bloody, and staring up at the waiter in fear. "He got his butt handed to him, that's what happened," Max smirked, amused. He glanced at Luffy, who was watching the scene with bright, excited eyes. Max already knew exactly what the brat was thinking. "Hey, Sanji!" The restaurant owner stormed in, scowling. "Don't tell me you went on another rampage, you idiot. It's none of your DMN business, you old man." The blonde waiter, Sanji, snapped back. Oh, now you're ordering me around? Just who do you think you're talking to? Do you want to sink my restaurant, you punk? The old man marched right up to Sanji and, without hesitation, landed a solid kick to his face with his peg leg. Then he turned his fury on Full Body. And you, get your butt out of my restaurant. Another chef jumped in, yelling at Sanji. Within seconds, the two were barking at each other like rabid dogs, while the owner looked like he was one breath away from throwing them both overboard. Just then, a marine from Full Body's ship came charging in, face pale. Lieutenant. Lieutenant Full Body. We've got trouble. He's escaped. Full Body snapped his head toward the marine. What? Pirate Krieg's henchmen attacked us and escaped. The blood drained from Full Body's face. Impossible. When we picked him up 3 days ago, he was on the verge of starving to death. We haven't fed him anything. Where did he get the strength? I'm sorry, Lieutenant. A gunshot rang out. The marine collapsed to the floor. A thin man stepped inside. His gaunt face was lined with exhaustion, dark circles heavy under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. You're kind. 2 pairs of eyes looked up to see Luffy perched on the railing, grinning widely. You're strong too. I want you as my cook. Sanji raised an eyebrow, eyeing Luffy up and down with obvious skepticism. You're a pirate? Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Sanji scoffed. And aren't you the one who blew a hole in our roof this morning? It's not entirely my fault. It was self-defense. Sanji let out a dry laugh. Yeah. In any case, don't do anything stupid to this place. The owner, Zeph, used to be a cook in a very famous pirate fleet. Yeah, I know, Luffy giggled. Sanji frowned at that. How do you know? Be my cook. Luffy repeated. Sanji's frown deepened before he sighed, an apologetic look crossing his face. Sorry, but I can't. I can't leave this restaurant. Luffy scowled. I don't accept that. What? I refuse to accept your refusal. Luffy crossed his arms stubbornly. You're a great cook, and I need one. We should be pirates together. Sanji blinked at him in disbelief. Listen, I really can't leave here, all right? Why not? I don't have to tell you everything. But you just told me to listen to you. Luffy shot back, looking annoyed. Why are older people always like this? You guys are so annoying. He pouted, arms still crossed, making Sanji blink again, this time in sheer confusion. Before Sanji could argue back, the starved man from earlier finally spoke up. You said you're a pirate, are you planning to go to the Grand Line? Of course. Luffy's pout instantly vanished, replaced by a wide grin. The Grand Line is full of beautiful places, both in Paradise and the New World. I want to bring my crew there. They'll get way stronger there than they ever could here. Sanji and the starved man exchanged baffled glances, both at a loss for words. You. The starved man narrowed his eyes at Luffy. What the hell are you even saying? You sound like you've been to the Grand Line before. I have. Luffy beamed. I lived there for years before coming back here. What? Both men stared at him in shock. They didn't want to believe it because there's no way. A scrawny kid with such a dumb, carefree face couldn't have survived in the most dangerous sea in the world. He's telling the truth, Max cut in, smirking as he walked up to Luffy and leaned against the railing beside him. He's strong. Very strong. Luffy whined, pouting. Why are you here? I told you I'd be back. You were taking too long, Max replied, unimpressed. We had a talk with Nami. She has a plan. Luffy's pout disappeared again, replaced with excitement. Oh? Is that so? Then just listen to her. I'll go along with whatever you guys decide. Max sighed, nodding. We can't stay here too long, Lou. Find your cook soon, or we'll have to leave without one. Luffy whined again but didn't argue as Max turned and walked off. He turned back to Sanji. Hey, join my crew. Sanji's eye twitched. I already told you I can't. And I already told you I don't accept your refusal. Why, you little brat? What are you doing slacking off, Sanji? Zeph's voice cut through the argument as he stepped outside. Sanji sighed heavily and lit a new cigarette, already bracing himself for another lecture. Nami and Usopp cowered behind Luffy, their faces pale with terror. The entire restaurant was in chaos, tables overturned and debris scattered everywhere. Jin, the starved man from earlier, stood in front of them, trembling. Around him, the Baratai chefs held their weapons at the ready, their expressions grim. But no one moved. No one dared. Jin's face twisted with fear. An entire 50-ship fleet. Completely eradicated by a single man, his voice shook as he recalled the nightmare. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that even possible? That's pretty normal in the Grand Line. Nami and Usopp shrieked, whipping their heads toward Max. They had heard tales of the Grand Line's dangers, but this, seeing the remains of a massive galleon reduced to ruins, made those stories all too real. Jin gripped his face with both hands, his body trembling violently. It's like a nightmare burned into my memory. I just want to forget. His eyes? They were like hawks. Sharp and murderous. His gaze alone felt like a cold hand of death. Zoro's fingers tightened around the railing, his eyes wide. No way. What's he talking about? Nami asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Well then, Zeph spoke up, his gaze locked on Jin, that can only be the one known as Hawkeye. Jin flinched at the name, as if even hearing it sent chills down his spine. Zeph continued, your description of his heartless gaze isn't enough proof on its own, but the way he single-handedly destroyed your fleet leaves no doubt. Hawkeye my hawk, Zoro murmured, his grip tightening even more. Luffy glanced at Zoro and smiled slightly. Sanji frowned and turned to Jin. Did you guys do something to PSS him off? We didn't do anything to him. Jin answered immediately. Then maybe you disturbed his nap? Zeph smirked. Probably that. Shishishi. Haki's that kind of person, after all, Luffy chuckled. Every head in the room snapped toward him. Sanji's cigarette nearly fell from his lips. Nami and Usopp gawked. Even Zeph seemed momentarily surprised. Zoro stared at him. Haki? You know Hawkeye, Luffy? Luffy grinned. Yeah. I met him lots of times before I became a pirate. Silence. The entire restaurant collectively freaked out. Before anyone could process that shocking revelation, the unmistakable sound of battle cries erupted from outside the restaurant. And then, with a single slash, the great galleon was sliced clean in half. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. Zoro bared his teeth at Mihawk, who had been staring at Luffy ever since his arrival. Mihawk raised an eyebrow, then allowed a small smile. Luffy found himself a fine crewmate, I see. Zoro ignored him, shifting his stance. His swords formed an almost triangular shape as he declared, I am Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk reached behind his head, grasping the hilt of his massive black sword. I'll remember it. No one as strong as you has come around in quite some time. So, as a swordsman's courtesy, I'll use the world's strongest black blade to defeat you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Spinning his swords, Zoro prepared to unleash his strongest attack. Mihawk charged. No one saw what happened. The silence shattered as the two katanas in Zoro's hand splintered into pieces. He fell to his knees, defeated. A gut-wrenching surge of Haki pulsed through the air. Mihawk tensed, turning his head sharply. Luffy stood still, brown eyes locked onto him, sharp and unwavering. That glare Mihawk smiled. It was the second time he had seen those eyes looking at him like that. The first had been years ago, when he was forced to visit the boy under Garp's orders. I may have lost, but I never run, Zoro said, lifting his head, a dark smile stretching across his face. He rose to his feet, arms spread wide. Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame. Mihawk smirked. Fine. With a single slash, he cut deep across Zoro's chest. Blood poured out as Zoro's body wavered before toppling backward into the sea. You shouldn't rush these things, young man. Zoro. Nami and Usopp screamed in horror. Nami fell to her knees, covering her mouth as Johnny and Yasaku immediately dove into the water after Zoro. Luffy trembled. He could still feel that Zoro was breathing, but it didn't change the fact that he had nearly lost him and at the hands of someone he knew, someone he was close with. His arms stretched. Everyone freaked out as they watched him rocket toward Mihawk. Luffy landed beside him, fury etched into his features, his haki flaring dangerously. His emotions threatened to take over, his body buzzing with barely restrained power. In the depths of his mind, he heard laughter. Nika's laughter. The voice whispered, urging him to unleash his power, to defeat the man standing before him. He will live, Mihawk said evenly. Of course he will, Luffy shot back, voice razor sharp. His glare didn't waver. He knew he shouldn't be mad. Zoro had been the one to challenge Mihawk, but the sight of his first mate bleeding out made his chest burn with frustration. Movement from the water caught his attention. Johnny and Yasaku surfaced, Zoro between them. Zoro? Luffy called out as Nami, Usopp, and Max rushed forward. Zeph immediately stepped in to help Max perform first aid. Mihawk folded his arms. It's still far too early for you to die, he declared. His voice carried through the stunned silence. My name is Hawkeye Mihawk. You are strong, but there is still much for you to learn. No matter how many years it takes, I will hold this title as the world's greatest and wait for you. Until that day, hone your skills. Seek me out, Roronoa Zoro. A few gasps echoed around them. Not just anyone can earn the regard of Hawkeye Mihawk, Zeph muttered, a rare note of respect in his voice. Mihawk turned back to Luffy. The boy's attention was still on Zoro, his concern evident. He's alive. He was just unconscious. Everyone's head snapped toward Zoro as he suddenly coughed up blood and seawater. He gasped for breath before weakly raising his white katana into the air. Luffy, can you hear me? Yeah. Luffy shouted, frowning. Around him, Usopp and the others were visibly worried. I'm sorry for disappointing you. Zoro's voice was hoarse. He coughed again, blood splattering against the deck as the others tried to get him to stop talking. I know you need nothing less than the greatest swordsman in the world. Tears welled in Nami's eyes. Zoro, I swear, from this moment forward, I will never lose again. His voice cracked, his arms shielding his eyes as raw emotion surged through him. A beat of silence. Then a wide grin broke across Luffy's face. His haki finally settled. Yep. Before Mihawk could react, Luffy suddenly launched himself at him and hugged him. Mihawk blinked. A soft chuckle left his lips as he gently patted Luffy's back. He had honestly thought Luffy wouldn't want anything to do with him after this. Now, at least, he had something to brag about to red-haired Shanks when he returned to the Grand Line. Mihawk smirked at the thought alone. I'm still mad at you, Luffy whispered, pulling back to glare at him. I figured, Mihawk said with another low chuckle, ruffling Luffy's hair. They're really close, Usopp muttered, watching in disbelief. Luffy saw Nami's surprised expression shift into a sour one. Are you here for me? He asked Mihawk. Mihawk nodded. As usual, your grandfather wanted me to check on you. He exhaled. What happened this time? I thought the Den Mushi they gave you could reach the East Blue. Luffy's eyes widened. Oh, crap. He hadn't contacted anyone yet. Sheet. Max turned to him sharply. Lou, don't tell me you. I forgot. Luffy's face crumpled, looking on the verge of tears. Call them now. I already reminded you. Max scolded, pointed a finger at him. Luffy was about to jump toward the Mary when a loud voice suddenly echoed from the massive ruined ship. Hey, Hawkeye. Stopping in his tracks, Luffy turned to glare at the approaching man. I was under the impression that you had come here to take my life. Krieg said, looking insulted. Weren't you here to kill Don Krieg, ruler of the East Blue? I came here to see this boy, Mihawk said flatly, not even sparing Krieg a glance. His eyes remained fixed on Luffy. But I've seen him, had my fun, and now, I'll be heading home to rest. You're leaving? You don't want me to leave? Mihawk smirked faintly. Or, perhaps you'd prefer I handle these lowlives for you, Lou? Luffy snorted. What? No way. I can take care of them myself. Mihawk nodded. Of course. Then I'll be going. I'll inform your grandfather of your location. Okay. I'll call Grandpa and the others right after I'm done here. See ya, Haki. Take care, Lou. Mihawk turned as if to leave, but paused, eyes flicking back to Luffy. A slight frown creased his forehead. You used your rubber power just before. Luffy blinked. Then, his face paled. Nika had been talking in his head again just minutes ago. Luffy had planned to enjoy himself with these pirates, but they were weak, far too weak. He could take them down with ease, yet he still wanted to have some fun. Nika agreed. What truly irritated Luffy, however, was Nika's relentless insistence that he use his gum powers, urging him to embrace the battle and let loose. But Luffy refused. He didn't want to. Then, something happened that Luffy never expected. Nika got angry. A wave of frustration surged through Luffy's mind and body, as if the very core of his being was resonating with Nika's emotions. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, his breath grew erratic, and the sensation of an overwhelming presence pressing down on him made him wince. He clenched his jaw and slammed a fist against his head. You're so annoying. No, you're the annoying one. Just stop talking already. There aren't any Marines around. Just use our power. No. I don't need it. I can win on my own. So annoying. You're no fun anymore. The old you was better. Shut up, DMN it. And don't be mad. I'm not mad. I could never be mad at you. But you've changed. You're so annoying right now. We're supposed to be the freest ones in the world. This isn't right, and you know it. Shut up. Luffy gasped for breath, his body curling in on itself, hands pressed tight over his ears. He hadn't even noticed when he dropped into a crouch, knees pulled close, his haki flaring uncontrollably. Cracks splintered beneath him, the sheer force of his emotions rattling the air. Nika's voice was deafening in his skull. Normally, Luffy wouldn't mind, he was loud himself, after all. But this was different. The voice was pounding, relentless, like his brain was being split apart. And the anger Nika's anger was seeping into him, making his own emotions spiral wildly out of control. Luffy. Shut up. Lou. Luffy. Lou. Luffy. Luffy. I said shut up. Luffy. A sharp gasp tore from his throat as his head snapped up. A hand gripped his shoulders, grounding him, and his wild eyes met Max's. Luffy's own hand clutched at his chest, his breaths ragged and uneven. The pounding in his skull hadn't stopped. His vision blurred at the edges. Max's grip tightened. "What?" Luffy barely managed to get the word out. "Are you okay?" Max's voice was firm, but his expression was full of concern. "You scared me." Nami's voice trembled as she stepped closer, her palm pressing gently against Luffy's face. "You were screaming. We could barely get close to you." Luffy forced himself to straighten up, his gaze darting around. Krieg's crew. The Baratai chefs. All of them were staring, some frozen in place, others looking outright terrified. His Haki had rattled. The whole DMN battlefield. Luffy cursed under his breath. Nika was silent now. The pounding in his skull had dulled, and slowly, his heartbeats evened out. "Lu. I'm fine," Luffy said, forcing a smile. He knew immediately it wasn't convincing. Not to them. His gaze flickered past them to where Zoro was still unconscious. "Take Zoro to Mary. I'll be there once I'm done here." "Are you sure?" Nami asked hesitantly. Luffy nodded. "You don't have to worry about me." She bit her lip, hesitant, before Max gently pulled her away. Together, they turned and ran back to where Zoro and the others were waiting. Luffy exhaled slowly, the weight of Nika's silence still lingering in his mind. Sanji had mixed feelings about Straw Hat Luffy. He knew Zeph had taken an interest in the kid, and, if he was being honest, Sanji felt the same. There was something about him, something undeniable. But when Luffy suddenly dropped to his knees and screamed, Sanji almost rushed forward, until he saw the sweet Nami-san and the other guy get there first. He froze, eyes widening. He didn't know what the hell just happened, but the air. It felt thick. He wasn't the only one struggling to breathe. Everyone, even the pirates, were gasping for air, as if something invisible was pressing down on them. The wood beneath Luffy creaked and shook, trembling like it was reacting to the teen's emotions. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Sanji sked in a sharp breath, his lungs finally freed from whatever pressure had gripped them. He realized, with a frown, that Nami-san and the other guy must have snapped Luffy out of whatever trance he had fallen into. More than that, Sanji realized he was worried. Why the hell am I worried about some kid I just met today? But there was no time to dwell on it. Because the next thing Sanji knew, Luffy was wrecking Krieg. It all happened so fast. One moment, the battle raged on, and the next, an unseen force, an overwhelming, unknown shockwave, rippled across the Baratai, sending every single one of Krieg's men collapsing into the sea. Sanji barely had time to react. He just stood there, staring, watching the way Zeph's eyes widened, then narrowed with something sharp recognition. Interest. But Sanji's eyes were locked on Luffy. Luffy, still standing. Luffy, unmoving in the center of it all, surrounded by unconscious bodies floating on the waves. He looked unstable. Sanji felt that flicker of concern again. "What the F just happened?" one of the chefs cried out, his voice shaking. "Was it that Straw Hat kid? What did he do?" "He didn't even move, he just stood there, and they all collapsed." "Calm down." Zeph's voice cut through the chaos, firm, but his gaze never left Luffy. And then, Luffy's body swayed. And he fell. Straight into the water. Sanji's frown deepened. "He can swim, right?" "He can't swim." Sanji's stomach dropped. "A devil fruit user can't swim." Sanji didn't hesitate. He dove. Sanji nearly jumped when Luffy suddenly sat up, his movements abrupt and full of energy, as if he hadn't just been unconscious for hours. The teen beamed at him, but his eyes immediately darted around the room, scanning frantically. Sanji raised an eyebrow. "Here." Luffy's head snapped toward him just as Sanji extended his hand, holding out the familiar straw hat. "Thanks." Luffy grinned, quickly grabbing it and placing it back on his head. "I thought I lost it." Sanji smirked. "Guess it's pretty important to you." "It is," Luffy said without hesitation, his voice firm with conviction. Sanji chuckled, shaking his head. "Your crew's back on your ship. You were out for a few hours." The bright, careless grin on Luffy's face faltered slightly. Worry crept into his expression. "Is Zoro okay?" he asked, voice quieter. Sanji shrugged. "I guess he is. I don't know." Luffy sighed at the answer, looking down for a moment. A strange feeling nagged at him. Something told him that Nami was upset with him. But he pushed the thought aside for now. Lifting his head again, he locked eyes with Sanji. "Hey, Sanji. Join my crew." Sanji exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "Stubborn brat." "You're here," Nami said, closing the book in her hands as she looked at Luffy. Her voice was steady, but Luffy could tell, she was worried about him. Worried, but also upset. "How's Zoro?" he asked. "No better," she sighed. He may not wake up for a while. Luffy stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the unconscious swordsman lying on the bed. Nami's fingers tightened around the book. Her teeth clenched as she finally spoke again, her voice rising slightly. Why didn't you stop him? Luffy halted mid-step, his eyes still locked onto Zoro. He could die, you know, Nami continued, her voice now trembling. She stomped toward him, scowling. Why didn't you stop Zoro, Luffy? You even knew that Hawkeye guy. What were you even thinking? Zoro almost died. Luffy frowned. Zoro is okay. He almost died, Luffy. Nami exhaled sharply. Her expression softened, but her eyes still held frustration. Just tell me why. So that I can understand. A heavy silence settled between them. Nami's emotions were laid bare, while Luffy stood there, frowning, his thoughts unreadable. When it became clear that he wouldn't answer, she bit her lip, gripping the book tightly. You guys are my friends, she whispered. The first real friends I've ever had in my whole life. I don't want, she hesitated, her voice cracking. I don't want to lose any of you. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she wiped at them hastily. I'm scared, Luffy. What if Zoro never wakes up? And you? You really scared me today. I know you're strong, but I can't help worrying about you. Luffy didn't say anything. Instead, he reached forward and pulled her into a hug. Nami's breath hitched before she let herself lean into him, her tears finally spilling over. I'm sorry, Luffy murmured. I'm fine, Nami. And Zoro will wake up. He's strong, you know that. Believe in him. Nami sniffled, nodding against his shoulder. After a few moments, she stepped back, rubbing her eyes. She gave Luffy's head a light pat before turning and walking out of the room. Once she was gone, Luffy turned his attention back to Zoro. Zoro had been out for a whole day, and there was still no sign of him waking up. Luffy sighed and sat down beside the bed, staring at his sleeping crewmate. If I'm being honest? I wanted to stop you, he admitted quietly. I really did. He rested his forehead on the edge of the bed, next to Zoro's arm. But that promise you made, it was too great. His voice softened. So all I could do was watch. A shadow crossed his face. We have to go, Zoro, he murmured. We have to save Nami's village. We have to save the people on Konomi Island. He swallowed, gripping the sheets lightly. You will wake up, won't you? A humorless chuckle escaped his lips. We both made Nami cry, Zoro. You have to wake up. His voice dropped to a whisper. And we haven't even started our real journey yet? So open your eyes. Outside, Max watched as Nami walked toward where he and Usopp were sitting. He raised an eyebrow at her, then glanced at Usopp, who looked just as confused. What's wrong, Nami? Usopp asked, handing her a drink he had grabbed from the fridge. She took it, sipping slowly. How's Zoro? Max added. Nami exhaled. Still the same, she said quietly. Luffy said to believe in Zoro. Bello Betty strode toward Sabo's office, irritation evident in every step. When she pushed open the door, she found him buried in paperwork, barely acknowledging her entrance. Why is it that I'm just now hearing about Revs being sent to East Blue without my knowledge? Sabo glanced up briefly. Oh, you're back. Betty crossed her arms. I'm the commander of the East Blue Army, Chief. So why didn't I know about this? Sabo sighed, rubbing his temple. Your mission is in Paradise and the New World, in case you forgot. And right now, we've got serious issues on both sides. I didn't want to add more to your plate. Betty's eye twitched. I deserve to know what's happening in East Blue. Kuma-san gave me that position for a reason, Chief. Sabo exhaled, setting down his pen. How's the situation in the New World? I haven't received an update yet. Betty let out a frustrated breath before dropping into the chair across from him. We're about 90% done, but we still haven't figured out who's behind it all. She leaned forward, fingers tapping against her arm. The thing is, Chief of Staff, if we don't find the boss pulling the strings, this whole mess may never end. Sabo hummed in thought, fingers drumming against the table. Should we send reinforcements? Actually, we're already stretched thin. Everyone has their own missions, and most of our forces are tied up with the Alabasta and Rewa operations. He sighed. And we can't ask Ivankov-san? He's having too much fun in prison. Betty scoffed. We can handle it. Just don't be surprised if this takes longer than expected. She exhaled, then narrowed her eyes at him. Now, mind explaining why some of our people, especially Max, were sent to East Blue? Sabo scratched his head. Luffy set sail. Betty raised an eyebrow. And? Then it clicked. Her eyes went wide, and she bit her cigarette clean in half. You did not. Sabo groaned, running a hand through his hair. Luffy didn't contact any of us, okay? We were worried. He's strong. That doesn't mean I can't worry about my own baby brother. Betty's eye twitched again. You seriously sent Revs just to check on Luffy? Sabo shook his head. We've neglected East Blue for too long. Yes, you hold the command there, but since you've been focusing on the Grand Line, we ended up overlooking it. And anyway, they'll be back soon. Haru contacted me yesterday. Once they settle one last matter, they're pulling out. Max might bring Luffy to Alabasta, though. Betty frowned. Give me their reports. Sabo handed over the stack of documents. Betty skimmed through them, her frown deepening. This is a mess, she muttered, tossing the reports back onto Sabo's desk. So Arlong's in East Blue. She let out a sharp breath before her eyes flicked back to him. And what do you mean, Max might bring Luffy to Alabasta? Sabo smirked. Half the Revs are betting that Luffy will get involved with Alabasta. And he's a pirate now, you know what that means. Betty let out a low chuckle. That could make things easier for us. Maybe. Sabo leaned back, crossing his arms. But you're not going to East Blue. Betty glared at him for a long moment, then sighed. I trust Max and the others. And Luffy can handle Arlong, too. They said talking to you might help wake you up, Luffy mused, staring at Zoro's still form on the bed. So, I guess I should tell you about one of my adventures, Zoro. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his palm. I landed on this island once. The people there lived deep in the forest. They treated me really well. They gave me food, clothes, and then, when night came, they tied me up. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled, leaning back slightly as he glanced at the small window beside him. I could have untied myself any time, but I wanted to see what they were up to. And guess what? They were actually trying to sacrifice me to the sun god. He laughed again, recalling the memory of that chaotic night. Honestly, he couldn't even be mad at them when he learned why they did it. They just wanted to be free, Zoro, Luffy said softly. Those people were suffering. And before they could even go through with the sacrifice, the celestial dragons showed up. They wanted to kill everyone. Then, Nika took over my body. His voice grew quiet for a moment. Back then, I didn't know what was happening. But now I get it. Now I understand why, when I woke up, those celestial BSTRDs were all dead and why I was suddenly on that BSTRD's ship. What happened to the islanders? Luffy's head snapped toward the bed. Zoro. His face lit up, and before Zoro could react, Luffy launched himself at him, squeezing the life out of him in a tight hug. You're awake. It, Luffy, are you trying to kill me? Zoro grunted. Shishishi. Hello, Zoro. Luffy grinned down at him. Zoro let out a breath before giving a small smirk. Hello, Captain. With Luffy's help, he sat up, wincing slightly. Now, my question. Oh. Right. Luffy chuckled. The island was destroyed by this cool big laser shot from the sky. But before it hit, Nika used the Celestial's ship to save everyone. The islanders called me the sun god after that. Zoro frowned. A laser from the sky destroyed an entire island? He squinted at Luffy. And they called you the sun god because they saw your white form? Luffy hummed in agreement. Because Nika is the sun god, Zoro. Zoro blinked. That meant? Luffy was a god? Nika had literally said he and Luffy were one. Did Luffy even realize what he had just said? Before Zoro could ask, Luffy suddenly beamed. Zoro, just stay here. He hopped off the bed with boundless energy. I'm gonna tell everyone you're awake. And with that, he bolted out of the room, shouting joyfully to the others. You're seriously making this place your home now, aren't you? Shishishi. I won't leave until Sanji says yes. Sanji sighed. Luffy was back again, eating with the staff like he belonged there. And, of course, there had just been another fight between him and the other chefs just minutes ago. Sanji couldn't help but wonder, was Luffy here just because he was stubborn? Or was he actually worried about him? He glanced at Luffy, then let out another sigh. Fine, I'll join you. Luffy's eyes widened, and then he beamed so brightly that Sanji had to look away. Really? Yay. Sanji smiled, exhaling a slow puff of smoke. Have you heard about the All Blue? Luffy tilted his head. Sabo once read me a book about that. Do you believe in the All Blue, Sanji? Sabo? Sanji's grin widened. Yes. His voice was filled with conviction. That sea is a miracle. In the All Blue, fish from the East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, and South Blue all swim together, he said, his excitement bleeding into his words. For us cooks, it's the ultimate dream. A place that fantastic has got to be somewhere on the Grand Line, right? Luffy grinned. Shishishi. Why don't we find out together on our journey, Sanji? Sanji chuckled. Yeah. Let's do that, Captain. Sanji wiped his wet face as he walked alongside Luffy toward their ship. His new home. I didn't know you could cry like that, Luffy giggled beside him. Even the others were bawling. Shut up, Luffy. You always act cool, but now I've seen your other side. Shishishi. Sanji huffed, shooting a glare at his new captain. You better not tell Nami-san. Luffy just laughed and skipped ahead toward the ship. Sanji frowned. Oi, wait up. He ran after the teen. So, you finally joined us? Usopp asked, glancing at the man standing beside their captain. Sanji hummed in response, lighting a cigarette. I guess we can leave now? Max asked, looking at Luffy. Luffy nodded. Zoro raised an eyebrow. I thought we needed a cook, so why is a waiter joining us? Sanji's a cook. Luffy shot back, grinning. A really good one. And he can fight. Nami swallowed. So we're leaving, Luffy? Luffy's expression turned serious. Max told me your plan, Nami, but I don't agree. Nami blinked, then frowned. Why? Your plan is to give Arlong the money and buy back your village. But what about the other villages? That? Arlong made you suffer for years, Nami. I don't care what your plan is, I'm going to beat him. Luffy then smiled at her, full of conviction. You have 7 friends who will fight for you. Johnny and Yasaku already made it clear they're with us, so have faith in us. Let's take down Arlong together. Nami's lips trembled, her eyes glassy. She looked around at her crewmates before finally nodding, whispering a soft, thank you. You came too late, Garp, Zeph said, smiling as he wiped his hands on a towel. Your grandson just left last night. Then you must know where he's headed next, Zeph? The old cook grinned. Have a seat. I'll bring you the best meal we have. Garp grinned back as he settled into a chair. The restaurant was nearly empty, save for a few lingering customers. Bogard stood by his side while Garp had dismissed Kobe and Helmeppo. A few minutes later, Zeph returned with a plate piled high with food, setting it down before sitting across from the vice admiral. So, I guess he's the grandson who went missing years ago? Zeph mused, watching Garp dig in. Yeah. The brat set sail 2 weeks ago. My Hawk told me he was here, so I came to check on him. So Hawkeye really came here for him, huh? Zeph smirked. You're a bit protective, aren't you? Garp sighed between bites. He was 7 when he disappeared. His brother's been asking about him, and turns out none of my brats, not even that red-haired brat, have heard from him since he left. Zeph leaned back, pouring them both a glass of wine. He's fine. I watched him fight. That brat of yours, he's something else. He glanced at Garp before taking a sip. Using Haki outside of the Grand Line is dangerous, Garp. Garp paused mid-bite, his expression hardening. He can't use his devil fruit. The 5 elders are looking for him because of it. Zeph's eyes widened slightly. He took another sip of wine, then set the glass down. He's heading to Konomi Island. He should be there by now. Garp finished his meal, then stood. Thanks, Zeph. I trust this conversation stays between us. Zeph chuckled. You know me, Garp. And your brat, he's interesting. He reminds me of Roger. Garp grinned at that. What are they doing? Sanji asked curiously as he set plates on the table where everyone was gathered. His gaze was fixed on the sparring happening a few feet away. How does he do that? The others turned to look where Sanji was staring. Zoro and Luffy were training, though it seemed more like Zoro struggling to land a single hit while Luffy effortlessly dodged each strike. The swordsman was visibly irritated, but he still listened to every word Luffy said, taking in his advice despite his frustration. Haki training, Max answered casually, taking a bite of his food. I suggest all of you start training in Haki from now on. It'll be useful by the time you reach the end of Paradise, and you guys have plenty of time to work on it before entering the New World. What? Sanji raised an eyebrow at him. Paradise? New World? Haki? Yeah, what are those? Usopp chimed in, mouth full as he chewed. He let out a blissful sigh, melting on the spot. And you guys still haven't explained Haki to me either. Luffy really picked the right cook. This food is amazing, Sanji. Sanji smirked at the compliment. Heh, glad you liked it. But seriously, what's Paradise and the New World? And Haki, what exactly is that? I'll explain Haki later, Max replied, glancing at Nami, who had been quiet beside him. Nami, you're the navigator. This is important for you. At that, Nami immediately straightened up, her interest piqued. The Grand Line is divided into 2 sections by the Red Line, Max continued. The first half is known as Paradise, and the second half is called the New World. Sanji, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku all leaned in, intrigued. So that's why there are 2 parts, Nami murmured, her expression turning serious as she absorbed the information. Why are they called that? Usopp asked. The first half, Paradise, got its name from those who returned from the New World. Compared to the second half, they say it feels like a paradise. As for the New World, it's called that because it's unlike anything Else, it's a whole new world of adventure. Wait, what? Usopp blinked, trying to process that. What does that mean? For someone who's lived in the Grand Line all my life, I can tell you, it's dangerous. Both Paradise and the New World are full of unpredictable threats. But compared to the New World, Paradise is bearable. Max paused, letting that sink in. Both sides have their own challenges, but the Grand Line isn't as bad as people make it out to be. The Grand Line is called the Pirates' Graveyard, though, Johnny pointed out. Well, that's mainly because the seas and islands there have a ton of unpredictable phenomena that don't exist anywhere else in the Four Blues. Many of those make sailing extremely difficult. Unpredictable phenomena? Nami asked, her brow furrowing. Like what? Max grinned at her. You'll find out once you pass Twin Cape and enter Paradise. He chuckled at the way her face paled. Just be prepared and never underestimate the Grand Line. I think, Usopp's body trembled. I think I just caught a disease. Believe me, Max cut in, amused. Luffy once traveled through both Paradise and the New World in a tiny boat. Alone. Everyone froze, staring at Max in shock. He survived? Usopp stammered. Well, he's here, isn't he? Max laughed. And I believe Luffy's crew can survive too. Luffy wouldn't pick just anyone to be part of his crew. He leaned back, eyeing them all. As for Haki, I suggest you start training with Luffy. He might not be the best teacher, but he's good at pushing people to their limits. Sanji exhaled a long puff of smoke, watching as Luffy and Zoro continued their training. Alright, so what exactly is Haki? Max began explaining, and as soon as the crew heard the details, their eyes lit up with excitement. He could already see the enthusiasm in them. Of course, he didn't mention how grueling Haki training actually was. No need to kill their motivation before they even started. Incoming! Luffy suddenly shouted, cutting through the conversation. His stance shifted, alert. In the sea. It's a sea monster. What? How the F, did you do that? Sanji shouted, cigarette snapped clean in half from sheer shock. That is not normal. He really tamed it. That's crazy. Usopp stammered, staring at their captain, who was now gearing up to launch himself onto the sea monster's head. Even Momu, Nami whispered, struggling to process what she had just witnessed. The Arlong Pirates mascot, one of the most fearsome sea creatures she knew, had just been subdued by a look. What kind of power was that? You shouldn't be surprised, Zoro muttered, wiping sweat from his sparring session with Luffy. He did the same thing back in Orange Town. Nami whipped her head toward him. You mean the lion? Zoro nodded, completely ignoring the way Sanji shot him a glare for calling Nami a witch. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Max, who was the only one that looked completely unfazed by Luffy taming a sea monster like it was nothing. Is that Haki? Max glanced briefly at Zoro before turning his attention back to the scene unfolding before them. Oh, yes. It's a subtype of Conqueror's Haki. The ability to do this at such an age, he trailed off, shaking his head slightly. Even after witnessing Luffy's ridiculous Haki capabilities since he was a child, it still never ceased to amaze him. Conqueror's Haki, Zoro muttered, frowning as he processed the information. I've been meaning to ask, when exactly did Luffy awaken his Haki? A silence settled over the group as Max stared at Luffy, who was now laughing atop the sea monster's head as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The others waited in quiet anticipation for his answer. His brothers told me he awakened it when he was 7. The revelation hit like a hammer. Is that normal? Sanji asked, his curiosity deepening. He couldn't help but admit, his new captain was powerful. He had only seen Luffy fight once, but the sheer force of those shockwaves was not something he could just dismiss. Max shook his head. I told you before, Haki can be awakened through proper training and instruction. But it can also manifest naturally under extreme stress or emotional shock. Wait, you mean Luffy? Usopp's eyes widened in realization. That's the thing, no one knows for sure, Max admitted. Even his own family doesn't have an answer to that. As Nami approached her village, her heart clenched in agony. The once vibrant homes and bustling streets were now reduced to ashes. Smoke still hung thick in the air, the acrid stench of burnt wood stinging her nostrils. What happened here? Her legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to her knees, eyes wide with horror. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she took in the devastation. Nami? Is that you? Nojiko stepped forward, covered in bandages, her voice strained. One by one, the villagers emerged from the wreckage, their bodies battered, their spirits heavy with sorrow. Nojiko? Gensan? Everyone. As they gathered around her, they fell to their knees, their heads bowed in shame. We're sorry, Nami, Genzo whispered. We couldn't protect our home. We disappointed you. Nami's chest ached at his words. She had never blamed them, not once. She hadn't even known that they understood the sacrifices she had made for them. "Don't apologize," she murmured. "I don't blame you. This was all Arlong's fault. He's the only one to blame." The villagers lifted their heads, eyes filled with both gratitude and regret. "Thank you, Nami," they said softly. "Now, you should rest." "What?" Nami blinked, then stiffened as she took in the determined expressions on their faces. A cold dread spread through her. No. She knew exactly what they were planning. "No. You can't do this." She sprang to her feet, panic rising in her throat. "Arlong will kill you all. He's too strong." "Step aside, Nami," Nojiko said, her voice firm, her face set in steely resolve. "No, please. Listen to me. You can't go." "You've done enough," Genzo said, his voice gentle but unwavering. "Arlong betrayed you. You have to know there's no point in trying anymore. You've carried the weight of this village on your back for so long, fought so hard for us. But now," his eyes softened. "It's our turn to save you." "No," Nami shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. "Please, Gen-san. Nojiko. Everyone. Don't do this. Set yourself free from this village," Genzo said as he walked past her. Nami whirled around, desperate. Her gaze locked onto Luffy and her friends. "Stop them. Please." Max frowned, exchanging a glance with Luffy before stepping in front of the villagers, blocking their path. The villagers scowled at him, until realization struck. Their eyes flickered to his outfit, then widened. "Are you one of them?" Genzo asked. "The ones who fought Arlong's men? The ones who were nearly killed?" "Yes," Max confirmed. "Where are they now?" "They're badly injured, but we treated them," Genzo replied. "Are you here to help us too?" "Yes," Max said firmly. "And I'm sorry, I can't let you go to Arlong like this." Genzo's gaze hardened as he swept his eyes over Max and the group behind him. "Those men? They said they came to help us. They fought for us to the point of nearly losing their lives. That's enough. You all can leave. This isn't your fight." A heavy silence followed. Then, "Nami asked for our help," Luffy said, stepping forward. The weight of his presence was suffocating. The villagers stiffened, their bodies instinctively reacting to the oppressive aura that radiated from him. His head was bowed slightly, his straw hat casting a shadow over his eyes. But his anger was palpable. "Arlong made my navigator cry," Luffy said, voice eerily quiet. "And suffer. For years." His fingers curled into fists. "What do you mean? This has nothing to do with us?" Nami let out a choked sob. "Luffy," she wiped her tears, taking a deep breath before looking up at him. She had spent 8 years believing she had to do this alone. That no one could help her. But Luffy. Her captain. "Help me," she pleaded. Luffy lifted his head. His gaze locked onto hers, steady, unwavering. "Of course, Nami." Then, without hesitation, he removed his straw hat and placed it gently onto her head. "Keep my hat safe for me, all right?" Nami clutched the hat, her fingers trembling. As she and the villagers watched, the 7 young boys left the destroyed village. Nami's shoulders shook as she stared after them. Her hand drifted to her left shoulder, nails digging into her flesh. With trembling fingers, she dragged them across the tattoo that had marked her suffering for years, leaving fresh, bleeding scratches in its place. "Nami, stop," Nojiko whispered, reaching out and pulling her into a tight embrace. Nami's breath hitched. She buried her face against her sister's shoulder. What happened while I was gone?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. Nojiko tightened her hold on her. "We were short on money," Genzo began, kneeling beside them. "Those DMN fishmen came to collect it, but things got out of control. A fight broke out. Many villagers were beaten? And then they came. The Revolutionary Army," Nami whispered, eyes wide. Genzo nodded. "They tried to help us, but in the end, things only got worse. Arlong was furious that outsiders dared to fight back. His fists clenched. And then this happened. Where are they now?" "They're safe," Nojiko assured her. "We brought them to our home." Nami swallowed hard. "They said someone would come to help us," Genzo said, looking at her. "They mentioned a boy in a straw hat." A pause. Then, "Nami." Genzo met her eyes. "Can we trust him?" Nami exhaled shakily. Her fingers curled tighter around the straw hat. "Luffy's strong," she said, voice steady. "They all are." "You're surprisingly weak, Arlong," Luffy said, staring down at the bloodied and broken fishman beneath his feet. He then glanced up, surveying the battlefield. Most of Arlong's crew had already been taken down. Only 3 fishmen remained standing, and one had disappeared with Usopp somewhere. Max stood near the wrecked building, his brow furrowed, while Sanji and Zoro were still engaged in battle with the remaining 2 fishmen. At the entrance, Nami and the villagers stood tense, guarded by Johnny and Yasaku. Arlong twitched but couldn't move. A few minutes ago, he had been so sure of his strength, so confident that no human could defeat him. Yet now, his body refused to obey him, beaten into SBMSN by a single boy. He was furious. How could a mere human be stronger than him? How could he be lying here, powerless? You stupid human. Arlong wheezed, rage twisting his face. There's no way a weakling like you could be stronger than me. I'll kill you, Straw Hat. Luffy tilted his head, unimpressed. Heh. No way. You're too weak. His smirk widened. I thought that since you were once in the same crew as Jinbe, you'd be strong like him. But I was wrong. Jinbe is hundreds of times stronger than you. You. Max, Luffy interrupted, ignoring Arlong's outburst. His eyes turned to his quiet companion. What's on your mind? I need to find out which Marines were involved with Arlong, Max murmured. Luffy hummed before nodding toward Nami. She knows their names. Max's head snapped toward him in surprise. Luffy only returned a knowing nod before shifting his attention to his two crewmates. You two okay over there? We can handle this, Captain. Sanji and Zoro replied in unison, not even sparing a glance his way. Luffy frowned. Zoro, you're injured. I'm fine. Zoro huffed, even as blood seeped from his reopened wound. Both he and Sanji clenched their jaws, a bitter frustration gnawing at them. Their captain had demolished Arlong like it was nothing, while they were struggling with lesser opponents. As crewmates of the future Pirate King, they couldn't afford to be this weak. They had to get stronger. Focus. Luffy's voice was quiet but firm, carrying the weight of unshakable belief. He knew exactly what they were thinking. This is just the beginning, he continued. You will get stronger. Sanji clenched his fist and Zoro's grips tightened on his weapons. Their captain's words grounded them, and in the next instant, they launched into their attacks with renewed determination. Their battles ended swiftly. Zoro collapsed onto his knees, pressing a hand to his wound, while Sanji lit a cigarette and exhaled sharply, standing next to Luffy. Their opponents lay motionless on the ground, utterly defeated. Usopp returned just then, stumbling onto the scene. He was covered in dirt, sweat, and possibly blood that Luffy couldn't tell. But what mattered was that Usopp had won. Luffy turned his gaze toward the large building in the center of the compound before his eyes landed on Nami. She was staring at them, hands clasped tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. He could have declared victory right then and there, but the fight wasn't over yet. Nami. Her breath hitched. Yes, Luffy? His gaze didn't waver. Should I destroy this building? Silence. Nami's eyes went wide, and the others looked at him in shock. Before Nami could answer, a furious roar erupted. You filthy human. Don't you dare touch what's mine. Arlong's bloodshot eyes burned with rage. His voice was hoarse, but his hatred remained undiminished. You really think that girl won't betray you? She's smart and sly. She'll do anything to get what she wants. You can never use her like I did. She would be wasted on you. Sanji's entire body stiffened. His blood boiled, his vision went red, and before he could think, he moved. Only to freeze. The air changed. A sudden, heavy, suffocating pressure filled the space. Sanji gasped, barely able to breathe. He could hear Arlong choking, hear him begging for mercy. The fishman's body convulsed, clawing at his chest as if trying to tear away the invisible force crushing him. Sanji swallowed hard and slowly turned his head toward Luffy. His captain stood still, fists clenched, his expression dark. His eyes burned with a fury Sanji had never seen before. Something ancient and terrifying radiated from him. Sanji felt a deep, primal instinct claw at his mind, an instinct that screamed at him to run. His body trembled, knees threatening to buckle. He had never seen anyone radiate such pure, unfiltered rage. This was dangerous. And yet, Sanji knew, Luffy's anger wasn't for him. It wasn't for Max, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, or anyone else here. It was for Arlong. Zoro, now fully awake, felt the same crushing force. His fingers twitched as realization dawned. This was it. The power Max had spoken of. Conqueror's Haki. The rarest Haki of all. A power possessed by only one in a million. It wasn't just an ability. It was domination. It was a king's will. Use her? Luffy's voice roared, shaking the very ground beneath them. Arlong writhed, mouth open in a silent scream, unable to respond. Blood dripped from his lips as he clawed desperately at his chest. Luffy didn't care. His fury was absolute. You bstrd, he growled, each word laced with venom. What the hell do you take her for? No one dared to speak. No one dared to move. Arlong shuddered. His body convulsed violently, unable to withstand the sheer weight of Luffy's Haki. Then, Sanji, Zoro. His voice was quiet, but it carried an undeniable command. Both men stiffened. "Get out of here," Luffy ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Tell everyone to move away." Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances. Then they nodded and bolted. Everyone's breath hitched as Luffy's fist grew to twice the size of the Arlong Park building. Then, with one powerful punch, he obliterated it. A deafening crash shook the island as rubble and debris rained down. Gasps filled the air as people instinctively scrambled back, even though they were already at a safe distance. And then, silence. The Straw Hat captain was nowhere to be seen. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji tensed, eyes locked onto the ruins. "Max," Nami called out, voice trembling as her gaze darted across the destruction. "Luffy?" Max barely glanced at the wreckage before responding, his tone impossibly casual. "He's fine." The relief was instant. The tension in the air dissipated, and quiet, shaky sighs escaped both the Straw Hats and the villagers. The rubble shifted. A moment later, Luffy burst through, standing atop the remains of Arlong Park. Everyone stared, frozen. Luffy took a deep breath. Then, in a voice that thundered through the sky, "Nami, you'll always be my friend." His words rang through the air, reaching every corner of the village. Nami's hands flew to her mouth. Her entire body trembled, and finally, she broke. Sobbing, she collapsed into Usopp's arms. "Yeah," she choked out, barely able to speak past the overwhelming emotions crashing over her. Her friends smiled at her, their own eyes misty. Luffy leaped down from the ruins, and the moment his feet touched the ground, Nami launched herself into his arms. She clung to him, laughing through her tears. Max appeared beside them, resting a hand atop Nami's head in an uncharacteristically gentle gesture. Nami sobbed harder. The villagers erupted into cheers. Cries of joy filled the air as they celebrated their long-awaited freedom. After years of suffering, years of fear, they were free. But then, Luffy frowned. His expression darkened, and without a word, he stepped forward. The cheering died down instantly. A marine emerged, a smirk on his face. "You dumbass," the doctor snapped as Zoro gritted his teeth and moved around on the bed. "Did you think the wound would heal on its own? Seriously, pirates are supposed to be smarter than this." The doctor then shoved his hand in Zoro's face to keep him still as he continued stitching. "Don't you have a doctor for this?" he asked, glancing at Luffy, who was talking with Max in the other bed. "Nope." Luffy grinned innocently. "We can find one after we enter the Grand Line." Then he turned back to Max, face serious yet scared. "Listen, I've searched everywhere on the Mary but couldn't find it. I swear I put it in my bag inside my locker." "You're seriously a pain in the butt." Max groaned. "You're lucky that your brother and your dad haven't called me to ask about you. Now what the hell should I tell them? I literally just gave you the den like not even a week." "I will find a way to contact them, okay?" Luffy said, his face now looking pale. "And we just met Haki 3 days ago." Haki definitely told Grandpa, and Grandpa, of course, informed the others. "That's not the problem here, Lou." Max grabbed his hair frustratedly. "The den. I just gave it to you, and you didn't contact them for days after getting it, and now you lost it. I don't know what Sabo would do to me. I'm terrified now." "Hey, calm down." Luffy laughed fakely. "It will be okay. I'm going to explain to them." "Hey," Usopp called, his face twisted with confusion and curiosity. "What is it that you guys have been babbling about for 20 minutes now?" Luffy blinked. He forgot that Nami and Usopp were in here too with them, and they had been listening to him and Max's conversations. Max sighed. Lou forgot to contact his family, and now he lost his Denver. His family is insanely overprotective. Zoro, Usopp, Nami, and even the doctor blinked at that. "Are you?" The doctor trailed off. It was honestly hard to believe that the Straw Hat boy was a pirate and a captain at that, but after seeing his strengths before, he knew he shouldn't doubt the boy. "It sounds like you're a very loved person in your family. It's good to have a family that cares a lot about you." Luffy grinned at that, but then he pouted. "It's annoying sometimes." Then Luffy suddenly stood, eyes narrowed before he beamed and jumped to the sudden loud crash on the wall. "You're here. Bwahahaha. You missed me, brat?" Max gulped while the others stood in shock at the sudden loud crash on the wall and at the way their captain jumped towards it. They all stood tensely, even Zoro sat with his hand on his sword's hilt. When the smoke disappeared, everyone's eyes were wide open. Right in front of them was none other than their captain. But what shocked them the most was that their captain hugged the Marine, and the Marine hugged their captain back with huge grins on both faces. "I didn't know you would come," Luffy said as he got back on his feet. "Did Haki tell you?" Garp nodded, but then he slammed a fist on his precious grandson's head, causing the others to stand in defense. Even Sanji, who was standing among the villagers outside, was ready to strike. "You idiot brat. Why didn't you contact any of them? You do know they never trust your Viver card. Luffy winced in pain, tears pooling in his eyes. You don't have to hit me, stupid grandpa. Then it hit everyone there, even the trusted marines who had come with Garp. Nami, Usopp, and Sanji had their eyes wide open. Zoro frowned. Max had already disappeared from there. Bogard sighed in defeat. Grandpa? Nami didn't know what to think of this situation. Knowing that Luffy's grandpa is a marine was already a big shock to all of them, and then after learning that Luffy's grandpa is the marine hero Garp, it became even more shocking and terrifying. Thankfully, the marine hero came here just to check on his grandson, not to capture them. Nami admitted that because of this, she was very glad that Luffy's grandpa is a marine and a marine hero at that. They really won't capture them, right? Now they watched in silence as Garp and Luffy started to spar. Nami didn't know if she wanted to be surprised anymore by seeing his captain's strength. Luffy was obviously on the same strength level as Garp, as none of them could even land a hit on one another. They looked like they were having so much fun, and Nami couldn't help but admire it. Oh, she was wrong. Luffy just got sent flying by his grandpa. The other marine under Garp's command, also Luffy's friend named Kobe, had long disappeared from the area as Garp had ordered them to find the remaining Arlong pirates and bring them to the marine ship's jail. Garp had said that Arlong would be brought to impel down. At least now Nami knew that Arlong wouldn't come back anymore and all of them were really free from him. He won't capture us, right? Usopp asked the others while eating the food that Sanji had prepared for everyone. Luffy said to not worry about it, Sanji said, somehow not really trusting the marine hero that was still sparring with their captain. Luffy bro is really something, Johnny said in awe. As expected of Zoro bro's captain. After getting to know Luffy bro for days, he was always full of surprises. Zoro smirked at that. I don't know what to think of this, Nami sighed, face-palming. Ever since I met him, I have always been surprised. He really is something. We should try to get used to it now. I can't imagine what kind of surprise we will get in the future, Usopp said, somehow sounding tired. Anyway, where's Max? Max bro is right there, Yusaku said, pointing to where Max was talking with Bogard. He had suddenly disappeared before but then came back and has been talking with that guy. They look like they are in a serious conversation, Nami frowned. Wahahaha. As expected of my grandson. You're really getting stronger now. Shishishi, I have to be stronger to be the king of pirates. Garp's face turned sour at that, but he didn't say anything as he sat on the dead log. Luffy sat across from him with meat in hand. Garp didn't even want to question where the brat got the meat. I admit I came here to check on you, Garp started. I will inform them right away about you. Luffy whined. I really forgot to contact everyone. You never liked this before, Luffy. Even during your travels back in the day, you never forgot to contact anyone. I don't know, Grandpa, Luffy scratched his head. I knew I forgot something, but it never crossed my mind. Garp looked at his grandson. He admitted he was proud of how strong Luffy is now. The brat might be even stronger than him, yes, maybe. But he couldn't lie that it stung his heart that none of his brats had become a marine. He understood there was no way they wanted to be one after what happened to Luffy when he was 7. Garp didn't know what happened to Luffy back then, but he couldn't help but blame the marine for it too. Luffy getting stronger after disappearing just didn't sit right with him. And it was weird he and everyone somehow only blamed the marine for it like it was really a marine's fault that Luffy ended up like this. Dad won't ground me, will he? Why would that brat ground you? Garp raised an eyebrow. Because I made him worry. Luffy pouted. Seriously, Grandpa, Dad is scarier than you. He once grounded me for a whole week because I didn't contact them. Wahaha. Dragon really did that. Well, it's your own fault, Garp said, grinning. How can it be my fault? Luffy scowled. I was stuck on an island with no connections, so it was not my fault, he huffed. Ace and Sabo became more annoying after that. They insisted on coming along during my travels. I was lucky that I could stop them. You stupid brat. If you knew how much of a pain in the butt they are, then why in the world did you forget to contact them? Garp sighed. Just if your Viver card is not broken, they wouldn't act like this. I said I don't know, okay. I finally became a pirate so it's normal if all I think about is pirates only. You and your DMN pirate, Garp paused when Bogard suddenly appeared next to him and whispered something that changed his face to serious. Huh? Garp turned to Luffy again after Bogard left. He looked at Luffy before sighing. Why didn't you mention Nika to me? Luffy's eyes widened. He looked behind Garp and noticed that Max was looking at him with an apologetic expression. He couldn't blame Max for that. His grandpa surely had ordered Bogard to dig up everything about him on his journey. I won't use that power until I'm fully ready. Can you really control it? Luffy nodded. He might never use it except for when Nika took over his body, but he knew he could control it. He didn't even understand why he was confident in it, but he was DMN sure he could. You're ready, Garp said. You just didn't want that power to be the reason you couldn't enjoy your adventure. You really have changed since you joined the revolutionary. No regrets, brat? Nope. I know what I'm doing. Luffy giggled. If something happens in the future, with my strengths now, I'm sure I can protect my crew. Good, Garp grinned. Make me proud, brat. Just you wait and keep looking at me. Garp's grinning face turned to confusion when Luffy suddenly stumbled forward. Luffy's face twisted, and the next thing Garp knew was that his grandson was screaming in pain and hitting his own head with his hands coated in Haki. Garp immediately approached Luffy and held the boy in his arms. Luffy, what's wrong? Hurt. Luffy cried, tears started pooling in his eyes. It hurt so much. His fingers tugged on Garp's uniform. Help, no. No. Stop talking. Help. Help. Garp panicked. He held his grandson tight in his arms, eyes wide and shaking as he didn't know what to do. Luffy's Haki attacked everything around them with each pained scream his grandson let out. Garp looked around, hoping that he could find something to help his grandson, then, his eyes landed on Max and Luffy's crewmates trying to approach them. Garp-san. Keep calling his name. Max yelled, and Garp did what he was told. Explain everything to me, Garp demanded of Max and the Straw Hat Pirates, his face serious yet filled with worry. Luffy has never been in pain like that before. The silence filled the cold night air. No one spoke a word as they kept glancing at each other and towards where Luffy was resting. The Straw Hat Pirates themselves didn't know what was wrong with their captain. Max, Garp looked at the man. I thought you had given me every piece of information. It's that god, I think, Max said, almost whispering. This is just my speculation, but what I understand here is that god is not fond of Lu not using the devil fruit power. Garp grimaced. What did he do to Luffy? Luffy once told me that when this happened before. This has happened before? Max hesitantly nodded. At Baratai. After Luffy accidentally used his devil fruit power, he talked with Luffy in his head. Max sighed, rubbing his temple. Luffy used his devil fruit power again today, that might be the case. He probably talked with Luffy again. Sees, so you're telling me, Nika hurt Luffy on purpose just because Luffy didn't use the devil fruit? Max frowned. He didn't want to believe that Nika would hurt Luffy on purpose just for that reason, so he shook his head at Garp, but he didn't say anything as he himself was not sure of it. Garp let out a sigh, then his eyes landed on Luffy's crewmates. From their expressions alone, Garp could tell they were very worried about their captain. Take care of him. Luffy's crewmates looked at him. Luffy's strong, he's very strong, but still, look after him. We don't know what might happen to him in the future. Nika could be very dangerous for him. We will, Zoro said, and the others nodded firmly next to him. The Straw Hat Pirates finally leave Konomi Island. They parted ways with Johnny and Yasaku. The Marines involved with Arlong will be captured by Garp, as that was what he said to Luffy. Wait, you gave each village 4 gold bars? I saw it with my own eyes, Usopp shivered. Just how rich can you be, Luffy? Shishishi, they need it. And Grandpa said he's gonna help them build the villages too using the Marine Fund. Nami blinked, then she smiled. She honestly left her money to her village, but she didn't expect that the Marines would help build the village too. Luffy glanced at Nami. Jinbe was indeed responsible for what happened to Konomi Island, but it was not entirely his fault but Arlong's. He and Jinbe are friends as he first met him during his journey to Fishman Island before. He couldn't imagine how Nami would react to Jinbe, and he knew he had no say in this. Where are we heading next, Nami? Luffy asked. Right, our next destination is Polestar Island. Nami grinned. There's a famous city on this island, known as Logtown. Logtown? Wait, I think I've heard it somewhere. Luffy scrunched his nose as he thought of where he had heard the name before. I'm pretty sure I've heard of it before. Zoro said. It's the city of the beginning. And the end. Oh. I remember it. Luffy exclaimed, looking happy. Sabo had told me a story about it before. It's the town where the old king of the pirates, Gold Roger, was both born and killed. Yes, that's right, Nami said. And it was Gold Roger, Luffy. Not Gold Roger. Actually, it was Gold Roger, Max said. The world government hides his real name. Why? Usopp asked, now interested in it. I don't quite know why, not that anyone can explain it either, Max paused. What I know is, there is just something very mysterious about the D, and those that carry the D in their name will definitely get the world government's attention on them. The world government? Isn't that dangerous for us? I mean, Luffy has D in his name. Shishishi, it's not like they're gonna hunt me down just because of my name. If they do, that will cause chaos, and everyone that doesn't know about D will take interest in it, so don't worry too much. Just then, a newsku bird came flying. Ace, Pops, everyone. Haruta jumped down from the crow's nest, grinning so big that it made his brothers curious, especially when she was holding a newspaper and a bounty poster in her hand. Who? Jozu asked, approaching their pops where everyone started to gather around. Ace, who was chewing on the stolen meat which made Thatch gasp when he saw Ace on their pop's armchair, just looked at Haruta with the same curious expression as his other brothers. It's our baby brother. Lou! Haruta exclaimed happily as she shoved the bounty poster in front of everyone who now looked excited as they heard the mentioned name. Ace almost dropped the meat in his hand before falling hard onto the floor to get to the paper in Haruta's hand. He then hurriedly stood as he rushed to Haruta and grabbed the paper. Everyone stared at Ace as their brother kept staring dead at it, holding his own breath, which was enough to make them frown, worried that he forgot how to breathe. Ace, you need to breathe. Marco patted Ace's shoulder. Breathe. You're gonna die. Ace gasped loudly and fell to his knees. His hands were shaking as he kept staring at his baby brother's bounty poster. It's really Lou, he breathed out. Everyone's face broke into a smile, and Pop's booming laugh echoed in the air as he chugged down his sake. What's the brat do to get such a bounty? Pops asked, which immediately made Haruta happily jump onto the armchair and show him the front page. Oh, so he defeated Arlong. Pops narrowed his eyes at the content of it and then he laughed again. And the brat made the Marine's hero apologize, interesting. Ace's head snapped to his pops with blinking eyes. Huh? Wait, what? Izo blinked, then grabbed the newspaper from Haruta's hand. No way. The Marine hero Garp. Your reaction, Izo. Fasa said. Luffy really made the Marine hero apologize? Hey, isn't Arlong a fishman? Namor asked, curious. What exactly happened? Wait. Ace's sudden cold face made his brothers take a step away from him as they shivered. Why the heck am I still not getting any call from Lou? Little Lou really did it, Betty said, smirking as she read the newspaper in her hand. She then glanced at Sabo, who had been grinning nonstop ever since the newspaper dropped. Guess it's time for you guys to move? Sabo nodded. They will reach the Grand Line soon. He then turned to one of the revs standing next to him. Inform Koala to prepare everybody and everything. Make sure no Marines know our move. Yes, Chief. Betty watched as the revs left the room while Sabo continued to stare at the bounty poster, but then the table suddenly cracked under his finger as his face crept into a sinister grin and his eyes twitched. Betty raised an eyebrow at him. I wonder why I still haven't received a call from Lou. I'm sure Max already reminded him. Betty gulped before she cleared her throat and looked around them in the almost empty room. Where's Dragon-san? He's going to East Blue. Hawkeye. What brings you here? Shanks happily asked, looking at the man who had just dropped onto their ship. If you want to fight, then we need to find a good place for it first. Mihawk shook his head, looking around the deck. From the mess around, it was obvious that the red-haired pirates were just done with the fight. I thought you guys had stopped picking fights with Marines years ago. Are you trying to get the world government's attention on you again? Shanks laughed, shaking his head. Anchor's dad just visited us. Garp informed him of very concerning news about Anchor, so he came here to tell us. Mihawk raised an eyebrow. What's with the mess then? We had to clean up the Marines that kept following us and... Shanks' face turned serious. Some were spying on the conversation I had with Dragon, so we can't just let them slide. This could make you the center of attention again. I know, Shanks sighed. We're heading back to the New World, are you coming? Just drop me off at Sabaody Archipelago. Mihawk took a seat near Shanks on the chair prepared by the crew. Here. He then placed the bounty poster and the newspaper on the table. Shanks' eyebrow arched as he grabbed the bounty poster. Anchor? He shouted as his face lit up. So you've made it as a pirate now, da ha ha ha. The others immediately surrounded their captain and looked at the bounty before they cheered for the boy. Luffy looked really happy, Yasopp said, laughing. This just made us less worried about him now, I guess, Ben said, sighing. We should hold a party for this, Chief. Lucky Roo exclaimed, and the others agreed as they kept cheering for their boy. Mihawk stared at Shanks as the man asked for alcohol from his crew. I just met Luffy under Marine hero Garp's order, he said, enough to make the noise die down around him. What did Dragon tell you? Shanks let out a sigh, and again, the atmosphere turned tense. Have you heard about Sun God Nika? He asked. In a few specific places, those who knew Straw Hat Luffy were celebrating the pirate's first bounty poster. And in Fusha village on Dawn Island, the villagers and the bandits were celebrating Monkey D. Luffy's bounty poster by having a big party in the bar. The village's mayor could only shake his head and sigh. Garp was reading a report when his den rang on his table. Garp, what is the meaning of this? Senny, what is this about now? The newspaper. What in the world are you doing? Bwahahaha. You mean the one where I'm apologizing? Seriously, what are you doing, Garp? The 5 elders want an explanation on this. Garp's grinning face turned sour at the mention of the 5 elders. Just tell them anything, Senny. He could hear his friend sigh on the other side. It was already in the newspaper, and what's wrong with us apologizing for our own mistake? This island's people deserve it. They had suffered for years. This is not right, Garp. You should inform me first. Sengoku rubbed his temple. And it has to be your grandson. Your DMN family again. Bwahahaha. He's done great. Don't laugh, you DMN old man. You're an old man too, Senny. Garp grinned. Anyway, I will be back in a week with a report. I don't want to deal with the 5 elders or else I'm leaving for months like the last time. You, Garp could hear another sigh from his friend. You're seriously a pain in the butt. Red-haired Shanks did something again, and now you and your DMN family. Oh. Garp leaned forward at the mention of Shanks. What did he do this time? That is what we are trying to figure out. He suddenly attacked the Marines again like years ago. And he's in paradise now. Is that so? Anyway, you do know that Shanks won't attack anyone for no reason. They definitely did something to anger him. Sengoku fell silent at that before a long sigh was heard. This gives me so much headache. And you better come back soon, Garp. Check it out. Usopp cried, pointing at the paper in Luffy's hand. I'll be seen all around the world. What? Sanji screamed as he snatched the paper from Luffy's hand. They put Longnose in but left me out. He looked all over the poster, demanding Usopp of where he was because he couldn't see him. Usopp then pointed to the lower corner where the back of his head was and began to laugh as Sanji plopped on the deck with a pout. It's only the back of your head. That's not so great. Ah, don't be so glum. You guys are crazy. Nami yelled. Don't you guys understand how grim our situation really is? This means all of our lives will be in constant danger. Don't worry, Nami Swan. I'll protect you with my life. Sanji swooned around Nami with hard eyes and only stopped after he got called a pervert by Zoro, which immediately put both of them into a fight. Hey, Nami, Luffy called with a grin. Follow me. Nami frowned in confusion but still followed Luffy into the galley, and she was followed by the curious Usopp. Zoro and Sanji immediately stopped fighting as both also followed their captain. This, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Is this for real? You give all these to me? No. This is for everyone, Luffy answered. You guys can use these gold bars and berries however and whenever you want. And since Nami loves berries the most, I trusted you to handle our finances. What the? Usopp gulped, staring at the pile of gold bars and berries inside a hidden door under the table. Are you this crazy rich? Nope. Luffy laughed. Just stole all of these from marine bases. What? Sanji and Usopp's jaws dropped at the casual answer. Are you for real? Usopp then looked at both Zoro and Nami. He's joking, right? Luffy can't lie for shit, Zoro said. He told me before that he had been stealing gold and berries from the Marines ever since he paused as he glanced at Luffy, who was looking smug next to the happy Nami. He then sighed as he explained what Luffy had told him and Nami about where he stole the gold bars. I shouldn't be surprised anymore. Oh right, we need to change half of these gold bars into berries first, Luffy said, face serious. And make sure to put lots of meat on the grocery list, Nami. Aye, Captain, Nami saluted, face serious but not really, as her eyes turned to berries. That's pretty impressive for a rookie pirate, Lou, Max said after the crew returned to the deck with Nami missing from sight. 30 million for the East Blue pirate and a rookie. They must be so proud of you. Shishishi, right? I can already imagine how they've. Luffy suddenly stopped, his face slowly turning pale. You're doomed, Max groaned, his face also pale. I'll be okay, Luffy whispered, his lips trembling. The other three raised an eyebrow at the two, confused as to why they suddenly turned pale. Is this? Usopp started, taking a seat next to Luffy. About your family again? Luffy nodded, and he really looked like he was about to cry. I will never forget that whole week when I was grounded, he sobbed. It's so horrifying to be alone. Max glared at the teen. You had a few revs come to your room every 2 hours. Being alone for 2 hours was terrifying. Luffy barked. There's no way your dad would ground you again. Max barked back. You're a pirate now. Luffy blinked before a wide grin appeared on his face. Right, Dad wouldn't be able to ground me again. Listen, Lou. Max pointed a finger at the teen. I don't care, I will put the whole blame on you. Luffy gasped, and Max smiled big at that. The other three just looked and listened to the whole conversation silently. Anyway, Captain, Zoro called, frowning. Are you really okay now? Luffy tilted his head in confusion before he realized what Zoro meant. Yeah, I'm okay. No need to worry, he said, obviously forcing a smile at them. Shitty Captain, Sanji huffed, taking his drink from the table. Even though he looked calm, they could tell that he was worried from his eyes. Stop telling us not to worry. We're your crewmates. Luffy smiled at them, and Max swore this was the first time he ever saw such a fake smile from Luffy. Chi-Chi. Luffy jumped happily towards the lion. We meet again, he said as he hugged the lion that was purring at him. If you're here, doesn't that mean Buggy is here too? The lion, real name Richie, roared softly at Luffy as if to answer his question. Let's go! Luffy exclaimed, jumping onto the lion's back. Do you know where the execution platform is? I asked someone before, but I got lost again. The lion roared again as it began to walk to the main street, scaring everyone in their way. Moji was back from the toilet, eyes blinking as he looked around. Richie! Hey, you up there! Luffy was startled by the loud shout coming from down the platform where he was climbing. Get down from there immediately. But why? Luffy shouted back, confused. You're standing on an execution platform that belongs to the world government, the officer yelled. Now get down from there. What's the problem with that? Luffy asked irritably, his good mood disappearing almost at once. And why should everything belong to them? The officer and the people gathering around blinked at Luffy, thinking that he really was such a spoiled brat acting like that. Get down now. And I'll forgive you this time just because you're still a child. Luffy rolled his eyes. Fine. I'll come down. But first, you have to say the magic word and smile too. A chuckle could be heard from the onlookers there, amused by Luffy's childishness. This brat. I'm not playing. I'll arrest you if you don't come down now. Just then, someone came out from the crowd with a colossal iron mace over her shoulder before she hit the officer so hard that he was out as soon as he hit the ground. Luffy tilted his head at the woman who just hit the officer. The woman was really beautiful. Huh, who the heck are you? Why did you hit him? The woman smiled softly, eyes only fixed on Luffy. Long time no see, Luffy. I've been looking for you. What the Max was terrified at the scene on the execution platform. Luffy was up there, both his head and hands were cuffed. No way did he let that happen to him. Why didn't you fight back, Luffy? Max! Zoro called as he and Sanji ran towards him, both looking terrified. Why is Luffy up there? Like hell I know. I came here to see what happened and then saw that idiot trapped up there. Luffy's strong. Sanji frowned. He can just break out of that, right? That's what I'm confused about right now, Max stated. He was about to activate his observation Haki when Luffy suddenly shouted, listen. The three looked up at Luffy as everyone in the area fell silent, awaiting what he was about to say. I'm the man who will be the king of pirates. The three sighed as a small smile appeared on their faces. Zoro then ran forward, followed by Sanji, who yelled at him. Max was left alone as the man looked up at the dark sky and began to activate his observation Haki again. Stop the execution. Zoro and Sanji yelled at the same time. Luffy's bored face turned smiley as he spotted his two crewmates. Zoro, Sanji. Luffy, you idiot. Zoro said. You can just break that, can't you? I can't. Luffy said. This is a sea stone cuff. Both raised an eyebrow. Sea stone cuff? Buggy laughed from where he stood with a sword in hand. I figured he was a devil fruit user and a very strong pirate, so of course I prepared all this for him only. What the heck is a sea stone cuff? Sanji asked, confused and also worried as he realized how vulnerable his captain looked up there. Max then suddenly appeared next to both. It's a special handcuff made to arrest those with devil fruit power. Sea stone cuffs make anyone with devil fruit power weak. Max then frowned. Where did Buggy even get those? What should we do then? Zoro gritted his teeth. If Luffy can't break it, then it is unbreakable, or is it just because that cuff weakened him? No one has ever broken a sea stone cuffs, the only way to be free from it is using its own key. Sanji cursed. Let's just defeat these scum first and save our shitty captain. Anyway, Max spoke as the three began to move. Luffy's dad is here. I believe Luffy could feel him. Luffy's dad? Luffy stared up at the blade as Buggy continued to laugh insanely. BSTRD. Sanji yelled at Buggy as the thunder roared around them. Then he looked at his captain only to see Luffy smiling at the sky. Max, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami. Luffy called, laughing. Get ready to run. As the blade almost touched his neck, it sparkled with electricity from the air, and just then a single bolt of lightning came crashing from the dark clouds and struck the tower. Luffy, Max, and Sanji continued to run as Zoro handled a woman marine alone. Lu, are you okay? You kept stumbling. Max asked, worried. It's a bit confusing how the sea stone affects Luffy this much right now when back in the day, he was just fine when this happened to him. I don't know, Luffy slurred, which made the two even more worried. It makes me want to sleep, and, Luffy scowled. Nika is so loud in my head. Max and Sanji were about to say something again when a smoke appeared before them and transformed into a man. Ah, it's you again. Luffy scowled at the man that just blocked their way. Max's eyes widened while Sanji looked confused. Luffy, who? Captain Smoker, Max answered before the Logia-type marine rushed to Luffy and pinned the straw hat down. Luffy. F-. Sanji tried to kick the man but it didn't work as it just went through him. What the F-? This sea stone is so annoying. Where did Buggy even get these? Luffy whined under Smoker, who was ready to strike him with his weapon. Luffy could barely fight back as he almost lost consciousness there. Nika was seething inside his head. I can't use Haki. And stop talking. Haki? Smoker couldn't believe that this pirate knew about Haki, but he quickly shook it off, holding the teen down hard. I already told you. You gotta go through me to go to the Grand Line. Your luck finally ran out, Straw Hat Luffy. Max stepped forward with hands coated in Haki, but before he could strike the man, a fiery gust of wind appeared before turning into a man in a long and dark green cloak. Dragon-san, Max breathed out. He was expecting him but didn't think that he would show himself here. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Dragon said to Smoker, glancing down at his son on the ground. He could feel his son's excitement down there when he appeared but it concerned him that his son's voice was slowly vanishing as if he's dying. Dragon was taken aback when Luffy glanced up at him, his son's pupil flickering from raven to red. What? It's you, Smoker said. The world government is after you, you know. Dragon merely smiled before speaking again. The world is still waiting for our answer, right, Lu? Just then, the whole area was surrounded by an eerie green light, and a great wind came rushing out of nowhere, a wind that was so strong as if they were in the middle of a maelstrom. 10 years ago, in the room of authority in the Pangaea Castle, the 5 elders were approached by a figure who had dared to infiltrate their sacred domain, Monkey D. Dragon, the enigmatic leader of the Revolutionary Army. You dare to step foot into our territory, sneaking around like a rat, Revolutionary Dragon, boomed St. J. Garcia Saturn, his voice echoing through the room of authority. Dragon remained silent, his piercing gaze activated with observation Haki, scanning the castle for any sign of his missing son. Luffy had vanished from Dawn Island 3 months prior, and Dragon had been relentlessly searching for him ever since. The 5 elders watched Dragon warily, their faces etched with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. They knew that Dragon was a formidable opponent, a man capable of toppling governments and challenging the world government's authority. What brings you here, Revolutionary Dragon? Asked Saint Shepherd Jupiter. You know that your presence here is unwelcome. If Dragon didn't make a move, then they wouldn't attack. Keeping and protecting this already unstable world and maintaining the public image of the world government were their primary concerns, and there was no need to start a war as long as the deepest secret of this world was not mentioned. I wish to hear that you don't form an alliance with red-haired pirates, St. Topman Mercury said. Red-haired Shanks is suddenly rampant, and revolutionaries suddenly move around the world. Dragon lowers his observation Haki, eyes covered by his hood. I don't just form alliances with pirates, that's troublesome. But apparently, the revolutionary and the red-haired pirates are on the same boat. The tension in the room rose, but before they could say a word, the leader of the revolutionary army had already disappeared from their sight. Dragon had heard about red-haired Shanks before, but the pirate remained shrouded in mystery. Despite his reputation as a former member of the legendary pirate king Gold Roger's crew and that he had recently earned the fearsome moniker Killer of Observation Haki, little was known about the man. Garp had revealed that Shanks had not only saved Luffy's life but also seemed to care deeply for his son. Dragon had no pressing need to meet the man, but the news he received about Shanks over these few days was what drove him to be here now. In the piercing gaze of Dragon, Shanks emerged as a crimson specter. His fiery red hair, that's how he got his namesake moniker, but this time, it was not only his hair that had the color. The sails of his ship billowed in a crimson hue. Blood dripped relentlessly from the red-haired captain, staining the deck beneath his feet. His pirate crewmates, too, bore the crimson mark of battle. Their bodies, however, did not show a single injury. If Dragon could be honest, this man looked terrifying, and he could tell that he wasn't someone to be messed around with. Shanks exuded an aura of raw power and unyielding determination. Dragon understood now why the 5 elders, the rulers of the world government, approached Shanks with caution. Bringing so much attention to yourself is not a good move, red-haired Shanks. Shanks laughed, the sounds forced in Dragon's ears. For the most wanted man to be on my ship, what an honor. He turned to Dragon behind him. What does Anchor's father want from me? Dragon stared back into the man's eyes. This man was dangerous, yet he was the one who had saved his son's life. I don't plan to make contact with pirates, Dragon said, his gaze turning back towards the sea. I appreciate your help, but this was unnecessary considering how well known you are. Luffy is not in Marihoa nor in any marine bases. Shanks' face turned completely cold. Then where the F is Anchor? Anchor. Captain, both glanced at Ben and the others who had just come to see their guest. Everything is clear. We still have nothing, the first mate said, looking at Dragon with a weapon ready. Hell, even if this man is Luffy's dad, they would never let their guard down. What do you want, Dragon? Shanks asked. There was no need for his order as the ship began to sail again, leaving the half-destroyed island. Dragon frowned at the sight of innocent citizens. Even if Shanks didn't touch them, it would still leave such an impact on them as their island was destroyed with them not knowing the reason they got attacked. Dragon sighed, again facing the man younger than him. You saved Luffy's life. Shanks obviously didn't like where this was going. Luffy's important to me, I don't need to hear your gratitude. He ran his fingers through his hair. He grimaced when he felt blood now sticking on his hand. Of course, a pirate like you, and from someone who was abandoning his biological son, I understand. Shanks jolted before huffing in annoyance. He glared at Dragon. I didn't mean that. I saved Luffy because he's very important to me. I would lose another arm again for him, seize, I would die for Anchor. He paused. I will do anything for your son as if he were my own. Dragon nodded slowly. Thank you, he said, smiling, but it vanished right away as a deep frown appeared on his face. Dragon's gaze then met Shanks, and he figured the man could tell there was something he wanted to share. I came here not just for that. I'm listening. I met Dr. Vegapunk 2 days ago. There's something that moved, but he couldn't find an answer to such phenomena. Dragon stared at Shanks again, and he noticed the confusion on his face. We revolutionaries then found something from the CP0's report to the world government. There's a mention of sun god Nika. Shanks' eyes widened. The high officers of the red-haired pirates were having the same reaction. Anchor. Shanks couldn't believe this. The devil fruit, you were aware of it even before you stole it, weren't you? Dragon narrowed his eyes at the man. Why did you let Luffy eat it? No, I didn't let him, and I didn't even expect it either, Shanks said, his face twisted. The fruit chose Anchor. Dragon nodded at the answer. He was already expecting Shanks to say that. The report might be wrong, Dragon said through gritted teeth. Distress was shown on his face. Luffy is only 7. Father once told me he couldn't control his rubber power yet. It's just impossible. Luffy's devil fruit is actually a Zoan type, Shanks sighed, burying his face in his palm. Luffy, he's the chosen one. I believe him to be destined for greatness. That boy is just something. He's special, but this is just too absurd now. 7 years old, barely able to control his power, and now you're saying he has awakened it? That's too crazy. Dragon could see rage rising in Shanks and Haki dangerously ripping from him, but the first mate was quick to calm the captain. I swear, Dragon, Shanks' voice was like thunder in Dragon's ears. It struck him to the bone, reminding him again of how terrifying this man was. If I find out who's behind this, I will never show mercy. Never. Dragon had heard before, it was from his father who had heard it from the 5 elders. It was ringing in his ears like a broken cassette now. If Shanks was made to go on a rage, he would be too much to handle. Dragon stared at the man, who was having a hard time controlling his temper with the help from his crewmates. I won't stop you, he said, nodding, and those words were enough to ease the red-haired temper. Back to the present time. Ah, DMN, this stupid cuff. Luffy whined as he and the others landed on the deck of Merry Go. Max, do you have the key? Max hurried to Luffy, checking on the teen. The others immediately by their captain's side as Luffy just lay on the deck, looking weaker than how he always shows them. It was worrying them. Luffy looked like he could pass out at any time. Lou, Max gritted his teeth at the teen. Are you serious right now? Why are you this weak? What happened to Luffy? Nami asked, staring at the cuff around Luffy's wrist and his neck. She looked at the boys, demanding answers with her eyes as to why their captain looked like that. Luffy's eyes fluttered closed, but he tried to maintain his consciousness. If he wanted to, he would just sleep right here and then, but that would mean Nika could take over his body again. It was really hard to keep his eyes open. The others stared at him while Zoro and Sanji helped the teen to sit up. His eyes, Usopp gaped at the way Luffy's pupils turned from dark to red. He swore he could tell what was happening to his captain and friend at the moment. He didn't want to see that thing again. Why is he still cuffed? Can't you break it, Max? Zoro? It's a seastone cuff, no one can break it. We need a key to open it. We don't have a key, Sanji said, staring into Luffy's eyes. What's wrong with him? Then his eyes widened as he remembered what Usopp had told him before. He's gonna transform? Nami gasped. Why? Is he going to take over Luffy's body again? But Luffy is not in danger right now. Is it because of the cuff? Luffy's head was pounding as he kept trying to keep his eyes open. He might not be in danger at the moment, but Nika was upset because he felt trapped with the cuff. The seastone cuff was not the reason he was weak now, but it was because Nika was trying to take over his body. He needed to get rid of it. The cuff, Luffy said, hoping his friends could hear him and do something quickly. Nika was so infuriated inside his head. Nika hates being trapped. For Nika, this is like his freedom being taken. As Luffy said those words, Nika's voice somehow slowly vanished from his head. He grimaced and then fully opened his eyes to see Nami now in front of him, trying to unlock the cuff with her hairpin. Are you okay? Zoro asked, holding him gently in his arms as if Luffy was the most fragile thing in the world. Nika. Luffy trailed off, holding his head. He stopped talking. Everyone glanced at each other and sighed in relief. You're looking better now, Max said. Luffy sighed. Now he felt so tired. He wanted to sleep so bad, and more importantly, he needed food. Luffy turned to Sanji, but he didn't get to say a word when he felt a familiar presence approaching them. As the others waited patiently for Nami to unlock the cuffs, a gust of wind appeared on the deck, and in just a blink of an eye, Dragon stood there, eyes staring at his son. He was scowling at his son as he ignored the shocked screams on the deck. What is the leader of the Revolutionary Army doing here? Nami shouted, making the others widen their eyes, shocked to know that the most wanted man was on their ship. Because of the shock, Nami ended up forgetting about the cuffs. Max, why is he here? Zoro asked, fingers ready on the hilt of his sword. He wanted to ignore the big, fond smile his captain was giving to the man. Knowing that Max is a revolutionary and Luffy was once part of them, he knew this guy wouldn't harm them. But as the first mate, he had to be careful in any situation, especially when his captain was still in a vulnerable state. Dragon-san, Max stood beside Luffy, saluting the man. He just remembered that Luffy's crew still didn't know that Dragon is Luffy's dad. Well, not his fault. After all, this is not something they can just casually tell others. Dragon nodded at him before walking towards Luffy and crouching in front of him. Luffy immediately leaned on him, and Dragon felt relieved to hear his son's voice loud and clear again. The others watched in silence, understanding that this man wouldn't harm their captain or any of them. They didn't say anything when Dragon pulled out a key and unlocked the cuff. And they again just watched in silence when Luffy hugged the man, and the man hugged their captain so lovingly and fondly. That surprised them, to be honest. Since Luffy was once a revolutionary, it was understandable that he was close with the leader of the revolutionary, but this. They looked way too close. Dragon-san is Lu's biological father, Max said, and yes, he was expecting such a reaction from them. Even Zoro had his eyes bugged at that, but the swordsman was quick to put on his calm face again. We really shouldn't be surprised anymore, Nami face-bombed. What's next? Luffy's mother is the queen of a kingdom. I swear I won't even be surprised if Luffy's mother is the ocean or an angel fallen from the sky, Usopp said, sighing, looking way too tired, ignoring how everyone raised a brow at him. That's way too absurd, Usopp, Sanji patted the teen's shoulder. Lu, Dragon called as Luffy now comfortably snuggled against him. Are you okay, son? Amen. Dragon frowned, gently rubbing Luffy's back. What's wrong? There was a pause before Luffy looked up at his dad. Sleepy. And I want food. At the mention of food, Sanji immediately left for the galley. Luffy then buried his face onto his dad's chest again. You guys almost reached the Grand Line entrance, Dragon smiled when Luffy twitched in his arms. You're gonna meet your special friend again, don't you? Luffy hummed in response, and Dragon could feel the excitement radiate from his son. From the galley, they heard Sanji calling for Usopp, and the long-nosed teen immediately ran into the galley and walked out with 2 plates in his hands. That was impressively quick. Usopp paused as he realized again the presence of the man on their deck. Saw Sanji prepared this. It didn't take long for Luffy to start digging into the food, but he really did look way more tired than normal. Sanji came out minutes later with a few more plates of food for their captain. Dragon fondly watched his son eating, and he really couldn't move from his spot when Luffy's other free hand was clutching his wet cloak tightly. How are you, Captain. Mary. Luffy smiled, hand gently caressing the figurehead where he was sitting. I'm fine. Luffy could hear a soft chuckle from the Cloboterman of going Mary in front of him. You have changed. You're not like what I remembered about you. Luffy tilted his head, confused. The moment he got the ship was the first time he met Mary, right? Right? Our lovely sun god is upset and nature could feel him. But Captain, you are still you, are you? Of course, I am. Luffy exclaimed, half pouted. Nika is so annoying. He's the kindest just like you, but he's just upset now. Mary flew closer, fingers trying to touch the face of the person they longed for. You're so loved, Captain, but this world is too cruel for you. Mary. Luffy stared at the spirit. Have we met before? There was silence as the Cloboterman of Mary began to fly closer to the storm made by Dragon and play with the rain dancing with the wind. The spirit's form swirled and twirled amidst the tempest, reveling in the chaotic symphony of fury. The spirit's movements were graceful and fluid, as if it were one with the elements. Luffy watched in awe, wishing that he could join. Mary continued to dance and play, lost in the joy of the moment. The storm raged around it, but the spirit felt only joy and freedom. And then Luffy understood, that was how Mary wanted him to be. This was you in my memory, Captain, Mary said, flying closer to Luffy again. But it's fine, you're still you. Mary paused as their hands cupped Luffy's face. We barely saved you, but you're here now and I got to see you again. So please. They smiled fondly, yet it looked sad in Luffy's eyes. Be careful this time. I'm afraid that we won't be able to save you again. We really thought we were gonna lose you and our dear sun god, Captain. Dragon and Max were having a talk somewhere on the ship while the Straw Hat pirates stayed on the deck, fighting to keep their ship steady in the storm. Nami, Luffy called, grinning so wide. Look ahead. The four turned to the front, and Nami was the first one to scream out, a light. She pointed where they could see a bright light burning in the distance through the storm. Is that an island's lighthouse? Usopp screamed over the noise of the storm as he began to cling to the mast to keep himself from slipping. That's our guiding light, the light that points to the entrance to the Grand Line, Nami explained. The Grand Line is just ahead, Luffy said, his eyes bright as he grinned at the lighthouse. The Straw Hat pirates smiled just as brightly as their captain. They were also excited like their captain was, and more importantly, Luffy looked pretty good compared to him minutes ago. Finally, I'm here, Luffy whispered to himself. Laboon, we will meet again. Lu, Dragon called from behind them, aware that they were very close to the entrance now. I'll have to leave. Luffy frowned and then pouted at his dad before jumping down from the figurehead. You're heading to the Grand Line too, right? Why not just go with us? We're inside the storm now, the Marines. I'm sorry, son. I have business to attend to. I honestly want to stay longer with you, Dragon paused, hands on his son's shoulders. You really worried me these past few weeks and then today. Luffy bit his lip, sorry. I'm not mad. I can't be mad at you, Dragon continued. And, don't lose this one again this time. He said as he grabbed the white mini Den from inside his cloak. Please contact any of us if you are in danger. Dad. Luffy bit his lip, reaching for the Den mushi. What's wrong? Dragon gently asked. He could feel an unstable emotion residing in his son. Luffy never showed such emotions before. He figured that there was something bothering him now. And now he was conflicted either to leave or stay to hear whatever problem Luffy was facing. But if Luffy said he wanted to talk, he would no doubt stay. Thank you, Luffy said as a big grin appeared again on his face. I wouldn't be here now if you hadn't saved me at the execution platform. Dragon let out a tired sigh. That scared me, Lu. What am I supposed to do with you? Luffy grinned, however, Dragon could tell he was hiding something from him. Lu, listen. You're strong, your Haki is strong. But there will come a time when you will need to use your devil fruit power. When the time comes, use it. You can't ignore it forever, Lu. Yours is not like any Zoan-type devil fruit, you know that. Luffy slowly nodded. It's not like he fully understands his devil fruit, and he now knows that Nika is seriously annoying. It confused him as to why Nika would be so upset with him for not using his gum power, though. He will use it one day and hopes Nika will understand. Max will stay for some more time, Dragon said, patting his son's head. Be careful out there, son. Luffy nodded as his dad disappeared alongside the green storm surrounding their ship. Luffy's gaze met with Max, who had been staring at him. A profound realization washed over Luffy. Max probably has his own mission apart from checking on him. There's something waiting for him in the Grand Line. Where is he? Usopp asked as he clung to the mast again. Is that a devil fruit power or Haki? Zoro asked his captain and Max. Devil fruit, Luffy answered, grinning. Dad's devil fruit power is so cool. The others absent-mindedly nodded, still in shock. Then Sanji stepped forward with a barrel in hand as he smiled at them. "All right," he said. "Let's have a little launching ceremony to mark the importance of our voyage." "Let's do it," Luffy said to his crew. He then looked at Max, only for the man to shake his head. "I'm not your crew, but I'd like to witness this," he said, smirking with the video recording Den ready in hand. Sanji stepped up first and put his foot on the top of the barrel. "I'm going to find the All Blue. I'm going to become the king of the pirates. I'm going to be the greatest swordsman. I'm going to draw a map of the world. I am going to become a brave warrior of the sea." They all looked at the barrel that held their goals and hopes, each one smiling through the rain. "And now," Luffy yelled as they raised their legs high and brought them down to smash the barrel. "To the Grand Line." "Yeah." Max smirked proudly at the perfect video he had just taken. "We've entered the calm belt." Nami screamed as panic took over her. "We're screwed." Usopp tilted his head in confusion. "Calm belt?" he asked. He yelped when he almost fell on the deck from a sudden shake. "Wait, what's that? An earthquake?" "We're at sea," Zoro replied calmly, his composure irritating Nami. "Hurry and pull in the sails." Nami barked at them. "Break out the paddles and get us back on course." To her horror, none of them moved. Zoro and Usopp were still perplexed by Nami's panic, as everything around them seemed calm. Max and Luffy remained composed, even cracking a joke that went unheard by the rest of the crew. And Sanji, who was listening to the two, looked terrified. Nami's frustration grew as she watched her crews in action. "What's wrong with all of you?" she demanded. "Don't you realize the danger we're in?" Usopp finally snapped out of his confusion. "Danger?" he asked. "But everything looks fine." "That's because you don't know about the calm belt," Nami explained, her voice laced with urgency. "It's a stretch of ocean where the water is so calm. No one knows why, but there's no wind, no current inside the calm belt. And that's exactly what makes it so dangerous." "Huh, what?" Zoro asked. "That means we can't sail in the calm belt, you idiot. And what is more horrifying is that the calm belt is the nesting grounds of many monsters, such as the Sea Kings." Nami replied. Usopp's eyes widened in fear. "Sea Kings?" he exclaimed. "Are you serious, Nami? Why would I joke about this?" Nami screamed back. Usopp and Zoro finally understood the gravity of the situation. But as they turned to their captain and Max, both seemed to still be oblivious to the danger, continuing to joke and laugh. But what caught Zoro's attention was the way Sanji looked terrified beside the two. "Luffy, we need to get out of here," Nami said, her worry and a hint of panic evident in her voice. Oh right, we're off our course," Luffy nodded, but he somehow looked disappointed. "I want to use this route, but I also want to experience Reverse Mountain for the first time with my crew." "What exactly are you guys talking about?" Zoro asked out of curiosity. Sanji huffed, lighting his cigarette. "Remember how Luffy could tame monsters?" Sanji looked at each one of them and realized they had just remembered that again. These two idiots said we were surrounded by the Sea Kings beneath us now. But because Luffy used his Haki, it scared them and made them stay underwater. What? Usopp clung to Zoro, his legs shaking. Nami looked even more scared than she was before. "The Sea Kings are under us now?" "Yup. Don't worry, they won't hurt us as long as I'm here," Luffy said, giving his crew an assuring smile. Sanji huffed again. Max told Luffy to use the Sea King to go to the Grand Line. No. Nami stepped forward, shaking her head with a pale face. She was not ready to see the DMN Sea Kings that were probably 100 times bigger than Momo. And didn't they mention there were lots underneath them now? "We are going back to our course." "Well, Luffy disagrees with Max," Sanji said, and it was enough to calm Nami and Usopp. "Let's go back on course," Luffy yelled, and the others immediately went to the paddles. Usopp lay down on the deck, ignoring the rain that was hitting him. They were back inside the storm again, and they could see the lighthouse once more. How does such a sea exist? The calm belts are two areas of ocean that border the north and south of the Grand Line. They are actually very effective barriers for those trying to enter and exit the Grand Line, Nami explained, walking to the front and standing next to Luffy. "Then we shouldn't go to the Grand Line," Usopp murmured as he stood to his feet again. Zoro smirked at him. "Coward." "Hey, guys, it's the Red Line," Luffy yelled, getting everyone's attention. "That's insanely huge. I can't see the top because of the clouds," Usopp exclaimed. "Luffy, get down from there," Nami yelled as they finally slid down the mountain like it was a waterslide. Luffy laughed, turning his head to Nami. "I'll be fine, Nami." Max and the Straw Hats all enjoyed the ride down Reverse Mountain, the wind blowing past them as Mary continued to pick up speed, and the water sprayed on their faces, but each one of them really enjoyed every minute of it. As they were breaking through the clouds and couldn't see anything but the white fog, they were still laughing in joy until Zoro yelled something that got the whole crew to pause in their enjoyment. "Did you guys hear something?" Luffy then stood on the figurehead, arms spread wide with a wide grin on his face. "Laboon. I'm here. What are you?" Before Nami could finish her question, they heard a wailing sound from a distance. "What was that?" "Nami-san," Sanji called. "I see a mountain up ahead." "No way." Nami walked forward, and when she saw it, her eyes widened in disbelief. "That can't be. Wait, that's a whale." "What?" Usopp and Sanji screamed in disbelief, eyes squinting to look at the so-called mountain clearly. "Laboon!" Luffy yelled, laughing so happily. "Luffy, don't laugh. We're gonna crash." Nami yelled as she immediately told the others to move. "Don't worry. Laboon, my friend. He won't hurt us." "You're what? You're friends with a whale?" Usopp's jaws dropped, blinking, and then he sighed. "Of course you are." Then he blinked more before panic took over him again. "Wait. We're gonna crash." Usopp yelled as he ran in a circle. "Luffy, do something." Nami screamed, realizing there was nothing they could do because the rudder was broken. "Don't just laugh. We're gonna crash." Are we?" Luffy asked innocently, making the whole crew gape at him. "You idiot. Don't you see?" Nami paused as Mary kept getting closer to the whale's massive head. "Do something." She glared at Max when the guy just snickered beside them. Luffy snapped his head to the front again, both palms circled around his mouth as he shouted Laboon's name. His voice echoed through the air, and to everyone's surprise, the whale swam away, and a loud and big splash hit them as they safely landed in the Grand Line water. Nami and Usopp plopped onto the deck, breathing heavily. Max, Zoro, and Sanji approached Luffy, who was still on the figurehead, as they noticed an old man sitting on the chair, reading a newspaper so casually before them. "Crocus!" Luffy called, and just then Laboon's head surfaced from underwater. "Laboon!" But the joy vanished just like that on Luffy's face when he saw two figures sneaking above the whale. The Straw Hats pirates anchored next to the Twin Capes, approaching the old man, who kindly invited them to sit and have tea with him. It turned out the old man, named Crocus, had known Luffy for a quite long time already. When Luffy and Max came back with two funny-looking people on their arms, Sanji immediately swooned over the woman and yelled at Luffy for carrying the woman like a sack. Meanwhile, Crocus's kind demeanor seconds ago quickly changed to annoyance with a hard glare sent to the two new faces. "Luffy, just throw them into the sea," Crocus said, his hands busy pouring drinks into his new guests' cups. "They have been trying to kill Laboon." "What?" Sanji stepped out, not agreeing to throw the beautiful woman into the sea, but the hard glare Luffy was sending the two new faces stopped him from saying anything. "Lou." Max patted Luffy's shoulder, hesitating. He knew how terrifying Luffy could be when someone hurt his friend, but he had to stop him as he glanced at the unconscious blue-haired woman next to the also unconscious man wearing a crown on the ground. "Let's just tie them up for now," he suggested. Luffy snapped his head at him, looking at him for a long moment with a raised eyebrow before turning to Crocus, who was already sitting back in the chair, staring back at him and seeming not to really care about whatever decision Luffy would make. "Crocus. I managed to stop them every time, but it was really troublesome," Crocus answered. "But still, I don't want them near Laboon." "Okay," Luffy said casually, the anger gone from his face as he walked past his crew and to Crocus. "Do whatever you want, Max." The earth was shaking beneath them as Luffy was sent flying by the whale onto the ground above them. The Straw Hats didn't know what to say when their captain, out of nowhere, attacked the whale, which made the whale attack him back. They were having tea and cakes prepared by Sanji, so peaceful, for FS sake. "Aren't they friends?" Nami asked, her face etched with concern. "They made a promise," Crocus answered, not really caring about the brawl as if it was the most normal thing to happen. "What kind of promise?" Usopp asked. Sanji and Zoro had already left to watch the brawl closer with Max. Crocus then explained how Luffy and Laboon first met. Luffy, out of nowhere, entered inside the whale where he used to live. It was around 2 years ago, and he was with Max. Crocus laughed as he remembered that Luffy thought the whale ate someone because he could feel Crocus inside the whale. "I brought them out, and Luffy asked for a story from me, so I told him about Laboon's story. And then that happened, and it became a promise between the two." "What kind of story?" Usopp leaned closer, excited to know the promise between his captain and the whale that caused the brawl to happen. Crocus then began to tell a story about a whale and the Rumbar pirates. A 50-year-long wait for the return of the whale's dear friends. And about how the whale got those scars on him. "So, you mean, Luffy?" Usopp gasped, turned to where Luffy was still fighting with the whale. That's part of the promise. Crocus paused. Luffy gave Laboon something to look forward to. When they meet again, they will have another brawl like this. That brat. Crocus smiled, but the smile was mixed with hidden sadness. He gave Laboon another reason to keep living, yet Laboon. He still sometimes hurts himself, slamming his body against the red line. I don't know how to tell Luffy about this, but I believe he already knows. Usopp. Luffy's voice echoed, and when Usopp turned to them again, the brawl had ended, and Luffy was now on Laboon's head with a big brush in hand. Let's draw our mark on Laboon. Come help me. Luffy then looked down at the whale, glaring at him. Laboon. I didn't make this before, but this time I will draw a symbol of our promise to fight again. Until my crew and I come back, don't remove that mark by hitting your head, got that? Usopp grinned, and Nami smiled as they watched the sniper run to their captain. He knows, she said, and Crocus couldn't help but laugh. He always surprises me. You've been staring at the girl. Do you know her? Max nodded. We revolutionaries have been searching for her. Zoro raised a brow. Why? Max didn't answer as he now looked at Luffy, who was painting on top of Laboon with Usopp. Nami was talking with Crocus, and Sanji was preparing food for them on the Mary. Silence filled the air before Zoro decided to ask him another question. You have a mission right now, don't you? Max's gaze met Zoro's. The man was looking at him with a serious expression. After spending so much time with them, Max figured Zoro always had that look on him, but this time, he could feel the pressure directed at him from those silver eyes. I wouldn't be here if not for my mission, Max said. But it depends on where Luffy's journey goes. So you revolutionaries want Luffy to get involved? Then why not just tell Luffy? We can't do that, Max sighed. Luffy's no longer a revolutionary, and we don't want to interrupt his adventure with our mission. Max turned when Sanji stopped next to them, cigarette in mouth. He had just finished preparing food for everyone. If your route seems to be far from where we expected him to be, then I will leave. But I guess the revolutionary expectations of Luffy are correct, Zoro smirked, somehow understanding where this was going. It has to do with that girl, am I right? Max smiled, nodding. I wonder if Luffy remembers her? Sanji didn't sound pleased next to them. You're saying Luffy and that beautiful lady had met before, and he might not remember her? They never met, Max corrected him. It is important for a revolutionary member to recognize every important face, including their name and background, he said as he glanced at Sanji, who now seemed uneasy next to him. But Max chose to ignore it. Sanji is part of Luffy's crew, and his real identity is not his concern. Zoro hummed as he looked at the blue-haired girl. He then looked back at Max. Is Luffy always that strong? Max nodded. Never have I ever landed a hit on him in our spar. Even his brothers at first couldn't defeat him at all until they trained crazily to be on the same level as him. Are they strong like him now? Max smiled. Kinda, mostly they're Haki. They may be stronger than a vice admiral or even on an admiral level now. But as you know, Luffy not only has Haki but also has his devil fruit power. Max said, and it got both Zoro and Sanji to look away as frustrated feelings arose inside them. They understand it. Luffy is very strong. Hell, they had seen how he fought. He could defeat enemies without touching them. He even had a brawl with a huge creature like Laboon as if it were nothing. Luffy's so strong that it's frustrating. For them now, they felt too weak. They needed to get stronger to be able to stand proud beside their captain. You will get stronger, it will just take time, so be patient, Max said, almost sounding like he was comforting them, but not quite. But I ask you to never compare yourself with Luffy. Even his family doesn't know what the hell happened to him when he was a kid to get that strong. Both Zoro and Sanji slowly nodded as realization hit them. Max once told them Luffy awakened his Haki without training, and he was only 7 at that time. Their guts twisted, making them feel sick. They looked in their captain's direction and smiled softly to see how happy he looked while listening to Usopp's story on top of Laboon's head. Right, Max facebombed as he stepped out. I forgot to tell Nami about the log pose, then he left. Do you think Luffy would agree if we asked to spar now? Sanji asked Zoro. He hadn't sparred with Luffy yet. He was planning to ask Luffy to train him Haki because Max had reminded them to directly ask their captain if they were really serious about it. I guess so, Zoro answered as he walked to where Luffy and Usopp were sitting. But the captain seems hungry now. The party was held, and the Straw Hat Pirates were enjoying it to the fullest. Binkasu no sakewa, Tadoken iu kuyo. Yumakase kimakazi namimakase. Shio no mokuda, yuhi emo sawagu. Sara naya wawakaku, torai no yuda. Sayonara minato, tsumuji no sato yo. Don to ichu yudo, funade no yuda. Kinpagimpa emo shibuki en ikite. Oritekia yukuzo, umi no kajiri. Yohohoho, yohohoho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Luffy sang happily. He and Usopp had their arms draped around each other's shoulders. Both danced in joy while others laughed and enjoyed the song. Luffy was not a great singer, but his singing made everyone happy. Laboon was the happiest, making so much noise and singing along with Luffy. In the middle of the party, Usopp blinked his eyes rapidly and then frowned as he saw someone sitting on their ship's crow's nest, smiling at them as their head danced along with their singing. He squinted, trying to make sense of the figure in the far distance. Usopp then shook his head, thinking he must have imagined it. After all, he had a few drinks just now. He dismissed it as a drunken hallucination and turned back to his crew and continued singing with his captain. Vivi clenched her fist as she watched the pirates. She and Mr. Nine were finally freed, and now they were on the pirates' ship. Vivi knew they shouldn't just sit there and do nothing, especially when the unluckies had already found them and almost killed them. However, Vivi couldn't move from where she sat after what one of the men from the pirates' crew had just told her. He knew her identity and promised to help her. She was told to believe him and that he had something important to discuss with her later. It actually terrified her. No one should know her real identity. "We're in trouble now, Miss Wednesday," Mr. Nine said beside her. "Shouldn't we leave now? You've been acting weird ever since that guy talked to you. You looked scared." "I'm fine," Vivi said, even though it was obvious how pale her face was. Her heart was thumping like crazy right now, and a few questions loaded her mind, demanding an answer. "Mr. Nine, you can leave now if you want. I need to talk with them." Mr. Nine grimaced. "I can't just leave you alone. You're my partner," and he paused as he looked around. "We're literally trapped here, and our log pose was destroyed." "Right," Vivi sighed. She didn't want Mr. Nine to hear whatever conversation she would be having with those pirates later. She hoped that the guy would agree to have a private conversation with her. "Let's ask them for a ride?" Mr. Nine hesitated. "They might agree?" Vivi nodded. But she had doubts as she glanced at the Straw Hat teen. She had just witnessed his power while he fought with the whale. It sent shivers down her spine, especially when she could still remember the way the ground shook under her. Luffy was having a spar with both Zoro and Sanji. Usopp watched them in awe, admiring how Luffy kept dodging the two with ease. Nami was with Crocus and Max, talking about log pose and the Grand Line. Usopp was honestly concerned for Luffy's condition. He watched Luffy's brawl with Laboon before and noticed that his captain indeed accidentally used his rubber power more than once. Max, Zoro, and Sanji confirmed it to him. They had a discussion before, the discussion of Luffy and Nika. From their short sailing together, which of course would not be much help, they made an assumption that Nika would talk with Luffy whenever he used his rubber power. It wouldn't bother them that much just if it didn't hurt their captain, honestly. What concerned Usopp the most was that this whole thing about their captain was still a bit vague for them. What Usopp understood was that Luffy was hiding his rubber power in order to protect them. If the world government found out about his power, the Straw Hats would be their target right away. And of course, that scared him, but what Luffy's father said before rang loudly in his ears. Usopp was scared of Nika. That piercing gaze still haunted him to this day, a gaze that promised death to the enemies. "Luffy!" Max called, stopping their training spar with an apologetic look. "Those two, they want to talk." Luffy tilted his head. In Usopp's eyes, Luffy looked so pale. His gaze met with Zoro, and the swordsman seemed to notice it too. "Your son is the one Roger had been waiting for," Crocus said, watching Laboon staring where the Straw Hat pirate's ship disappeared to. "But something just doesn't feel right." "Why, enlighten me, Crocus," Dragon said, sitting on the chair his son once sat on. Laboon knew him as if he had known the kid for so long. Crocus glanced at the man. "When the boy showed up, Laboon was crying. It startled the old man like me." But even so, Laboon seemed confused as if the boy was a stranger but also a friend. "That sounds like Luffy to me," Dragon briefly smiled, and Crocus could see such rare gentleness in those eyes. "That boy of mine? Even after watching him for years, there's still lots of mystery that I couldn't find about him." Crocus nodded and sat on the other chair. "There's one thing we never share with anyone. Only Roger's crewmates know about this." Dragon looked at Crocus, and the old man let out a sigh as his eyes went to Laboon again. "Joy Boy. He told us that Nika will wake up for the second time in the same body." Dragon's eyes widened. Crocus held up his palm before the man could even say a single word. "When I figured out that boy is the one Roger's waiting for, I somehow now understand. What makes it even more sense was that he could use advanced Haki on 3 forms of Haki. Then he told me he woke up with that power when he was 7. Those eyes met with Dragon's eyes. Crocus could see worry crossing the man's face. "From your reaction, so Nika has awakened?" Dragon nodded. Those menacing red eyes had once stared deeply into his soul, and he still could hear the mocking laugh that resembled his own son. Dragon breathed deeply as he sipped the coffee Crocus had prepared for him. The first time he saw those eyes was exactly when Luffy told him about training to avoid using his devil fruit. Luffy was not aware of it, but Dragon remembered those eyes that showed anger. For him, it was terrifying how Nika tried to take over his son's body without Luffy's realization. That time, Luffy was talking with him casually, yet his left eye kept changing, the same with how the left side of his hair glitched from dark to white. Since then, Dragon realized that Nika had awakened, but not fully awakened. He never mentioned it even to Shanks. He believed in Luffy, yet he tried to persuade Luffy to keep using his devil fruit power like always. Luffy was not the type to hold himself. He always went all out and did everything freely. He thought he could convince him, but Luffy's reasoning was too great, that he cared a lot about his future crew to not put them in harm just because they joined him. For the second time. What does that even mean? Crocus glanced at the man. Dragon, tell me, what exactly happened to the boy when he was 7? Dragon expression hardened as he looked away. Crocus understood he didn't want to talk about it. Something happened to him when he was 7, right? I remember hearing about Shanks' rampage years ago. Garp caused a mess for the Marines for unknown reasons. Crocus sitting back, staring at the blue sky. You're not sure what happened to Luffy, and I understand. In my case, even with so many hints, this is still confusing for me too. But, young man, don't you think a rookie coming from outside of the Grand Line that could use Haki is also dangerous? It is, Dragon sighed. But for Luffy, it's better they know about Haki than about the fruit. After all, they already know Nika has awakened. I only met him a few times, Dragon, but I could tell it won't go like he wants it to be. You guys should already prepare for the worst. Luffy hummed softly as he watched in curiosity at the two funny-looking people in front of them. Max seemed to want to protect them, obviously just the girl, but it didn't change the fact that they tried to kill his friend. But yeah, they asked for a lift, and Luffy, with no hesitation, said yes, much to his crew's disapproval. While they were inside the galley with no care of what was happening outside, Luffy could sense that Mary was now approaching the unsafe zone of the Grand Line Sea. Luffy could just tell that from the swift blow of wind, but seemed like Nami was not aware of it considering this was her first time facing the Grand Line weather. Zoro was even still napping on the crow's nest. Well, to be fair, everything seemed to be just fine around them at the moment. Let's talk later, Max, Luffy said, almost pouting as he crossed his arms over his chest. Then he looked at his crewmates surrounding the table. Get ready for the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. Make sure we stay on the right course, Nami. Max stood, glancing at the blue-haired girl before stepping out of the galley. The others followed, their faces painted with confusion. They hadn't experienced it, so it was understandable if they didn't understand the danger they were going to face. And wake Zoro. He should help, Luffy said before the door closed, leaving him with only the two. Now, have I met you? He tilted his head to the blue-haired girl. Maybe not, I don't recall meeting someone as crazy as you before. Vivi snorted, her face turning red at the Straw Hat teen's words as the pirate captain laughed. But she remained silent, afraid that her real identity was really exposed right when her partner was still next to her. Just then, they could hear a few screams outside, with the ship dangerously swinging as the warm temperature suddenly dropped. Luffy walked to them, much to their confusion, especially when the teen freed them after just tying them up again minutes ago. Since we are giving you guys a lift now, why not help us, yeah? And just like that, Luffy kicked them out of the galley, making the navigator immediately put both of them to work. How was it? Luffy asked casually and walked to his friends and the two unwanted people lying on the deck. You're not helping at all. Nami pointed at him with an angry and tired look. And warn us next time about the horrible weather. Max already warned you about the Grand Line weather, Nami, Luffy said, still grinning, now sitting in front of his friends as Sanji went inside the galley to prepare them some drinks and snacks, for the third time. Max breathed out, sitting up from where he lay next to Usopp. Now, is this the right time, Lu? We will reach Whiskey Peak in a few hours, you know. Yeah, Luffy eyed the two unwanted guests, eyes narrowed. Speak. Right. We still don't know both of your guys' names. We didn't get to ask because Luffy just agreed to let them in. Nami said, glaring at her captain. Who the heck are both of you? Both glanced at each other before they began to introduce themselves to the pirates, and most of the time, Vivi's eyes always met with Max. Those names sound awfully familiar, and now it's bothering me, Zoro said, fingers under his chin. Tell me, Captain, from your face, you do know what I'm talking about, don't you? Baroque works. Luffy scowled as he tried to remember what these people were doing for him to be able to remember their organization's name. Fing right, Zoro grinned evilly, standing up. I remember now. What are they? Usopp asked as curiosity got to him. It was really bothering him when Max tried to protect the blue-haired girl, then Luffy just straight up helped them even when he was upset they tried to kill Laboon. Luffy wouldn't even bat an eye on them if not because of Max, though. And now Zoro knew these guys just from their names. A criminal syndicate. Their organization is still a mystery, especially the real identity of their leader, which is still unknown to this day, Max explained. This organization is one of our targets in our operation right now. Luffy raised a brow at Max's operation? But Max didn't answer, instead, he just gave the teen his smile, which made Luffy's eye twitch. Now, shouldn't you guys explain yourselves? Nami glared at the blue-haired girl who was looking pale alongside the guy wearing the crown. Nami figured that they definitely didn't expect any of them to know about their organization. Luffy? Ace? Shishishi. You little sheet, you made me worried. Luffy smiled fondly, knowing how worried his big brother was from his voice alone. How are you, Lu? I'm good. Luffy replied, playing with the glass of juice Sanji just prepared for them. He was in the galley at the moment, with Sanji preparing their dinner while the others were outside on the deck with Miss Wednesday and Mr. How is Ace? I heard about the betrayal. Is Ace okay? Sheet, I'm fine, Lu. You shouldn't worry about me, okay? Luffy heard his big brother sigh. Thank you, really, for reminding me to activate observation Haki. Everyone's fine, well, not really. Even after months, this was still a big shock to all of us. Ah, I understand. I wouldn't want that to happen to me, you know, Luffy said. Sanji raised a brow from where he was cooking. He didn't know what they were talking about, but the sadness in his captain's voice made him wonder. Oh right, Ace. I have my own crew now. They are amazing. Oh, really? Tell me about them. Sanji blinked before a slow and warm smile spread over his lips. His captain was sad just seconds ago, and now he sounded so happy talking about them his crew. He couldn't help but listen to his captain's enthusiastic voice telling his big brother about his journey. Is that Lu? You're talking with Luffy, Ace? Why are you guys entering my room without my permission? Hi Luffy, remember me? Izo? Yes, I am. Luffy frowned when he heard a sob coming from the den. He remembers me. Our adorable baby brother. And another sob was heard after Ace yelled about not sharing a baby brother. Lu, how about me? Do you remember me? Haruta. Oh my, he's the cutest. Ace, shut the crap. He's our baby brother too. Luffy laughed when Ace yelled again, and then another voice was heard, and it kept going for so long that Luffy somehow really enjoyed every moment of it. Sanji was finally finished preparing dinner when Luffy finished talking with his big brother on Den. Just as he finished placing the food on the table, Luffy was again holding a paper and was ready to dial a number on Den, but he looked way more nervous than he was before. His hands were shaking, and Sanji had to grab them to stop the shaking. You're shaking so much. Luffy let out a loud huff and put his chin on the table. I'm calling Sabo. He's different from Ace. Sanji remembered that he had heard the name before. Your other brother? Luffy nodded. Sabo's the kindest yet he's the scariest. I didn't contact them for weeks. He rubbed his face, groaning, then he looked again at Sanji. Sanji. Hungry. He pouted as his hand unconsciously grabbed the meat and stuffed it in his mouth. Sanji shook his head and smiled. The food is ready, see. I will call everyone, don't start eating yet. Luffy pulled back his hand that was about to grab another piece of meat and nodded as he sat straight up in his seat. Zoro was napping in the crow's nest when his captain sat by his side with the white Den in hand. Luffy looked nervous, and it was such a funny sight to Zoro. He looked dumbly adorable like that. Zoro closed his eyes again, wanting to continue his nap as Luffy started to dial a number. But he didn't think he could sleep if Luffy decided to make a call next to him now. His captain is DMN loud, okay. Lu? My baby brother? Sabo. So you finally decided to call me, huh? The voice did not sound very fond, and Zoro couldn't help but open his eyes to look at his captain, who looked scared. Is Sabo angry? There was a long sigh from the other side. Of course not. How could I? How are you, Lu? I'm good. Luffy smiled, and Zoro noticed how he looked bright again compared to seconds ago. I met Dad, and he gave me another Den. The snail's eyes narrowed, which made Luffy gulp. So you're saying you lost the one I gave to Max? Luffy's eyes widened, and a nervous giggle escaped his lips. Sorry. Sabo sighed again, then he smiled as the snail looked at Luffy with a fond look. I can't say much to that, can I? Anyway, Lu, don't you want to share your journey as a pirate with your big brother? You're lucky I'm free now. Yes. Shishishi, Sabo won't believe this, Zoro closed his eyes again to take a nap when Luffy began telling stories enthusiastically to his big brother. The warmth his captain radiated made him feel at ease. Everyone was awake after pretending to sleep. They had forced Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine to tell them everything, but they still didn't know about her real identity as the Princess of Alabasta except for Max, obviously. Luffy yawned, petting his round stomach before it deflated back. The others blinked at him as they had never seen that happen before, except for Zoro. "Where are you going?" Nami asked with a frown, against the idea of Luffy separating from them when they were on the mission now to defeat those bounty hunters who had a plan to kill them. "I sense a few familiar presents? It's presents, Lou. Right, that. So I'm gonna see them," Luffy said with a grin. "You guys can handle those bounty hunters, so I will leave it to you guys and," Luffy turned to Zoro and Sanji. "Use this to train your Haki, yeah." Sanji's eyes widened as a wide smile spread across his lips. Just then, Luffy left after giving a slight nod to Max. The wide smile on Sanji's face immediately dropped when he realized that he didn't even know anything about this Haki training. He didn't know where to start. "Heh," Zoro smirked, ready to leave. "This is gonna be fun." And then he left, leaving the other four. I don't think you guys need my help, right Sanji?" Usopp asked with a trembling smile. "Both you and Zoro can handle this." "Don't be stupid." Nami bonked Usopp on the head. "Go fight with them to end this faster." Usopp glared at the woman when she was about to leave. "Then what about you? And where are you going?" "I'm the burglar cat, Nami." Nami smiled mischievously. "These people are bounty hunters. There's, of course, treasure hiding somewhere here. I will find it." Max raised his hand just right after Sanji left, gaining the other two's attention on him. "I will find Miss Wednesday." Then he left. Nami turned back to Usopp, smiling. "Fight, Usopp. You can do it." Haruta walked towards her father with a big smile on her face. Days of working for Intel finally paid off. She got everything her family, especially Ace, was waiting for. This was requested by Ace himself, actually, and since then Haruta agreed that Ace really had such a crazy brother complex. "Lou is in Whiskey Peak right now?" Ace asked, a frown on his face. "He will be fine, Aceiwa," Marco said, understanding the worries in Ace's voice. Ace shook his head. "No, not that. It's just..." Ace groaned as he put his face into his palm. "I talked with Sabo days ago, and he told me that the revolutionary is currently on a big mission. I asked him for every detail of it, and the mission is..." He sighed. His brothers stared at him for a long moment, their happy faces from seconds ago now changed to serious. They didn't know much about Ace's family background. They knew he had brothers, Luffy and Sabo. It was shocking for them when they found out that Sabo is the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff and he is Ace's other brother. Then they found out that Garp is their grandpa, and Pops just laughed when he found out about it. On the other hand, Marco had already figured out that Ace was once part of the masked Revs. He really didn't know how to react to that. And now it really made sense why Ace is that strong. His Haki is so strong that it's crazy. "What kind of mission?" Jozu asked curiously. Ace then explained everything that Sabo had told him. This was not something the revolutionary would want to get involved with, as the one behind it was none other than a warlord, but of course, they could not let civilians suffer. "Crocodile? The one of the 7 warlords?" Izo frowned. "And the Marines did nothing?" "They either didn't know or they just turned a blind eye," Ace said. "Sabo actually." He rubbed the back of his head, avoiding everyone's gaze, even their pops. "He asked me to take part so I can use our pirate's name, but then the betrayal happened so I couldn't." The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn around them at the mention of betrayal, and Ace felt guilty about it. Thatch cleared his throat. "What's with Whiskey Peak?" "Koala and some Revs are there. They are in disguise to gather information. From what Sabo said, Koala and the others did a good job by making all the ships avoid that island. It caused the bounty hunters to suffer a great shortage of money." Ace paused. "And I guess they've been waiting for Lou there. They are planning to use him." His brothers around him nodded, but Ace figured they were still confused about why he was not happy about it. Ace let out a sigh. There was one thing that had been making him feel way too worried about Luffy lately. Gramps did contact him after meeting with Luffy, and Sabo told him the same thing their grandpa said, the information that Sabo got from Dragon. Ace believed that Shanks knew about this, but he hadn't had time to contact the Yonko yet. "Aceiwa?" Marco patted his shoulder, making him jolt slightly. He looked up only to meet the worried eyes of his brothers. Even Pops looked concerned. "Is there something bothering you?" "Sorry." Ace paused, smiling a bit. "It's nothing." Ace hoped they would just let it slide, but Ace could see the disappointment in their faces. "All right." Whitebeard's voice boomed. His eyes met with Ace. There's obviously something bothering you right now, son. But remember, we're always ready to help you and your brother. We are family. Ace raised a brow at that. He didn't remember both Sabo and Luffy agreeing to be part of Whitebeard's family. Thank you, Pops. Haruta struck a thinking pose. Ace, should I keep gathering information about Lu's adventure? Ace grinned. That would be great. The bounty hunters were defeated. Zoro sat on the ground as he tried to find any sight of his captain. Sanji and Usopp were also looking around. Nami came to them just seconds later with nothing in hand and with a set-off face. But before they could hear a word from her, an insulting voice was heard as two figures approached from the dark. Zoro squinted his eyes, and one thing he was sure of was that one of the figures was holding an umbrella. From afar, they could hear Luffy calling them. When they turned to where their captain's voice was coming from, they saw him running to them with that dumb grinning face of his. The three men stood while Nami slowly retreated to the side. If Luffy came here, then it was obvious that those two figures were strong, or Luffy might have only just wanted to fight. But then it was happening again. None of them was expecting it. They thought everything would be alright, but they were wrong. Zoro could see horror and concern on everyone's faces. Their captain. Luffy. He looked so otherworldly, as if he was not from this world. Zoro was sweating at the terrifying sight. Luffy's right side was himself, while his left side was that of a god. It was too fast for Zoro, too quick for his brain to figure out what had just happened. He knew for sure that it was Luffy in front of them, laughing maniacally yet also yelling at the enemy. The sight brought fear to Zoro as he clenched his fist on his Wado Ikemanji. This was terrifying, but Luffy is their captain, so they shouldn't be scared of their own captain. But seriously, what the heck is this? How can this happen again? Just what in the world is that power? The Crimson Eye met him, and Zoro felt his breath hitch at the eye that screamed rage, yet the other eye still looked the same. With Luffy and Nika sharing the same body at the same time like that, the contrast between his usual self and Nika is stark and unsettling. One half remains the familiar, determined Luffy, fighting with the same grit and resolve he always has. The other half, however, is a terrifying spectacle. Nika, with his wild laughter and otherworldly appearance, is a force of pure chaos and destruction. Zoro could hear both the yelling and the laughter. The hair splitting in two colors was just the same with the outfit Luffy was wearing. Zoro absent-mindedly stepped forward, hand reaching out for his captain. It scared him because Nika's presence was so overwhelming and alien that it threatened to consume Luffy's very being. Zoro needed to reach out or they would lose their captain to this so-called sun god. It was dark, and Luffy could smell blood. He had just beaten the guy who could make boogers explode, but then he didn't remember what happened to him. His head hurt so much that he was sure he had fainted because of it. Luffy groaned, his head falling onto his palms, still pounding painfully. This was the first time his headache felt like this. It was painful, as if his head would be ripped apart. His eyes were hurting too, making it hard for him to open them. Luffy didn't have to look to know that his crews were just around him, staring at him worriedly. He vaguely remembered that his crews managed to defeat the bounty hunters before the exploding booger guy and the umbrella girl came. Luffy, you're awake. Nami helped him sit up. You idiot. Why are you so reckless? Luffy frowned. His eyes were still closed, and they could see his face twisted in pain and discomfort. Is everyone all right? Worry about yourself, Sanji huffed. You scared us there, shitty captain. What the F even was that? You almost transformed into that godlike state again, Luffy. Just what the F was that? It was freaky. Usopp exclaimed, and Nami agreed. Luffy slowly opened his eyes, his face bewildered as he stared at each face staring back at him. What are you guys? Stop it, Zoro glared at the crew before looking back at Luffy. You need rest, Captain. Max and the other Revs are handling those bounty hunters now. So you should just rest here while we get our ship ready to leave. Luffy slowly nodded before landing back on the ground. I'm counting on you guys. I, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji then began to move from their spot, leaving only Zoro staying by their captain's side. Luffy sighed, feeling frustrated with his condition. He was again making his friends worried about him. He felt pathetic about himself right now. He didn't remember what happened aside from him beating the explosion booger guy. How are you feeling now? There was a pause as Luffy slowly looked up to meet eyes with his swordsman. What happened? Zoro raised a brow at the question. You don't remember? It was crazy, Luffy. Luffy tilted his head, staring at Zoro who seemed hesitant to continue. You almost killed everyone, the bounty hunters and those two who Vivi said their names as Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Zoro rubbed the back of his head as he figured that Luffy really didn't remember what had happened. You're like two people in one body, half and half, you and that god. We thought you knew because you were awake the whole time. Luffy felt his head hurt from what he had just heard. He didn't remember any of that. He was sure he was just fighting and defeating the villain. That god, he was mad, crazy, Zoro continued, looking away. He didn't even want to remember that again. Nika was terrifying. He was laughing, yet his eyes showed rage. They really thought Luffy was the one transforming because their captain was definitely awake, and he even looked so aware of his surroundings. What the heck are you saying, Zoro? Luffy rubbed his face. For him, Zoro was not making any sense. He didn't remember any of it at all. After separating from his crew, he found Koala and a few other revs. He was happy to meet them again, especially Koala. Koala briefly told him what they were doing on this island, gathering information, and he knew they were hiding something from him, but he chose to stay quiet, thinking if they want to hide it, then he won't say anything. Luffy could feel his crews already starting to fight from the noises, and when he thought everything had ended, a booger guy and an umbrella girl came out of nowhere. That was when Luffy decided to join the fight, leaving the revolutionaries behind. Wait. Who? Luffy blinked and slowly looked at Zoro. Vivi? Who was that? Miss Wednesday's real name. Zoro paused as he stared at his captain's dumbfounded face. She finally told us everything, even her real identity. Before Zoro could say more, Max appeared before them with a serious face, then a loud explosion was heard that shook the ground from how loud it was. Luffy and Zoro immediately stood, both confused with a hint of panic in their eyes. Max, who was also confused by the sudden explosion, patted Luffy's shoulder. "Lu, we need to get out of here now." Vivi didn't know what to think of this as she wiped the stains of tears from her cheeks. Igaram had just been killed in front of her, and now she was facing this pirate captain again. She didn't want to remember that terrible image, and seeing the Straw Hat's face again brought back the fear in her. When the revolutionary guy, Max, found her, they talked for a long time. He explained everything to her, their mission, their plan. Vivi was hesitant to believe his words, but Igaram believed them without a doubt, so he gained her trust through that. What she didn't know was that Igaram had been sharing intel with the revolutionaries for weeks now. He had been working together with them in secret, and what shocked her was that the revolutionaries actually disguised themselves among the bounty hunters. Vivi was upset that Igaram kept things from her, but she understood that it was for her own good. When Max told her their plan, Vivi couldn't help but doubt it. Max wanted her to try asking for help from the Straw Hat Pirates captain. Vivi knew Straw Hat was strong. She had seen his strength before, but she doubted he could defeat Crocodile. That was what she was thinking an hour ago, but now, after seeing that terrifying image, she couldn't help but believe that Straw Hat could defeat Crocodile and bring back the old Alabasta. Vivi bit her lip, gulping as her eyes met Straw Hat's. He didn't make any kind of expression but just stared at her. She noticed the slight confusion on the captain's face, then his head tilted as their eyes still met. Somehow, he looked dumb with that expression. It was not her fault that she ever doubted him first. He even looked like a kid. "Hey," Luffy called out, which made the whole crew immediately look at him. He was frowning, and from his pale face, Vivi could tell that he was still not in good condition. "Why is she on our ship?" "Oh, right, I forgot," Nami stepped up, looking at Vivi, then to her captain. She looked hesitant. "Anyway, why haven't you told him everything?" Nami narrowed her eyes at Zoro, who was standing behind Luffy. "I don't have time to explain everything," Zoro answered. "And what's with the explosion just now?" The thick silence filled the air as a few eyes turned to Vivi. The woman looked away, feeling sadness wash over her again. As the silence went on, Luffy started walking and made his way to the ship's mast. He staggered against the mast before he slowly sank against it, closing his eyes. It looked like it was hard for them to explain it to him, and his head still hurt to care about it. "Where are we going?" "Luffy, we need to explain what had happened." "Oh, good, you're up, Lu." Every head turned to the voice of a woman to see the same woman they talked with minutes ago landing on their deck. Sanji immediately swooned over the woman, his eyes turning into heart shapes. "Koala-chan." After Luffy fainted minutes ago, Koala approached the crew, and they had a talk alongside Vivi and Igaram. That was when they got to know Vivi's real identity. But even so, the Straw Hats still didn't know the revolutionaries' plan. "Koala-san," Max greeted the woman with a nod. Luffy just stared with eyes half closed, yet Koala knew from those eyes that he demanded an answer. As Koala explained everything, Vivi's real identity, the Revolutionary Army's Alabasta mission, Luffy remained silent as he chewed the snacks and drinks that Sanji prepared for him. A thick silence fell upon the group as all eyes stared at Luffy. "Anyway, Luffy," Koala cleared her throat, hesitant to continue. I told Dragon-san and Sabo what just happened to you minutes ago." Luffy's hand froze as he put the meat into his mouth, looking up at Koala. To be honest, he was still confused about what was happening to him. He only really remembered that he was fighting a booger guy. What actually happened to me? Koala raised a brow at him before looking at Max and the Straw Hats. Then she looked back at Luffy. You don't remember? Luffy shook his head. Zoro said weird things I can't remember. What did Nika do? Is my head hurting like this because of Nika? And I? Vivi's eyes widened when Nami suddenly covered her mouth. She blinked at her, only for Nami to shake her head at her. I'll explain later, just please never say the name. This is complicated now, Max sighed, running his fingers through his hair. What do you say, Luffy? Do you want to help her? He pointed to Vivi. Luffy pouted and leaned against the mast again while chewing the meat. You guys want to help her, right? He looked at Max and his crewmates' faces, then his stare stopped on Vivi. Crochie's name sounds cool, I want to meet him. Max and the Straw Hats smiled in relief at that, but yet, somehow deep down in their hearts, they were very worried about Luffy. There was no way they could forget that. They wanted an explanation, but looking at Luffy's condition, they decided to ask next time. Lots of you almost became their target hit list, Koala sighed. I already handled those weird animals. I'm gonna report this to Sabo. We will be waiting for your arrival there, Luffy. She smiled before disappearing from their sight, which made Nami, Usopp, and Vivi freak out. The course has been set, get ready to set sail, everyone, Nami said, but Luffy's voice stopped them in their tracks. Someone else is here. Max immediately turned around as he finally sensed another presence on the ship. His eyes widened when he realized who the person was. Why is she here? Ah, we finally meet, Luffy grinned. Now who the heck is that? Nami asked with a set-off voice at the intruder. You know her, Luffy? Oh my, what a beautiful lady, Sanji swooned, which only made Zoro annoyed. Nami bonked the cook's head, still set off. Meanwhile, Robin and Luffy were still staring at each other. Luffy with a genuine smile on his face while Robin with a confused and concerned face. You've been searching for me? She asked, causing the whole ship to fall silent as all eyes on their captain and Robin. May I know what it's for? Luffy just shrugged at those questions with his eyes fluttering to shut. I'm happy to finally meet you. Vivi bit her lips, eyes shaking from what she just heard. Straw Hat had been searching for her? Why? She then turned her head back to Robin and pointed her fingers at her. You! It's you! Her eyes began to tear up as the image of Igaram appeared in her mind. Robin slowly looked at Vivi. She smiled as she placed her chin on her palm. I just happened to run into your dear Mr. 8 a while back. He didn't look so good. Vivi's eyes filled with anger and frustration as she yelled, so you killed Igaram. Nami immediately pulled the girl behind her as she glanced at her captain and Max, who, in Nami's confusion, seemed so surprised by the arrival of the woman. Vivi, who is she? Miss All Sunday, Vivi answered, still glaring at the woman. She would be scared of her if it were not for the pirates with her right now. Vivi didn't know much about the woman. Like their boss, this woman was so full of secrets too. She is the boss partner. The Straw Hats, even Sanji, tensed at that. If she's here, then... Nami turned to Max, Crocodile has already found out about us? But Koala said we would be fine since she managed to get rid of the spy animal. Ah, you mean the Unluckies? Robin chuckled. It surprised me you guys managed to capture them, but, her eyes turned to Max, it was understandable with the Revolutionary Army involved. From my own guess, you already knew that Vivi and Igaram knew about the whole thing, Max said, but unlike the others, he didn't look at her with hate, and it bothered Robin so much as she glanced at the captain. Are you really working with Crocodile, Nico Robin? Nico Robin? Usopp tilted his head. The name somehow sounded familiar yet not. Zoro, who had been standing by his captain's side, stepped forward as he slightly unsheathed his sword. Being a partner for the boss is already dangerous, his eyes sharpened coldly on the woman. Now you're telling me she was the one the world government has been hunting for years? For years? What do you mean, Zoro? Nami asked as everyone looked at the swordsman who looked ready to attack the enemy anytime soon. Before Zoro could answer Nami's question, Max stopped the swordsman and walked closer as he looked closely at Robin. The Revolutionary Army has a mission in Alabasta, he informed Robin. I'm telling you this because I know you don't trust Crocodile. This is risky, I know. But I want to trust you. Robin's expression didn't change, yet Max could see hesitation there. Why? Luffy said he's been looking for you. Max glanced at Luffy, who already had his eyes open again as he looked at them all from where he Saturday, and we revolutionaries have also been looking for you. My dad, Revolutionary Dragon, was a close friend of Professor Clover. I have heard lots of stories about him and O'Hara. Robin tensed, eyes shaking at the mention of those names, Professor Clover and O'Hara. Luffy then stood, almost stumbling forward. His eyes were covered with his straw hat as he said, "Ever since Dad heard you survived, he wanted to find you and protect you, but it was hard to do so because you kept running away." Robin smiled, but there was no genuineness in those smiles. "Son of the revolutionary dragon. If the world finds out about this, you'll be in great danger," she said, looking at the teen. "So you searched for me because of your dad? And you're saying you want to protect me?" Luffy shook his head and grinned. "I think you're cool and kind." "What?" Robin asked. "I searched for you because I want to be your friend. You must have been so lonely this whole time, right?" Luffy smiled so widely at her that Robin felt a comfortable yet painful feeling wash over her. She frowned, covering her eyes with her hand. "I don't want to befriend a pirate." "Luffy, I don't understand a thing you guys said, but this woman literally killed Igaram," Nami said, standing in front of Luffy, her face painted with disappointment. "What they did to Alabasta is cruel." Luffy tilted his head to the side, then his eyes trailed back to Robin. "You didn't kill, what's his name again?" Igaram. Nami sighed. "Yeah, Igaram. He's still alive, right?" The others turned to Luffy, blinking, and Vivi really wanted to scream right there and then. They literally saw the ship explode. How in the world could Igaram survive that? Robin just smiled, yet the smile disappeared when Luffy caught her hand that was about to throw the straw hat on the teen's head to her way. "You dare." Luffy looked up at her, his eyes shadowed by the hat, and just like that, her breathing became heavy that she almost collapsed there, but luckily, the heavy air vanished right away. Before Robin could even breathe properly, she winced at the tight grip on her arm that was on Luffy's shoulder, and immediately she released her power before her hand was fully crushed. Was that a whole arm on your shoulder just now?" Usopp asked with a shaky voice. "Hey, what the heck was that?" Nami immediately went to Usopp, freaking out about the arm that suddenly appeared on their captain's shoulder. "This is my treasure," Luffy stated as his eyes pierced dangerously at Robin. The others immediately backed away at the sudden change of voice and at the chilled air surrounding them. This side of their captain was not something they wished to witness. Luffy might have just stood there and done nothing but speaking, yet they felt like even by breathing he could kill you. Nami and Usopp hugged each other tightly. Sanji looked down as he crushed his cigarette. Zoro stared at his captain from behind. Max cleared his throat. Vivi bit her lip nervously. "No one touches my treasure unless you're my friend, and only when I give it to you," Luffy added. It was only when he noticed the fear from his friends that he was back to normal. "If you don't want to be my friend, then it's fine." "What?" "I'm annoyed." The Straw Hat captain walked back to the mast and leaned against it. "Just tell us what you want and leave." Robin, still bewildered and massaging her painful arm, stood and looked down at the pirates. "I came to eliminate the princess. That's my mission. But it seems like you're being protected by these pirates, and I know they won't let me touch you even a bit." "Exactly. We're gonna protect her and save her country." Nami responded bravely as she pulled Vivi to stand behind her. "I don't want to kill you, princess," Robin added, ignoring Nami. Then her eyes landed on Luffy again. She was expecting the captain to look at her with hate after what happened, but it was the same round, dark eyes innocently staring at her with nothing but kindness in them. She didn't want to admit how warm she felt at that stare alone. "Have you checked the location your log pose is indicating?" "Little garden, is it?" Luffy answered, grinning. He looked at Max, and the man nodded at him before looking back at Robin. "What is it for you?" Robin raised an eyebrow. She couldn't believe that she had really underestimated these pirates a while ago. The fact that the captain is the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army is already something. Not to mention, these pirates definitely work together with the Revolutionary Army in secret. "I won't tell our boss about your mission," Robin said as she threw the eternal pose to Max. "Using that, you can just skip right past Little Garden without stopping." Luffy frowned, and Max, who noticed it, let out a sigh and chuckled. He doubted her kindness still, or should this really be called an act of kindness? He glanced at Luffy, who was now pouting in annoyance. Robin stared at Luffy. As soon as she heard that Luffy had the middle initial D, she wanted to meet him in person, and honestly, she had been pleasantly surprised. It really went beyond her expectations. Somehow, the name reminded her of an old friend, and her heart ached at the thought of Saul. "What? So she's good after all?" Nami raised an eyebrow. To be honest, when Luffy acted friendly with Robin, she already had mixed feelings about the woman, and she wanted to trust Luffy. Yet the fact that she killed Igaram was not something Nami could just forget. Vivi, however, glared at the woman. "Why are you giving this to us?" "This has to be a trap," Zoro said firmly, looking at their captain. The captain doesn't look happy about that. "Luffy, what do you say?" Sanji asked as he lit another cigarette. "That's so kind of her, but I don't want to skip Little Garden," Luffy huffed, crossing his arms and still pouting. That would ruin the fun in my journey, he added. The other sighed and facepalmed at the reason. Well, it's the captain's decision. We just follow you, Luffy, Nami said. Then, let's just go to Little Garden but keep this eternal pose. I have only ever read about that island in a book, and I heard it would take a few days for the log pose to set again, right? He looked at Robin for confirmation. I'm not quite sure, but I've heard of that, Robin answered. Luffy smiled, and they swore even the sun could not match the brightness radiating around him. Both Luffy and Robin stared at each other, with Robin observing the captain as if she were trying to find an answer. Well, then, I'll be leaving, Robin said as she walked along the upper deck. You are stronger than you look. I hope I could meet you again. Robin smiled before jumping down the ship. They ran over to look at her, only to find her sitting on the giant sea turtle, heading back to Whiskey Peak. I hope we can be real friends next time. Luffy yelled, and Robin just waved a hand at him without looking. After Robin disappeared from their sight, Nami called for Luffy with a serious face. As she wanted to demand an answer from their captain, she stopped right away as she again remembered what happened back then on the island. Nami sighed. You should rest. We will handle things here, so go rest, Luffy. I'm fine. You're not. Zoro looked at Luffy, the serious expression on the swordsman's face surprising Luffy into silence. There's a lot to ask you, but we have Max to answer our curiosity and, Zoro exhaled, ignoring the glossy puppy eyes in front of him. Go rest, Luffy. We are worried, so please, listen to us. Luffy frowned, and they could see the hurt look he was trying to hide as he walked into the cabin room. They never told us anything about that, Shanks said. It was such a peaceful day for the Red Hair Pirates as everyone on the ship was just resting or playing card games. Shanks was secretly annoyed, as Ben did not allow him to take even a sip of his alcohol. The reason was that they were heading to Sabaody Archipelago to meet Rayleigh. I just told Rayleigh about Nika, and now he wants to meet, Shanks added as he pouted. Crocus mentioned it to me. Shanks lit up at the name. You met Crocus? How is he? Same old him. Dahahaha, I miss him. Anyway, why is it that you asked about this? Is this related to Anchor? Dragon nodded, which Shanks could see from the snails nodding at him. Rayleigh might mention it to you when you guys meet. Shanks sighed. I won't understand if you don't elaborate, Dragon. Shanks. Dragon let out a sigh. Crocus guessed. Luffy might have been returned to the past. Everyone on the deck snapped their heads to their captain's location as they heard what was said. The atmosphere turned chilly, but it quickly dissipated. How? Shanks asked. He needed an explanation for that, even if he could somehow see how this might be true. After all, Luffy possessed such incredible control of Haki at the age of 7. That's just Crocus' hard guess, Dragon said. If he really comes back to the past from the future, there's still a lot that doesn't add up. DMN, you gave me a headache, Dragon. I don't believe anything about time travel, Dragon glanced at his father by his side, who had been listening from the start. Time travel is when one travels through time into the past or the future. But can one's original body be affected by it? And do you remember what state Luffy was in when they found him 10 years ago? Shanks didn't say a word as his face turned serious. His crewmates were gathering around him as they listened to Dragon. Brat doesn't believe my grandson's time traveling, Garp said, which made Shanks light up to hear the old man's voice again after a long time. Nika awakened for the second time in the same body is already odd, and how in the sea does Joy Boy know about that? Well, I kinda agree with that thinking. Dragon glared at his father then sighed for the nth time that day. I'm worried about Luffy. We didn't know a thing happened to him in those 5 months he disappeared. You guess something might happen to Luffy in the future? It could happen anytime soon. And there's one more thing I need you guys to know. Dragon's eyes met his father's curious gaze. I talked with King Neptune before. He told me that his daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, told him what she heard from the Sea Kings. Shanks furrowed his eyebrow, waiting for Dragon to continue. Little Mary said our future king didn't remember. No, he hasn't lost his memory, he just refused to remember. Nami doesn't like this one bit. Luffy is supposed to be resting, but the boy stubbornly insists that he doesn't need any rest. She glares down at him, arms crossed, her frustration mounting. Luffy kneels on the deck, head low with those big, puppy dog eyes and an adorable pout that almost makes her falter. Almost. No, Nami refuses to be swayed by that. Luffy needs this scolding, and she's not backing down now. You stay here until I let you move. Nami commands, her tone firm. Luffy's head snaps up, eyes wide and full of surprise. But Nami. No buts. Nami interrupts, her voice rising. I'm being kind here. I have another option, and that is banning meat on this ship. Luffy's mouth drops open in horror, eyes comically wide. The others are just as shocked, especially Sanji, who looks like he's just been struck by lightning. Banning meat? That's unthinkable. Nanami. Before anyone can respond, Usopp suddenly sprints toward them, his legs flailing in a desperate attempt to stop Luffy from arguing. He slips mid-run, his feet betraying him as he crashes into the mast with a loud thud. A collective wince from the crew fills the air as Usopp rubs his aching head, but no one says a word. They're too stunned. Ouch! That hurts, Usopp mumbles, slowly picking himself up with a hand on his head. He stands beside Luffy, adopting a serious expression. Nanami, don't worry. Usopp says, sounding unusually determined. I'll make sure this idiot captain of ours gets enough rest. I'll take care of him. Nami raises an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. She knows Usopp too well, he's just as much of a troublemaker as Luffy. There's no way he's going to handle this alone. Hey, what's resting? I said I'm okay. Luffy whines, waving his hands in front of him like a child. You're not. Usopp snaps back immediately, his hands firmly gripping Luffy's shoulder when the captain tries to stand. Don't move. Luffy pushes against him, frowning. What are you doing? Let me go. It's odd. The crew watches as Luffy struggles, his efforts futile. Usopp doesn't budge an inch, even as Luffy pushes harder. They all exchange confused looks. Why is Luffy so weak? Why can't he push Usopp off? Usopp scowls and turns to face Luffy, his eyes narrowing as he speaks. Don't you get it? You can't even push me, and I'm weaker than most of the crew. You need to FING rest, dude. Luffy freezes, staring at Usopp as if the weight of the words has finally hit him. His pout deepens as he looks at the ground, his hands resting in his lap. He pauses, visibly fighting with himself. But I'm really fine, his voice is soft, almost uncertain as he stares at his hands, his childlike stubbornness still lingering. You're not. Usopp's voice is steady, but there's a hint of worry there too. Luffy can hear Mary's cheerful voice in his head, but when he looks up at her, he notices her smile is gone, replaced by an expression of concern. It's unsettling. Luffy pouts even harder, his lower lip trembling as he lies back onto the deck, his eyes closing in defeat. Fine, he huffs, clearly upset that Nami and Usopp won. Wake me when we arrive. Usopp and Nami share a look, both letting out soft sighs. Usopp sits down next to Luffy, determined to make sure the captain stays put. Nami walks over to the rest of the crew, a frustrated sigh escaping her lips as she notices the looks of worry on their faces. She knows what they're all thinking. He's paler than before, Nami mutters, her hand running through her hair in frustration. He's getting paler by the minute. We need to do something. Vivi, who's been standing silently at the edge, hesitantly rubs Nami's back to calm her down. She's not as close with the crew yet, but even she can feel the heaviness in the air, the silent panic that's starting to creep up. She admits to herself that Luffy's condition isn't something they can just ignore anymore. The way he looks now, like a lifeless shell, is far more serious than any of them care to admit. I cooked him a meal a few minutes ago, Sanji says, exhaling a puff of smoke from his cigarette. But he didn't finish it. He's not eating, and we can't just leave him like this and go forward with your plan, Max. I understand, Max replies with a heavy sigh. Believe me, if the revolutionaries knew about Luffy's condition right now, they'd call off everything. Especially Sabo. I'm sure he'd give me orders to stop you from going to Alabasta. Vivi flinches at the thought of Sabo's reaction, her eyes darting to Luffy, who's still sleeping soundly, his face pale and sickly. She can't help but worry about him even more. Nami gives her hand a reassuring squeeze and smiles softly, though her concern doesn't waver. I'm sure the revolutionaries have another plan, Nami says gently. They would never abandon your country, Vivi. Max nods in agreement. Indeed. Sabo came up with a lot of strategies, including one where we get the Whitebeard pirates involved. What? Usopp blinks in surprise, his voice incredulous. He's clearly shocked by the revelation. He looks at the sleeping Luffy, his mind racing as he processes this new information. Whitebeard. Luffy's other brother is a Whitebeard pirate, Max confirms. He's the second commander. The crew stands frozen, processing the information. Some blink in disbelief, while others' eyes widen in shock. It's one thing to know Sabo is the chief of staff of the revolutionaries, but to learn that Luffy's other brother is a commander under one of the emperors of the sea? It's almost impossible to comprehend. Not to mention, his grandpa is the Navy hero, and his dad? The most wanted man alive. DMN, didn't expect that one, Nami mutters, her voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. But this really is crazy. The name is Ace, right? Zoro asks, his voice calm but with a hint of surprise. Max nods in confirmation. Luffy talked about him with me before, but to think he's a pirate under one of the emperors. Wait, you mean Fire Fist Ace? Nami asks, her voice almost a whisper as the realization sets in. Max nods again, and the crew stares at him, their minds scrambling to make sense of it all. The information is so much to handle, so overwhelming. Crazy family, Usopp mumbles, his face planted against the deck, still trying to digest everything. Sanji clears his throat, snapping everyone back to the present. Now what should we do? Find a doctor, Vivi answers, her voice firm despite the uncertainty. She looks at each of them, her determination clear. I know none of you understand exactly what's going on with Luffy, but finding a doctor is the best option right now. Trafalgar Law stares intently at the bounty poster on his table, his eyes narrowing in thought. He frowns slightly, his mind working through the puzzle in front of him. The boy in the paper, this Straw Hat, is undoubtedly the one he's been searching for years. He'd had suspicions before, guesses about the boy's whereabouts, but nothing concrete enough to find him. Until now. With the full name printed on the bounty poster, Law feels an undeniable pull to track the boy down, to confront him. The puzzle has been nagging at him for far too long. It's like his own memories are colliding with the present, flooding him, and Luffy's face keeps resurfacing, haunting his thoughts. Every time he tries to remember something else, Luffy's face is the one that stays. It's both maddening and frustrating, like his mind is being forced to remember him above all else. Law knows he's been living with this strange, nagging feeling that something is wrong. The oddities he's experienced in his life, the way certain memories are slipping through his fingers, the way events feel slightly off. And then there's the masked revs, that is the one thing that's different. The masked revolutionaries weren't supposed to be part of the timeline. Law pinches the bridge of his nose, a sharp headache forming. He has no logical explanation for any of it, but it all keeps leading him to the same conclusion: he's being dragged back into the past. And if Luffy is back here too, then this connection can't be a coincidence. The boy, Luffy. His survival, his very presence in this world, it's the key to everything that happened. The boy is the reason his family is alive, the reason Rosinante made it out, and the reason Law himself is still standing. He doesn't have time for more uncertainty, he needs answers. What's on your mind, Captain? Penguin asks, breaking Law's trance as he leans against the wall of the polar tang. It's already dark outside, yet their captain hasn't eaten a thing since morning. Who is Monkey D, Luffy, that's got you so worked up? Shachi raises a brow, clearly confused. Who? A rookie pirate like us and... Beepo looks over at Law, understanding now. Captain's been like this ever since he saw the bounty poster. Law finally looks up at his crew, his expression serious. Find the whereabouts of Straw Hat. The three of them exchange confused glances at the name, but they don't dare question further. Without another word, Law strides out of the room, his mind already set on the course ahead. Luffy blinks, his wide eyes staring at the large duck standing before him, its own eyes sparkling with curiosity as it stares back at him. Luffy tilts his head to the side, and the duck mirrors his movement with an identical tilt. Luffy frowns for a moment, perplexed, but before he can say anything, his hand moves almost instinctively to slide the duck's head. Kuro? Luffy asks, his voice filled with a mixture of confusion and amusement. That's a funny name. He bursts out laughing, his infectious grin lighting up his face. Usopp watches the interaction, a puzzled look crossing his face. I don't remember any of us telling you this duck's name. Luffy grins even wider, looking up at his crewmate with sparkling eyes. Kuro told me. His voice is full of genuine surprise, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. He leans against the duck, which comfortably sits beside him, giving Luffy a curious glance. I didn't realize that Kuro was also on our ship. Usopp blinks, then shakes his head with an exaggerated sigh. I really should stop being surprised by this stuff. He runs a hand through his hair, clearly exasperated but amused. Anyway, are you okay now? Luffy slowly nods, the weight of headache making his movements a little sluggish. He sighs deeply, but his grin never fades. I'm good. Don't worry about me. Usopp's expression shifts from concern to frustration. How can I not worry when you look like a DMN corpse? He crosses his arms, shaking his head. I can't believe you were jumping around in this condition. No wonder Nami was so sad. Sanji, appearing from behind them, adds his 2 cents. We agreed to find a doctor. He hands over some sandwiches and drinks, placing one of the sandwiches in front of Kuro, who happily takes a bite. Vivi-chan wants it. She's worried about you. Luffy squints his eyes slightly at the mention of a doctor, his mind drifting back to a time before his travels with his crew, before the year Ace left to become a pirate. The memory is so clear, it feels almost like a dream. Luffy grins widely at the thought, his face lighting up with that familiar, carefree energy, though the others look at him in confusion, unsure of what he's thinking. Just then, the spirit of Mary floats into view, gleefully dancing in the air in front of Luffy. It's as though Mary is as alive as ever, its joyful energy filling the space around them. Drum Island. Let's go to Drum Island. Mary's voice rings in Luffy's mind, full of excitement and warmth. Luffy tilts his head, eyes widening in shock. He blinks rapidly, not quite understanding. Mary can read minds? But before he can process it fully, Mary vanishes, just as Usopp calls out to him, concerned. What's wrong with you now? Luffy stretches, standing up with a wide, carefree smile. He looks off into the distance, where a small dot on the horizon signals the approach of their next destination. He bites into his sandwich, still grinning ear to ear. Shishishi. Nothing's wrong at all. I know where to go next. With his spirit lifted, Luffy's gaze remains focused on the horizon, the crew watching him, both puzzled and relieved. They may not understand his thinking, but Luffy's confidence always seems to carry them forward, no matter the mystery. They sail along the small river that winds through the island, the air thick with mist, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. The plant life along the banks is dense, the trees and shrubs growing tall and wild, their branches stretching high above them. The jungle feels alive, the foliage pressing in on all sides, adding to the feeling of isolation. The air is heavy with moisture from the mist, making everything feel still, quiet, and strangely serene. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, the crew manages just fine, though the humid air makes the journey feel longer than it is. Except for Luffy, of course. Sitting on the figurehead of the Mary, he looks perfectly at home, grinning from ear to ear, as if this is one of his favorite places in the world. The mist doesn't bother him, it doesn't even seem to touch him. He appears completely carefree. Do you guys know why this place is called Little Garden? Luffy asks with a wide grin, turning to look at his crewmates, as well as Max and Vivi. His voice is filled with excitement, like he's about to reveal something important. The others exchange curious glances, intrigued by their captain's sudden question. Tell us, Captain, what's little about it? Zoro asks, standing behind Luffy with his arms crossed, watching the surroundings with mild interest, though the dense mist keeps him from seeing much. Yeah, this place doesn't look very little to me. Why the cute name? Nami adds, wiping away a small amount of mist from her face, trying to see ahead. She seems more curious than frustrated now, her voice laced with a hint of curiosity. Max narrows his eyes at Luffy, a smirk forming on his face. You've come here before, I see. Luffy nods eagerly, his grin widening. I landed here with Ace and Sabo, actually. We didn't believe what we saw when we first came here, but then Sabo reminded me and Ace that we're in the Grand Line. Nothing's too strange anymore. He chuckles lightly, his voice tinged with nostalgia. The rest of the crew exchanges puzzled glances. They have so many questions, but before anyone can voice them, the ground beneath them suddenly trembles. The Mary rocks suddenly on the river, the ship swaying with the shockwaves that ripple through the water. The plants along the riverbank sway violently, as though reacting to some unseen force. Then, a deep, booming laugh echoes through the mist, so loud that the crew can feel it in their bones. Nami and Usopp immediately cower together, hugging each other for comfort. Vivi clutches Karoo tightly, her face pale with worry. Max, Zoro, and Sanji immediately move closer to Luffy, their senses alert, ready to defend. But they quickly notice that Luffy is not tense, not fearful at all. Instead, his grin only grows wider, and his eyes sparkle with recognition. Kbababa! He's here! Gaga gaga! The little brat is coming back. The laughter seems to shake the air itself, echoing through the island. Luffy's expression brightens even more, and he stands, sensing who is approaching. Seconds later, two towering giants emerge from the mist, their massive figures cutting through the dense foliage. Their heads rise far above the trees, and they step onto the riverbanks, each footstep sending tremors through the island. The Mary stops in the water, wedged between the two giants as they look down with wide, beaming smiles. Luffy laughs and calls out joyfully, recognizing the giants instantly. The rest of the crew looks up with a mix of awe and caution, but as Luffy's joy is clear, they begin to relax. No danger here, not with their captain so at ease. Shishishi. Broggy. Dory. How are you guys? Luffy calls, laughing as one of the giants gently scoops him into their palm, lifting him high with ease. We've been waiting for you, Broggy's deep voice booms, his massive grin stretching across his face. Broggy and Dory were locked in their fierce battle, their massive swords clashing with thunderous force, each strike shaking the island beneath their feet. The air around them was filled with the intensity of their combat, yet amidst the chaos, a strange sound began to reach their ears. At first, it was distant, like a faint hum that barely registered in their consciousness. But then, it grew, soft, rhythmic, like the beat of a drum echoing across the wind. At first, they thought nothing of it, the sound perhaps no more than the reverberation of their battle. But soon, the drumming became impossible to ignore. The beat grew louder, more insistent, each pulse like a heartbeat that seemed to resonate in their very souls. Bragi and Dory froze, their swords suspended in midair, their eyes widening with sudden understanding. They had felt this sound before. This was no ordinary drumbeat. They exchanged a glance, and the realization hit them with the force of 1,000 storms. The drums. They had been waiting for this moment for so long, and now, it was finally here. The drums were the herald of the return of their sun god, Nika. The god of freedom, the embodiment of chaos. The presence they had always believed would one day awaken. But what left them confused and filled with an odd sense of disquiet was not just the familiar sound of the drums. It was the memory of the boy, the revolutionary boy they had once met on the island. Luffy. The young boy with the straw hat who had come to their island, bringing with him a sense of joy and camaraderie. A boy who, despite his wild spirit, had earned their respect and affection in such a short time. The memory of his face surfaced in their minds. Luffy. His smile, his laughter, the spark in his eyes. And now, as the drums echoed louder, that same face flashed before them once more. Their sun god, Nika, had returned, but in the form of the boy they had called their friend. They were not afraid, but they were unsettled. The boy they had met so many moons ago had been more than just a carefree revolutionary. He had always been something special, something greater than he appeared. And now, they were seeing the full extent of that power. Luffy, their friend, was now the very essence of Nika. The realization was both overwhelming and oddly comforting. Despite the power he now wielded, despite the storm that raged around him, Luffy remained the boy they had met, the one who had shared stories with them, who had laughed under the stars, who had earned their trust without hesitation. The thunderous drums beat on, louder than ever, yet in their hearts, Bragi and Dory knew this wasn't the beginning of an end. It was the beginning of something far greater, and their bond with Luffy would remain unbroken. Their friend was now their sun god, and they would stand by him. The drums of Nika would shake the world, but they knew one thing for certain: Luffy was still Luffy, their friend, their comrade. Luffy is never quiet, but lately, he's always like that. Max can't help but notice. There's no way he's not worried about the boy that he thinks of as his own brother, his little brother. Ace and Sabo may not know it, but Max feels that bond deep in his bones. He scans around, taking in the sight of the crew. Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji are too engrossed in listening to the two giants' tale, their attention fixed on the past, while Nami and Vivi remain cautious. Luffy had reassured them that the giants were his friends, yet their unease still lingers like a shadow in the air. They trust Luffy, but there's a sense of tension that no words can dispel. Max stands up from where he's sitting, his gaze flicking to the boy who hasn't moved since they arrived. Without a word, he strides over and quietly sits beside him. There's a heavy silence between them, and Max watches Luffy intently, searching for something, anything, behind those vacant eyes. It's then that he sees it: something's wrong. Luffy's eyes, they're glitching. It's subtle, almost imperceptible at first, but it's there. Something unnatural, something unseen before. Max's heart begins to race, his instincts on high alert. What is this? He leans closer, narrowing his eyes. There's no mistaking it now, the boy's not just distant, he's changing. Then, without warning, Luffy turns toward him. His smile is wide, too wide, stretching unnaturally across his face. It's a smile Max knows all too well, but this time it sends an icy chill down his spine. The boy's usual joy is gone, replaced by something far darker. The smile, the eyes, they scream anger, a deep, primal fury. It's as though Luffy, or whatever Nika is now, wants to tear down the very world around him. Max recoils, his pulse quickening. His mind struggles to comprehend what he's seeing. He doesn't even realize how far he's drifted from the group. He doesn't notice the pale, ashen color of his own face. His hands tremble, and his mouth goes dry. Luffy's gaze seems to bore into him, but Max can't tear his eyes away from the raw power emanating from the boy. The others, too, have noticed. Nami's scowl deepens as she steps toward him, her voice cutting through the tension. Max. Her voice falters, worry and confusion thick in the air. Just what in the world did he see? She's not sure if she's ready for the answer. Luffy, Zoro's voice cuts through the tension, strong yet laced with concern. His eyes narrow, watching the captain, searching for recognition. Is that you? Luffy frowns, his gaze shifting from Zoro to the others, then to the giant before him. He looks at his hands, his body, his own body, as if he's seeing it for the first time. And that's when the transformation begins. Slowly, unsettlingly, he feels it, the change. The air around him crackles with raw energy. It's not just his body that's shifting. There's a darkness, a deep, unsettling power that surrounds him, and the storm above rages in response. Thunder cracks, lightning strikes, the wind howls, and the very island seems to shake as if it fears what is rising. Nika, Luffy's voice is hoarse, barely a whisper, yet there's something otherworldly in it. What are you doing? Stop this. The voice that answers him is nothing like the boy's usual carefree tone. It's a booming, powerful presence that reverberates in his chest. Luffy, I didn't save you for you to end up like this. Nika's voice thunders, echoing with an authority that sends chills through the crew. But Luffy's attention is not on Nika. His focus is on his friends, the ones who mean everything to him. I won't hurt your precious friends, he says, almost sounding like a promise, though part of him doesn't understand why he believes it. Nika laughs, a dark, rumbling sound that shakes the very ground beneath them. But Luffy holds firm, refusing to let the power take over. His eyes dart between his friends, his heart pounding in his chest. They're all staring, concern written on their faces, but Luffy doesn't want them to fear him. Then, without warning, Dory approaches, his massive form looming over them. The giant's face lowers until it's mere inches from Luffy's, his eyes filled with an unsettling kindness. Dory, Luffy whispers, unsure of what to feel. Is this the same Dory who had laughed with him? Or is this something else? This is not Nika's trick to fool him, right? Boy, Dory says, his voice booming yet gentle. It's fine here. No one will know. Be free. You're supposed to be free, after all. But, Luffy hesitates, looking back at his friends, still unsure. His heart pulls him in 1,000 directions. You cannot hide forever, Dory continues, a sad smile tugging at his lips. Disaster will come no matter what. Be free, Luffy. You will destroy yourself if you continue this stubbornness. Luffy sighs, a heavy, resigned sound that carries with it the weight of his thoughts. He knows what he must do, even if the storm inside him rages against it. Slowly, painfully, he allows the transformation to take over completely. His body shifts, his form stretching and contorting as the raw power floods through him. In one fluid motion, he leaps from the ground, soaring high into the sky, leaving behind the friends who are still unsure of what's happening to him. The sky clears just slightly, but the storm is far from over. It only pauses, as if holding its breath. Chopper is getting used to the voice now. Mr. Land is speaking again, and it's so sudden that Chopper almost jumps out of his seat, dropping his medication book in the process. He quickly picks it up, his ears already straining to catch the words of the island. Mr. Land's voice echoes across the island, booming like the rumble of distant thunder. Chopper listens intently, his little hooves tapping against the ground in anticipation. Sometimes, it amuses him how Mr. Land loves to talk to itself, as if it's sharing its thoughts with the wind. Despite the booming volume, the voice never fails to send a chill down his spine, making the air feel thick and charged with something ancient. But it doesn't scare him. Not anymore. Mr. Land never harms anyone. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's a strange, comforting presence, speaking to every living creature on the island, as well as the ones that aren't alive in the usual sense. Every now and then, Chopper hears its voice telling stories, and the island itself comes alive with the words it shares. Only humans can't hear Mr. Land. Chopper often wonders if this is a gift or a curse, having been able to hear it ever since he ate the fruit that changed him into what he is now. Sometimes, it feels like a privilege to be part of this strange conversation with the land itself. Yet, other times, the stories it tells can leave him with more questions than answers, leaving him on the edge of curiosity, like now, when Mr. Land begins its tale once again. And just as Chopper begins to lean in, eager to hear more, the voice trails off, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. The island holds its breath. Gather close, ye who seek the stories of old, for I shall tell you of a boy, nay, a legend, whose name echoes in the very bones of this world. Chopper blinked as he heard the voice, its booming echo reverberating across the island. He had listened to these same stories time and time again, but each retelling was just as captivating as the last. He could never grow tired of them. He loved it. He loved the way Mr. Land, the very island itself, would speak, its voice rich and full of ancient knowledge, as though the island itself were alive with memories. Each story, no matter how often it was told, still held a sense of magic, as if the island was slowly unfolding its secrets to him. And though Mr. Land's tales were always familiar, there was something about the way they were told that made them feel new again. They always reminded him of the rubber boy, the one who had once saved the island monkey D. Luffy. A boy who, in his reckless hunger, partook of the forbidden fruit, the accursed rubber fruit. A fruit unlike any other, woven from the essence of Nika, the sun god of freedom and unbridled chaos. The boy, ignorant of the power he consumed, unknowingly became the vessel for a spirit ancient as the stars themselves. From that moment forth, his soul was not his own, for Nika's essence awoke within him, entwining with his very blood and sinew, waiting for the moment it would rise again. Oh, how it rose! The boy, no longer merely mortal, became an agent of disorder, chaos incarnate, defying the heavens and the earth alike. Wherever his feet tread, the world bent and twisted, like a garden of vibrant madness unfurling in his wake. But do not be deceived, for in the chaos, there was also hope. The boy was a harbinger of freedom, a herald who shattered the chains that bound mankind, the chains that even the gods themselves dared to lay. He defied them, laughed in their faces as if mocking their fragile dominion. And the world trembled. For though chaos and destruction followed him like loyal shadows, he brought with him the seeds of change, change that could not be undone, change that would shape the very fabric of existence itself. He saved the world. But even then, the tale was not done. No, it was but the beginning of something far grander, far more unpredictable. In his final moments, when even hope had withered and the shadows closed in, we, the keepers of secrets, did not allow his story to end. We took him back to where it all began. We twisted time, unraveled fate, and gave him another chance, a chance to rise again. But we have not forgotten. No, we have waited. Waited long, watching with bated breath, knowing that the moment would come. The signs have been clear, the winds whispering his name through the cracks of time. The world stirs again, and soon, oh soon, the boy of rubber, the spirit of Nika, he will return. The earth will tremble beneath his feet once more. Chaos will spill forth like a flood, tearing down the old, but with it will come the freedom he brings. The world will be remade in his image, for he cannot be bound, cannot be tamed. And through it all, he will laugh. Oh, how he will laugh! His laughter will echo through the heavens, and even the gods will know that no force, neither time nor fate, neither life nor death, can ever hold him again. The boy of rubber, the rubber boy, is coming. And when he does, the world shall never be the same. It made him wonder if the story was truly about Luffy, or if it was just his own assumption. Vivi stares at the figure dominating Little Garden Sky, her voice trembling. The laughter echoing above them is almost surreal, filled with joy and something ancient. What was that? No one answers. They can't. The sight of their captain soaring through the sky and the booming laughter of the giants has left them utterly speechless. The crew exchanges uneasy glances, but all their eyes eventually settle on Dory and Broggy. If anyone knows what just happened, it's them. Hey! Sanji shouts, his voice sharp as he glares up at the giants. What was that? You know something, don't you? Dory and Broggy turn, their grins wide and voices booming with mirth. They settle back into their spots on the ground, clearly amused by the chaos. The sound of his heartbeat? Usopp repeats, tilting his head in confusion. What sound? Dory and Broggy exchange knowing glances before looking back at the crew. You really didn't hear it? Broggy says, his voice tinged with surprise. Even now, we can hear it. It drums through the air. The crew exchanges confused looks. One by one, they shake their heads, their expressions growing more baffled. I've never heard anything like that, Max says, frowning. This is new. Both giants laugh heartily, nodding in unison. You should start learning about the sun god Nika, Broggy adds, grinning. After all, your captain is Nika himself. The crew is stunned into silence. Their gazes slowly shift to the sound of a soft thud, and they turn to see Luffy sitting cross-legged on the ground, back to his usual self, grinning widely. He looks like himself again, his radiant energy returning. Relief washes over the crew like a wave, but the confusion lingers. Luffy's grin widens at their stares. What? Shishishi, don't worry about me. I'm good. Wow, I really can't believe that we found this log pose among those skeletons, Nami mutters, still shivering at the thought of the eerie sight. So, our next destination is wherever this log pose leads us? We could use this eternal pose to head straight to Alabasta, Max says, staring at the eternal pose in his hand. But no, Vivi interrupts, her voice firm but gentle. We agreed to find a doctor first. He looks better, but that doesn't mean we can ignore his condition. She glances at Luffy, who is happily chatting with the giants. Max promised me that everything in Alabasta is under control with the revolutionaries involved, so we stick to the plan. Luffy suddenly bounds over to them, grinning as he holds another eternal pose in his hand. Everyone blinks. Where did you get that? Max asks, his voice tinged with suspicion. I always kept it with me. Luffy declares proudly. His grin grows as he holds the pose aloft. And since we're finding a doctor anyway, let's go to this island. Where? Nami asks, holding her log pose uncertainly. Drum Island. Luffy shouts, his voice brimming with excitement. There's someone there I promised would join my crew. Wait, Nami's voice drops, her expression darkening as she glares at Luffy. Are you telling me you've had a literal eternal pose to a doctor this entire time? Luffy grins innocently, scratching the back of his head. Yep. I promised to get him after I became a pirate. Nami steps closer, her movements slow and menacing. Her face is shadowed by her hair, and her fists clench at her sides. Before she can do anything, Usopp grabs Nami, holding her arm tightly. Hey, calm down. Usopp yelps, panicking as he struggles to keep Nami at bay. He's not well, remember? Nami lets out a loud, exasperated sigh before slumping onto the deck, defeated. She points a trembling finger at Luffy, her face on the verge of tears. I was digging through those skeletons for nothing. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was? Skeletons, Luffy. Actual skeletons. Luffy chuckles softly, unable to hold back a smile. You did great, though. His laughter fades as his expression softens, his tone quieter. I thought, since I'm feeling a bit better now, maybe we wouldn't need to find a doctor and could head straight to Alabasta. But, thanks. He pauses, his gaze sincere. I plan to go to Drum Island after we save Vivi's country anyway. Saving Alabasta is important. Vivi blinks in surprise, her lips trembling as she bites them to hold back her emotions. She didn't expect that from Luffy, the boy who rarely seemed to show concern for grand causes like saving kingdoms. And considering his condition, she couldn't blame him. Yet here he was, prioritizing her homeland despite everything. Nami exhales deeply, standing upright with a tired smile on her face. All right, she says softly, her tone warmer now. Let's find your doctor, Captain. Luffy bursts out laughing, his grin stretching wide as he pumps his fist into the air. Let's go. They cut the sea, itself. Usopp yells, tears streaming from his eyes as he watches Dory and Broggy's farewell. The strength of Elbaf warriors is amazing. The Going Merry hits the water with a resounding splash, the island slowly fading from view. Yet, the booming voices of the giants carry across the distance. Friends, go. We will meet again. Ace? Marco's voice cuts through the bustle of the deck as he eyes the bag slung over Ace's shoulder. That bag only means one thing. Where are you going? Ace smirks, already heading for the railing. Got a call from Sabo. I'm meeting him and Luffy in Alabasta. Marco frowns, his brow furrowing. Pops is letting you go just like that? His eyes flick to Whitebeard, who is just nearby, watching closely. Ace shrugs, his grin widening. What can I say? Pops trusts me. Marco's skeptical expression deepens as the rest of the crew begins gathering, drawn by the mention of Luffy. It's not a good idea to go alone, Marco says, arms crossed. You know how things tend to blow up around you. Ace scowls. I can take care of myself. Oh, really? Izo drawls, arms crossed as he shoots Ace a knowing look. That's rich, coming from the guy who once burned his own eyebrows off because he got too excited about a fight. That was one time. Ace snaps, glaring at Izo, who grins triumphantly. Sure, Haruta teases. But how many times have you fallen asleep in the middle of a brawl? That's the real question. Ace groans, pinching the bridge of his nose. Listen, I'm not going alone, okay? Pop said one of you could come with me. That gets their attention. The crew's teasing stops abruptly as their eyes light up. I'll go. Haruta shouts. No, me. Fasa jumps in. Pick me. I want to see Luffy again. Rakuyo adds. Seriously, it's been too long since we saw that kid. Vista chimes in, grinning. I can't wait to see that adorable face of our little brother again. The brothers all start talking over each other, volunteering loudly and shoving to get Ace's attention. Enough. Ace barks, though his smirk betrays his amusement. He crosses his arms and declares, I choose Marco. A groan erupts from the group as everyone whines in unison. Why Marco? Thatch pouts. He didn't even volunteer. Exactly why I picked him, Ace says, grinning at Marco's growing irritation. He'll keep things quiet. Marco glares at Ace, clearly unamused. I didn't ask for this. And quiet? You? Not happening. Whitebeard's booming laughter echoes, cutting through the chaos. Ace. His voice is steady, commanding. Whatever happens, do not confront Teach. If your brothers say he's dangerous, then he is. The crew falls silent at the mention of Teach. The betrayal is still a fresh wound, and the weight of it hangs heavy over the group. Thatch's hand brushes the spot where Teach nearly killed him, his jaw tightening. Ace nods seriously, his usual bravado fading. Got it, Pops. Haruta breaks the silence, his grin cutting through the tension. Well, if Marco gets to go, you'd better bring back stories about our little brother Luffy. I miss that kid. Same here, Vista says, his grin matching Haruta's. Listening to Luffy's adventures is like hearing about Ace, but even wilder. Bring him back with you. Fasa adds. Even if just for a visit. Ace rolls his eyes but can't hide his smile. You guys are obsessed. I'll tell him you miss him, happy? The crew erupts in laughter and teasing as Marco groans, already regretting his forced role in this. "You're all ridiculous. You'll love it," Ace teases, clapping him on the back. "Just wait." Luffy was barely 14 when he first met Chopper. Their ship continued onward, deeper into the snow-covered island. This was supposed to be the three brothers' last adventure together before Ace would finally set sail as a pirate. "It's very cold," Luffy said, rubbing his arms, though his wide smile stayed in place, excitement shining through at the thought of exploring an island they had never stepped foot on before. "Here." Sabo handed Luffy another coat, despite the boy already wearing one. "Put this one on too." Luffy frowned. "But it'll make it hard for me to move." "You're literally trembling, L." Sabo insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Put this on." Luffy pouted, sighing dramatically before tugging the coat on. The added layer brought much-needed warmth, even if it did feel a little restrictive. I found a place to anchor," Ace called, and he and Sabo got to work while Luffy sat on the figurehead, admiring the snow-covered view island. As they neared the anchoring spot, a booming laugh echoed above them, causing all three brothers to raise their eyebrows in confusion. "What the F is that?" Ace asked, stepping behind Luffy with Sabo. They exchanged wary glances before both turned to their baby brother, still perched on the figurehead. "L, get down." "Lu!" Sabo and Ace yelled simultaneously, their voices laced with panic. They rushed forward to find Luffy holding an arrow, its sharp tip inches from his head. He stared at it with curious fascination, seemingly unfazed by how close it had come. "Fing, show yourself." Ace growled, his anger flaring as he stepped protectively in front of Luffy on the figurehead. Sabo stood beside him, sharing the same fury. Even though something like that couldn't hurt Luffy, it had still given both of them near heart attacks. Then another arrow was shot toward them, followed by another and another in quick succession. Ace and Sabo moved in perfect sync, either kicking the arrows away or catching them with their bare hands. Not long after, Luffy joined in, laughing and seeming to enjoy the unexpected fight. Ace growled through gritted teeth, his face twisted in annoyance. "Get them." Sabo nodded sharply, springing into action. In just a short amount of time, he had taken down almost everyone, moving with precision until he reached their leader. Grabbing the leader, Sabo dragged him back onto their ship, using him as a human shield. The attack stopped immediately. The leader struggled in Sabo's grip, shrieking furiously. "Get your hands off me, you filthy pirates." His voice wavered slightly, and though he was trembling, he showed no trace of fear. "I'm the king of this island, King Wapol. Let me go, or you will regret it." Ace smirked, though the annoyance lingered on his face. "A king, huh?" He glanced down at the man, his tone dripping with disdain. "You think that's supposed to scare us?" "He looks funny," Luffy said from behind them, crossing his arms with a huff. "I thought we'd finally found an island without these BSTRDS, but I guess it's just our kind of bad luck." Ace nodded in agreement. He understood why Luffy was annoyed. Every island they landed on seemed to be ruled by a king, and never were they decent rulers. This one, squirming in Sabo's hold, was no different. Sabo tightened his grip on Wapol, pressing a knife against his cheek as he watched a few people cautiously emerge from their hiding spots, rifles now aimed at them. Despite their trembling hesitation, Sabo's serious and irritated expression morphed into a feral grin. Beside him, Ace was already preparing to fight. Are we going to kill him?" Luffy asked, his voice tinged with concern. The question made both older brothers pause, exchanging a glance. They understood why Luffy asked, after all, they'd killed a king before. Wait, you're going to kill me? Do you know what?" Wapol froze mid-sentence as his gaze landed on the one holding him. His eyes widened in shock. "The mask. You guys are the masked revs." Suddenly, Wapol began to tremble, fear overtaking his previously arrogant demeanor. On the shore, the others immediately dropped their weapons, their faces turning pale. "No. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry. Wapol begged desperately, his voice cracking. Sabo sighed, his expression unamused, while Ace let out a sharp snort. The masked revs had recently gained significant infamy with the public, especially after they unalived a king, a controversial act that saved an island's people but led to its destruction and its erasure from the map. Although the Revolutionary Army managed to evacuate the population, the incident left a heavy stain on their reputation. That king had met his end because of what he did to Luffy. It was a devastating blow for the revolutionaries, one that still haunted them. Luffy had been captured after being drugged, teetering on the brink of being sent to the Celestial Dragons. The betrayal came from a king they had trusted, a ruler who had treated them with kindness, only to reveal his true nature as someone selling his people to the Celestial Dragons. Luffy, unknowingly, had fallen right into their trap. The truth about the king enraged Ace and Sabo beyond words, but their fury deepened into something darker when they nearly lost their baby brother. When they finally found Luffy, their baby brother was in a horrifying state, burning with a severe fever, his body convulsing violently, and his eyes flashing red in glitching, unnatural patterns. That was also when they discovered the truth about Luffy. Their brother was Nika. And Nika was trying to take over Luffy's body. Ace and Sabo ended up killing the king after the rescue, their fury blinding them completely. The memory of almost losing their baby brother again was too much to bear. "We won't, Sabo said gently, offering his baby brother a reassuring smile. Then, with a quick glance at Ace, he gave an unspoken signal. Ace immediately dragged the king to the ground, his movements rough and deliberate. The onlookers took several steps back, fear etched clearly on their faces. "We won't hurt you," Sabo continued, his tone firm but calm. "So show us the way." The masked revs were known as the Bold Ones, their daring actions unmatched, even their leader, Dragon, didn't carry the same aura of audacity. Though they were widely hated by the government, public opinion was split. Half the populace despised them, their minds clouded by government propaganda painting the revolutionaries as criminals. The murder of the king was quickly forgotten as time passed, and the truth behind the Revolutionary Army's actions began to surface. Slowly but surely, the public started to see the cracks in the government's lies, and backlash became a recurring thorn for those in power. But all of that was in the near future, not now. Now, Luffy was skipping through the snow, his mask on as always. Ever since he'd stepped onto Drum Island, something had been bothering him, the voice. He wanted to think it wasn't much different from what he'd experienced underwater or on Fishman Island, but this was something else entirely. The land itself seemed to be speaking, its voice echoing like a crowd hailing their king in a parade. It wasn't exactly annoying, but it was strange, unsettling even, because he couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Following his instincts, Luffy wandered deeper into the snowy expanse, leaving a trail of footsteps behind him. And that's when he saw him, his future crew member, the one who would become the doctor of their ship. A small figure sat in the snow, crying softly. A flag rested by his side. Luffy hid his mask and approached the figure. It was Dr. Hirulek's death anniversary today, and Chopper wanted to be alone. Doctorine had given him a break from his lessons, so now he was here, sitting in front of his old home, Dr. Hirulek's house, crying while hugging the flag tightly. Chopper could hear the way Mr. Land sounded different today. It was chanting, radiating a rare joyfulness across the cold island. But even so, he couldn't stop crying. He missed his father figure. No way. Chopper flinched, stunned at the sudden voice behind him. He turned quickly, only to see a face he had never seen before. "What are you?" Chopper jumped, backing away defensively while clutching the flag. "You? Who are you?" "My name's Luffy." Luffy giggled, his eyes wide with awe as he observed Chopper. "Wait, you can talk?" Chopper narrowed his eyes and bolted behind a tree to hide, a nice attempt, though his body remained mostly exposed. "Why are you here?" Luffy grinned and plopped onto the snow where Chopper had just been sitting. "I was looking for a voice." Chopper blinked in confusion. "A voice?" Luffy nodded, his bright smile unwavering. "Yeah, it's so bothersome." "Can you hear it?" Ace and Sabo said they didn't hear anything. "Mr. Land?" Chopper asked hesitantly. Luffy tilted his head at the name, his eyes widening. "You heard it too?" Without realizing it, Chopper slowly stepped out from his hiding spot, now standing face to face with the seated teenager. "Humans aren't supposed to hear it." "Really?" Luffy tilted his head again, thinking. Then his eyes lit up. "Oh, do you hear that? It's laughing." Chopper's eyes brightened. "Yeah, it's laughing. It's my first time hearing that." Luffy laughed too, his gaze drifting toward the house in front of him. Chopper hesitated for a moment but eventually sat down beside him, keeping a little distance. "Are you not afraid of me?" Chopper asked softly. Luffy tilted his head again, as though the question confused him. "Why would I be?" Chopper stared at the strange boy in silence, his small body still tense. "Because I'm a monster," he finally said, his voice trembling. Luffy tilted his head again, his gaze softening. "A monster? You?" He laughed, light and carefree, as if the idea was ridiculous. "You're not a monster, you're just you." Chopper's heart skipped a beat. "But everyone says I am. They hate me. They're scared of me." Luffy shrugged, still smiling. "That's their problem, not yours." Chopper blinked, unsure how to respond. He watched as Luffy stretched out on the snow, arms behind his head, staring up at the sky. "You know," Luffy began, his voice thoughtful, "people are scared of things they don't understand. But that doesn't mean you're bad. You're awesome." Chopper blinked again, his guard slowly lowering. "Awesome? Why would you think that?" Because you can talk, and you're strong, and you're holding that flag like it's super important. Luffy sat up suddenly, grinning. And anyone who carries something important like that has to be awesome. Chopper felt his cheeks grow warm. He glanced down at the flag in his arms, gripping it a little tighter. Dr. Hiralik said the flag is a symbol of determination. It's what he believed in. Then it's even cooler. Luffy said with enthusiasm. That flag must mean everything to you. Chopper hesitated, looking at the boy's beaming face. There was something about him, something warm and genuine, something that made Chopper feel safe for the first time in a long while. He felt a pull toward this strange human, a feeling he couldn't explain. It wasn't just Luffy's words, it was the way he said them, the way he didn't flinch or hesitate. Why aren't you scared of me? Chopper asked again, his voice quieter this time, almost unsure. Luffy grinned, his eyes bright. Because I know what it's like when people don't get you. I've been there too, and I think you're awesome just the way you are. Chopper stared at him, his grip on the flag loosening slightly. Luffy leaned back on his hands, staring up at the sky. You know, he began, his voice light but steady, I once met a guy who's kind of like you. People called him a monster too, but he's not. His name's Jinbe, and he's a fishman. He's one of the coolest people I've ever met. Chopper tilted his head, curiosity piqued despite himself. A fishman? What's that? They're people who live underwater. They're super strong, and some of them can talk to the sea creatures, Luffy explained, his grin widening. But people on the surface are scared of them because they're different. They call them monsters, just like they call you. But Jinbe? He's not a monster at all. He's kind and brave, and he fights for what's right. He even taught me a lot about fishmen. Chopper blinked, his grip on the flag loosening. And, you weren't scared of him? Scared? No way. Luffy laughed, the sound carefree and contagious. He's awesome. We even became friends. He told me that what matters most is what's inside you, not what people think of you. That's why I think you're great too, Chopper. You're strong, and you care about things that matter, like that flag. Chopper's eyes widened slightly. You really think that? Yeah. Luffy beamed, his enthusiasm unwavering. You remind me of Jinbe. You've got that same kind of heart. I can feel it. Chopper felt something stir deep inside him, a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. This boy, this strange and cheerful boy, wasn't scared of him. He didn't call him a monster or run away. Instead, he called him awesome, compared him to someone brave and strong. Luffy stood up suddenly, brushing the snow off his pants. You know, I don't care what you look like or what people say. You're not a monster, Chopper. You're you, and that's enough. Chopper stared up at him, his heart pounding. Slowly, a small, genuine smile crept onto his face. For the first time in forever, he felt happy. You're really strange, Chopper muttered, though there was no venom in his tone. Luffy laughed again, his carefree energy filling the air. Maybe, but being strange is fun. Come on, Chopper, let's be friends. Chopper blinked, his smile growing wider. He hugged the flag closer to his chest, feeling a sense of belonging he hadn't known he needed. Friends. Luffy smiled, slipping his mask back on. Chopper blinked at him, then gasped and quickly hid behind the tree again. You're one of the masked revs. I am. Luffy laughed. Are you afraid of me? Chopper hesitated. No. I'm not. It's just. I've read about you in the newspapers. Shishishi, I'm awesome, right? Chopper frowned. But, you killed a king. The smile on Luffy's face faltered, just slightly, and Chopper felt a twinge of guilt. My brothers said he deserved it, Luffy replied quietly. Chopper hesitated again. Why? Luffy looked at him with a faint smile, his eyes steady. You wanna know? When Chopper and Luffy arrived at Wapple's castle, the scene was lively. Ace and Sabo were sitting together, talking with Dalton while Dr. Kureha stood nearby with fireworks crackling in the distance. They all held hot glasses of water and had skewers of meat roasting over a fire. Chopper squeaked in surprise, instinctively darting behind Luffy to hide. The sound made everyone turn their heads in unison toward the pair. Luffy raised an eyebrow at the reindeer's reaction, then burst out laughing. Why are you hiding? He asked, his voice teasing. You found Chopper? Dr. Kureha asked with mild curiosity, though she couldn't hide her surprise at seeing the duo together. Luffy plopped down between Ace and Sabo, grinning ear to ear. Yeah, but he doesn't want to be my friend. Ace and Sabo could tell that their baby brother was pouting behind the mask. From behind his hiding spot, Chopper yelled, I said I'll think about it. Luffy laughed, carefree as ever. That's the same as saying no. Ace, noticing Chopper for the first time, blinked in mild shock. What is that? He asked, his tone both surprised and intrigued. That's Chopper. My new friend. Luffy declared proudly, as if there was no room for debate. Ace and Sabo exchanged a glance and then shrugged. If Luffy said someone was a friend, they didn't need any more explanation. What's Dalton doing here? Chopper asked cautiously, still half hidden. The king is gone, Dr. Kureha replied, clearly amused by Chopper's reaction. What? What happened? Chopper exclaimed, jumping fully out of his hiding spot, his wide eyes fixed on the group. Dr. Kureha smirked and nodded toward Ace and Sabo. These two happened. Ace and Sabo simply shrugged, as if it was no big deal. When Luffy had wandered off earlier, his brothers had done what they did best, take charge. They interrogated the villagers, captured Wapol, and locked him and his forces in the makeshift jail aboard their ship. The villagers agreed to keep it a secret, spreading a rumor instead that the king had fled after pirates attacked the kingdom. I'm taking the Ishi, 20 under my wing, Dr. Kureha said matter-of-factly, a sly smirk on her face. Sabo narrowed his eyes at her from behind his mask. They worked under Wapol. They were forced to, Dr. Kureha countered smoothly. Just like the rest of us. They had no choice but to obey if they wanted to survive. Sabo sighed, his annoyance simmering but not boiling over. He had planned to send the doctors to Baltigo as prisoners, but Dr. Kureha's words held weight. We're finally free? Chopper asked hesitantly, his voice small but filled with hope. Indeed, we are, Dr. Kureha replied, her smirk softening into a smile. And it's all thanks to these masked revs. To think, you lot are different from the rumors we'd heard. The government hates us more than anything. It's not surprising, Ace said, his tone calm but resolute. Dr. Kureha sighed before glancing at Chopper. The young reindeer had inched closer to Luffy, who was happily devouring his food, while still managing to not show his face. Chopper hesitated for a moment, then sat down beside him. Luffy, noticing, giggled and slid some food toward him without hesitation. Chopper accepted it with wide eyes, his heart warming at the boy's easy kindness. Dr. Kureha watched the scene unfold, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Seems like he's found someone to trust, she murmured to herself, before turning back to the conversation. Later that night, a festival was held in Wapol's castle. Everyone enjoyed themselves, finally freed from the cruel king's grasp. Laughter echoed across the snow-covered castle, and the air was filled with warmth despite the cold. When the festivities died down, the lively atmosphere gave way to a calm stillness. The snow shimmered under the moonlight, and most of the people had passed out everywhere inside the castle. Luffy and Chopper, however, are outside the castle, sitting near the dwindling fire. Luffy leaned back on his hands, his gaze fixed on the starry sky above, a peaceful smile on his face. He was again taking off his mask. A little farther away, Chopper sat nervously poking at the snow with his hoof, occasionally glancing at Luffy but unsure how to start a conversation. You're pretty quiet, Luffy said, glancing at him with his usual grin. You don't talk much? Huh? Chopper fidgeted. It's not easy. People usually don't like talking to me. Luffy tilted his head, confused. Why not? You're fun to talk to. Chopper blinked, looking at Luffy in disbelief. You really think so? Yeah. Luffy said enthusiastically, sitting up. You're cool, and you can hear Mr. Land's voice, which is awesome. And you're nice too. Chopper didn't know how to respond to that. He stared at the snow, his heart warming but his mind still unsure. After a moment, Luffy leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Hey, Chopper, Luffy said suddenly, his voice softer but filled with excitement. What? Chopper asked cautiously, glancing at him. Have you ever thought about going out to sea? Like, as part of a pirate crew? Luffy asked, his grin widening. Chopper froze, his eyes wide. Pirate? You're a pirate too? Luffy grinned. Not yet. But I'm gonna set sail as a pirate and be the pirate king one day. Chopper stared at him, shocked and unsure how to respond. But, pirates are bad. They steal and hurt people. Luffy laughed, shaking his head. Not all pirates are like that. I've met a lot of them, and they're not like that at all. My crew's gonna be different. We're gonna have the best adventures and have fun. Chopper's heart wavered at Luffy's words, but doubt crept in. I don't know. I'm not like you. I don't think I could be a pirate. Luffy tilted his head again, curious. Why not? I'm just a monster, Chopper said quietly, looking away. Luffy frowned, his usual smile fading. You're not a monster, Chopper. You're amazing. And besides, he leaned closer, his eyes shining with determination. You're a doctor, right? Chopper flinched, surprised. How did you know that? Luffy grinned again. The old lady said something about it earlier. A talking reindeer who's also a doctor? That's the coolest thing. Coolest? Chopper repeated, his voice filled with disbelief. Yeah, Luffy said, his voice firm. I'm gonna need a doctor on my crew. Someone who can keep us all healthy while we explore the world and have adventures. You'd be amazing at that. Chopper stared at Luffy, his heart pounding. No one had ever looked at him like that before, with pure admiration and trust. He felt his hesitation melting away, replaced by a strange, overwhelming sense of joy. You really want me on your crew? Chopper asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Of course, Luffy said without hesitation. I can't imagine anyone better. So, what do you say? Chopper hesitated for a moment, his emotions swirling inside him. Then, a small, shy smile appeared on his face. I'll think about it. Luffy laughed, leaning back with a satisfied grin. That's good enough for now. When I'm 17, I'll come back here to pick you up. As they sat there under the stars, Chopper felt something he hadn't felt in a long time, hope. The masked Rev stayed on the island for a few more days, and during that time, the islanders grew unexpectedly fond of the boys, even Chopper, whom they had once called a monster. The once fearful glances softened into warm smiles, and the air between them shifted, filled now with a tentative trust. Luffy, however, was as bold as ever. Despite Sabo's constant protests, he wandered the island freely, his face uncovered for all to see. When Sabo argued that it was reckless, Luffy simply shrugged and grinned. I hate wearing that mask, he said. I'm not gonna wear it all the time, especially if we're staying longer. Besides, the people here are kind. One evening, Chopper gathered the courage to ask the question that had been sitting heavily on his mind. Luffy, why do you want to be a pirate? You're already an amazing revolutionary, helping people all over the world. Luffy grinned wide, his eyes alight with excitement. Because I want to be free, Chopper. I want to have so many adventures and explore everything out there. His voice softened slightly, his grin turning more determined. And I already made a promise to a great pirate. I told him I'd surpass him one day. Who? Chopper asked, looking up from where he was sprawled across Luffy's lap, curiosity shining in his eyes. Shanks, Luffy replied, his grin broadening. Have you heard that name? Chopper shook his head, and Luffy just laughed, the sound ringing out warmly in the quiet evening. And then, as if carried by the wind itself, they heard the voice again, soft, ethereal, weaving a new story into the air. A doctor he was called, yet powerless he remained as he bore witness to their hope, the boy, standing alone upon the battlefield. Gravely wounded, the doctor lingered on the edge of life, helpless as the boy fell from the blood-drenched sky. Despair consumed him, for though he longed to reach the boy, his body was frail, his strength spent. And lo, what his eyes beheld then defied all reason. The sun god Nika appeared, yet not as they had known, not within the boy as was believed, but separate. The god emerged a monstrous being, vast and fearsome, as though it might devour the very world. Yet it stood unmoving, its gaze fixed unyieldingly upon the boy whose life ebbed away. The doctor could only watch as the spirits began to gather, weaving like whispers in the air, while nature itself grew untamed, roaring and wild. The boy, though his strength faded, burned with anger, a fury that lit his eyes, a defiance aimed at the god, the spirits, and the world around him. Yet neither the god, nor the spirits, nor nature itself faltered. Together they pressed forward, their will unshaken, consuming the boy whole. And then, darkness fell, a void deep and endless. Yet within that abyss, a glimmer appeared. The boy stood once more, his rage unyielding, his cries sharp and sorrowful. He shouted into the shadowed expanse, tears streaming as his voice clashed against the silence. Around him, the god, the spirits, and nature whispered secrets the doctor could not discern. The boy's cries grew heavier, and still, the whispers continued. And as swiftly as it began, all light vanished, leaving silence and stillness in its wake. The doctor was drawn away, pulled from the depths of the void. And when his eyes opened, he awoke to a world forever changed. Chopper unconsciously pressed himself closer to Luffy as the once lively voice of Mr. Land fell silent, leaving only the heavy stillness of the evening. An ache he couldn't explain settled deep in his chest, mingling with a guilt he didn't quite understand, brought on by the weight of the story alone. Hesitantly, he glanced up at Luffy and froze. The usual bright spark in Luffy's eyes was gone, replaced by a hollow emptiness that sent a pang of worry through him. It was unsettling, unfamiliar. But before Chopper could say a word, Luffy looked down at him and smiled, his usual radiant grin. Yet even in that moment, Chopper could see it. Behind the smile, the sadness lingered, tangled with pain. Luffy, he whispered, his voice filled with concern. I'm fine, Luffy replied quickly, but Chopper knew it was a lie. Luffy, he pressed softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Without another word, Luffy pulled Chopper into a warm embrace. Chopper didn't resist, his ear catching the rapid, uneven rhythm of Luffy's heartbeat. He stayed still, listening. I feel disappointed, Luffy admitted quietly, his voice barely audible, but I don't understand why. His grip tightened slightly. I don't know, Chopper. I don't know. Chopper only nodded, remaining silent as he clung to Luffy, offering what little comfort he could. Chopper was engrossed in his research, the pages of his notes scattered across the table. Suddenly, the familiar sound of Mr. Land's laughter echoed through the air, its joy reverberating like a festive parade. Chopper froze, his ears twitching as the realization washed over him. He blinked, memories flooding back like a rushing tide. This had happened before. He could almost see it, Luffy's bright grin, his carefree presence. Chopper's eyes widened, and a spark of excitement lit up his face. He jumped to his feet, knocking over his chair in his haste. "Doctorine," he shouted, his voice ringing through the halls. "Luffy's here." Usopp, Nami, Vivi, and Karoo shrieked as the cold gleam of a weapon was pointed in their direction. Max, Zoro, and Sanji immediately scowled, their muscles tensing as they prepared to fight. Tension thickened in the frigid air, but then, a burst of laughter rang out, bright and carefree, shattering the silence like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Luffy's laughter echoed across the snow-painted island, instantly shifting the atmosphere. The people hiding behind walls began to cautiously emerge, their expressions hesitant at first, but then their eyes widened in shock and delight as they focused on the familiar figure perched casually on the figurehead. "Luffy-san?" Dalton was the first to step forward, his voice trembling with disbelief and joy. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the boy he hadn't seen in years, the boy who had once saved this frozen land. "Dalton. Everyone!" Luffy called out cheerfully, waving at the villagers. His grin was wide and full of warmth. "Yes, it's me, Luffy." The crowd erupted in excitement, their voices rising like a joyous chorus. The tension melted away, replaced by a wave of relief and happiness that swept through the island. The Straw Hat pirates exchanged glances, the realization settling in like a comforting embrace, they were safe. Zoro sheathed his sword with a smirk, Sanji lit a cigarette with a sigh of relief, and Nami placed a hand over her racing heart, a small smile tugging at her lips. Usopp exhaled shakily, his shoulders finally relaxing. "I thought we were done for." As the crowd swarmed closer, their excitement was palpable. They cheered, called Luffy's name, and some even wept tears of joy. Their savior had returned. From afar, a small figure came sprinting through the snow, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Luffy! Luffy!" The Straw Hats turned, startled, just as Chopper launched himself straight into Luffy's arms. The boy caught him mid-air with ease, laughing as he spun the reindeer around. "Chopper!" Few gasps were heard on the ship as everyone blinked at the creature in Luffy's arms. The crowd, however, laughing at the sight, their excitement almost tangible. Dalton, stepping forward, a warm smile on his face. "Luffy-san, it's been too long," he said warmly. "Come to our home, all of you. You and your friends deserve a proper welcome." Luffy laughed, holding Chopper securely in his arms. "See? I told you guys I'd come back with my pirate crew, and here they are. This is my crew." Chopper gasped, his wide eyes darting over the Straw Hat pirates, taking in each of them with awe. His gaze finally settled on one particular member, the one wearing the unmistakable uniform of the Revolutionary Army, just like the ones Ace, Sabo, and Luffy had worn all those years ago. "You've already found so many? That's amazing, Luffy!" Chopper exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. "Shishishi! They're incredible, Chopper!" Luffy grinned brightly, his excitement contagious. "I'll introduce them all to you." The crowd around them murmured in agreement, their voices rising with excitement as they eagerly moved to guide the Straw Hats toward shelter and a warm welcome. "Whoa, this is awesome," Usopp said in amazement as they rode the rope car up the snow-covered mountain. His eyes roamed over the vast, white expanse of the island below. "Look at that, this place is really just snow everywhere." "I'm glad I bought plenty of winter coats back in Logtown," Nami mumbled, pulling hers tighter as she glanced down nervously at the dizzying height. Dalton was leading them to the castle atop the mountain, where Chopper, the cute reindeer, had told Luffy he and Doctorine, whoever that was, now officially lived. However, Chopper seemed hesitant to interact with anyone else. He clung closely to Luffy, speaking only to him, despite the Straw Hat crew's curiosity. They'd already seen of his other form, which had startled them into shrieking earlier, much to Luffy's irritation. He'd scolded them, declaring Chopper their future crew member. Nami still wasn't sure what to make of that. They'd come to the island for a doctor, yet somehow, it felt like they were leaving with a fluffy creature who could turn into a monster. Sure, Chopper was undeniably cute, and it was obvious he wasn't a threat, but still. Are we recruiting two people? She wondered, uncertain how to classify Chopper. Is he human? A reindeer in human form? Then again, it wasn't as though they hadn't encountered strange things before. They'd seen fishmen, after all, and Nami had spent a large part of her childhood living among those creatures. "You can understand him, Luffy?" Chopper asked in awe, his bewildered gaze fixed on the Straw Hat captain, who was laughing heartily at something Karoo had quacked. "You're so amazing. So cool." Usopp, being his usual self, crept closer to the trio and peered at Chopper with exaggerated curiosity. This sent the poor reindeer scrambling to hide behind Luffy, not that he was particularly good at hiding. "What are you?" Usopp asked, squinting suspiciously, his finger resting thoughtfully under his chin. "He's Chopper," Luffy declared cheerfully. "I know his name." Usopp snapped. "But what is he?" "He's got a blue nose." I'm a reindeer," Chopper mumbled hesitantly, peeking out from behind Luffy. Then, puffing up with pride, he added, "And I'm a doctor." "Huh?" Nami blinked, startled. The rest of the crew looked equally surprised. Realization quickly dawned on Nami's face. "Wait, he's the doctor you were talking about, Luffy?" Luffy grinned broadly, nodding. "Chopper's an amazing doctor, and he's fluffy. He's a talking reindeer too. So cool." Nami hesitated, eyeing Chopper for a moment before sighing. If Luffy said Chopper was an amazing doctor, who was she to argue? The Straw Hats, including Max and Vivi, couldn't help but think the same thing. This Doctorine, or Dr. Kureha, is terrifying. Her sharp tongue and intimidating presence had them all on edge. Even Sanji, who had offered to cook as a gesture of goodwill, seemed slightly wary of the woman, though Luffy was delighted at the prospect of food. Now, they were gathered inside the castle, its grand interior surprising them with its resemblance to a bustling hospital. Nami quickly noticed the sheer number of doctors, perhaps 100, efficiently going about their work. Usopp had wandered off to play with Chopper and Karoo, much to Nami's amazement at how quickly they'd bonded. Zoro, true to form, had found a quiet corner to nap in, while Max, Nami, and Vivi stayed behind to talk with Dr. Kureha and Dalton. The calm was disrupted when Dalton mentioned a name that sent a visible tension through Luffy. "Blackbeard teach?" Luffy repeated, his face darkening. His voice was cold, unnerving enough that everyone in the room turned to look at him. Even Zoro, who had been dozing, stirred, his eyes snapping open at the shift in their captain's demeanor. Sanji, returning with plates of food, leaned silently against the wall, observing. "Yes, that's what he called himself," Dalton confirmed grimly. "He attacked the village just a week ago. We suffered greatly from his assault, many lost their homes. Thankfully, no lives were lost because the doctors acted quickly." Luffy's fists clenched, his expression troubled. "Why did he attack this island?" Dr. Kureha huffed, crossing her arms. "They mentioned something about gaining a name and a devil fruit." Her sharp eyes flicked toward Chopper, who was listening quietly from the side with Usopp and Karoo. "I told Chopper to hide. They left as soon as they couldn't find what they were looking for." Luffy hummed thoughtfully, his tension momentarily easing. The rest of the crew exchanged curious glances, trying to piece together the situation. Max decided to clarify. "Blackbeard is considered a rookie pirate, like you guys. He's a former member of Whitebeard's crew. One he betrayed." He paused, glancing at Luffy. "From the information I know, mostly from Luffy, he's rumored to be hunting for powerful devil fruits all across the Grand Line." He paused as he looked at Chopper. "So Chopper ate a Zoan devil fruit, I see. I didn't know that." Luffy laughed, his usual carefree attitude returning, and the tension around him seemed to dissolve. Zoro, however, was still processing. "Mostly from Luffy," he asked, raising an eyebrow at Max. "What does that mean? Did you hunt this Blackbeard teach, Captain?" Luffy shook his head. "I wasn't allowed to," he admitted, his tone lighter now but still carrying a hint of frustration. "Dad and Shanks were really against the idea, especially since we don't fully know what his devil fruit can do. And Teach is strong." The crew nodded in understanding, a quiet resolve settling over them. "During my time with the Revolutionary Army, I only gathered information about him," Luffy said with a heavy sigh. "I wouldn't care about that man if it weren't for Shanks. I hate him. He betrayed his crew, his family. He betrayed the Whitebeard pirates." Usopp shuddered at the thought, his expression grim. Zoro, his face serious, cut through the tension. "Are you still hunting or gathering information of him?" he asked, his tone sharp with curiosity, perhaps even understanding, given his past as a pirate hunter. Luffy shook his head, irritation flickering in his gaze. "I'm a pirate now. If I ever cross paths with him, I'll fight him." Max frowned, clearly displeased. "I don't think Dragon-san or Red-Haired would like that, Lou," he said firmly. Luffy huffed, grabbing a plate of food and taking a hearty bite. "I'm a pirate now," he repeated stubbornly. Max's eyes narrowed, his tone sharpening. "Say that to your family. And I'd like to see you breaking promises with Shanks if you really plan on fighting Blackbeard." Luffy frowned deeply, visibly offended by the remark, but his expression softened into a pout as realization dawned on him. You don't think I can win a fight against him? He asked, his voice quieter. Max shook his head. I've never doubted your strength, Luffy. But we don't know how strong Blackbeard is either, he admitted. And right now, your condition is concerning. Luffy sighed, still shoveling food into his mouth, though the weight of the conversation hung heavy in the room. Dr. Kureha, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke up, her sharp gaze fixed on Luffy. I've been meaning to say this, but boy, you're awfully pale. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention, and the Straw Hats glanced at each other, alarmed. Vivi, after a moment of hesitation, decided to speak. We're actually here to find a doctor to check on Luffy-san, she confessed, her voice steady but tinged with concern. Dr. Kureha's eyes narrowed, her expression darkening. Explain, she demanded, her tone brooking no argument. Chopper had been tasked by Doctorine to check on Luffy. After a careful examination, he couldn't find anything too concerning, except for the fact that Luffy's skin was unusually pale. Nika, you said. Chopper mumbled, his face growing serious. He looked up at the group of people gathered around him. I've heard stories of Nika. Nami's face paled even further at the mention of the name, but she stayed silent, anxiety clear in her expression. Stories? She asked quietly. Well, Nika is this, sun god, right? People say he's a warrior of liberation. He helps free people who are, like, oppressed and stuff, Chopper explained. He's all about bringing light to dark places, spreading joy, and making people happy. Oh, and he's always laughing, even in the middle of battles. A god who fights for freedom and happiness. Can you imagine? Sounds amazing, huh? You know a lot about the sun god? Usopp asked after a long silence, his tone filled with amazement. I've heard a few things about him. He's pretty great. Chopper nodded. So, Luffy's devil fruit is the Hito no Mi model, Nika, right? Max nodded in confirmation. Usopp and Nami almost fainted behind him, their faces drained of color. Why is Chopper saying that name so casually? Nami exclaimed, her voice shaky. And how does he even know the devil fruit's name? Chopper tilted his head, confused. What's wrong? Max chuckled softly, though there was an edge to his voice. It's okay to mention the name, but never around people who might be listening, like the government. It's better to avoid mentioning it entirely, though. See! Nami cried, her hand flying to her forehead. Chopper remained puzzled, but before he could ask more questions, Zoro spoke up. Can you help Luffy? Chopper hesitated for a moment before nodding. I can make medicine to help with his energy drain and his headaches. But as for his pale face, I believe it's related to the energy drain and the headache. Vivi, anxious for answers, asked, do you think Luffy-san will be okay? Chopper bit his lip, uncertainty clouding his eyes. I'm not sure. I can only help with what I can. He needs a lot of meat, too, and some herbal juice to help him recover. Chopper paused, looking back at Luffy. I've checked on him before, for years ago. What I know is that the power inside him is also why he burns through energy so much faster than others. His body needs constant fuel. Meat is the best way to get that energy back quickly. His body burns through food at an incredible rate, and meat is what refuels him the fastest. So, he needs to eat a lot of it. Sanji nodded, writing it down. Got it, Chopper. And one more thing, Chopper said, his voice tinged with worry. You guys mentioned that Luffy's been avoiding using his power, and that's why his body's in this state. But before going here, it seemed like he was starting to use it again, though you guys aren't really sure, right? He glanced over at Luffy, who was busy eating nearby after Chopper finished checking on him. I can't really do anything about that, but I'll help him with medical attention if he ever needs it. The others nodded, absorbing Chopper's words. Chopper then turned his gaze toward Doctorine, who had been quietly watching Luffy with an unreadable expression on her face. Mihawk stood, eyes fixed on the horizon, when he sensed the presence beside him. Shanks, holding a drink, surprisingly not alcohol, offered it to him. Mihawk raised an eyebrow but quickly declined. They were nearing Sabaody Archipelago. Shanks, though, had been in the paradise for a month now, something Mihawk hadn't expected. The presence of one of the 4 emperors in this part of the world wasn't necessarily of Mihawk's concern. What did intrigue him was the chaos that had unfolded in the Marines ever since Shanks made his appearance in the paradise, heading straight for its beginning. But what truly bothered Mihawk was the constant communication between Shanks and Dragon, the frequent appearances of revolutionary figures delivering things to Shanks, and the unspoken tension whenever Garp contacted the red-haired pirate, giving updates on the Marines' movements. What was most unsettling, though, was the seriousness in Shanks' demeanor, the weight that sat on his face. Mihawk, for his part, had shut himself away in one of the ship's cabins, focused on his work, carefully avoiding involvement with Luffy's family. But now, seeing Shank's tense posture, Mihawk's curiosity sparked. Something happened to Luffy? Mihawk finally asked. Shank sighed, his usual carefree expression faltering for a moment. Kinda. It's concerning, actually. Mihawk's frown deepened. Do I need to know? Shanks chuckled, though it was tinged with unease. Anchor's holding back his devil fruit power to the point that Nika is actually hurting him. Mihawk's frown only deepened. Shanks looked at him, then continued, his tone growing more serious. There's something strange about him, too. A mystery surrounding it all. I didn't intend to meet Rayleigh yet when I agreed to give you a ride, but I can't help but wonder what he knows about Anchor. Mihawk didn't respond immediately, but his mind raced, curiosity gnawing at him. He remained silent, unwilling to voice it, but part of him yearned to understand more. Luffy, in Mihawk's opinion of the boy, has always been a mystery to him, but still he is really quite fond of the boy. Max returned from his talk with Dalton, striding toward the Straw Hat pirates, who were busy packing up for their departure. The islanders had generously gifted them an abundance of supplies, especially meat, which thrilled Luffy, and plenty of frozen vegetables that left Sanji thoroughly impressed. Where were you, Max? Nami asked, glancing up as he approached. She clutched a bag that Max assumed contained gold bars, likely to give to the people of this snow-covered land. He'd overheard her earlier, ordering Usopp and Zoro to retrieve it from the ship. Now, Usopp was off playing with Karoo and Chopper, while Zoro, unsurprisingly, was napping. And where's Dalton? With Dr. Kureha, Max replied casually, his gaze landing on Luffy, who was pouting like a child as Sanji forced him to drink a herbal concoction prepared using Chopper's herbs. I suggested something to him. Vivi joined them, curious. Suggested something? Max nodded, a thoughtful look crossing his face. This island needs a new king, don't you think? Nami and Vivi frowned, sharing a glance. Who did you suggest? Vivi asked. Max shrugged nonchalantly. That's for them to decide. And considering the previous king disappeared after allegedly fleeing during a pirate attack, it's time they appointed someone new, someone who can rebuild and lead this island properly. The two women mulled over his words, nodding in quiet agreement. Nami, however, wasn't done. So, where exactly is Dalton now? I need to give him this, she said, holding up the bag. From Luffy. Max smirked knowingly, which earned him an exasperated eye roll from Nami. Finally, he gestured toward a spot where Dalton stood deep in conversation with Dr. Kureha. Chopper felt a deep ache in his chest as he will finally leave his homeland behind, his heart heavy with the thought of leaving Doctorine and the others. What saddened him even more was that everyone on the island seemed preoccupied, making it hard for him to properly say goodbye. The Straw Hat pirates were ready to depart shortly after Chopper agreed to join them. Despite their assurances that he could take his time, Chopper had refused, feeling like he had already said what needed to be said, albeit barely. Now, they were aboard the sleigh, descending the mountain at breakneck speed. From a distance, they seemed to be flying. When they landed, Luffy pouted about the joyride ending, but his attention quickly turned to Chopper. The little reindeer had shifted back to his usual form, standing still and staring at the drum rockies in the distance. Are you okay? Vivi crouched beside him, her voice gentle. She followed his gaze to the towering peaks. It's okay if you want to take your time, she said hesitantly, though her expression was firm. It's going to be hard to see them again after this, so make sure to say a proper goodbye. Chopper didn't respond immediately. She was right, he might not see Doctorine, Dalton, or the others for a very long time. But 4 years ago, he had made up his mind. When Luffy came to pick him up, he wouldn't hesitate to go. That resolve hadn't wavered. Even Mr. Land had agreed, and the island itself had seemed to tremble in affirmation of his decision, as though it were fate calling him to sail alongside Luffy. Suddenly, a series of miniature explosions echoed in the distance, startling everyone. The sound came from the direction of the castle, and moments later, a brilliant light illuminated the sky. The Straw Hats gasped in awe. The mountain seemed to transform before their very eyes, as if it had turned into the largest cherry tree in existence. Pink blossoms blossomed from its peak, cascading like snow and painting the white expanse of the island in shades of brilliant pink. The entire sky shimmered with drifting petals, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Wow, so cool, Luffy murmured, his eyes sparkling in wonder. Chopper, meanwhile, burst into tears, crying out the names of Doctorine and his father figure. His mind raced with memories of the doctor who had once told him that no disease in the world was incurable. That dream, to melt the frozen hearts of the islanders, was now a reality. Even so, Chopper cried harder, remembering how the island had changed since Wapple's imprisonment years ago. The people were free, united, and had finally accepted him. Yet, there were still so many hearts that he felt couldn't be healed. And now, seeing this miraculous transformation, he knew the doctor's dream had truly come true. But the man who had worked so tirelessly to make it happen was no longer there to see it. Chopper's cries grew louder, his small body shaking with emotion. Finally, he bowed low to the ground, bidding his homeland a heartfelt goodbye. "I'll become an amazing doctor," he vowed through his tears, the promise echoing in his heart. Luffy's laughter rang out behind him, joined by the joyful sound of Mr. Land's deep chuckles. High above them, Doctorine quietly wipes away her own tears as Dalton watches her with a grin. Soon, the Going Merry was sailing away from the island, cherry blossoms still swirling in the air, making the moment feel like something out of a dream. As the men celebrated noisily, the women and Max sat at the table, quietly talking, their eyes occasionally drifting back to the fading pink horizon. The Going Merry cruised steadily through the Grand Line when Vivi's sharp eyes caught something unusual on the horizon. She squinted at the odd greenish haze in the distance and immediately turned to call out, "Nami, can you come take a look at this?" Nami, who had been reviewing her maps, walked up to the deck. She followed Vivi's gaze and studied the strange green fog ahead of them. After a moment, she relaxed. "It's not a problem," Nami said confidently. "That's just steam. Most likely, it's from a hot spot where underwater magma is heating the water." Luffy, sitting cross-legged on the figurehead, tilted his head. "Underwater magma, huh? That means there's a volcano under there, right?" "Exactly," Nami explained. "Underwater volcanoes like this can eventually create islands, but it takes thousands of years for that to happen." Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yeah, I remember Sabo telling me about that during our journey back then. I even saw an underwater volcano when I was heading to Fishman Island." Usopp, who had been eavesdropping, quickly turned to face Luffy, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. The others also turned toward him, except for Max, unsurprisingly. "You saw an underwater volcano, Luffy? And wait, Fishman Island?" Usopp asked, his voice brimming with intrigue. Luffy grinned. "Yep, that's one of my favorite places. You guys will love it," he said, his excitement contagious. "In the future, let's go there together." "Wait." Sanji suddenly pushed Usopp aside, his face animated with urgency. "Does that mean you've seen a mermaid? A literal mermaid?" Luffy nodded, his grin widening. "Yeah. I even met the princess. She's so big." "What?" Sanji's face was inches from Luffy's now, his eyes wide with disbelief and jealousy. "You've seen a mermaid princess?" Luffy chuckled at his reaction. "Yeah, what's wrong, Sanji?" Sanji groaned in frustration while Chopper and Usopp now hovered around Luffy, bombarding him with questions about the island. Luffy, however, waved them off as he stood up. "Nope, I won't say much. You guys need to see it for yourselves. It won't be fun if I tell you everything." But Usopp didn't agree, and the two quickly launched into a heated argument. Sanji and Chopper joined in, their voices rising as the chaos unfolded. Ignoring the commotion, Nami turned back to the helm, even as her own curiosity threatened to distract her. "It's safe to sail through, so let's just keep going. But everyone, stay on alert, just in case." The Merry sailed into the dense fog, the greenish mist swallowing the ship as the crew navigated through the hot spot. The air grew humid and thick, and visibility dropped significantly. Meanwhile, not far behind, a familiar ship was also approaching the green fog. Mr. Bon Clay's vessel sailed straight into the mist, his crew trying their best to follow his dramatic orders. "Stay vigilant, my beloved crew," Bon Clay called out, striking a pose on the bow of his ship. This fog could be hiding danger, or adventure. But as his ship vanished into the mist, something strange happened. When they emerged on the other side, Bon Clay was no longer aboard. Back on the Going Merry, Luffy and Usopp were leaning over the side of the ship, trying to scoop something out of the water with a net. "What is that thing?" Usopp asked, squinting. "I don't know, but it's moving," Luffy said excitedly. With a final tug, they managed to pull the object onto the deck. It was not an object at all, but a very drenched and confused Bon Clay. The flamboyant officer agent blinked up at the crew, coughing and spluttering water. What just happened? Where am I?" The Straw Hat stared at the man in confusion, but Max immediately recognized the face. "Why were you in the water?" Zoro asked bluntly, his usual directness cutting through the silence. Bon Clay looked sheepish, rubbing the back of his head. Well, I was standing at the bow of my ship, enjoying the dramatic mist, when suddenly I lost my balance and fell overboard. I splashed around for a bit, but alas, I cannot swim." "Wait, you can't swim?" Luffy tilted his head, blinking in surprise. Bon Clay sighed dramatically, striking a theatrical pose. No, my dear savior. I ate the main no mi, the clone fruit. It gave me the power to copy anyone's appearance, but as you know, devil fruit users lose the ability to swim. Luffy's face lit up with childlike amazement. Whoa! That's so cool. You can copy anyone? Indeed. Bon Clay said, puffing out his chest proudly. It is a most fabulous power, perfect for my art and espionage. Well, you're lucky we pulled you out, Nami said, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes. You'd have sunk like a rock otherwise. Bon Clay clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, his every movement dripping with theatrical flair. I am eternally grateful for your kindness. Truly, you have saved my life, and for that, I owe you a debt of immeasurable gratitude, he declared, his voice ringing with sincerity. Then, with a dramatic shiver and a pitiful pout, he added, and if it's not too much trouble, my dearest saviors, might I humbly request a bowl of hot soup? A comforting noodle soup, perhaps? I find myself utterly chilled to the bone, and such warmth would be a divine blessing. But Max wasn't having any of it. In the blink of an eye, Bon Clay was already tied up, much to the surprise of the others. Wait, what's this? Bon Clay exclaimed, struggling against the ropes. Bon Clay was utterly perplexed, tied securely against the mast of the ship he had just been saved by, with the very pirates who had rescued him now gathered around like an impromptu jury. I was just asking for hot soup, a chicken noodle soup, specifically, Bon Clay started, his voice laced with confusion. But why am I suddenly tied up? I didn't even do anything except thank you guys for saving my life. Max? Zoro raised an eyebrow at the man responsible for Bon Clay's current predicament. You know him? Very much so, Max replied curtly, calmly inserting earplugs into Bon Clay's ears before glancing at Vivi. Bon Clay. That's his name. Vivi's eyes widened in recognition, though she hesitated before nodding. Bon Clay. He's a high-ranking officer in Baroque Works. Bon Clay blinked, oblivious to the conversation, though his curiosity was evident in the way he tilted his head at the pirates whispering about him. I didn't realize it at first, Vivi admitted. But once Max mentioned the name, it clicked. Nami crossed her arms, frowning slightly as the situation settled in. So now what? Are we keeping him tied up like this? Excuse me. Bon Clay interjected, his voice louder to compensate for his plugged ears. May I know why you've done this to me? I am really thankful for being saved, but seriously, what's going on here? Max glanced at Bon Clay, his expression unwavering, then turned his attention to Luffy. Your word, Luffy, he asked, his tone indifferent, yet there was an unspoken understanding behind his words. Luffy put a finger to his chin, lost in thought. His eyes lit up as an idea crossed his mind, and he made his decision. He walked towards Bon Clay, casually removing the earplugs and grinning widely. You could be a use to us, Luffy declared, clapping the man on the back as if sealing an unspoken agreement. Zoro, arms crossed and leaning against the railing, shot a glance at the captain. I much prefer we just toss him overboard. But whatever the captain decides, I'll go along with it. His tone was laced with indifference, but it was clear that he wasn't completely convinced. Chopper, who had been quietly observing Bon Clay from a distance, tilted his head in concern. His large eyes were filled with doubt. But how do we know we can trust him, he asked. He's a part of Baroque Works. They're dangerous, aren't they? Bon Clay blinked, his face scrunching in confusion as he processed what the small creature had said. It was like they were speaking in riddles to him. But then it hit him. He hadn't been aware that these pirates knew about Baroque Works, but the thought quickly sank in. Perhaps these pirates were more than they appeared. Ah, I see. Bon Clay suddenly burst into laughter, nodding in realization. You must want to work with us. His face beamed, as if he had just uncovered a grand secret. We welcome amazing pirates like you, my saviors. His voice was filled with exaggerated joy, as he struck yet another flamboyant pose. The straw hats were left in silence, exchanging confused glances. What is he? Nami began, but was cut off by a sudden, unexpected sound. A ship, identical to Bon Clay's, appeared out of nowhere beside them, its crew immediately leaping onto the straw hat ship. The sudden movement caused the straw hats to tense, but they remained in place, ready for whatever came next. Bon Clay's crew, a group of eccentric-looking pirates, surrounded the straw hats, glaring at them, unsure whether to attack or back down. Captain! You're alive! One of the crew cried, rushing to Bon Clay, his face filled with relief. Bon Clay, still tied to the mast, waved a hand nonchalantly. Yes, I'm alive, my dear crew. And I must thank these fine pirates for saving me. They are my saviors. His voice was a mix of pride and melodrama as he flashed a bright grin. His crew, still in shock, didn't seem convinced. But, Captain, you're tied up, one of the pirates exclaimed, pointing at the ropes that bound him. How could they save you if you're clearly captured? He said as he untied their captain. Bon Clay chuckled. Ah, my dear crew. You don't understand. They tied me up because they care. They are saving me for a very dramatic reason. You see, Bon Clay raised an eyebrow dramatically and turned to the Straw Hats, flashing a wink. I trust these fine people. They will not harm me. His crew stared at him, completely baffled. They looked at the Straw Hat pirates, who remained calm yet also confused but ready to act if necessary. Tension hung in the air, but Bon Clay held up his hands in assurance. No need to worry, he said to his crew, voice now filled with a more serious note. I assure you, I am safe. This is not the time to fight. I'm actually quite grateful for their kindness. The crew exchanged hesitant glances. They wanted to argue, but Bon Clay's commanding tone and confident demeanor left them unable to refute his words. The Straw Hat crew, still on alert, watched as Bon Clay's crew hesitantly stepped back. They had no choice but to accept their captain's word, though they remained clearly uneasy. Bon Clay now stood at the bow of his ship, dramatically waving to the Straw Hat crew, his voice ringing out, "Farewell, my dear friends. Our bond may be short, but it is eternal in my heart." He clasped his hands together as if in prayer, his expression full of dramatic affection. The Straw Hats watched in silence, exchanging confused glances. Luffy was grinning, clearly enjoying Bon Clay's theatrics, while Max, Zoro, Vivi and Nami were more skeptical. Sanji was still caught up in Bon Clay's performance, but he remained silent. Chopper and Usopp exchanged looks of uncertainty, unsure what to make of the whole situation. Bon Clay, noticing their hesitation, smiled even wider. You will not forget me, will you? We may have only known each other briefly, but it was enough to leave a mark on my heart. There was an awkward silence, and then Luffy burst out laughing, scratching the back of his head. You're one weird guy, man, he said, still smiling. Zoro crossed his arms, still leaning against the mast. I don't get it. We're just letting him go after all that? Luffy waved it off. Yeah. We don't need to fight him. He's cool, right? He grinned at Bon Clay. Zoro just muttered under his breath, whatever. Max, standing off to the side, glanced at the ship pulling away, his face unreadable. He didn't seem concerned about Bon Clay's departure, and the Straw Hats couldn't tell what he was thinking. Bon Clay's ship was already pulling away, and despite the Straw Hats' confusion, none of them made a move to stop him. He looked back once more, giving one last dramatic flourish. Remember me, my dear friends. Farewell, until we meet again. And with that, Bon Clay's ship sailed off, disappearing into the distance. The crew stood there for a moment, unsure of what to think. Well, that was weird, Usopp said, scratching his head. Yeah, is this okay? We just let him go, Chopper added, still unsure about the whole thing. Nami shook her head, muttering under her breath, I don't even know what to make of this. Luffy, ever the optimist, flashed his trademark grin. It'll be okay. He's not a real threat. Max let out a quiet sigh, his eyes steady. Well, he didn't know us, and it was clear he didn't recognize Vivi. You guys' identities are still hidden from Baroque works. Sanji narrowed his eyes, skepticism evident on his face. Are you sure it's really okay to let him go just like that? Max gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. I'll report this to Sabo right away. As the ship rocked with a sudden jolt, a loud splash echoed through the air. From the depths of the water, a massive, cat-like creature emerged, its large, sleek body towering above the ship's deck. The creature's piercing eyes scanned the Straw Hat pirates, its fur a mixture of white and gold, and its massive tail swished through the air. Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa! It's a sea cat, he exclaimed, standing up on the edge of the ship, practically bouncing with energy. I've never seen this one before. Zoro, always eager for a fight, grabbed his swords, unsheathing them with a grin that spoke of his excitement. Looks like a good opponent. Let's take it down. Sanji, equally pumped for the challenge, stepped forward, his fists clenched. He was ready to jump in and, if anything, practice his barely developed Haki on this new foe. But Vivi, standing at the helm, immediately raised her hand, halting them. Wait, she called out, her voice filled with urgency. The crew turned to her, confused. What's wrong, Vivi? Nami asked. Vivi took a deep breath, her expression serious. This creature. It's a sacred animal of Alabasta. It's called the Sphinx. The people of my country revere it. We cannot harm it. Zoro and Sanji looked at the giant creature with a mix of excitement and confusion. Sacred animal? Usopp echoed, his voice full of curiosity and a hint of apprehension. He watched the creature looming above them, still peering cautiously from behind the mast, with Chopper perched on top of his head. Vivi nodded. Yes, it's a symbol of our country's strength and endurance. We should not provoke it. Zoro grumbled, his sword slowly lowering, though his enthusiasm remained. TCH, I guess we'll have to let it go this time. Sanji sighed, shaking his head, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare food for the crew. The giant sea cat swam alongside the ship for a few moments, its massive form cutting through the water with ease. Luffy's face lit up with joy as he leaned over the edge, his eyes following the creature's graceful movements. He grinned widely, calling out to it, while Chopper stood nearby, equally fascinated. The two of them exchanged animated words with the majestic creature, Luffy's voice full of excitement and wonder. Chopper, as usual, was curious and eager to learn more about this unusual animal. The sea cat, however, seemed to take it all in stride, unfazed by the attention. After a few moments, the sea cat made a final, majestic turn, its white fur shimmering as it disappeared back into the depths of the sea. It was dark, yet Luffy could see the faces of his family and friends clearly. Some were familiar, while others, though unrecognized, carried a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had met them before. He wanted to smile at them, but it felt as though something was sealing his lips shut. He reached out for Chopper, who was closest to him, but no matter how hard he tried, they all seemed to drift further away. He wanted to call out, but his voice refused to come. Then, everything went completely dark. Suddenly, he was surrounded by fire. He knew this place. He could hear the screams. He saw himself, and Ace. But Sabo wasn't there. The scene shifted. Now, Ace was tied to a tree, and he heard his younger self crying out, calling Sabo's name. Sabo was dead. Their brother was dead. What? No, Sabo's not dead. Luffy wanted to scream, to tell them that Sabo was alive, that there was no fire, but his voice still wouldn't come. What was this? A nightmare? It felt too real. Was he really dreaming? It changed again. Ace was crouched against a wall, his eyes hidden behind his arms, yet Luffy could see the tears streaming down his cheeks. He saw himself lying on a futon, his head wrapped in bandages. Ace blamed himself, and Luffy wanted to hug him and tell him he never did anything wrong. This was a lie. This was not real. Luffy had never hurt like that. Then Ace was in a small boat, grinning widely, setting off on his journey as a pirate. Now, it was himself in a boat, the villagers watching as he sailed away. He met Kobe. Kobe panicked over Zoro. Zoro then joined his crew. Kobe chose the Marines. Nami, Buggy, and his treasured straw hat. Usopp joined the crew. But there was no Max. Max was supposed to appear. Where was he? Baratai. Sanji became their chef. Hawkeye and Zoro, bloodied, broken. I know you need nothing less than the greatest swordsman in the world. I swear from this moment forward. I will never lose again. Luffy nodded. He remembered Zoro saying the same thing before. Luffy then looked around and frowned because there was no Max. Where was Max? The Pirate King, Roger. Logtown. Smoker. Dragon, his dad, saving him. Still, no Max. Laboon. Crocus. Vivi, Nico, Robin. Luffy slowly realized these events were different from what he had lived through, yet they felt too real, too familiar. In this world, he and his brothers had never joined the Revolutionary Army. Max didn't know him. Koala didn't know him. The Revolutionary Army was not his family here. They met Broggy and Dory. It was their first meeting, unlike what he remembered. Nami was burning with fever. He didn't remember that ever happening. Chopper joined the crew. Then Alabasta. Meeting Ace. Crocodile. Vivi's country, saved. They left Alabasta, and there was Nico Robin, stepping onto their ship. Their journey continued. Jaya. Bellamy's mocking laughter. The dream of Skypiea, dismissed as nonsense. Blackbeard. His words echoed in Luffy's mind. Mont Blanc cricket. The knock-up stream, sending them soaring into the sky. Skypiea. The Golden City. Nolan's tale, proven true. Eneru, god of lightning. The battle on Upper Yard. Ringing the golden bell. A promise kept across centuries. Returning to the sea below, sailing on. The Davy back fight. Foxy's tricks. Akiji, Admiral Akiji. His overwhelming strength. Robin, frozen, helpless. Luffy was weak. Too weak here. He couldn't save his crewmates. He hated it. Water the going Mary's silent suffering. The heartbreak of knowing she couldn't sail any further. Usopp standing against Luffy. Usopp left the crew. CP9. The betrayal. Robin's despair. Enies lobby. I want to live. Robin was crying. She was his crew. Robin was his friend here. The battle against the world government. Sogeking, standing tall, setting the world government's flag ablaze. Luffy against Lucci. He won, but at a cost. He couldn't believe how weak he was. Mary was dying. The ship that had carried them so far, burning on the sea, her spirit speaking one last time. Her voice, soft, gentle. Sorry, I wanted to carry you a little farther. Mary bowed before him, smiling, and disappeared. Luffy's chest tightened. It felt too real. Thriller bark. Shadow stolen. The terror of Gecko Moria. Brook, Laboon's promised friend. Zoro, standing before Kuma. This Kuma knew him, but he was not his family here. Zoro taking all of Luffy's pain. Zoro? Luffy wanted to reach out, but he couldn't. Nothing happened. Liar. Zoro, why? Luffy felt his body trembling. Zoro almost died for him. Why was he so weak? And why? Why didn't Zoro tell him? The Sabaody Archipelago. The 11 supernovas. Kizaru. Sentomaru. Pacifistas. Kuma. The crew, gone. Luffy stared at Kuma. Kuma was saving him, but in this world, he didn't know that and watched his crew get taken from him. Everything shattered in an instant. Luffy was now alone. Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock. Learning of Ace's capture. What? Ace was captured, and he just found out about it. This should never have happened. Impel down. Breaking in. Buggy. Bon Clay. Magellan's poison. Near death. Ivankov. The miracle of recovery. Jinbei. Crocodile. Breaking out. Then he arrived in Marineford. War. Chaos. Death. Everywhere. Luffy looked at Ace, and his heart shattered again. Ace wanted to die. Grandpa was there, beside Ace, but he didn't do anything. Did Grandpa know that Ace wanted to die? This Ace he was broken, and he, what? Accepted his fate? He was just going to leave Luffy alone in this world? You're my brother, Ace. You're my only brother left in this world. Ace pushed him away. Luffy desperately watched himself fight everyone to reach Ace. I'm your brother. Luffy dropped down, because right now, in front of him were his younger self, Ace, and Sabo. Did you know? We can become brothers if we exchange this cup of sake. From now on, we're brothers. Their sake cups clinked. They had always been brothers, even in this world. He saw himself fight and keep fighting. He was weak, too weak. Ace, you can say whatever you want. I'm gonna save you, even if it means death. He reached Ace. Ace, his older brother, the only brother he had left in the world. Whitebeard. Ace and Luffy fighting the Marines, running. Ace and he were almost free. Then Akainu. The fist of magma, searing through Ace's body. Because Ace was saving him. Ace, falling. There was blood, too much blood. Luffy's eyes shook as he watched himself holding Ace in his arms. Blood. Ace's blood. Ace smiled, thanking him. He was dying. Thank you, for loving me. And then? Ace was gone. Luffy saw himself breaking down. Jinbei saved him. He saw Shanks. The war was over. What is this? Ace died. Sabo also died. Luffy's hands trembled. His voice, his mind, his world shattered. He watched others trying to protect him. Whitebeard died. Luffy clutched his head. This was real. Too real. A scream tore from his throat, raw and broken, as darkness closed in once more. Luffy! Luffy's eyes snapped open. Max was leaning over him, concern etched into his face. His crewmates stood around him, their expressions tense with worry. His vision was blurry, but the familiar sway beneath him told him he was on his ship. Max was there. So was Vivi. Mary stood nearby, sadness in their face. Luffy looked down, his vision finally clearing. The dream still clung to him, too vivid, too real. He could still see Ace's. Ace. His head jerked up. Everyone was watching him, their concern growing. Luffy, what's wrong? Are you okay? Nami asked gently. Before he could answer, Chopper leapt onto his lap, tiny hooves pressing against him as he checked for injuries. Luffy took a shaky breath. I'm fine, he murmured, but no one believed him. It's just a nightmare. But it didn't feel like just a nightmare. The pain of losing his brothers was still there, raw and aching, and before he could stop himself, fresh tears slipped down his face. Arms wrapped around him. It was Nami. Luffy, she whispered. I want. His voice broke. I want to see my brothers. Where's my brothers? Ace. Sabo. Max placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. We're almost at Alabasta, he said softly. They're waiting for you there. Both Ace and Sabo. Luffy's breath hitched. Really? Max nodded. Ace and Sabo were waiting. Sabo. He's alive. He's not dead. Max stood at the lookout, watching the Straw Hat crew and Vivi train on the deck. With everyone focused on their training, he had taken it upon himself to keep watch and navigate the ship. As they neared Alabasta, the harsh weather had eased, making their journey smoother. From the crow's nest, he observed Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji sparring. Both Zoro and Sanji attacked and dodged their captain, yet neither had managed to land a single hit on him. Zoro, at least, was able to dodge a few of Luffy's attacks, while Sanji, who had started learning Haki later, was still struggling between landing a hit or evading one. Nami was testing the new weapon she had asked Usopp to make, with Vivi assisting her. Occasionally, the two would spar, only for their attempts to end in failure, either managing to land a hit but tumbling onto the deck in the process. Meanwhile, Usopp was busy with Chopper, crafting various weapons and tricks. From Max's vantage point, he couldn't quite make out what they were working on. Max's eyes landed on Luffy again. What had happened just hours ago still concerned him. Everyone was minding their own business, and Luffy was napping beside Zoro. Then suddenly, Luffy started screaming, thrashing in his sleep. Zoro, the closest to him at the moment, tried to wake him, but Luffy wouldn't open his eyes. And he was crying. Max wondered what kind of dream Luffy was having to cause him such distress, but one thing was certain, the boy needed his brothers. Puru puru puru. Max answered his den den mushi, noticing Luffy glancing his way. Max, where are you guys? Chief, we're almost there. Is Luffy around? He is, but he's sparring with his crewmates right now. Silence. Princess Vivi? Same. Max frowned. Is something wrong? I'll inform them immediately. Max could hear Sabo sigh on the other end. We managed to make contact with Koza, the leader of the rebellion. When you arrive, bring Luffy to Yuba. Got it. Max replied. Then, jumping down from the crow's nest to the back of the ship, where none of the crew were at the moment, he lowered his voice. Sabo. Max could see the concern in the snail's expression. Is something happening? Is Luffy okay? I'd be lying if I said he was okay. He paused, taking a deep breath before exhaling. I assume Garp-san told you and Ace about Luffy and the Sun God. The concern on the snail's face deepened into a frown. Is it getting worse? Tell me everything Grandpa doesn't know. What happened after you guys separated from him and Dragon-san? Honestly, I don't really get it, but the Sun God is furious at Luffy for avoiding using his devil fruit power. And, as you know, he got sick because of it. Headaches, his body weakened. But what confuses me is that if Luffy does use his power, mostly accidentally, his condition worsens. I kind of figured that using the power awakens the Sun God and causes him pain because it talked to Luffy in his head. It got even more concerning after Luffy started using it accidentally more often, to the point where, once, he didn't even realize the Sun God had taken half of his body. That, the snail frowned again. You mean half of his body? Unlike before, when the Sun God took over completely. Yeah. His condition got worse from there, but we managed to find a doctor now. Still, back in Little Garden, it seemed like Luffy planned to use it freely. Well, I'm not sure. He still seems hesitant. There was silence, but Max could see the deep worry in the snail's expression. How is Luffy now? He's fine at the moment, but just an hour ago, he had nightmares. He was crying. What? What happened? He asked for you and Ace. Zoro, is this really necessary? Nami asked, carefully wrapping the bandage around Vivi's arm. It's not like Bon Clay touched us. Why would we need this? Zoro blinked, as if he himself didn't know why he had suggested the idea. The thought had just suddenly come to him, and before he knew it, he had told his crewmates and they had agreed without question. Max raised an eyebrow at Zoro, the others doing the same, finding it odd that Zoro seemed confused and at a loss for words. It wasn't like him. Zoro? Nami called again, now switching places with Vivi, who carefully bandaged her arm right where they had placed the X. Oi, stupid Marimo, Nami-san is speaking to you, Sanji said, voice irritated but eyes holding the same confusion as the others as he watched the swordsman. Zoro let out a sigh, now helping Chopper after Max had finished wrapping the bandage for him. I just thought it was a good idea. Well, I think so too, Vivi spoke up. Even if Mr. 2 didn't touch us, maybe it'll be useful in case something happens, which I hope won't. Max nodded, eyes flickering to Luffy sitting on the Mary's figurehead. We can use this with other revolutionaries too. Let's put this down as a precaution and, Max turned, smiling. With this, we'll know who's an ally and who's not. I agree, Shishishi, Luffy laughed as he jumped down, landing in front of Max. I see an island. The others stood up, gathering in a circle as they faced each other. Luffy grinned, holding out his arm wrapped in the bandage. No matter what happens on that island, this thing on all of our arms is a sign of our friendship. Now, let's land and do our best to save Vivi's country. I, Captain, everyone, even Max and Vivi, said, smiling as they held out their arms in unison. They turned toward the horizon. In the distance, an island came into view, its landscape covered in vast stretches of sand and brick houses that marked a town. They had finally arrived. Alabasta, Vivi's home country. Rayleigh smirked as he spotted Shanks and a few of his crew heading toward Shaki's rip-off bar. He had half a mind to think the red-haired brat wouldn't show, even after saying he would. But here he was. The door swung open, and in walked Shanks, grinning wide as ever, with Mihawk, Ben Beckman, Yasopp, and Limejuice following behind. "Shaki!" Shanks greeted, all cheer, before turning to Rayleigh, spotting the old man lounging in the corner. "Oi, Rayleigh! Still kickin', huh?" Rayleigh chuckled, raising his drink. "Shanks, I'm as old as ever. Now quit standin' around and sit your butt down." Shaki leaned on the bar, resting her chin on her palm as she eyed each person walking in. Her gaze, however, lingered on Mihawk. "Hawkeye, long time no see." Mihawk gave a slow nod, settling himself at the bar. He had half a mind to just head back home, but with the Marines crawling everywhere, he had no interest in appearing in their reports. The journey to Sabaody hadn't been smooth, not with what happened just before they arrived. Two figures had dropped onto the red-haired pirates' ship mid-journey, Ace and Marco. Mihawk hadn't paid them much mind. He knew them well enough, and one of them he was particularly familiar with. But even so, seeing the Whitebeard pirates lingering in paradise was unusual. Ace had mentioned the Marines on their tail, said he and Marco had taken down a few bases just to pass the time on their way to Alabasta. And, naturally, that had stirred up a mess. Shanks, being Shanks, had offered to help them shake off the Marines' eyes. So, their trip to Sabaody had been rougher than expected. Mihawk exhaled, sipping the wine Shaki had set in front of him. Still, none of that was as interesting as the real reason they were here. Shanks hadn't stepped foot on Sabaody on a whim. And if Mihawk had to guess, whatever conversation he was about to have with Rayleigh, it had something to do with that call from Dragon. The usual carefree air around Shanks faded as he fixed his gaze on Rayleigh, who, as always, looked far too calm. Shanks let out a slow sigh. "We're safe to mention the sun god here, right?" Rayleigh arched an eyebrow before glancing at Shaki. The woman immediately moved, flipping the sign on the door to closed before pressing a hidden button. With a mechanical hiss, the entire bar sealed shut. Metal shutters locking down over the doors and windows. "No one can spy or listen in now," she assured. Shanks gave a nod. Dragon mentioned Nika. Rayleigh's eyes widened, though it wasn't hard to see why. For all the years he had known Shanks, Dragon, and even the boys, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, none of them had ever brought up Nika to him. Luffy, of course, was oblivious to what was happening to his own body. Dragon and Shanks, however, had spoken of it before, but only to his brothers. They had both witnessed it firsthand, Nika trying to take over Luffy's body. At first, it hadn't been too concerning. After all, Luffy's fruit was Nika. But then Dragon began to notice something odd, something off about the transformation. Nika wasn't just awakening within Luffy. It was trying to take over. And Luffy, unaware of it all, had no clue. It had started when Luffy held back on using his power, or maybe it was way before that and they didn't know. But this conversation, this wasn't just about Nika. It was about Joy Boy. And Luffy himself. Shanks glanced at Limejuice, who pulled out two white Den mushi. One of them declined their call but only to call back a moment later, silent on the other end. And then, Shanks asked, "What do you know about Joy Boy, Rayleigh?" Rayleigh frowned, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose. He sighed before putting them back on, his expression darkening. "I thought it was just my imagination," he muttered. "But he really is what we were warned about, isn't he?" Shanks raised an eyebrow at Rayleigh's words. "Will this be dangerous for Luffy and perhaps, us?" Rayleigh shook his head, his expression grim. "Joy Boy told us, especially to our late captain, that at the moment of his death, Nika spoke to him. The god spoke about a boy it had chosen but failed, because he died. I was there when Joy Boy shared that with the captain, after everyone else had already left." Silence settled heavily over the room, and even Shanks and the others couldn't hide the frown on their faces. "You mean?" "It was a story Nika told Joy Boy, and Joy Boy shared it with us," Rayleigh said, taking a long swig of wine. "At first, Roger and I couldn't believe it. We were the only ones who heard that story. The whole crew knew that Nika would awaken in the same body, but not the full story. I had a hunch when I first saw Luffy, and when I learned what happened to him when he was just 7. But I didn't want to jump to conclusions." "Rayleigh, what is it?" Shanks asked, leaning in, his concern growing. "Shanks, boy," Rayleigh sighed deeply. "Joy Boy told me and our captain that the boy Nika chose didn't want to go back in time. Everyone else forced him into it. You know why? Because the world couldn't accept that he had died protecting them. Alone, by himself." Rayleigh paused, staring at everyone in the bar. Even Shaki looked shocked. Nika's power is the ability to bring the unimaginable to life. I don't fully understand how it works, but if the world shares the same desperate wish, if Nika and every living being's wish aligns in that moment. When the boy fell. Rayleigh nodded gravely, his gaze unwavering. I don't see why Nika wouldn't have sent him back to the past. Sheet, Garp's voice broke the silence over the Den Mushi, his words laced with a heavy sigh. Luffy. When he was 7. He's not just a child then, Mihawk said, his eyes fixed on his drink. He is far older than his age now. His soul comes from the future. He's someone who's already lived through his life before. If that's the case, Rayleigh interjected, I believe none of you can confirm it yet. Yes, he ate the fruit, but that doesn't mean the story is true. Rayleigh, Dragon's voice came through one of the Den Mushi, cutting through the tension. What else did Joy Boy tell you both? Rayleigh hesitated for a moment before responding, and Shanks could already feel the weight of the next revelation. He dreaded what was about to come. Joy Boy warned us, Rayleigh began, his voice heavy. The history of the future will repeat itself if the same fate happens to Luffy. If we don't do something, he'll be trapped in a loop, a never-ending one. Silence followed. The words sank into the air, and Shanks almost felt like he would collapse as he thought back to the state they found Luffy in when he was 7. It clicked in his mind, and his head snapped towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh. It wasn't just his soul, was it? Mihawk frowned, the others clearly confused. Dragon, Shanks, Luffy's body was his 7-year-old body. Shanks shook his head, his mind racing. Then why was he bleeding? What was with all the bruises you guys mentioned after they found him? Didn't the doctor's report say his body was like he'd been in a fight? Brat. No way. Garp muttered, his face, the snail, turning grim. Shanks, you're saying Luffy came back to the past with both his soul and his body? Rayleigh's voice was steady, though his eyes told a different story. I don't know, but why else would he be in that state? Nika's power? Shanks trailed off, unsure. That would be true, Shaki spoke up, breaking her silence, her voice calm as she processed everything. It might not be because of Nika's power, but rather time itself. From what I've gathered about the boy from you lots, his condition, and the time he was missing. I believe when he was sent back, it took longer for him and it appeared that his body shrank along with the passage of time. She frowned. That's terrible. A heavy silence settled over the room once again. No one spoke, their minds clouded by the weight of the revelation. I don't know how to explain this to Ace and Sabo, Dragon's voice came softly from the Den Mushi. No need. They'll find out when the time comes, Garp responded, his tone matter-of-fact. Then, what are you all going to do? Mihawk asked, his voice cutting through the stillness. Everyone froze, startled by his words. Even Rayleigh, who had already connected the dots, was taken aback by Mihawk's bluntness. Luffy, indeed, was the one Joy Boy had spoken of. That's harsh, Hawkeye, Shaki remarked with a small smile. Let them process this first. Even I'm still shocked. Aren't you? I am, Mihawk replied without hesitation. No one was surprised by his declaration. Everyone in the room knew how close Mihawk was to Luffy, along with Ace and Sabo. I'll help. Garp chuckled from the Denver, I know you will, brat. And I trust you'll help without raising any suspicions. Mihawk nodded, his gaze shifting to Shanks. He understood just how precious Luffy was to him. Shanks, I'll have Red meet you. Shanks's eyes widened, about to refuse, but Mihawk had already made the call through his white Den Red. Shanks's daughter, Yuta, responded with her cheerful voice, as lively as ever. Haki, where are you? Red, come to Sabaody, Mihawk instructed, his voice firm but not unkind. Huh? That's too far, Haki. Yuta's voice rang out in protest. I'm almost at Alabasta, and guess what? I found out Luffy and his crew are heading there too. You will meet Luffy? Does he know? I don't know, but I already told Sabo. Ace is gonna be there too. It's been so long since I last saw my brothers. Mihawk nodded. All right. Wait a moment, do you need something? Is it important? Silence filled the room, and they could see the snail's face frown slightly. Haki? I just thought Shanks might need you. Shanks? What's wrong? What happened? Yuta frowned even more. Right, I just remembered, I saw a marine report about the red-haired pirates and the whitebeard pirates in Paradise. It was a disaster, and now the marines are everywhere. Shanks sighed. He didn't know why Mihawk thought he needed Yuta. He never wanted to trouble her. She was a popular celebrity, traveling with her loyal crew, who were also her fans. He looked at Mihawk, their eyes meeting. Shanks frowned, and slowly, realization dawned. He looked down at himself and noticed how his Haki was flaring, even if it was just a little. Right, with Yuta by his side, he wouldn't lose control. His mind and heart already felt like they were on the verge of exploding just thinking about Luffy, and that day when he was 7. Yuta. Shanks? You're with Haki? Shanks chuckled, taking the Den Den mushi from Mihawk and walking to the other side, away from the others. How's your journey? Ace arrived in Nanohana, and with a swift motion, both he and Marco changed into outfits that wouldn't raise suspicion, though it was clear they were hardly blending in smoothly. Marco had been muttering complaints throughout their journey, while Ace, ever the optimist, couldn't help but laugh. The sound reminded him of Sabo. You idiot, laughing at my misery. This is exactly why I didn't want to come with you. Marco took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, while Ace grinned beside him. With a sigh, Marco steadied himself before turning to Ace, his expression serious. Do you know where they are? He asked. Ace nodded, holding up the white Den Den mushi in his hand. He'd been in constant contact with Sabo on his way to Alabasta. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had crossed paths with Shanks, who had helped them escape the Marines. Some are in Yuba, some near Rain Base. Marco frowned slightly. And we're going to? Yuba, Ace grinned. Sabo's there. Max will lead Luffy there when he arrives in Alabasta. Marco gave a small nod, intrigued. He couldn't wait to meet Ace's other brothers. He had met Luffy, of course, but none of Whitebeard's crew had ever met Sabo before. The chief of staff, one of the masked revs, who had taken a completely different path from the others. Masked revs reunited, Marco said, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Ace's grin deepened, his voice full of warmth. I can't wait to see Luffy again. Smoker stared at the island ahead of them. From their ship's location, he could see a few pirate ships docked there, and his mind wandered, was one of them the Straw Hats? Crocodile could easily find out we're already here, Tashigi said. Let him, Smoker replied, then turned to his subordinate with a sharp look. Monkey D. Luffy. Capture him the moment you see him. Aye, Captain. Sengoku stared out the window of his office, his expression hard with seriousness. Just moments ago, he had received a report about the red-haired pirates and 2 of Whitebeard's commanders being spotted in Paradise. However, it was the only report he had received, and he tried to ignore the fact that Fire Fist Ace and Marco the Phoenix were attacking marine bases. What angered him the most at the moment was that Garp had yet to show himself, traveling wherever he pleased after his meeting with his pirate grandson. Fleet Admiral. Sengoku cursed under his breath at yet another interruption, assuming it was more news of pirates causing chaos. Speak. We received a report that the Revolutionary Army was seen in Alabasta. And the Marine hesitated, frowning. A letter came with it. It appears the report and the letter were sent by an outsider. Sengoku turned to face the Marine, his frown deepening. What do you mean? And what exactly is the Revolutionary Army doing in Alabasta? The Marine handed him the letter, and Sengoku immediately read through it. His serious expression twisted into one of horror before his veins popped in anger. That crocodile. Sengoku clenched the letter tightly. This is why I don't trust pirates. He shot a sharp look at the Marine, clearly expecting immediate action. Summon Tsuru now. And where the hell is Garp? Vivi stared ahead as the others prepared to leave. They had finally landed and found a secluded place to dock their ship. How did you two even find this place? Nami asked as they stepped down, all of them wearing new outfits to help them blend in with the people of Alabasta. No one will find Mary here, right? Well, as part of the Revolutionary Army, hiding a ship is second nature, Max explained, adjusting his outfit before pulling a hood over his head. Luffy's just as used to it as I am, of course. Let's just hope no one actually stumbles upon Mary. It's so dry, Luffy muttered, his voice carrying just enough for the others to hear. Then, turning to look at everyone behind him, he asked, so, where are we going first? Let's head straight to Yuba, Max said, looking at Vivi before glancing at the Straw Hats. You guys don't need anything, right? Nope, Nami answered immediately. Our food stores are still full, right, Sanji? And I don't think any of you have anything to buy. She narrowed her eyes at her crewmates. Even though they weren't short on berry, probably wouldn't be for a few more months, or even a year if they were lucky. She still needed to manage their finances carefully. Right now, their main source of funds was the gold bars Luffy had entrusted to her. She had spent quite a bit in Logtown, stocking up on supplies and buying plenty of new outfits for herself and the crew. She even made sure Luffy had a good selection of clothes. On top of that, she distributed their allowances, including Chopper's, shortly after he joined. And despite all that spending, there was still plenty of berry left, and not to mention a mountain of gold bars that hadn't even been exchanged yet. Eh? We're not going to look around town? Chopper asked, looking a little disappointed. We have a mission here, Chopper, and it might be dangerous for us to wander around a warlord's territory, Nami reminded him. She hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Luffy, who was now letting Vivi adjust his outfit, the princess carefully draping a shawl over his straw hat. Besides, she added softly, Luffy wants to see his brothers, remember? At that, Chopper's expression brightened, but the atmosphere quickly grew somber as everyone recalled Luffy's tears from earlier. Still, Chopper hopped over to him, his excitement shining through. Luffy, we're gonna see Ace and Sabo, he said eagerly. It's been so long since I last saw them. I missed them. Luffy laughed. They definitely missed you too, Chopper. Ugh, it's so dry, Nami muttered, wiping the sweat from her brow. Are we sure this is the right way? It should be, Max confirmed. If we keep heading straight, we should reach Yuba soon. Right, Vivi? Yes, we just need to keep going forward, Vivi replied. Luffy, walking ahead with his usual carefree gait, suddenly stopped, his expression shifting into a frown. What is it, Luffy? Zoro asked, glancing at him. Luffy's gaze was fixed ahead. It's a ruin. Without another word, he continued walking, the others following close behind. Vivi's hands trembled slightly. She already knew what Luffy meant. As they stepped forward, the full devastation came into view. The city before them was crumbling, as if it had been abandoned for decades. Half buried in sand, the remnants of buildings stood like skeletal remains of what had once been a thriving settlement. The few plants that remained were nothing more than brittle, dried husks. Nami gasped, covering her mouth in shock. This is horrible. This is Urumalu, Vivi said, her voice heavy with sorrow. It was once known far and wide as the City of Green. Green? Chopper tilted his head in confusion. This, Vivi clenched her fists. This is what Baroque Works has done to my country. This is what my people have suffered through. They walked in silence through the withered remains of the city. It was hard to believe that this ghost town had once flourished with life. Every dried-up tree and crumbling structure told the same tragic story. There's nothing left, Usopp murmured, his voice unusually subdued. It's just a ghost town now, Vivi continued, eyes dark with grief. But just a few years ago, it was full of gardens, palm trees, and lush greenery. Nami reached out and gently took Vivi's hand, offering silent support. Vivi squeezed it in gratitude before taking a deep breath and continuing. Rain was always scarce here, but the people of Urumalu worked hard to conserve every drop. By using water wisely, they made the land flourish. But that all ended when the rain stopped. There hasn't been a single drop in this region for 3 years. A heavy silence settled over the crew as they took in the remains of the once thriving city. But wait, Zoro frowned. Even without rain, there's still a river nearby, right? And it's close. Usopp added, pointing toward where the river should have been. Why couldn't they just pipe the water in from there? Vivi took a deep breath, exhaling slowly before staring straight ahead. The answer to that is just up ahead. As they walked, she began explaining. The capital, Alyabarna, where the royal palace stood, had experienced non-stop rain for days, while the rest of Alabasta suffered from drought. The reason? Dance powder. Dance powder was created long ago by a country that had no natural rainfall. The original creators named it so because they believed people would dance in joy at the rain it brought. However, while it did cause rainfall in one area, it stole the rain from surrounding regions, leading to prolonged droughts elsewhere. The controversy surrounding it led to war, Vivi continued grimly. The loss of life was so great that the world government eventually prohibited the manufacturing and possession of dance powder worldwide. The crew listened in silence, absorbing the weight of her words. 3 years ago, Baroque Works staged an accident in Alyabarna, Vivi went on. A cart carrying a large amount of dance powder broke apart in front of the people, spilling its contents everywhere. The agents spread lies, claiming that the king had secretly ordered the dance powder to be brought to Alyabarna. She clenched her fists. As a result, people started to believe that my father was stealing the country's rain for himself. Then the drought worsened, crops failed, and people starved. That was when the rebellion truly began. The wind suddenly blew, carrying a loud wailing sound, as if ghosts were crying out from beyond the grave. They all froze in fear, halting in their steps. It sounds like a voice, Luffy murmured. There's no danger, Max said calmly. It's just the wind blowing through the town, echoing and bouncing off the empty buildings. It's like the city of Urumalu is mourning what happened to it, Vivi said, her voice close to tears as her hood was blown off, sending her long hair swirling around her face. Hey, look! Usopp yelled, pulling down his goggles. What's that? What's what? Nami asked, but her voice died in her throat when she realized what he was talking about. Luffy, standing at the front, squinted his eyes. The wind and sand swirled together for a fraction of a second, forming the ghostly shape of a human hand. What the actual F is that? Sanji asked, eyes widening. Crocodile, Max said, making everyone turn to him in shock. That's Crocodile's devil fruit power. He paused, brows furrowing. He might already know we're here, but I hope my instincts are wrong. After all, the Revs already erased any evidence that you guys were involved with Alabasta through Vivi. What should we do? Vivi asked in horror. Before Max could answer, something caught Nami's eye. Someone collapsed. What? Vivi turned toward where Luffy and the others were running. You mean there are still people living in this city? She said in surprise, quickly following them with Max and Nami close behind. But when they reached the spot, they found not a person, but a dried-up skeleton. Vivi collapsed to her knees, a hand covering her mouth as tears blurred her vision. Nami immediately wrapped her in a comforting hug while the others stood frozen in shock. Chopper, terrified, buried himself in Luffy's arms. It took them minutes to recover before they finally continued their journey toward Yuba. Then, Max suddenly stopped in his tracks, causing everyone to look at him with questioning expressions. Max? Luffy called. Max hesitated for a moment before speaking. I meant to tell you guys this before we landed, but I couldn't find the right time. He glanced at Vivi with a small smile. The Revolutionary Army managed to contact the rebellion. They're working together now. Koza, the leader, has already made contact with the king, with Sabo's help. You mean? Vivi's lips wobbled. This wasn't the original plan, so I don't know the details of the new one, but for now, we need to go to Yuba to meet Sabo. Max then turned to Luffy. Ace might be there too. They're probably both waiting for you. Finally, he turned back to Vivi. Also, since you mentioned it earlier, I wanted to tell you that the dance powder is mostly under the Revolutionary Army's control now. They managed to capture those who were distributing it. Vivi nodded, fresh tears falling down her cheeks. Thank you.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.